people. They're both coyotes.
And
they're
swine.
Right? Yeah, you guys don't have as much swine we do, the wild swine walking around here. We might need 30 rounds, right? So fuck your laws that you're passing over there. We'll rule ourselves right over here because this is the Republic of Texas. Voting
You know what I
Democrat.
love? You know what I love living about Arizona? I can go down to the local gun store, right, and pick up a fucking 95 round drum for the AR.
I can't go to the local gun store, but I can get one off the internet.
Oh,
I don't
if
live
they
in a
have
big enough town, I don't think.
Sometimes in the gun store they have transferable automatics too. All kinds of AKs, but they're like class 3.
Come on, guys, we're going to the gun store.
We don't even have those in this country.
Oh, I know, man.
But knife stores.
See, if you ever come
don't even have
to
knife
like
stores.
this, if you ever come to this neck of the woods, Crypto, I'll have to take you down to the gun shop in like Havasu, and you can like rent a Desert Eagle, just buy the ammunition, rent the weapon, and take it in the indoor gun range.
That sounds sick, man.
Most quality gun stores have a range now.
Dude, 500 AE, American Eagle, that's got some kick to it, man.
Nice.
Click, clack! What?
Did you know as well that you can get these bendy space-time bullets that actually curve round the Earth to make sure that you don't miss your target?
All those Coriolis bullets?
Yeah.
Should I say Globiolis bullets?
Wait, seriously, are you talking about those smart rounds?
Yeah, they're very, very clever because they can dip at 8 inches per mile squared on top of their regular kind of drop.
Yeah.
It's the most advanced bullet in history.
Yeah. In fact, they all do now. I think they just
All
come
of
standard with guns. Yeah, they're all just smart rounds.
I know the same time, if you fire the weapon level, the same time that the brass hits the ground after it's ejected is the same time that the bullet will hit the ground.
I don't know. The ejector has a bit of upwards trajectory. So when it pops out, it goes up for a second. It sits still, not for a whole second, and then it falls. So the bullet's probably hitting the ground. But I remember one time I shot off a round with the AK, and you hear that thing go past the target, and it's like, and you're like, oh, fuck.
What about slugs?
I didn't mess around with the 12 gauge too much.
Most people use those Foster slugs, which have like a hollow back. I like using solid slugs, where it's just a solid chunk of metal, solid chunk of lead. And when that thing's going down range, it sounds wicked. You hear it like, then it impacts and just boom, and then knocks that shit over. It goes from like the size of a dime to the size of a 50-cent piece.
I really love this place, but we shouldn't have the ATF as like a regulative industry or whatever it is. ATF should be the name of a convenience store.
They should call it FUN.
Firearms.
FUN.
What's that?
They should name it FUN, the Fun Agency.
ATF.
Because they want to put marijuana under it too, right?
Oh, man. What call that? Alcohol, tobacco, firearms should be the name of a convenience store. Every town
sounds
should
like
have one.
The name of an outlet store for friggin' firearms.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking
whiskey.
about. ATF should be disbanded. They recently named a trigger they considered a machine gun. A trigger. A trigger is now a machine gun.
Is that binary trigger where it releases a sear both as it's being pulled and as it's being released and reset?
I don't remember what trigger it was, but I'm just like, that's like a division fallacy. Like, you don't drive your alternator to work. A trigger isn't a fucking machine gun, you fucking idiots.
So you could just create an eccentric and use a damn. Well, you can just use an eccentric, right? And like a cam and set it up like on a drill and just go to town. You know, fuck it.
I thought about putting one of those triggers in my children's 22 because they don't kick hardly.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah. So every time you pull, it plinks. You let go, it plinks. And if somebody's coming at you, just brrr,
You do what?
brrr, oh, you pervert. You pervert.
Nice job there, Truth.
Is this your pet cat you're talking about?
You know how simple it is.
Rounds.
You know how simple it is to convert a 22 LR to a fully automatic? It's just a backstop that stops the action from just keep on going.
So does that mean if I get summoned to court, I can just send my tennis shoes?
Wait, what?
I like that idea.
If they call the trigger the machine gun,
As long as they're not assault shoes.
And I get summoned to court, then I can just send my tennis shoes, mail them to arrive on the same day my court date.
Sure.
Should be good.
Sure. That sounds good.
So did you guys hear about what happened in Norway?
Mm-mm.
No.
Nothing ever happens in Norway.
Norway, bow and arrow.
I didn't even know that was still in place.
October
that
13th,
Norway.
2021.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
maybe it's not the weapon, it's the person.
Yeah, they all said
It's only
it's a
the
bow
person.
attack.
Dude,
Well,
listen,
Australia,
if somebody wants to go after somebody, it doesn't. If someone wants to go after somebody, it doesn't matter if they have access to a firearm or not. They're going to go after somebody with whatever they're going to do it with, you know?
Fuck, a van. Rent a fucking moving truck.
Okay.
I'll go cane on your ass and get a rock from the field we plowed.
Some sticks and things.
Under it. With some bury under some sticks and shit.
It's a large capacity clip bump stock, infinite ammo rock. Fully automatic. Assault style in nature.
There you go.
Ban the rocks. Oh, the crackheads are going to be mad.
Fuck that, ban the van.
I say we ban politicians.
Yeah, why didn't the government think about that? If they just ban like 8 balls, then people will quit like snorting meth.
Yeah.
Or coke.
Ban them.
Yeah, just close down all pool balls.
I'm not really sure all the lingo.
Well, no, they'd probably just get less than an 8 ball and say, but officer, it's not a ball. It's not an 8 ball, sir.
It's an 8 slab.
It's just a cue ball, I swear.
It's only a 50 piece, man. Come on. I got it at my local party store.
Man, don't leave me hanging. I got shit to do today, man.
Yeah, imagine my disappointment when I went into the party store and they didn't have any party supplies. It's like, how the hell am I supposed to get high at a party when there ain't no like good supplies at the party supply store? The hell am I going to do with some streamers and balloons?
You sound like a California when they show up to Texas. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do while I'm here?
Fuck, it's hot during the summer. Fuck this. Let's go to the ocean. Fuck, the ocean's hot. Fuck this.
Hey, but we got some cool panhandle area. Gets pretty chilly up there, to be honest.
Yeah, but dude, it's a humid, it's a sticky, right?
No, not on the panhandle or the west side. If you go west of Dallas, I mean, you can look at just Google Earth and you can tell that the east side of Dallas, yeah, that's humid, somewhat semi-tropical, And then you look at the west side of Dallas, you're like, oh, that's not humid over there. Like it's like tolerable. No, over there on the west side, it's nice. It doesn't matter how hot it gets. It's not humid. On the east side, it's not as bad as Florida, but fuck, it's close.
Dude, that means have you ever ran into JT?
JT talks like this with the cigarettes. Always got something to say.
Yeah, he fucking yells at his computer all the time. Fucking yeah.
Yeah, I met JT.
I told him, hey, Hank's here too, man. You got to come here. So I sent him the link, and he goes, where's the link? And I go, okay, dude, if you can't figure that out.
Don't you worry about that, Puddin'. I was just fucking with you. Yeah, JT was always like so alt-right, and he was always trying to fishhook me in and like get me to back up his arguments. And I'm like, bro, I'm not alt-right. I'm just
What
not.
does alt-right mean? I've never heard anyone actually define it properly, because I don't know what this means. I've been called alt-right, and I've never ever identified as alt-right. I don't know what it means.
They're pretty much the ones that are for an ethno-state.
Yeah. They're the
Would they say
ethnocentric.
that?
Yeah.
Yes. For a fact. So they're ethnocentric, means they want an ethno-state. So they want to give like black people like the west side, and they want to live on the east side of the United States. And they'll give the south side to the Mexicans or whatever. And everybody else can have like Wisconsin. That's kind of how they believe. They want their own state where they rule themselves.
We can have Wisconsin. I like it. We're just fairly cold.
Well, they don't want them over here, so that's what it takes. I'm just telling you, this is how they think, right? This isn't my ideology, okay? But this is how they think. They think that the right is a bunch of rhinos, Republican in name only. None of them are conservative, and they want to bring Sharia back. They want white Sharia. In other words, they don't want their women to vote. They want them to wear moderate costumes and appropriate attire in public, and to cover their bodies completely and their hair to wear bonnets. And they want to go back to old-fashioned morals and biblical standards. And even if they don't believe in God, they want to raise their children under a church to where they're very authoritarian.
Okay, now the one thing.
Hold on, wait. The same thing goes with the black Nazis. The white Nazis are no different than the black Nazis. They both want the same thing, except for the black Nazis want to rule themselves, however, with their Bible and their way. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, no, I get that. So what I'm concerned about is that when you ask people who aren't flat earthers to describe what do flat earthers believe, that you're never going to actually receive like an accurate portrayal of the actual world.
I spent 3 months in a truck flatbedding with my brother who's an alt-right. Okay. I'm pretty sure I got his argument down.
But do you, so let me give you an example. Let's say that you weren't a flat earther you bumped into the most retarded flat earther on the whole server, and then got all of his views and then said that this is the entire flat earth movement. Would that be an accurate representation?
Absolutely not.
So that's what I'm worried about.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll get my brother on here one day and he will preach the alt-right gospel until you're blue in the face.
Because like from the point of view of like self-determination and people being allowed to associate with whoever they fucking want, I have no problem with that at all. Like if they say, oh, we want to have a state, okay, cool, go and do that over there, not an issue. Like I find it weird when people say that people can't freely associate and can't self-determine. I think that's really weird, and that seems to be the prevalent dominant thing of today. Now, I'm not saying that we should all have different ethno-states, because I don't really care. But it is interesting that people will say that you can't have that, even if you choose to. That I do find strange, because surely we live in a free society where we can choose those things for ourselves, right?
That's not true. Cathexis, who used to hang out with the circuits back in the day on Google Hangouts, he grew up on Rhode Island, and he told me that when he was a kid, the Rhode Island people bussed in inner city blacks from other cities to his state because there was too many white people at his schools. And he grew up in like an ultra religious area where they were Seventh-day Adventist. And he told me they bussed in black kids to make the ratio correct. Because if the ratio...
Isn't that weird?
That's why I listened to the the alt-right arguments, and I'm like, damn, some of this kind of makes a little bit of sense. Like, why can't you just have like your white community if you want it? If you have freedom of association, you just choose who you want to do business with. Like, for example, when Michael Moore doesn't want to show his new movie at a business because they're ultra Republican, he should have the right to do that, right? Because he's a Democrat.
Sure, yeah.
Well, that's because everybody can be happy in their own area, and it doesn't create the division that they want created. People right next to each other, divided, neighbor fighting neighbor.
And then you have to remind people how different they are all the time to make sure they're fighting. I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing in Europe. So it's kind of weird. It's like if what you're saying about them is true. I mean, as a libertarian, I would say that they have the right to think like that and act like that. They're not harming anyone.
That's what I told them. I told the black Nazis the same thing as I told the white Nazis. I'll be the middleman doing business, getting rich off of y'all motherfuckers because y'all don't like each other so much.
Yeah, you know what? You know what's funny? Living by the Amish, nobody ever says, that fucking neighbor of mine pisses me off. I'm going to go over and kick his Amish ass. And he's never at your house talking about whooping your ass either.
Yeah, exactly. So in a way, it's like, look, if they want to live like that, like what I find weird is when people are like, no, I'm deciding that you can't live like that. Fucking why? Why do you give a shit? Why does
everybody's power trip? Yeah, everybody wants to control everybody else. It's just like the right versus left thing. I gotta tell them I'm right, they're wrong. It doesn't matter. It's like, leave people alone, let them do what they want. They'll be happier anyway.
So when Cathexis said there wasn't enough diversity in his school district, they had to bus in black kids.
What does that even mean?
My brother says that diversity, anytime you hear the word, it's anti-white. Because if you look at like all the different European women, like the Slavic women, the Roman women, the Spanish, the Greek women, the Irish, the Scottish, and all these different women, like if you put their faces on like a poster, that's diversity, right? But if Europe gets conquered and wiped off the map and outbred and everybody kind of looks like Beyonce, that's not diversity. So think about it like this. This is his argument, not mine. If you go into and on one side, they got all the ice cream poured into one vat and there's one flavor. That's what they call diversity. But if you go to the other side, there's like 110 different flavors. That's what he calls diversity.
I like the 110 flavors, I guess.
I call that shit
I kind of understand. That's what I'm thinking. Baskin Robbins.
Baskin Robbins, and I dare to be great. You ever took the dare?
I kind of like it.
You ever did the Dare to Be Great challenge? Me and my daughter ate a whole bucket of fucking ice cream.
So my brother, he sent me some stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, this is kind of weird. Like how they push like the mixed race couple on TV like all the time. It's always some beta white male, like, and some alpha black male and some white chick. It's like they always push that, like Netflix, like all the time. Those commercials are on TV all the time. And then you hear like who's pushing it. Like in the video, it'll be this certain type of person, and they're always pushing it. Like Europe can't be this monolith anymore, right? And we're the ones to blame. He. Like it's okay. It's, So the black Nazis and the white Nazis get along great. They just don't want to live next to each other. But they have
I thought everyone knew this stuff anyway. Like, I don't know. Like, is this like a so the idea that Netflix is pushing all this kind of degenerate stuff? Like, doesn't everyone know this already? Is this news to anyone?
No, some people are completely lost in it and believe whatever's going on in the fucking media is how they're supposed to be.
So it seems to me like the alt-right is just kind of like because look, I have engaged with the alt-right myself. I don't actually know anyone personally, but I've engaged with these people online. I've been called alt-right a few times, even though I don't identify as it. It seems to me like it's just a revulsion against the very, very left-wing media, which don't we all share that anyway? Like, but that's just they're doing it on an ethnic basis, whereas we're doing it on a different basis,
Yeah, I keep trying to tell him it's not it's not about ethnicity, right? It's about religion, right? There's a certain religion out there that they're always, He says that they pass only to each other, and we're passing to everyone. Doesn't matter whose team. And they only pass to their team who's going to win the game. That's what he always says, right? And it's like, oh, that kind of makes sense. But yeah, even though he tried so hard to convert me to being alt-right. I'm not alt-right. I'm still a centrist libertarian. And I'm way at the bottom, away from as authoritarian as I can fucking get. And my philosophy is simple, one sentence. I think you should be free enough to smoke pot out of your shotgun as long as you don't hurt anybody.
As long as you ain't got no fucking buckshot in that bitch.
Yeah, I mean, if you're smoking pot, you're going to be smart enough to take the buckshot out first, right? Because you're not going to get a good hit if the buckshot's still in there clogging up the tubes. So, that's just my philosophy. You should be free to do whatever you want. So if black Nazis and white Nazis want to separate, I guess that's what they want to do. Sure, go for it. But the thing is that these groups, they never start a trust fund. They never actually do what they're going to say. It's always like, hey, Al Sharpton, have you you started a trust fund so that you could buy up like a whole bunch of land and start some black communities? Like, no. Well, what have you been doing with your money? Well, anytime there's an event, I haul ass over there and I make sure I stir the shit bucket real good, right?
Pay both
sides to continue my side.
It's the same thing with the white Al Sharptons, like David Duke.
Yeah.
Like,
the thing is, though, you have to admit that people like Al Sharpton are centrally funded by governments and by big corporations, whereas people like David Duke really aren't. So why is that?
The white nationalists are basically on the terrorist list, and so are the black nationalists.
No. These people, the Al Sharptons of the world, are celebrated. They are not on terrorist lists.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I agree with you.
You ever heard of the Black Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah, they're on the watch list. They're targeted.
Yeah, they are. They are, sure, but your Al Sharptons are actually a bigger problem. And because he is centrally funded and given platforms here, there, and everywhere, and celebrated by every media outlet you can think of, like, this is an issue, right? So why is that? That's what I'm asking. Why is he celebrated?
Because he's divisive, right?
I think so.
Divisive in the way that it stirs the shit bucket. Don't start no shit, there won't be no shit. Like, anytime he smells a whiff of shit, he's wanting to uncover it and
he's like a fly on
he's like a monkey. He wants to smear shit everywhere. Right.
But if that's the case, why is he celebrated and people like David Duke isn't?
I don't know. David Duke is just always going to be labeled a racist because he was part of the KKK at one point.
David Duke names the J people. That's the difference.
Oh yeah.
He's not afraid to talk about them.
Yeah.
Whereas Al Sharpton gets his money from them.
Never does.
So there's the difference.
He never talks about them.
Mm.
I think you're right. The tiny hat. Yeah. Probably. But he definitely is fulfilling the purpose. I mean, they're using him big time.
I was on the Jesuit trail and he was on the J trail, and we're showing each other what we're finding. And that's why I came up with I tapped into the ether on this one, because as soon as I started talking about my theory about the octopus and how we're all on different tentacles and we're all fighting each other, but it's all the same octopus. I start looking into it, and this octopus theory, it's been around for a long time. I didn't come up with it. I just recognized it, just like other people have. But so I'm on one tentacle.
Yeah, it's like the Hydra.
Exactly.
It is the Hydra. It is.
I'm on one tentacle, and I'm fighting with my brother, and he's on the J tentacle, and I'm on the Jesuit tentacle, right? And we're fighting it's the, and we're showing our evidence, and the other one can't see the evidence because they're so convinced. Yeah, and it's maybe we're on the same tentacle and they're the same people wearing different hats, and it's interesting because if an octopus could live for thousands of years and they could shapeshift and hold different positions simultaneously, and they could rule the world and nobody would know because the octopus would outsmart us in half a lifetime. and they have multiple hearts and multiple tentacles, and nobody can see the octopus because they blend in so well. And we're all fighting each other, giving each other black eyes and bloody noses because we can't see the octopus. We can only see the one tentacle that we're stuck to. And we're like, see the tentacle? It's got me right here. And like, no, it's not that. It's this tentacle over here. It's got me.
Yeah, there's one controlling being behind it all that's running both sides anyway. Or group, or whatever entities they are.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the octopus thing. I'm not the first person to say it. I thought I was. Let's see, is it this guy?
No, you notice how that even comes up in the movies, the Hydra, the octopus, Octopussy, 007. I mean, it's everywhere. They actually been telling you that the whole time.
Classic octopus, classic metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with it. And if it wasn't the Jays or the Jesuits, it would be someone else.
Mm. Yeah, they just use whatever they need to. Whatever is really behind it all.
All right, I found it. Livestream voice text. I'm uploading it now.
Come on and say the Council of 300.
Yeah, whatever the 300 are, whatever you want to call them, the entities, the whatevers, they fooled everybody.
Can I just also just take an opportunity to read the 2 Wikipedia entries as well, because I've just looked these 2 up, and I think it's a very good comparison to let you know who's favoured and who isn't favoured. Bear in mind, I think that basically they represent the same views for different groups. So Alfred Charles Sharpton Jr. is an American civil rights activist. Right, he's civil rights, so he's a good guy. Baptist minister, talk show host, and politician. Sharpton is the founder of National Action Network. 2004, he was a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the US presidential election. Sounds fair enough, doesn't it? He's a civil rights activist. He's a good guy. He's nice, awesome. Let's look up David Duke. Hilariously, there's actually a basketball player called David Duke. So, David Ernest Duke is an American neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist, far-right politician, convicted felon, and former Grand Wizard of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. From 1989 to 1992, he was a member of the Louisiana House of Representatives. Now, do you think that those two are comparable to each other, or do you think one's favoured over the other?
Yeah, it's blatantly obvious. One's got some serious backing in Israel, where they change the Wikipedia pages constantly to make it say what they want it to say.
And you can bet your bottom dollar that whatever the convicted felony they're talking about is to do with his politics. It's not going to be something like he murdered someone. It's going to be like he's like a felon because of the anti-Semitism, right?
Which probably is a felony in some countries.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? So this stuff all rolls into itself. So now he's a felon because his views go against the people in power, whereas if it was the other way around, right, and he was favoured, then Al Sharpton would be the felon for having his views, right?
Sure. Well, they're hitting all the key wizard words, the words designed from their inception just to discredit people. It's just, to us, it just sounds so obvious, but to other people, they actually believe that stuff's real.
Yeah, I just find it funny because I think these people are equivalents of each other. But the Wikipedia entries don't appear to be equivalent.
Like, I know people who are, like, literally would consider themselves liberals who are now right-wing conspiracy theorists over nothing. It's just random words. The words are losing meaning. They use it way too much.
So the interesting thing about the alt-right and the black Nazis and the white Nazis, like I said, they're very similar, right? They're both authoritarian. Like my brother literally said, my little brother, raised in Texas, said that he wished that Trump was the dictator, an emperor, so that he could enforce stuff and not have to worry about getting permission from the rest of the government. That's like extremely regressive. That's not progressive. That's regressing back to like old ways of doing things. Like there's a separation of powers for a reason. I'm getting a phone call.
Authoritarianism is just a tool to get the people in line, and then after some people are weeded out, like there can be like less of a totalitarianism.
Well, people need to get rid of the apathy first.
It doesn't work. You can't dictate morality. You can't do that.
People need to get rid of their addiction to apathy.
I mean, Hitler did it.
Yeah, but look at the...
Fuck Hitler.
That's a whole nother convoluted thing, but you know what I mean?
No, I know.
It can cause a pendulum to swing back harder.
You know, I've heard like really awesome things about the guy, and then really not clearly awesome things about the guy. So I just don't even trust any of them. So, you know what? Y'all would be hating on Hitler. That's fine. I don't even know if he existed.
That's the most poisoned well probably ever.
Right.
Like, seriously, that is... They muddied those waters into oblivion.
For sure. Mm-hmm.
It's like, on one hand, it's like, well, his grandma or whatever was 9 months before he was born, was a Rothschild housekeeper, and so maybe he was a Rothschild, maybe he was started off, however, and then flipped. Maybe he was fake the whole time and deep fake.
No.
It's endless.
War hero, not war. Yeah, it's crazy. That whole situation is just a mess.
What we do know is there was people in his ranks that were in the ranks of America, hence Operation Paperclip. And
absolutely.
it was the same group of people who were in both ranks of America and Germany. At the very minimum, there were people in his ranks infiltrated, if it wasn't controlled op from the start.
I suspect the latter.
It's endless. It's just endless. We would have to take a time machine to go back to clear the waters on that.
You know,
we know he's been a Trump figure where Trump attaches himself to just freedom-loving, good, family-oriented people and then drives them off a cliff.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I kind of see this 2.0. It's been kind of a 2.0 of it. So I'm just looking at it going, history repeating again. Interesting. But no, there's stuff that isn't even going to be declassified for 100 years out from the war. Still, why would you have stuff classified from that episode in history that long? Still classified. Still got another 50 years of, I think, on some of them. It's just nuts.
Yeah, and it's like, what do you have to hide? If we won the war and everything's all good.
That's right. Then why are you classifying stuff from World War II this far out till all the veterans die off and everybody's gone? Yep.
I still classify World War II as the biggest psyop of all time, even above the current one.
There. Now, hang on a sec. I gotta redo this.
See, the thing that my brother doesn't understand is that the world is a stage, and Hitler was playing a part. He wasn't a good guy. He was a Zionist, and he was creating the Zionist state of Israel, just like everybody else. From the Balfour Declaration on forward, from the very beginning of Zionism, like it was all about getting a Jewish state, right? And I don't care. They can have it, right? The question is, where does it end and where does it begin? Do we go by the 1948 borders? And the guy who asked this same very question, he's dead now. He's the guy that asked it at the UN. I can't remember what country he was leader of, but he was asking this question: is it the 1948? Is it the 1967 borders, or is it just any? I don't remember what country it was, but yeah, I just knew that he died. So is it the 1967 boulders, or is it just any fucking boulder that they fucking designed to grab on a whim, where somebody's shooting at me, oh, I defended myself, this is mine now. So I mean, I'm not really an anti-Zionist. I think that maybe they should have a state. Maybe there should be a two-state solution, but maybe they should quit, committing war crimes and then, saying, but the Holocaust.
Well, they should create their state in the Caucasus Mountains then.
Oh, that is so funny.
You know,
they're going to go up there and multiply and come down and steal our women. Once they become the multitude, they're going to come down off that mountain, Caucasians, and take over the world.
History repeating
I feel
itself.
like I've heard that one before.
From our honorable prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Peace be upon him.
And upon you, brother.
Was that the Moorish guy?
Muhammad Ali?
It's a Noble Drew Ali. That's Noble Drew Ali. That's not Islam, but the nation of Islam.
Oh,
prophet,
dude.
The nation.
The prophet.
I got to tell you, my brother, he loves Muhammad Ali and Muhammad Elijah from the 60s. So Muhammad Ali has this very famous interview with a British guy, and he says that he don't want a white woman. She ain't gonna understand his music or the way that he thinks. He wants a black woman. That way his grandchildren look like him. And the white British guy was like, I don't really understand that. That doesn't make any sense. And he's like, of course you would say that. But to me, I don't want somebody who don't understand me. I want somebody who understands me and loves me and can give me grandchildren and look just like me. And it's like, the reason that he loves that, because if I heard him say that, I'd be like, geez, you really are a fucking racist dude, aren't you? But when Muhammad Ali says it, for some reason my bias disappears. And that's why my brother loves that video. And I have to admit, my bias.
That's all that is. It's just because he's a black man.
Yeah. So why is it okay for a black man to say the same thing, but when a white man says it, it's racist? And it's like, my brother. Go ahead.
I was just going to answer. And I was going to say that people love drama, and that's really what it boils down to, in my opinion.
Oy vey, I just want a Jewish woman, a good Jewish woman. Oy vey.
A good Jewish woman to cook me some nosh.
Yeah.
Rule over you.
Mashugana.
Yeah, Mashugana and my tea, please.
Cook me a nice soapy face. I'm feeling verklempt over here.
Like that nice Franny on TV.
And look, I just want to say this. It's not about Jews. It's about Zionists. And to be honest, there's more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists. So it's probably Jewish Zionists. But it's really important to understand that it's about Israel's foreign policy that I have a problem with. The everyday Jewish guy who owns like a jewelry store or a cab driver in New York, I don't give a fuck about them. Like, I'm not like ruling America, right? I'm just some Texan dude trying to support my family. And somebody just put their microphone in the rinse cycle.
Sound like they dragged it across your ass.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that it's not about your everyday Jewish person. It's about this Zionist regime and their foreign policy, right? They're super imperial, and they're doing some of the same things that the Nazis were doing about, making sure they got an ethno-state. Now, Japan has an ethno-state. I'm fine with that, right? I perfectly get it. Okay, so Israel has one. I'm fine with that. So my brother always says Africa for Africans, Asia for Asians, and Europe for everybody. Now, why can't Europe be for Europeans? And that's his question. And that's the one thing that made sense to me. I was like, that kind of makes sense. Like, that's logical. But some of the other stupid shit that he says, I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. And we never agree with each other.
Well, because you have to have a culture. Japan has a culture, and culture is above race. Before there was a such thing as race, there was culture. So you had like-minded people with like-minded goals, and then they had individuality within that paradigm. So Japan has a culture. What is the European culture as a whole? It's split up and
Well,
divided.
we got this thing called the Bible, separation of church and state. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, Europe is an entire continent, so it would be like comparing it
That's
to
my point.
Asia. Yeah, but like the UK, England has a very specific cultural set of cultures unique to England.
Yeah.
So
Europe was too broad, I'm saying. Even Africa is too broad.
yeah, but what he's saying is that Africa is basically only containing African people.
Minus a few Dutch in South Africa and a few, well, you can't really call them European, but Mediterranean people who aren't sub-Saharan.
Yeah.
So do you believe in the 5 races, 5 skulls?
No, I don't only believe in one race. It's all about tribes. That's all it is.
There are two
That's
things
what I'm saying.
in
Tribes.
here.
Sorry.
Like, I'm just saying there are two things in discussion here. They need to be separated. So the one thing being that you've got different continents, and should those continents basically be kind of like race states or not? And then the other side is where culture comes from, because you were saying, well, Japan has a culture, and my question to you is, where does culture come from?
Well, it depends on the philosophical question you're asking, but culture is just a set. A lot of times in ancient times, it was wrapped into a religion. So it would set the standard, it would set the rules. You'd have a culture, people who ate similar, who had the same mores and everything, and had whatever recipe they come up with for success, basically.
But at its genesis, culture comes from people.
Yeah.
Okay. So, these are intertwined. The people and the culture are the same. You can't separate that.
So, well, yeah, that's a
classic. As a farmer, I have a different definition of culture. To grow with the earth.
I thought you were going to start talking about yogurt.
No.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You culture and cultivate and nurture.
Yeah. That makes sense. Culture comes from people. It comes from their interaction with their
environment. It's a system of tending to the earth.
That's where I think race
culture has been corrupted. And instead of tending the earth, it tends to people's pride, ego, and consciousness.
Yeah, to me, race, it's like a man-made construct, because in order for there to be a difference, right, and to have subspecies, there has to be like 15% genetic difference. So if you think about it like a dolphin and a porpoise, right? They're like different species, right? So what is a subspecies? Well, it's not what you think, because Neanderthals can breed with humans. So Neanderthals are classified as Homo sapiens sapiens, just like us. We're all Homo sapiens sapiens. So there's no sub race, right? But what they want you to believe, if you read like Darwin's literature and stuff like that, before the PC kind of kicked in, if you read the literature from less than 100 years ago,
preferred species.
Yeah, they want to tell you. They want to tell you that we all came out of Africa, and the black folks in sub-Saharan Africa, they did not evolve, right? So we're the evolved people, and we're superior because when Africa invaded Europe, we kicked their ass, except for Spain, who got, conquered for 700 years. But we know who let them in, right? That's what they say, right? So we're superior because we kicked their ass. Right? And then we can take slaves, and that's the narrative. But this is only a narrative. The truth is that white people have been enslaved, black people have been enslaved, Asians have been enslaved by themselves, by each other, and by everyone else. So there is no superior race. Right? We're all Homo sapiens sapiens.
Ignoring
all mankind.
ignoring like the whole supremacist thing, because I don't think anyone here is a supremacist, right? Do individual groups have the right to protect their existence, even if they don't think that they're superior?
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, then
that's tribal.
No, but I don't
Yeah,
have a problem with
cultures.
that. Like, if they want to do that, why is that an issue to anyone?
It's self-determination of cultures. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it if we let live and let live. As long as they don't touch me and harm me, whatever.
See, that's where it gets
That's
weird.
the golden rule. And it is
like,
tribal.
Yeah, like you've got these groups and they do exist, right? And it doesn't matter if they're superior or not. Like the supremacist angle doesn't matter. But what we do have is a bunch of rulers who want those individual groups not to exist. So why is that the case?
I don't know, but my brother, he'll tell you himself that he's not a supremacist. He'll tell you that he knows that white people don't beat the foot races in the Olympics. We don't win. Not very much, if at all.
Self-determination does not equal supremacy, and that's the bullshit they push in the TV and stuff because they want to get rid of certain groups.
Yeah, because the thing is that I can agree with most of what your brother says right up until any kind of supremacy, because I don't believe in supremacy.
Neither does he. He just believes that we're different, which is beautiful. That's what he says. He says, I don't hate everyone else. I just love my own kind so much that I would die to protect them. That's what he says.
Okay.
That's only okay if you don't have white skin.
I mean,
yeah, if you're a brown man and you say that, that's okay, right? Like, what if Lemon came in here and said, I don't hate other people. I just love myself so much that I would die to protect my people. Like, it'd be perfectly fine, right?
You
Right.
haven't heard Lemon talk about this, have you?
Well, I know what Lemon would actually say. Dude, if Lemon and my brother could sit down and have like a 5-hour conversation, like it would be worth listening to, I promise.
Oh, they agree on most things, I'd imagine, from what I've heard Lemon say.
Yeah, Lemon is very much all right, I think. Like, and you're a close second. When I came in here, I was like, Lemon, dude, like, damn, bro, like he's a black man and he says the same stuff that I used to say racist brother, but he's not really.
He's racist.
Okay, he's racist, but it's not really a hatred type racist.
Yeah, he's racist and he just wants to let live and leave me alone. Don't bug me and I'll be fine with you. But if you cross me, yeah, he's that kind.
Depends on who owns the dictionary at the time.
Terms like racist, like it doesn't mean any. It's a meaningless sentence. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean that he wants to actually hurt people? Does that mean that he dislikes different people? Or like, what does it actually mean?
They equate it to supremacy. They're I think. Now they've conflated it with systematic racism. Now the regular racism is systematic racism. They just change it.
When I hear phrases like systemic racism, what that says to me is that no one could find any real examples. So now they're just saying that it's a wider issue, and that's why you can't. It's like the elusive curvature. It's there, we promise. You just can't find it anywhere. But when it comes to like the specific instances, like if you mean racial hatred, say racial hatred. If you mean supremacy, say supremacy. Like the word racist itself is so broad, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, yeah, and do you hate somebody for their behavior, for their culture, for their beliefs? Why do you hate somebody? You got to figure that out. And then, is any of it really racism at the end of the day? It's just like you're a piece of shit and stop taking stuff out on other people. Deal with your own stuff, bruh.
And even if it is, who cares if someone's racist?
It's too broad. But the point is it's too broad to even mean anything. So we don't even know what it means. So how can we then go from there? You know?
Mm-hmm. So think about it like this. Okay, you can have like an all-black school. You can create like a private club, right, as a black man, and be only black men allowed in this club. You can be as sexist as you want, no women allowed, right? You can be as racist as you want, only blacks allowed, right? And that's perfectly fine because you're private. Now the government, they can't do that. They can't say, we're creating this all-black college, but a private person can. A private citizen can create an all-black college. What would happen if a private person created an all-white college? How would that fly over?
They wouldn't. They wouldn't be able to.
Wouldn't allow it.
Well, why not? I just explained that if you're a private individual...
Are you going to take it?
Because the people who are in power have an anti-so-called white agenda, and they're the ones who invented the white thing anyway, as a scapegoat. And right now, they're burning that scapegoat up.
I just find it weird that the media is always talking about this shit. Like, it doesn't. I don't know. Just seems like it's designed to waste everyone's emotional energy. Honestly.
And it's like, where's your street smarts at? Like, since when does the media care about so-called black people? You think that white people own the media, and then all of a sudden they're just snitching on themselves? Like, red flag. Like, come on.
Yeah.
It just had a change of heart, and it's just a bunch of white people who own the media, and they're just exposing themselves. It makes a lot of sense, right?
Well, white liberals are massive traitors, to be fair. But I think that they're really self-interested more than anything else. Like they'll throw you and me under the bus if it helps them, as like a demographic. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like I don't think that doesn't make sense to me that you would push hatred of your own people so heavily if you had those tools of control.
Exactly. That would be just my perspective. Like if I was what they call a black man in America, knowing that the media and everybody's been against me for decades on end, all of a sudden they're just completely on a campaign against themselves. Like that just doesn't smell right, man. You should smell a trap.
Yeah, I mean we have that in this country as well. You walk into Sainsbury's now and they're celebrating Black History Month on their like apparently we have that in this country now. They invented it out of nowhere, and it's just like, to me that's really divisive because you're kind of just shoving this race thing in people's face all the time instead of just saying, actually, you know what, it's chill, we're all just here, cool, whatever, let's try and get on. They're like pushing the division constantly, and it's just, I don't know.
It's a base level tribalism. It's easy to control people by those base level desires. It's easy to lead them by their nose, so they keep us. We all know this, but it's cliche at this point, but it's true. Like, they divide us into black and white, this, that, and the other, and tell us that Iran's out to get us, and China's going to get us one day, and then in China they're telling them, oh, these damn Americans, and it's so silly.
I want to point this out. So I often catch double standards, right? I'm really good at seeing them. So in America, we have this thing where if there's not enough people of minority in a workplace, right, they'll get the position not based on what they qualify for, but their race, right? What is it called? I forget.
Affirmative action.
Yeah. Okay, so in South Africa, there's affirmative action, but it's not for the minority. In South Africa, it's the majority. So how does that work?
Yeah, it's actually on the government website. I remember actually having a debate with Akuma Virus about this, and I said, yeah, this is actually on the government website, it's government policy. And he was like, how do I know that that's real? And I was like, here's the government website, like, read it for yourself. And he was just like, I don't know that that's real, how do I know that that's real? I was like, okay, whatever.
There's also an appeasement factor too. You have to appease certain groups if you fear them. Fear of them having their own secret societies, fear of them having their own, building their own shit up. So you gotta appease them and keep them distracted with shit.
Yeah,
it'd be kind of hard for
temporary satiation.
Black secret society, is to put it shortly.
What'd you say?
I'd say it'd be pretty hard for a so-called Khazarian to blend in with a real black secret society.
I don't know. I probably shouldn't be butting in on this conversation.
Yeah, man, the way I see it, we're just different families. That's it. Like, me and Drace probably share some of the same relatives. Me and Battlemod probably share some of the same relatives. Right? So we're family, right? Some of our family are from the same tribe, right? But we're all the same race. You know?
I agree. I think it's just culture, nations.
Well, race is kind of a nonsense term anyway. Like, it doesn't really.
What does it even mean?
Well, no,
Race?
I mean, like,
are you racing? Who's getting to the finish line? What the fuck are we doing? What?
So,
race?
like, the word race is like the word color. It's like there's no one objective red. There are many reds. Not one red is any better or worse than another red. Some reds are kind of blue, and then they end up being purple, right? But like, you wouldn't say that red is better than blue. Maybe they have different characteristics. Maybe they're different shades. You know, whatever. Some are more intense, others are less intense. But
I'd say if you believe that, you're a psychopath. That's what I think. Anyway.
No, but you see what I'm saying? Like, people know that these different people groups exist. They obviously objectively exist. Whether like it's confirmed via some data set of I don't know, anal swabs when we did a snip test on them. Like, who gives a fuck? Who cares? Like, all of this stuff is actually peripheral to the main point that people groups should be allowed to self-determine as they see fit and go from there. It doesn't matter if they are different races or not. It doesn't actually matter. What really matters and what should matter to everyone is that it's your right to self-determinate. Do you know what I mean?
Are you assuming my race? Oh man!
I'm saying you don't fucking need one.
You barbaric
you need one to be free. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
I don't need one to do anything but be bonded by another division tactic.
All right.
One race, one love. Bob Marley.
Bob Marley. That's right. I heard it last night. Someone said that I've never met a white or a black person. I think it was Witsit who said it.
I don't know. I don't know what those are.
Yeah,
that's
funny. Right. And he's right.
Different
people
shades.
Are people, so what should it be?
But
we can all sing Kumbaya now.
It's divisive.
It's a very modern thing too.
I'm not good at singing Kumbaya as much as I've sang it. You feel me?
I think that was Witsit who said it.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but I heard it last night.
So okay, cool. No one's ever met a white person, but you've met Europeans, right? And you know that Europeans aren't the same as like pygmies from Australia. Yeah,
right, but you're talking about location.
That these are different people groups. No, I'm talking about the people, right?
Okay.
If you take an Australian pygmy and put them in South Africa, and you take a European from Denmark and put them in South Africa, you could tell them apart.
I know that. That wasn't the argument I was making, but now I've lost it because I have very bad short-term memory. So, Crypto, I love you. I don't want to argue with you anyway. Please.
Yeah, there's clearly different.
Yeah, I was just going to say the guy from Northern Europe, he's probably going to be dead soon because he's going to get the malaria.
Yeah, true. I'm just saying, man, like, I think a lot of these arguments, like, the arguments over your rights get lost into all of these really ridiculous kind of side avenues about genetics and about race and about all this other shit. This terminology that either can't be proven or doesn't matter or doesn't exist. Who cares? The fundamental issue here is that you have the right to self-determine. That's what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they do obfuscate all the time, trying to keep us from that one fact, and that's what's controlling us now. Is we can't figure out. That's what they're doing to us. They're not letting us choose our own destiny at all. They're trying to force us.
Yeah, you know what? You're just a this, that, and the other. And you know what happens to this, that, and the others?
It's going to be bad.
They don't get anywhere, buddy. Right? They put you in boxes. Are you going to be a this, that, and the other? Okay. I'm going to be the best this, that, and the other there's ever been.
You know, I think Crypto's argument is just freedom of choice.
Well, he's talking about self-determination, the right to have self-determination. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, it is right of every person. Free person should be able to do that.
When you say self-determination, you have to You have to know what culture you're in and what you're determining for, like what you're trying to protect. And what they've done to people now is they've created false things like white and black, and people don't even know what their culture is. So how can you fight out of a corner if you're not even don't even know what corner you're in?
Yeah. And there's subcultures based off of the racist stuff, right? And so people fall into categories a lot of times because they're expected to. They just go there, it's almost keeping up with the Joneses because, I'm a black dude. It's going to be easier for me to go down this route if I just act like a black dude doing black dude stuff in this city, whatever it means in this city. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
People that like succumb to the stereotypes just because they want to fit into, society or whatever. I don't know.
And it does. Perception is reality. Like maybe. Because to me, this race thing was invented about 225 years ago. But after a while, they're basically forging this thing and creating something called a white culture and a black culture. Because there really is no nation called white. There is no white culture. I know that triggers some people, but there isn't. Maybe eventually, after faking it for so long, there will be. Just because perception is reality.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Hates white people and shoots me because I'm white. Does it matter? Can we sit down and have a conversation about how race is fake? No, perception is reality. And he just shot me because he shoots white people. You know what I mean?
I get it. There's no white culture, but the European countries do have their own culture, right?
That's not white, though.
Yeah, it's not white.
Yeah, like if you go location based,
it's not a culture. It's just a color.
If you go to any country, any tribe, right? Let's say you go to the Inuit tribes of Alaska. They ain't got no paper. They ain't writing down their laws. But if you kidnap one of their children, see what happens. You're going to find that they have a very distinct set of laws for people who kidnap children, even if you're an outsider, right? And you go to any like tribe in South America and you go kill somebody. Guess what? Like they ain't got no court system. But you're going to get together with the elders and they're going to find out what they're going to do with your ass. Right? So every group of people has like common law. Like they know what's like you're supposed to be doing. And the British court system, right, that we have today, you tried by jury of your peers, right? So it's a litmus test, right? So back in the day, it would be like, well, we got all these squires, right? They're your peers. You're a squire. So this squire, he got drunk and got in a fight with a camel. Right? Is that normal? Oh, yeah, we get drunk and fight animals all the time. Okay, not guilty. That's how it works, I think. That's how it's supposed to work.
The colors, though, is too big of an aggregate for success or cohesion. So some random, quote-unquote, white person in Russia doesn't do it for the white people. The same white people that some guy in Ireland does it for. The same white people that some so-called Jewish person does. The same thing that an Australian does. Like, there is no thing called the white culture that everybody with white skin is fighting for. That's bullshit. Like, it's too big of an aggregate. Same thing with black. There's many different nations. There's nations in Africa that don't give a flying fuck about the nation right next to them. Like, they're not a monolith.
Listen, but it's working. Whatever they're doing is working because, listen, you're wasting your energy thinking about it. No offense.
Not me. I rarely think about my neighbors. Like I've talked to my neighbors. We understand natural law. None of us are breaking into each other's sheds. We're good. I don't think about it at all. Like 1, 2, 3, like 3 families like right next to me are black. Like I don't care. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't bother me at all. Like one of them's got 8 kids. Still don't give a shit. Doesn't
I'll bet
bother
those
me.
kids are funny too. Kids with a big family, they're always so fucking funny.
I couldn't care less what color my neighbors are, just as long as they ain't trying to break into my shed or even worse, my house. But yeah, I don't care who they are. I don't care, like if they're Arabian or Sub-Saharan African or Native American or Australian. Like it doesn't matter to me, just as long as they ain't breaking natural law.
Yeah, that's a culture thing. So you're in Texas, right?
Yeah, we have really low, like violent crime and really high, petty drug crime. So people break into your shed, steal your lawnmower type thing.
So if you had a guy with white skin who was a total Antifa communist, outright communist who wants to overthrow America and hates America with a passion. Then you have a black guy who is pro-Constitution, pro-freedom, pro-you do you. Which one's your brother?
Obviously.
Both. In the grand scheme, they're both. But which one's your brother?
Yeah, the one that understands natural law is my brother.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, because that Antifa guy, he thinks he can punch me just because I might believe something my brother said is true. So you get to punch a Nazi, right? You can punch a Nazi. Oh, really? Can you? You can punch a Nazi.
It's about what they think. In nation and culture. It's not about skin color. Not all skin folk or kinfolk at all. And not because I grew up in black neighborhoods, so-called black neighborhoods, right? And it was about culture. If you had some black who came from a preppy neighborhood and was acting a certain way, he would be shunned because it's about culture. It's about consciousness. Like people roll together with their culture.
I got to tell you, I've had more problems out of whites than I ever had out of Mexicans or blacks. I only fought one Mexican and one black. The rest of my fights were all with white people.
White people love to fight, man. So-called white people.
Yeah, that's
in
15,
America, the white people.
15 fights. 15 fights were white, 2 were blacks.
Especially in small towns, that's like the go-to is just to go to the local bar and fight. I hate that shit, but that's a lot of
shit. We were fighting in the football field, well, the Catholic church playing football, like we was getting into fights. Like at the elementary school playground, we was getting into fights.
Jesse Lee is hilarious, dude. Jesse Lee is hands down my favorite gatekeeper.
I don't know who that is.
So Passes the Future put it in the chat. Jesse Lee Peterson. I mean, hands down, the most hilarious and by far my favorite gatekeeper. He's a so-called conservative and Republican or whatever you want to call it. And he's definitely pro-Zionist, of course. But, man, he's funny.
Why do you say he's a gatekeeper? What does he do?
Well, he pushes the narrative that it was Arabs who brought the slaves to America. It's like, come on, man, dude. We have the census and we can see the names of the people. They were called Benjamin and Levi. Does that sound like Arabic names to you?
No, bro. It's like it's like we know what was going on back then. We read the shit. I read the shit too. And you know what? The Hebrew Israelites, some of the shit they say makes a lot of sense.
Some of it, but they're in no man's land.
Not all of them are like extremely like violent either. Some of them are. Some of them definitely are.
Yeah, I like that Hebrew cosmology series that guy did. He nailed that, man. But a lot of those so-called black Hebrews or whatever, they're in no man's land. Because they're like Christians because they believe in the New Testament and Jesus, but then at the same time they're like Hebrew roots, and it's a mess, dude. They're a mess.
Good morning. How are you, my friends? Everything's fine. Can you hear me?
Yep. It's morning over there. Where are you at?
Greece.
Oh, nice.
8 o'clock now.
What do you eat for breakfast over there? Like a go-to?
Beg your pardon?
What's your go-to for breakfast over there?
I'm eating now mostly with bananas and milk.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, take again my protein shake, my multivitamins, my omega-3, 6, 9, and D3.
Nice.
So I have...
Yeah, the Mediterranean diet, by and large, is one of the healthiest diet because they get like such a good diversity of like different nutrients. I'm surprised that he's even talking about it, the nutrients, because they basically don't have to worry about it.
And they got a lot of fresh ingredients too, right?
Yes. The thing
That's
is,
just the first thing that comes to my mind when I hear Greece. I'm like, man, makes me hungry.
I eat also many vegetables and greens.
Nice.
So, but you Greeks, you don't really talk about it, right? Do you worry about nutrition? Like, do you guys talk about it normally?
No, only fat guy.
Only fat guy.
See what I mean? I
Yep.
told you. I told you. I'm surprised he's even talking about it.
Well, he seems pretty aware of it, though.
Here in Greece, we talk about some things. The thing is, eating gyros, it's meat on a stick, pork, and betting, and smoking, and drinking.
I love gyros. I get a craving and have to have it.
When I was in Turkey, we ate a lot of the same stuff as a lot of the Greeks do. They have a lot of the same thing. That Mediterranean food is good. Lots of lamb. Ooh, that was good. Kebabs.
Here in America, they have this phenomenon where they call each other white people. What do they call each other in Greece?
Yeah, I've talked to Uber people. They don't do that shit there. Like, I asked the Spanish person, like, do you consider yourself like white? I was like, because you look, more Mexican than white. And she said, well, we don't really do that there. This is something that you guys do that we think is weird.
They're right. It is weird.
It is.
No, we have nothing like this here.
Nice. I'd like to go there one day. One of the places I'd like to go.
Yeah, if you ever get to go to Turkey there too, it is pretty cool. There's a lot of the same kind of ruins and stuff that you can see when you go to Greece too. That whole area is just really neat.
I bet it is. It looks like it.
Yeah, it is cool stuff. Yeah, walking through all those ruins and things you get to do, but they don't even have all of them dug up or anything. You just walk anywhere in those places. It's great. Greece is the same way. I've talked to people there. It's ruins everywhere. Turkey, they even were using them for garbage piles because they had so many ruins. Nothing could be done about it. Just everywhere.
Yeah, I don't really like the idea of idols, but I would never destroy those ruins. And every time I see like somebody's like destroying ruins, I'm like, you assholes. That's part of history. Like, yeah, I don't bow down to idols and I don't pray to them, but that doesn't mean that, we should just like destroy the shit.
It's classic too. That's been going on forever.
Yeah, anytime someone destroys history and tries to wipe away shit and put their narrative, like, I consider them an enemy to all humanity.
Yeah.
Because history is what it is.
Erasing the memories. Well, you erase the memory, then you embrace what happened and the importance of it, and then we repeat it again because of that, because we would lose the memory. Yeah, it's important not to destroy that stuff.
I heard in US they're swinging a lot. Is it true or is it myth?
What?
They're swinging what?
Swinging each other. Wives, boyfriends.
There's swingers and stuff, but I don't know if it's that prevalent or anything any more than it has been. In general, the debauchery has gone up and the morals have gone down, and there's a lot of like, there's not as much as a focus on marriage and stuff like that, but I'm not sure that the swinging has gone up or down.
Yeah, I don't think it's gone up anymore. It's just more open now because of the internet and that sort of thing. People have a lot more. Oh, it just less couth anymore. People don't hide that stuff as much. I think it's always probably been there.
Yeah. They've destroyed the family unit, if that's what you're asking.
I heard they
put
upside down pineapple or something on the front yard or some shit, and that's how you know it's a swinger family.
Wouldn't doubt it. There's got to be some kind of way they know. But I know what the towns I was in, they had a swingers club that everybody knew about that was in the medical field because every once in a while something would happen and everybody get the same kind of itchiness in places. So we kind of knew who the group was.
Don't defame or destruct or corrupt the upside down pineapple cake. Just saying.
I know you like that, don't you? You make one. Yeah, the whole Miss Betty Crocker baking her cake. Yeah,
those are a bomb though.
You can't beat an upside down pineapple cake or a 7-layer apple stack cake. Don't let them project those.
Oh, I like the apple too.
I've been approached by a swinger before, and I just took it as like a compliment that he wanted to get with my wife. So I didn't get mad.
Made you feel good. You just took. You feel proud.
That's definitely not for me.
Me neither. Ain't no way.
I mean, if you were younger and you were like single with women or something like that, that's one thing, but not with the actual wives. It's like, come on.
Well, like I said, as medical providers, always know in the community who's playing those games, reindeer games. So it's not like you're secret about it if you think you are.
Siler, you have a lot of feedback on your mic.
Okay, sorry.
When I was younger, right, and in the dating game, so this would have been before I was like 18 and 19, like I would make sure that this female isn't with anyone else. I'm trying to start a relationship long term with this female. And at that point, I would have sex. I turned down like booty for like 2 years straight because I couldn't find nothing but like one night stands, and I wasn't interested in that. So like I wasn't trying no second-handed. Ain't doing it. That's disgusting to me.
I did kind of the opposite, where I got disillusioned, thinking that all women were a certain way, just from my personal experiences, and then just rolling with that and accepting it as that. And I should have been more focused on starting a family when I was younger.
Well, I was trying to start a family. The whole goal was the white picket fence, the house, and everything. But I'd given up. I was like, man, I've been like 2 years. It's been a drought. And I'm just like waiting and waiting. So I gave up. And at the time I gave up, my best friend's oldest sister told her boyfriend, do the dishes or get the fuck out. And he got out. He didn't want to do the dishes. So the next cycle she had, she was putting on makeup. And I'm like, why is she putting on makeup? She don't wear makeup. And next thing I know, like me and her got together and I got her pregnant. So
you didn't get a clue. She's putting on makeup and you didn't get a clue. That's funny.
I knew what was up. I was like, she's primping. I knew what that meant. I study females. You forget about that.
Yeah.
I study females.
I was gonna say, did you hypnotize her too?
I bet you did the dishes, didn't you?
Oh, I've done some dishes, but that ain't all I did. I made me an heir. I got a boy.
Nice.
Damn it, Bobby.
Got someone to carry on the name.
There you go. And you in the propane accessories.
That's right. Somebody's got to sell it when I'm gone. But no, I've asked her about one more child, and she's like, "No, you can go find somebody else." It's like that's tempting. Like
you're like, is that
not to fool around, but Like, go make another child. Bye, Felicia, and just keep the child. I know that sounds bad, but like, what else am I gonna do? Shit, play video games.
That boy good. I like him. He good. That boy good.
I know. I think it'd be cool to have a son. I have a daughter who's super awesome, but I'd be done to have a son. But it's slim pickings around here. A small population too. So
yeah, I'd find it very difficult to find a good genetic specimen to plant my seed in these days. It would be super difficult.
Well, I can't do it. I can't be with an NPC. Like I just can't.
That's why I love my wife. She ain't no NPC.
Maybe if they were like half
she's
NPC,
hip to it, man.
a couple things, full blown NPC.
Yeah, Hank. If you weren't with a woman who was at your level, I would be disappointed.
Yeah, she's definitely at my level, bro. Because she be talking about shit before I even figure it out. She figures it out first.
See, that's the way it should be.
She figures out. In the sense that she's like us, wanting to talk about it every day and every night, no. But does she know that NASA's full of shit and the government's a piece of shit and the cops are like only in it to make money and we shouldn't be working our lives away and we shouldn't be slaves? And in the mentality that she has, she's more of a flat earther than most of us, because her mentality is very anti-establishment.
That's good fundamental thing, though.
I say that's a good woman. Don't lose her.
I kept her this long. It's almost been 20 years.
Good for you.
What year is it? 21? We don't have another anniversary till 24. Married her on a leap year.
With my child's mom, I managed to expose her to information from both sides on many topics. Managed to make some ground with some things, at least with the so-called stabbies that they give children.
Yeah, that's got to be a big one on anybody's mind with kids right now. Young kids.
That was number one. So I'm glad that I managed to, because I went all the way in with the birthing industry and showing how it's corrupt against women, and I went all in on that part. So at least my child's not getting stabbies, so that's good. She can believe whatever she wants as long as she's not doing that.
Why don't she let you have the kid free of all that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge because she's like a third grade teacher, so, and she won't even hear Flat Earth whatsoever. Like, she completely shut down.
And it's no, fingers in the ears.
Yeah, sure. She's a teacher, so she doesn't want to lie to the kids. So it's better. This is just me speculating on what's going on in her mind. It's better to just not even know.
Yeah, because then what does she do?
Well, ignorance is bliss.
Overtly lying.
Yeah, and I understand that's why some people do that. But at the same time, I'm one of those people. I could never do that. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
I'd figure out a way to tell the kids. I still want to know the truth, and I'd figure some way out to drop hints everywhere.
You know, my mom said
it would be like
my mom
it'd be
the
fun,
other day.
It'd be challenging.
She was like, this was a while ago actually, but she was like, "You better not have kids." I was like, "What? I thought you always wanted grandkids." She's like, "I don't want you to be raising people talking about the shit that you're talking about all the time."
Thanks, Mom.
I was like, "Mom, that's fucking fair, I guess. Whatever. I didn't even ask to be here." Oh.
That's what, because I'm not with my baby's mom now, so that's what I told her. I said, my number one thing is I don't want her taught spinning globe is a fact. We can teach her both if you want, but she will know anyway. It's not like I can just shelter her into some flat Earth commune. But I want her to know and understand.
As long as it doesn't become a point of contention between you and her, because it's already a point of contention between you and your ex, then you're good.
And well, she's only 4, so.
Oh, right. So you still have a little bit more time before she starts remembering literally everything you say and do. She probably already does. Girls at 4 probably have it down by like 1 or 2 anyway.
Yeah.
Steel traps,
Yeah,
bro.
they're quick at it.
They'll remember
quick.
But that's what she supposedly agreed and said that she won't teach her the globe thing, but well, I'm still gonna teach her.
What do you mean we can't have a flat Earth commune? What do you mean? Why can't we?
If we did, we would want someone as they age to understand what the globe is anyway.
Oh yeah, we're gonna always teach them both sides, aren't we? So that they can actually figure this out. I think it's the best thing to do is give them both sides, and then tell them, "Listen, this is how you figure out the truth."
Yeah,
which is what the schools should be doing. They should say, "Hey,
critical thinking.
Put together a solar system. Here, do an experiment to put together a flat Earth system." There's some people who believe that, but obviously they're not doing that in school.
Instead of teaching you how to think, I'm going to provide you with literally all of the information and ask you, what do you think? God, what a nice world.
Tell you what to think is what I'm gonna do.
It's mighty naive of me to say that, but, someone's got to do it, I guess.
Yeah, I was playing some music.
And Tupac's dead, so I could take this. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Keep going, brother. I'm sorry.
It's all right. No, I was playing some music, and it says the Earth is flat on one of them. And she was saying that at her mom's house again. She was not happy about that. She's like, I don't want my 3-year-old daughter saying the Earth is flat in front of people and this and that. So now I tell her that the ocean's flat and that the Earth has mountains.
That works.
Yeah, okay. That works.
We sing it and everything. Like, we make up our own songs.
It's pretty good.
Cool.
Hey,
No, that's a good way to do it.
the ocean's flat and the Earth has mountains. And she may also know that the Earth is not a globe. So.
Well, at 4 years old,
slip it in there, like I said.
Yeah. Yeah.
I tell her though, some people believe Earth is a globe, and she says it. She'll say some people believe the Earth is a globe.
Good. See, yeah, just get it
I want to
ingrained.
hear that. You guys should record it. Yeah, make her repeat it.
Put it on the soundboard.
Well, she remembers too. Like, she came back. Well, we split 50-50. It was like a couple weeks later. She just directly said, she's like, the Earth doesn't move. The sun moves in the sky. The sun is faster than the moon. I was like, oh,
that's great. You're like, is this good or bad? Is my child a meme now? Is this good or bad? I don't know what's going on.
I did a song where they're like, I make them up on the spot or whatever in ad-lib, but the stars are the fastest, and then the moon is the slowest, and then the sun is in between or something like that.
I think, I don't even know. I know the tortoise and the hare are based off of the sun and moon path.
Really?
That. I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The moon
Makes
goes
sense.
faster than the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Could do that. Teach her a little song instead of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, make it something else.
Well, you could say that.
Twinkle Little Star is an amazing song.
It
Because
is.
we all wonder what the stars are. And we came back to that wondrous.
You can add something in it, though. You can talk Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
Do the Samuel L. Jackson. Twinkle, twinkle, motherfucker.
Yeah, she says that the moon is a light, and the sun is a light, and the sun is a brighter light. There's all that stuff.
Cool. That's good, dude.
Hey, she just stated what she sees anyway. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Steady as she goes, man.
Yeah, I don't do too much. Like, there's no reason to teach her any, like, globe specifics, like the radius or any kind of thing like that. She's only 4.
I could say you're going to teach her 3959, Daddy. 3959 for radius.
She's just turned 4, so she's not. ready for all that information, so I just teach her basics. You know.
1 foot observer height, Dad.
I bought like a
2
kiddie pool that was a circle and showed her. Bought a little boat and showed her circumnavigation.
Is she in school?
No, I'm homeschooling.
Not yet. Okay.
Good. Yeah, homeschooling's great. She'll learn way faster and way more.
I started her on learning writing and stuff, but we're working on it.
You should teach her like a flat Earth argument, like gas pressure without a container. Even though that one's kind of hard to understand. If she were to just see like a teacher in a public school environment and say, "Mrs. Anderson, can you have gas pressure without a container?" And
you're suspended.
Would say, "Well, no." Mrs. Anderson would probably go, "Honey, that's a good question. I don't know. Perhaps you want to talk to Mr. Anderson. He's the biology teacher. Would you like me to show you to his office?" Anyway.
I don't remember school being like that at all. I asked so many fucking questions that the teacher was like, "Just go to the office." And I raised my hand, the students would just be like, "Oh." So they don't like it. They don't like it when you ask questions, bro. Trust me.
That's true. They don't. No, I remember. So that's why I became class clown instead, because they liked class clown just slightly better than the guy who always asked questions.
Oh, then the nerd that always was saying, well, but what about this?
Right.
I was expelled from a lot of schools. I'll say that.
Mrs. Anderson, that's an argument from incredulity.
I don't know what that word is, Timmy. Why don't you tell me what that means? It means you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Mrs. Anderson.
It means yesterday you smell like pizza.
Mrs. Anderson, teacher, and I argued with her about
yesterday, Miss Anderson, you smelled like pizza, and the Earth is flat like a pizza. Sorry,
we're just joking. It's not like a pizza.
I'm just messing around.
It's not like a pizza.
Pizza's for eating, not living on.
Yeah, I was pissed when I found out the moon ain't made of cheese, dude.
Yeah, we could have harvested the shit out of that and set the cows free.
It might as well be made of cheese at this point.
It'd be gone overnight.
What do you think? Who would eat it?
All of us. We'd be over here constipated as hell. Eat that whole shit up one night.
The only reason that we build a space station or a space program at all is to go eat the moon. I love it. I'm so down. That's literally more productive than all. That's literally more productive than all of the space agencies' work combined up until this point. Is literally if all we wanted to do was go eat the fucking moon. That'd be more productive than what we've done.
Did you say Wallace and Gromit? Gorgonzola.
Yeah. And without without the gravity,
what was that other cheese?
That's gravity. It's been aged for like 100,000 million years or whatever.
Oh, that's some good cheddar.
It may be. I don't know. Because if there's no oxidization, then see, this is what you guys get for being hyper-specific all the fucking time.
I know. Well, then it won't turn blue, but it'll still be there forever, not turning blue.
But will it mold?
That's why.
Maybe on the inside, in the anaerobic, maybe.
On the inside, maybe.
I accidentally bought some like really expensive cheese from Italy, and it's like some sort of Parmesan cheese, and I don't really know how I'm gonna eat it because I'm not really.
Is it really hard?
Yeah, it's a really hard cheese, and I don't really know how I'm gonna eat it because I don't like pizza or pasta or anything like that. So it's like, damn, why did I buy this? Like I thought it was gonna be like soft cheese.
No pizza or
put it on
pasta.
Salad.
You can get a crowbar.
Yeah, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, I think it was like $25 for just like a little tiny piece.
Damn.
A wedge. Yeah. Really expensive Italian cheese. I don't know what I bought it for. I have no idea.
Where'd you get it?
That date night up.
I think I got it from not Sam's Club, but the other one. What's it called? Costco.
Oh yeah, Costco's.
Well, you could still make a cheeseburger out of it.
What is it called?
Slice it, put it on a cheeseburger.
I forget what it's called. It's in my icebox. I don't know what to do with it yet. I got to figure out a recipe.
If you need 6 to 10 hamburgers, go to the grocery store. If you need 5,000 hamburgers right now, go to Costco.
When they became hella strict on the mask, I haven't gone since then.
Me neither.
Not my Costco. They just let us go in and walk around.
That's because they wanted
this whole time
spread what was ever in it to everybody.
Well, we can just go out back in my house and slaughter a cow. Well, you guys, that's probably too much work for you, huh?
Skinning it would be a lot of work.
Steak?
I don't want to skin a cow.
Steaks and burgers. Look, you chop it, I'll skin it, bro. It's all good. Many hands.
Okay, I'm fine with
Skinning's
that.
not that bad.
No, it's not.
I've tried.
We have a saying here on the farm: many hands make light work.
That's right. It's true.
I wanted 10 sons, but I didn't get them. Damn it! I was the only
some more sons too, bro.
Hey, I was the only one in this family putting in overtime. Damn it!
Well, it seems like you got.
No, I've done more than what.
Seems like you got at least five dudes worth of badass in your daughter, right?
She is a hyper person, just like me. Yes.
Cool.
I'm sure you've taught her how to slaughter a cow. I knew how to do it real young. We did it quite a few times.
I know how to do all that. My father taught me, but when it comes to my daughter, the butcher, we've watched my buddy Chuck do it, and he's let her help skin. We've skinned deer, goats. We dress that out here.
Yeah, those are fun to do. I never let anybody handle my venison. I like to do it myself, and then I know what's been done to it.
Yep. I got enough jackrabbits now. I'm gonna make me a jackrabbit coat.
Ooh, it's gonna be nice and warm.
Well, you gonna start pimping or what?
Start.
It's gonna be pimping in there.
Get you a cane with a purple diamond on top.
I'm going Grizzly Adams, bro. With a Daniel Boone hat.
That's right, man.
Your coon skin hat? You gonna have your coon skin on?
They come around here looking for Mop Wop Michael J, and I'm gonna throw on the moccasins in a rabbit suit with that there Daniel Boone hat and take the musket and run off in the woods. I'll never be seen again.
I've got a story that you may or may not believe. I don't care if you do. This is the real deal. When I was living in Texas, I lived one of my downstairs neighbor was Davy Crockett's uncle. Sorry, not uncle. Davy Crockett was his uncle. His great uncle. Yeah, so his great nephew. Anyway, yeah, his last name was Crockett. I was like,
I really got one of them hats.
That's not that hard to believe.
Did Crockett fuck a lot? Did Davy do some fucking?
No, it's just if you look at like all the kings in the past and our lineages, you're gonna see like we're all like from the same descendants. Like if you were in the Middle East, right, and that's where your heritage come from, you're probably related to Solomon, right? Because he had like 300 concubines.
Jeez.
You know what I mean?
I know I'm related to. I know I'm related to Vlad the Impaler.
When they say "fuck like rabbits," they really meant Solomon.
Maybe, but they say Genghis Khan has the most relatives on the earth.
I don't know any of that stuff.
He had the most concubines and the most children. That's what they say. Anyway, I have no idea to prove that, but that was always interesting.
Yeah, seriously, look into
everywhere, it. And he had lots.
So they say that like every woman that was capable of producing an heir just about has produced an heir. But what is it, like less than 40% of men have reproduced throughout history?
Don't mess with them stats either. If you ain't getting them, stay in the corner. That's mine. Leave my bread and butter alone. I butter my own biscuits. Thank you.
So you got like a high chance of being related to like Charlemagne or one of the other kings in the past because, face it, there was a lot of inbreeding, and there was a lot of like kings, getting first choice.
Look, so by that logic, Hank, the preferred species on Earth is the horniest people.
Makes sense to me.
It probably is true.
That's evolution, baby.
Oh, hey, they say spring, summer, winter, or fall. I never suffer from blue ball.
Well, shit.
Yep, it's over. Earth's flat. Let's get the hell out of here.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like nobody wants to talk about it.
Make love, not war.
Amen.
But I'm tired. I'm so tired. I got baby deer legs already. I just want to go to sleep.
Give that
My
boy an
dogs are
aspirin.
barking. My
Send him
bunion.
in bed, but don't let him go to sleep. 2 aspirin for the other guy with the bunions. Oh, dude, when they give me them painkillers for my back, I never took that shit. I'd get that headache excuse. I got a headache here. I got a painkiller. Here, I got 2.
Right.
But I got to work in the morning. Hell, you can have the day off. I'm your boss. Are we good, or do you need another
extra
painkiller
on me?
Right.
And 2 for the doctor.
Old habits. Old habits.
That's funny. And 4 for the doctor.
They're hard to break.
Yeah.
The first time I took a painkiller, I wondered what the hell they ever made Viagra for. Just give them some fucking painkillers. Shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know what hit me. I was like, damn, this is what them boys was fiending for in the car. No wonder. I got drunk. I got drunk and I didn't drink a drop.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm serious, man.
Last forever,
Oh, yeah.
too. My shit was
Them
hurting
opiates
at
will
work.
get you.
And my cousin, the guy I was working with, I said, man, my back is hurting. I don't want to take one of these. I got to do all the driving. You can't fucking drive. He said, take a half of one. We were doing driveways. I took a half of one. At the end of it, he said, well, what's up? I said, I feel great, but guess what, bitch? What? You're driving. He said, I ain't got the license. I said, that's okay. I'll tell the cop. I'm your boss. And I said, you had to fucking drive. And you're driving away after you get the ticket, too. Or you're fired.
Or you're
Which is
fired.
it?
I made him drive, though. That was the day I quit taking that. But I don't know if I can pass the test. Dude, it's the fucking chauffeur's license. It's 10 fucking questions. The booklet's in the glove box. We got a booklet right here. The next day, I said, read that booklet, job to job to job. He kept wanting to smoke weed. I was like, you can smoke a weed when you can answer these 10 questions, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's one thing about
on the
weed.
right goes vroom vroom.
If you're smoking weed and you're trying to remember some shit, can't do that.
Yeah, it's not happening.
It does affect your short-term memory, or it affects mine. I don't know about y'all, but me.
Oh, it does short-term for everybody, I think.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
Chump. Sorry, we're chumps, Hank. We can't handle our shit.
Man, that chauffeur's test is fucking 10 questions. You can't miss 3.
Well, 3 of them are your first, middle, and last names.
So you only need to know 7 really well.
Right.
You only need to know 7 then.
But hear me out, okay? If you study high, right, and you do the test high, you get
to take the test high.
Isn't that from
That's true.
What's that?
That's actually
That
not the
school
first
movie
time
with
I've heard
Method
from
Man and Snoop Dogg? Higher learning, higher
How high?
education.
Yeah. Ivy.
How
Not
high?
higher,
Yeah, how high?
not higher
Yep.
learning. Higher learning is with the white kid that went sniper. But
Yeah, that's a crazy movie.
How
I really-
high had Ivy in it? They was
Right,
smoking
got it.
Ivy. They was like, let's smoke Ben Franklin. I was like, this movie just got fucked up. This shit just got. Like, I'll grow a tree on Ben Franklin or a pot plant, but I'm not smoking Ben Franklin. I don't give a fuck if you dig him up.
Hard pass.
Right. That's the Liberty Bong, bitch. Smoke that shit. Light that shit. Pass that shit.
Unlike a true democracy, pay it forward to your brother.
Me and my son were watching it. We worked 16 hours. We came home. We were so stoned. My daughter was sleeping in the chair. So I said, well, we can watch it. She was only 14. I didn't let her watch it. Shit. At the end of it, I was laughing. And I turned and looked, and she was awake. And she was like, what was that movie about, Dad? I didn't really get it. I said, those people were so fucking dumb. They cut up Ben Franklin and smoked them. Say no to weed. That's what the movie was about. She was like, okay, Dad, I'm going to bed. I was like, yeah, remember, smoking pot will have you digging up dead bodies now. Don't do that shit.
Reefer madness.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's Mike's version of Reefer madness.
Right. Stay the fuck out of my sock drawer.
No, I put that shit in a locking filing cabinet, bro. Sock drawer ain't safe.
I know.
Well, I thought your daughter knows how to pick locks. You better make sure it's locked.
But then you just like get like this old cigar box, put a lock on it, and just have like in there like a bunch of scraps of pieces of like cloth, like patches, and buttons.
Yeah, receipts.
And just tell her, just don't get in my fucking sock drawer, right? And just play a game with her, to where like eventually she'll like try to get into that motherfucker and get into it and be like, "What the fuck?"
You know what? Listen, my daughter took my box of cookies once. I made her give 2 cows and a horse anal suppositories. That was her punishment. That was her
I'll tell you what, that'll learn you.
Boy, I'll tell you what it did. She ain't fucked with my shit since. It's like, Dad, I was in your truck and I had noticed you got 50 boxes of cupcakes. 50. Can I have one cupcake or one box? I'm specific. I'm like, one cupcake
the answer is
or
yes.
one box. I want a box, Dad. I'd like 2 or 3.
Hell yeah, dude. I don't like cake too much, but I will eat 100,000 cupcakes.
Now you mess with the guns, and next time we got a breach burst, you're going to be arm deep in old Betsy.
That's right.
They call that a mechanic.
We don't even wash our hands afterwards. We just eat cookies.
Dude,
FYI, I urge everyone to study up on the gospel, learn everything you can about the gospel, spread the gospel, because there's plans right now. Biden's meeting in the Vatican. All the world leaders are meeting in the Vatican. Supposedly the Pope's putting forward on Halloween a plan for world peace called a covenant.
Oh, nice.
Only witches have covenants.
Make no covenants. Swear no oaths under God.
That's right.
Under God.
This is doomed to fail.
Swear nothing in my name.
Doomed to be broken. So the thing is make sure
it's a curse,
your weapon,
not a covenant.
Oh, I know, but make sure you have your weapons in working order. Get right with Jesus.
Why? What do you think's going to happen?
See,
it's just biblical, dude.
It's the same old story since I don't know when. It's going to be a revelation, and we're at the end.
Getting closer.
Signs of the time. My grandma used to watch Signs of the Time. She said, watch this with me. What do you think about that? I said, Grandma, I know all them prophecies. Well, what do you think about the show? I said, I think he's trying to get paid, Grandma. Don't send him no money.
eBay picture. Asking for money after healing people, knocking them over. Yeah.
But that preacher on TV, he sounds so nice.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Billy Graham! I can smell him from here. It's
Does he smell like cheap vodka and gin?
No, he just smells disgusting, like smegma. But his
like
full body
Spice.
smells like smegma.
And Old Spice.
Dude, you talking about dick cheese? He said schmegma.
I did.
Butter.
That's how I imagine Billy Graham's breath. Billy Graham's breath smells like demon smegma breath on fire with bum shit in a diaper and some Indian food.
fuck?
Wait, what?
Don't give any money.
Cyber specific, dude. Do you know him?
What kind of Indian food? You talking about maple syrup cakes?
No, Raji Daji.
No, not Native American food. Native American food is delicious. I'm talking about the hot curry nonsense that makes you shit for 3 days.
Oh, only a dab of curry. Take a lot. Only a dab. Oh my God, my friend, you were going to
2-star, or 5-star. Do you want 5-star?
What you think, 4 or 5
I
star?
can never eat
Curry and
5-star is too much.
You do 5-star, you better wear a diaper. Which we sell in the back. $5.99.
Yeah, right.
Two depends.
Right
extra
next,
large.
right next to masks.
One size fit all.
The full buffet comes with a free diaper, though.
Oh.
And then Taco Bell on the way home after the curry.
Taco Bell. Oh, yeah. I'm just sad to it. Oh, world's going to hell in a handbasket. It's all right. We all know it.
I said he got stuck to the floor. My God, was it sticky stick or gravity? What stuck you to the floor, son?
It was density, of course. You know that. You know the answer to the question, don't you?
Oh, so your head was not buoyant enough to keep you afloat.
Yeah. Density. Yeah. We know about that. Yeah.
Give that man 2 free depends and 4-star.
No, I didn't give any money either. It was just I just went there and I just couldn't stop laughing, and it was free, man. I got a free high, and it was fun, man. So you don't have to give money. No, it's the money thing is just if you want to. You don't have to give money. No one tells you to give money. If I don't have money, I don't give nothing.
They don't tell you to, but they sure ask a lot.
If I go to feed somebody,
ask a lot.
If I got to feed my family, I'm going to first feed them before I obviously, I mean, that's more important, that you got to look after your family. That's priority one,
You know what a proper tithe is in most denominations?
Oh, what's that mean? Oh, it's someone who tries to force.
Tithes. You don't know what a tithe is. So if you go to church,
10% of your income.
10%.
Yes. Yeah.
10%.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, tithing's good though. I mean, if you do it, I don't do it, but I admit I don't tithe. But I do believe if you tithe, it's good. I mean, it's a good thing to do. But I don't think it's like. I mean, I can't afford it right now. If I have to do that, then it's going to go into my.
Charity's a good thing to do.
Help
out your brothers and sisters.
Charity in your home is good. Like feed your children is the first thing. That's the main priority. If you can't even feed your children, then don't go giving tithe to the church if you can't even feed your children. You know what I mean? That's the first priority. That's what I say.
Yeah. Take care of your
family. Is the most.
If
you can't take care of your family, then otherwise you're a hypocrite if you can't take care of your family. That's the main thing. So that's what I think.
Hey Josh, if you know something I don't know, send me whatever you're looking at.
That was pretty.
Are you looking? What is he looking at?
Which Josh?
Joshua was in here talking about Halloween and the Pope.
Oh, that thing, yeah. Yes.
Oh,
Send us a link in the voice text there, Joshua.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind looking at it just to see what they're saying.
I heard someone say. I heard them on the radio saying something about him doing a stabby type of thing to promote stabbies for everyone.
He's doing a stabby flavored kind of deal over there.
And then it was hilarious. Someone was doing a speech saying something about the V word apartheid, saying that we're not getting enough of them to all the countries. It's like
just take your finger.
The stupidity Olympics.
Your finger and stick it between your eyes and inject yourself with the injection. There we go, and then you're done. You got your. There we go. You're done.
Listen, would it be the same to just hit my sinuses a bunch with a ball peen hammer? Can I do
just
that
take
instead,
up your
please?
finger and stick it between your eyes and then
that sounds like the covenant sealed in blood.
Injected.
Yeah.
With Jesus, do a Jesus injection there between your eyes. There we go. Done.
Yeah, dude. If you hit your sinuses with a ball peen hammer, you will crack them bitches open.
Human fraternity for world peace and living.
I know, but then it'd be so fucked up there they couldn't test me anymore.
Don't be hurting yourself, man. That's not good.
Was the Pope wearing his tiny hat, or was he wearing his big hat? I'm assuming the tiny one.
If it was the tiny one,
I think the Pope could be the
is that like
Antichrist.
the mood?
Kipper?
Yeah, the Pope is definitely. Look up Antichristos meaning in Greek, and it tells you in place of Christ. He calls himself the vicar of Christ.
Right.
So we're not
he's the
calling him the
Antichrist.
Antichrist. He calls himself the Antichrist.
About
Right.
97% sure he's the Antichrist, but there might be someone else.
No, it's not. It's not 97. Look at it. Okay,
It's about 98 actually, but I would say that there could be some other people also the Antichrist. Like maybe there's a couple of them. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know how it works. It's kind of complicated because there could be more than one Antichrist. You know what I mean?
I believe it's a spirit anyway. It's not really one person. I think that's We've been,
but there could be
we've been given all that, so we keep looking for one guy, but it's like it's everywhere. It's everything. It's all these big.
I don't think we should
all over the
always
place.
looking around for
It's a
Antichrist.
spirit. There's more than one. They're gonna
Just
put
looking
one
around.
up for you. I figure that's what they're doing.
If we're just looking for the Antichrist, maybe we got our focus wrong. You got to focus on the Christ, not on the Antichrist.
Well, they're not done building him yet. See,
I don't think you got to focus on the
Sure
Antichrist.
do.
I think that's a bad focus. That's like focusing on dark matter. I mean, it's like what are you focusing on? I mean, that's like the wrong thing to focus on.
you mean black goo?
Yeah, well, black. Oh man, let's not even go there. I mean, that does need a little bit of focusing on because some people don't even know what it is. But I mean,
that's okay.
He said black glue.
I don't know what it is.
Hey, you've been watching The World According to them?
Why don't you just watch Spider-Man? Black goo?
Recently.
I'm just talking about the Venom symbiote.
Why does this guy sound like Stewie?
And it's pretty scary that whole black goo. I've been studying it. It's pretty hectic. Yeah, detailed stuff.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's stranger than fiction. It's like, I mean, who could actually believe? A couple of years ago, if you told me that, I would have thought, man, I can't believe it. But the evidence coming out now, it's like, man, it's actually true. Wow, pretty hectic.
You guys know about the YouTube channel Truth is Stranger Than Fiction?
Yeah, I couldn't actually.
Yeah, I love that channel.
That dude is awesome.
Wouldn't have believed it a couple of years ago if you told me that black goo stuff. But with the evidence that are coming out now, it's so detailed. There's so much stuff now. It's just like, man, it's quite clear what it is. Yeah.
What is it?
Oh, we're not allowed to talk about it here. Remember, we have to.
Oh, it's he who shall not be named, Voldemort.
We know what it is.
No, I don't.
Tiny microchips.
Oh, okay.
Tiny microchips is what black goo is.
Yeah, it's a mix of ferrofluids and
Coming up
it's all
next,
kinds
we
of
got self-replicating nanobots coming soon to a bloodstream near you. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Exactly. And directed by certain kind of energy that comes from I can't say cellular devices. Yeah.
Sure.
And
it can be controlled from the outside. Yes, it can.
and smart meters, and it goes through the brain barrier as well, right through the brain barrier. They got special stuff in there to go right through into your brain.
Right through.
And change your DNA. Change every cell inside your body from the DNA structure of every cell inside your body.
I mean,
it's reversible.
That's really a fear. Listen,
you guys think nanotechnology is real as hell, huh? You give them guys
I
credit,
didn't believe it.
They're not worth.
Listen, guys, it would have already happened if that were possible. And I think there's something else going on.
Just put in the food supply.
Right. I think if that is going on, what are we going to do about it? Right. Are you going to get in your blood and remove all the shit? Going to do fucking dialysis for a couple months? Like,
No,
get out of here.
I think it has to be something you put in yourself.
You're going to have to get some supernatural power to oppose it. What are you going to need?
No, we're not.
I don't think it's something that can't get. The only way you can get it in you is if you take it in. I just think it's something you have to take in.
I know. Listen, we don't need an authority on this. We're going to fall the cabal. End of story.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Got some time still. It's gonna get pushed back. The whole thing's gonna get. We got a bit more time. Don't worry. Just enjoy your life. Farms. Enjoy your things. Got a bit more time. Don't worry. I got some good news for you. Things are gonna get delayed.
So
I got
yeah,
inside information,
so,
man. I got inside information
in the
on
revolution.
the whole situation.
But in the end, signs of the times, the whole world will be made to believe a lie. The entire world.
Yeah, but it's going to be a delay on the evil. Evil's going to be delayed.
Yeah. Listen to the statement. The entire world will be made to believe a lie, but the entire world doesn't believe this shit.
Well, guess what? There's going to come a delay from this. It's going to backfire on them. It's going to get delayed, but eventually they'll do it again.
Well, yeah, it's a process.
Right, they'll ramp it up.
When you
But
break
this
a
time
person's will, when you
try
break
hard,
a
and they
person's
push
will,
through.
it doesn't break the first time. You have to keep redoing it. You have to tear a
Push
person
hard.
down
Break a horse.
step by
They're going to
step.
fail this time. Don't worry, they're going to fail.
Yeah, exactly.
It's written. They're going to fail. I mean, I've got some inside info on this, so I'm just going to give you a heads up, guys.
This is the first step.
Thank you.
A success would be breaking one of your attributes, one of your wills, taking away from you one thing you had prior to this event, because it's a systematic. You can't just tear out everything it is to be a person. You have to do it generationally.
Yeah, but I got a little bit of heads up here, guys. We got a bit of space. Enjoy your lives. Get married. Have children. Enjoy things. And after that, it's going to be time up. But there's a bit more time. We got a bit more time. So it's not the end yet.
Because I can already do 100 push-ups in one sitting. Fuckers.
So you're okay.
Let's see that 123 burpees.
Finally, it only took you to 40 years old.
What? No, I could do much more when I was younger,
bro. I can do 500
diamond
dolphin. I can do 500 diamond dolphin push-ups right now. You can get the deck of
Listen,
cards.
I just started training
play all
again.
day.
Yeah, I'm a pussy. Whatever.
I'll do
But I mean, stay lock and loaded, guys. That's.
I got a $100 bill that says I'll do the deck 3 times on my right arm.
Can I say something?
I could probably do 20 push-ups.
Yes, please say something.
Well, I said something. It was amazing the other day in a Telegram group. 2 people who don't even own Bible, like they don't believe in God, but they came to ask me, like, is anybody, like, people are talking about the mark, like, where in the Bible it says that, and could you please send the verses? Even unbelievers are waking up, like, how Bible is matching with this thing.
Yep. And those
That
folks
is
are
one
mighty
thing that's
refreshing.
done. Yeah, it's finally waking some people up that were waiting on it for a long time to wake up. Oh, it is good to see some of that. It's definitely been easy to flat smack in person lately too. Been a lot easier than it ever was. I don't get your crazy look as much or walking away. People actually want to talk about it.
Well, wherever you got that information, brother, thank you for sharing it.
Oh yeah, no problem. But it's looking good, man. Don't worry.
I didn't hear
keep your
one of you
guns
guys
ready, lock and loaded, and don't worry, we'll be fine. Sorry.
Nobody
Belmont, you want to say something?
No, I'll wait till you're done. But yeah, so, none of you quoted where the mark of the beast is given. It's Revelation 13.
Forehead or right hand?
Yep.
No, the verse Revelation 13:11.
Temple of God.
And
Sorry,
I
dude.
saw
I'm really
another
bad at
beast
this.
rising out of the earth. It had 2 horns like a lamb, and it spoke like a dragon. It exercised all the authority of the first beast in its presence, and makes the earth and its inhabitants to worship the first beast, whose mortal wound was healed. It performs great signs, even making fire come down from heaven to earth in front of people. And by the signs that this is allowed, works in the presence of the beast, it deceives those who dwell on earth, telling them to make an image for the beast that was wounded by the sword and yet lived. It was allowed to give breath. But at the end, it says, then it came to pass that all were made to wear, or they could not share or trade. Great, both rich and poor, free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has a mark. That is the name of the beast and the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it's the number of a man.
660.
Yeah, who can forget that verse? That's verse 18 right there. 11
when
through
I think
18.
about fire coming from heaven, isn't that what SpaceX is doing? Making the rocket come from heaven and land and deceiving many?
Yeah.
I think so.
I love that story about the two witnesses. Have you ever read that in the Bible? It's pretty cool with those two witnesses.
For their lampstands. That's the problem. Most people think it's always a one or just two individuals. I don't think it is. I think it's a group of people because it's representing
cool,
the
that story.
lampstands.
It's quite a cool story, yeah?
Oil from it. It is very cool. Very cool. Yeah.
That's in
I
Revelation
think people are always
chapter
looking
11
for this
also.
too. Yep, it is. About
that
the
one.
lampstands and the two witnesses and the olive oil.
So the two
coming
witnesses are supposed to
filling your-
restore all things.
Yeah, that's
so
awesome.
they're going to restore the doctrine.
I think it's a group of or something. It's bigger than just two people.
There's so many things it could be. It's like, wow, Revelations is such a mystery. It's
And
like
I will give power to my
that's why
two
it's so beautiful.
witnesses. They will
So beautiful because
prophesy 100,000, 260 days.
So how do we even know what the number truly is? It says in Revelation 6, but if it came from the Papyri 115, the Papyri 115 actually reads 616. And then the two,
Yes, it does.
and the two witnesses, it's pretty distinct. It actually says that they will walk the earth, what is it, for 2 years or 3 years? Like, I don't even know if it gives the time, but they will walk the entire earth. That's what it says. And they'll be witnesses.
Yeah, they're giving it time.
Breathing fire. Breathing fire from their mouth, and that they'll be killed and laid dead 3 days in the streets. So that's pretty distinct. Pretty specific.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
But remember, this book is like different to all the other books. It's special because it's kind of like it's a riddle, like it's a parable. It's like you don't really know. So that's what it creates such mystery, and it's so exciting. But it doesn't say you blessed because you understand this book. It says you blessed because you read it. So just reading it, it's going to bless you. You're going to feel God's going to speak to you, even though you don't try and add stuff to it, though, meaning to it, because that's what a lot of Bible teachers try to do, and then they end up like getting off track. Just enjoy it, and then just and if you need to understand something, God will reveal it at the right time when you need to know it.
Yeah, most of it's not even understandable until that happens.
Don't try too hard to understand it. Don't
try not to read from a KJV. I'm not part of the King's religion. I read from the Apocrypha.
So, what does it say there? Does it talk about the number? Is the number in the Apocrypha? Is it 666 or 616?
6 3 score and 6.
6. Yeah, they use that breakup.
Okay, and another thing that is in there too that stood out to me in 2 different times, but I don't even read it anymore, right? Because I don't even know how much validity. It's like maybe that book and some of the earlier books. Right, but in the entirety, it's like, I don't know. It just doesn't. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. However, it's like when I was reading it, it's like there was the sign in the heavens that was supposed to have been seen, which they claim that this alignment of the constellations happened in 2017, right? And on September 23rd of 2017 was when that sign was supposed to have happened, and with that sign, when John saw the vision of the sign in the heavens, he also, at the same time, the woman being taken to the wilderness where she was prepared for 1,260 days. And if you count 1,260 days from 9/20/2017, it's March 6th of 2021. So, and that's around
That's
about
interesting.
when this stuff started, I
That's
think.
interesting.
Anyway.
Do you know that my daughter had a dream about that, us being taken away with Jesus for a while, hidden away, and then we came back and then defeated the devil. She had a dream about that. It's quite interesting. We went to a place and he gave us food and stuff, and then we had like a feast with him, and then we came back and then and destroyed the devil. It's interesting.
When people tell you that sign, the woman that was seen in heaven, be in chapter 12. Chapter 12 covers like the longest period of time of any chapter in Revelation, because it goes before the birth of the Messiah, to the birth of the Messiah, to after the birth of the Messiah, during the Great Tribulation, and our future. So it's not like people should say, well, chapter 12 happened in just a few years ago. No, chapter 12 didn't happen a few years ago. Chapter 12 is still happening. So,
and some people say all the stuff happened already.
Just because the sky tells a story and people like to attribute things to it, and it tells the story over and over, but from
circular, very Eastern.
Yeah, from beginning to end, it tells the story. But
so
some people say all these things have happened already, but a lot of people say these things happen over and over in different ways as well in Revelations. Like it's meaning for the past with Nero, the 666 at that time, they had to have a mark of the beast, and then it applies now as well. So it's got multiple times periods. So there's a lot of different interpretations, but I mean, I like that.
The problem I have with the problem I have with these topics. They've been debated for what, 3,000 years?
Still no answers. Yeah.
I just have one question.
Still no answers. Most of the answers that I hear are based on the epistemology of certain doctrines.
Right. I have one question. Which came first, the Apocrypha or the Papyri?
The Papyri.
In the Papyri, it's 616. That's why that's the wrong one. Sorry, I had that link for someone else. But it's in like many different ones. Like I know this is a Wikipedia link, but I can get an Islamic link or whatever.
It's all in whatever math or multiplication you use to adhere to the translation that they came up with.
Well, XIC is like, I don't even think that they do math to translate it. I think it's just what those symbols represent. I don't know the language, so I can't confirm it or, dispute it.
Did you know that Nero's name comes to 666 as well? Nero also the same thing.
Can
He
we
also
go
did
back
the
to
mark of
flat Earth?
Sure.
Oh yeah.
I'd be glad to.
Sure.
So let's talk about what? What do you want to talk about in flat Earth? Let's see. Let's talk about
the couldn't sees and the wouldn't sees.
Let's talk
the
about
NPCs,
the global objections, the excuses,
and the BBCs.
What excuses are they using nowadays? What are the globers using as excuses to try and justify their globe religion?
Fiction.
What are their objections?
You see too far because of bendy light, and the bendy light, if we just say that it happens, then that proves bendy water.
Bendy light, bendy water. Yeah, that's funny. That's a good one. I like the way you put it. So simple. Bendy light equals bendy water delusion. Yeah, that's good, man. I like the way you put it so simply.
Yeah, I can't take credit for that. That's Pancho Pete. God bless you, bro, wherever you're at.
People like we have people like QE who puts it in a complicated way. That's great, but I like it when you can break it down into that simplicity. That's also nice to get QE stuff and just break it down into like a way that we can sort of like say it in a simple way. Really good. I mean, QE is really talented with his science stuff. Academia. You guys as well, man. I hear you guys talking all the time. It's awesome.
I got a new thing I'm starting to look into since it's here, the sextant. Everybody's working on that. I think the astrolabe, which is even older than the sextant, may actually be more proof, more consistent with a flat Earth. So I think it only works on a flat Earth. Anybody ever look at astrolabes and how complex they are? How many calculations they can run? Something like 300 functions on an astrolabe.
Yep.
Yeah, the old school computer, basically. I looked a little bit
Mhm.
into it. They
I
seem to
think
have
they can
morphed.
only work on flat Earth.
Have you noticed how the designs morphed over time once they came out with the globe life?
Yep.
I find
And
that
they've
interesting.
really turned it into the planispheres and things like that. They've taken and converted from it, but the best ones are the ones it looks like from the Arabs. The Arabs were the best at building them. It looks like from what I've been looking at, they had the best and most functional ones. But they're very occultic too. They're very strange. All the symbols on them. They even have the Ouroboros on them on the really old ones.
Yeah, that's what the anti-Catharium device was.
I know. It's part of the same kind of stuff, and I'm thinking that it only works on a flat plane. It doesn't work
Yeah,
on a globe
occult
at all.
stuff
None of
is
these things do.
fundamentally on a flat Earth design, and that's why they like to keep the flat Earth occult and keep the mass, so-called public, with the exoteric globe, so that they don't understand how all that mechanism works or what those symbols even mean.
Well, they even hide them in plain sight. Like there's the clock in Prague that has the same kind of astrolabe symbols and such and set up. Yeah, and it's set up the same kind of way, and I think it's showing you the flat Earth.
Most chronological clocks do. Yeah.
Have you seen that presentation that was done with the astrolabe?
But yeah, it somehow evolved and all this came from a big bang, even though it works just like a clockwork.
Yeah. But have you seen that presentation that shows that inner circle as being in any current time, and that circle where we have the ice barrier around us moves slowly but surely?
Yeah, there's some people that think that the Earth, the flat Earth, even is bigger, and we just have a range that we're in right now for a time period, and that it slowly progresses around. Maybe I don't know. It would make kind of makes sense if you know they claim that there's stuff under the ice in Antarctica that was cities, and the maps that showed Antarctica parts of it without ice at times. That would kind of make sense if it changes because it's actually processing around this loop of some sort. But who knows? Don't know. It's a possibility. But it's pretty complex. I mean, this is a machine that is high precision, more complicated than the sextants, does more than a sextant.
That's what the Globetrotters can't wrap their mind around where they keep saying that everything is based on a sphere model. It's like we have literal machines where they're observing what they see in the star and making a mathematical model. You don't have to base that on a sphere at all. You can observe things and project into the future with math.
Yeah, and it just doesn't work with a sphere either. An astrolabe cannot work on a sphere. It must be a flat plane. The same with the sextant. You can't get the angles right. It just won't work. So I'm not sure how they keep jumping and saying everybody knew a sphere way back when they obviously weren't dealing with spheres way back.
Yeah, and to have that baseline as a reference, the reference baseline itself can't just be relative whenever it wants to be. That it would cease to be a baseline. It ceased to be a reference point.
The astrolabe needs the same thing as the other one: a plane of equal altitude.
Right.
A plane
I've
of
been
equal
told.
altitude. Yeah.
I've been told an astrolabe can be used to supposedly get the correct elevations and distances to the celestial bodies. I'm trying to find out if that's true. I'm looking into that right now. They're very complex. It's hard to imagine the kids at age 5 were learning how to use these back in the day. You know, in ancient times, this is supposedly what you had, and you were taught young how to use this thing.
Yeah, use it the same way as use the other one.
Mm-hmm.
There's the image. And you can use
people could navigate. They could calculate. They could get the elevations of things, even buildings. You didn't have to just do celestial bodies. You could even do a building through it using, again, the angles. So it's another, I think it's more ancient than the sextant, if I remember right. This came before it, and it's very complex. But yeah, 300 functions that you were taught as a 5-year-old.
Some probably had more functions than others. Some of those were probably more well-to-do people. That's just speculation. But
yeah, that's what they say. They say that the wealthy had even nicer ones, but they were a common piece. I mean, a lot of people had them. You could still buy them at antique shops.
Now kids can surpass a lot of older people on computers like it's nothing. Once you get the fundamentals down and you start learning it, you're in that world. So before there was computers and stuff, I could see people learning that.
Oh yeah, dude. When I got a computer in the 90s, and I was like coming up, I was born in 82. So, when I got the computer, man, I was learning so much stuff. Like I knew DOS like the back of my hands. There was like games built into DOS and that were like secret, and I knew how to find them. And like I learned really quick. And then everything went to tablet, and I was like, fuck, I don't know anything.
That's what happened to me. I was borderline hacker back then, and then it just surpassed me very quick.
Yeah, the guy at my school, I was like, hey, why can't we get to the hard drives? He's like, you got no business getting to the hard drives. He's like, you can't get to it anyway. So I just went to like the internet and typed in C drive. Boom, right there, bro.
Yeah, I broke the. They had the Fortress things and the different security programs.
list print.
I used to go into the auto exec file and delete or open it in Word and delete the whole whatever security program they had on the computer at the school. Then restart the computer and have no security system, so I could right click and
format C:***, star. Turn off the screen.
Change the grades, guys.
Now we're getting into it.
I don't know. I got in trouble for making a virus that wiped out all the grades, even the ones that were stored.
Nice. We had somebody do that at our school too. Somebody broke in and was changing things.
Funny thing is they used Fortress, but they still had nothing to. It still had nothing to do with, or let's put it this way: the word processor circumvented the locks on where you could on the systems you could access. So I was able to access like any hard drive on the network.
Nice.
Yeah, those were the good old days when we had skills and shit.
Just gonna go out
And the map
surfing and
was
give it a break
available.
for a while.
I like to change your startup page and just make it say Mike's the shit.
Yeah, mine said Josh's Windows 95.
You get suspended for that shit though.
Yeah, I hacked the Oregon Trail. So instead of it saying like Jenny died of a snake bite, I would make it like she died from syphilis. What a hoe.
I remember that game. That was so funny. I got a guy up here from Texas. He's telling me his brother, another military guy, was telling him that he had syphilis from a spider bite. So that he was thinking that maybe spiders in Texas have syphilis. So I'm thinking syphilis spiders when you said that. I was like, syphilis spiders. Syphilis spiders on here for the
You go Chinatown. You get bit by a spider. You get BD. You need deer penis.
Syphilis spider.
Number muncher. Remember Number Muncher?
Yeah.
They ain't seen a
Number
motherfucking.
muncher.
Yeah, they haven't seen a fucking camel spider now, have they?
No, they have not seen no camel spider.
We
I've
used to
seen
put
pictures, and I was like, fuck that.
Hey, we used to put a motherfucker on spider detail, and I'll tell you what, you fell asleep in the desert when you were supposed to be hunting spiders, so they didn't crawl in with me, and I woke up in the morning, your ass was sleeping, I was beating the shit out of you. Because I didn't sleep on my watch, motherfucking not a spider one. The last thing I want to do is wake up to a fucking scared Marine with an M4 shooting at spiders in the fucking tent.
Especially those big frickin' spiders. Those ones are big enough. You need a tray to kill them.
Yeah, well, it gets cold in the desert.
Chow hall tray.
It gets cold in the
Whack
desert.
that sucker.
They see that heat signature and they just want to get warm. They just crawl up into bed and get warm with you.
Well, in the summertime, they chase your shadow everywhere, so they're chasing you all over the desert too. In the summer, you can't get away from those stupid
So you're
things.
telling me the spiders like
They
roll
suck.
over, Henry, make some room. I'm trying to get warm.
Yes, they're all cuddly.
Yeah, and don't roll on top of that motherfucker.
Those things are weird too, because they would bite our troops. You don't feel it. They've got a toxin in their bite that numbs it, so you sometimes would get kind of munched
Oh, so
up
they
before
just
you knew you were
numb,
actually having an
and
issue.
then. Oh man.
That's what I said. Don't fall asleep, Hank, or we're beating your ass in the morning.
Shit, I'd
Yeah,
wake
they're
up
not funny.
with red cheeks and be slapping myself awake.
There's a picture. That's probably one of the classic pictures of that.
Yeah,
they aren't little. Look how big the fingers are.
Yeah, but that
they're
one
not,
there's
you know,
kind of one of
just-
your largest examples you'll ever see, but
Mhm.
they're more like fist size, hand size, running around. And big ones.
Technically, they're not a spider. They're technically not a spider because they have 6 legs, not 8.
Hey, we
They're
got
weird.
those out
They're
here.
just weird. They're
All I
nasty,
know-
though. They're nasty.
It looks
Yeah, we
like a
got those out
cockroach with extra legs that can eat yours.
Can you eat those?
Fuck no.
So we didn't try. We just wanted to kill them all. They have such big fangs on them. They're ugly. They're just ugly and they're scary.
You call,
and, yeah.
you call them the
Blech.
flamethrower. Flamethrower! Get up there and burn
People
the
went
whole area,
crazy.
Doc!
killing them. People went nuts. It was nuts watching people go crazy on the Spideys.
There's only so many things that I don't like. I won't even say I'm scared of them, even though I am scared of spiders. And snakes.
There's a little arachnophobia going on there.
Snakes and
Yeah, well,
spiders. I was like, every 20 minutes, I hate this fucking place. You see that fucking snake over there?
Dude, my boss, she's
That's the way the marine I'm with up here is.
she got bit by one of them flesh-eating bacteria spiders, and one day she was wearing shorts. I was like, "What the fuck is that?" She's like, "Oh, that's my shark bite." I was like, "What?" She said, "A spider bit me," and it was like before a baseball game or a softball game. She played the whole game, and then had to go to the hospital like afterwards, and like she lost so much skin, it looks like a shark bite bit a little chunk out of her ass.
Damn. Dude, when I got home, I was talking to my uncle. He's in Vietnam. I was telling him about the spiders and the snakes over there. He said, "Snakes, huh? Want to see a picture of a snake?" He went up to the attic, came down with his Vietnam box, showed 5 guys holding up a king cobra. They were standing on a picnic table, letting it drop down and holding it open. Couldn't see the top of the picnic table from the wings on this king cobra. It's like, holy fucking shit. You're kidding me.
That would be a big one.
I got
He's
kicked out
like,
of high
no.
school. I got kicked out of high school one year because I took a snake to school. I had it
That's
up in
a
my
damn good reason.
I had it up, well, yeah, that time it was. That time it was a good reason, I guess. I had it up in my coat sleeve and it would like wrap around my arm and its head would be in my hand and I just walked around the school like that. And then every now and then I'd show it to somebody and I eventually got kicked out for it.
You're such a troublemaker.
I got in trouble for playing with mercury.
Magnesium. It should just amaze me.
They were like, that's a neurotoxin. I was like, what's that?
You got some water, bro?
The final straw for my school career was when they expelled me from all public schools because I cited a political riot.
Are you serious? Over what?
Politics, the policy of the school, and the fact that, you know, the vice principal was being blackballed without due process. We were organizing walkouts and all that shit.
Nice.
Yeah, I was a troublemaker. I am the child that your parents warned you about.
If I'd have done that, I'd have got my ass kicked. And I wouldn't have got to drive the tractor to school no more. And I'm not kidding.
No, you know you're not kidding on the tractor even.
Hey, there were all kinds of tractors with, hay trailers on them. We'd be driving to school to see our friends. They'd go on, they'd hop on, hurry up. But all my roads, all the roads from my house to the school are farming district roads. So you can
you're legal to drive.
At any age, farm equipment on a farming district road, as long as you own a family farm. My daughter drove, I got a riding mower that's kind of beefed up. She rode that to school.
Oh, you did too? Yeah, I rode mine all over the neighborhood too. I call it a neighborhood, but it was miles through different things from all the fields and the farms. But yeah, we did the same thing. Drove tractor all over the place.
Yep, that was the first car I had. A Ford mower with a snowmobile motor on it.
That sucker. You made time.
You guys make me want to smoke weed. Blow your head out before you open your mic, bruh.
If you ain't choking, you ain't smoking, bro. Hell, that shit nowadays, man. When I was a kid, I'd smoke the whole joint by myself. Now I can only hit it like twice.
No, I'm good. Yep, no, I'm good, yep.
I smoked that. I took a dab first time I did. Fuck, I thought my lungs were gonna fucking collapse or lock up. I got mad as hell at my son, but then my brother came out and he don't smoke weed. And after almost dying from this shit, I was like, "Here, bro, hit this."
You gotta try it, man.
That's how it is with me. I can only hit it once or twice.
My brother said,
I'm a lightweight.
I ain't thought about beating you up since you was 18, but I'm thinking about it now, Michael. It's like, yeah, you did demolition, motherfucker. I was a combat specialist, bitch. You better think about it.
Unless it's straight sativa.
Oh, yeah.
I can do sativa more. Indica, I can't. I don't like indica, man. I don't like anything that inhibits me, that makes me feel lazy or makes me forget shit. That's why I like sativa.
Yeah.
You're so funny. You're like, I don't like that indica, man. That indica puts you on the couch, man. I don't like that
I
shit.
don't like that shit. I like to get up and do shit. I like to be able to think and have conversation.
Yep.
I smoke indica and I'm like, what'd you say? Huh?
You turn into a valley girl. Like, what did I come in here for?
Like I passed it 10 minutes ago. What?
I just came to see if you guys wanted to watch Scream 2.
And I never sounded anything near like that.
I'm gonna make a steak salad. You guys want one?
I'm gonna make some avocado toasty.
I'm gonna die.
Girls always put some like cute, stupid shit on the end of their words.
Yeah.
I'm just being a dick.
Half the time I gotta ask my son when my daughter gets into that crap. What the hell did she say to me, boy? Speak now before I break your arm, boy.
So what started that kind of behavior? Because they didn't always act like that. Is that where there's like this social engineering that happened where they made the women think that if they act dumb and look dumb, they're attractive?
Oh, no. People from that part of California, they're not really dumb. It's just like a social stigmatism that gets kind of put on them.
That's like, totally ish. She just ished all over the lobby, just like, oh my god. Are you serious?
So some people, like my brother, kind of think it's like a racist thing.
Yeah, they just don't want you to fit in. That's all. It's kind of like when my sister used to curse me out in Pig Latin. I was like, man, I need to learn this fucking Pig Latin.
Yeah, he thinks the whole dirty or the blonde jokes are like racist and like cool racism.
Because my next question would be, okay, why does it look attractive? Why is it attractive to guys for women to act like that?
It's not for me. I don't want a stupid woman. That's going to be dirtying up my bloodline. I need smart with smart.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. I want a woman not only like, feisty enough to keep me in check, right, but strong enough to actually check me into the wall if she has to.
Right. And when she speaks, I have to fully understand what the fuck she's saying.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that shit's off. I walk by the bar and some girl says, like, oh my God, I need to, Shunny, shut up. I'll buy you a free drink. You can get one, but I'm going to be over there on the pool table. Not here for your kind. Young girls nowadays. I took my son.
The worst.
Yeah, I took my son to the bar like 3 weeks ago. Well, he took me. And he got all these young girls at the table, and I started playing pool, and he's like, where are you going, Dad? I said, fuck, I can't even understand half the shit they're saying, boy. I don't. It's loud enough. I'm in the bar, and it's loud as hell. And then I got people sitting around me that I can hear, but I still can't understand shit they're talking about.
And if you don't think that shit rubs off on you, you're just deceiving yourself. Because listen, okay, my daughter's pretty smart. She graduated high school summa cum laude, and it was only like 1 year. She had a rough year. She made 1C. That's the only reason she didn't get valedictorian. Right, and she got a scholarship to go through college, and she finished college. I mean, she's pretty successful, so she's not dumb. Okay, and she doesn't have a lot of street smarts because she hasn't had to do a lot of street stuff, but she's still got really good common sense. But she dated this guy for 7 years, and he was like not so smart, and she used to tutor him. That's how they got together. That's how they began dating. They were friends, and she started tutoring him, and his mom and dad just kind of, helped him along because they'd invite her over for dinner and stuff. And then anyway, they just started dating. So after 7 years, they were together. And listen, this is so funny. I don't know why I just thought of this, but I think it's because we were talking about like dumb things girls can do or whatever. But they got their car in the ditch, okay? And they were getting someone to try to pull them out of the ditch. And they were working around with it for, 30 minutes, an hour, getting hooked up and getting things out of the way and just getting ready to pull it out of the ditch and shit. Well, when they started to pull it out of the ditch, no one was in the car. They were both standing there watching them do it. And it's like no one was driving the damn car. And I don't know. I just thought. And then finally she's like, oh, shit, no one's in the car. So she runs over there and hops in the car. But when she told me about that, it was like, yeah, I told you that shit would rub off on you. But it does. Like stupid will rub off on you.
I got a funny story.
Like smart will too.
I got a funny story. So I'm working, right? and these people like run off in the ditch right in front of me. They turned like 10 feet too early, and they completely missed the road and went right in the ditch. So they were turning right. I'm exiting the interstate. I'm behind them like 20 seconds. So I pull over and I get out and I'm like, hey, you guys need some help? And they're like, yeah, you want me to call the cops? They're like, no, don't call the cops. Don't call the cops. I'm like, okay. So, eventually some good old boys, they come up with some chains and they pull them out, and I'm stopping traffic and directing traffic and stuff. I couldn't really do anything. I didn't have nothing but my delivery car. So next day they come up here and try to get me fired and say that I ran them off the road. Like, first of all, if I'm turning right where they turned, why would I be in the left lane? I'm not one of those people that does like the 4-lane change. I know where the fuck I'm going. So they come up here and like try to get me in trouble and try to say that it was me. My boss knew better.
Another good example is people that hang out here versus gym pandas, but I digress.
What is this Gym Panda I keep hearing about?
Gem Panda?
If Flat Earth had a Gargamel, that's all you need to know.
Dude, you don't know who Gem Panda is.
He's a weak troll from the other side of the coin.
Okay, well, let me tell you something, Josh. You never
I've
need
seen
to
what he
know
looks
who
like,
he is.
but everybody keeps
Let me say it
talking
one more
about
time.
him.
Let me say it one more time for the zealots out there. The fundies, yeah, you know what that word means. Panda. You are of zero relevance, and you know it, and your audience knows it. And that's why
Okay,
none of you are
so-
in here right now. None of you.
So there's a reason why I'm not
wouldn't
missing
say that.
any sleep over not knowing who he is.
You don't need to know who he is at all, ever, for any reason.
Yeah, that's why I'm not losing any sleep over not knowing who he is.
Cool.
Hank,
Dude,
that
Josh.
was the best description of him ever, Gargamel.
Sorry.
Perfect and
Josh,
spot on.
If you ever want to, get into like the masochism, and that where you like get off on beating people up, like I'll take you, I'll take you over there, bro. And dude, you're like, you're a pretty sharp tack. Like I didn't realize how sharp you were until you started coming out and hanging out over here. I knew you were sharp before, but I didn't realize how sharp, dude. You'd go over there and fuck those dudes up.
There's a link to his server.
Dude, you remember like the 3-hour conversations I would have, or the arguments I would have with Lysurge?
Oh yeah, but this dude's low hanging fruit.
And then
yeah, I've heard you debate before.
And at the end,
I knew
everybody's
you were
like,
sharp.
I can't tell who's who. Because I would start mimicking his voice.
Oh, the minute I go there, they start talking over me. They never want me to finish what I'm saying.
Does that
Last
mean
time
that
I went
all
over
of
there, they started. Sorry. Last time I went over there, they started asking like, do you have a family member named this? And like asking me like all these personal questions. I was like, what, are you trying to dox me? And they were like, how dare you say that we're trying to dox you? I'm like, why are you asking me questions about do I got a family member with this name?
Well, is your sister's name Rebecca or not?
does that mean that all the Globe zealots are Smurfs?
So you don't have no sisters then?
Yeah, I don't have any sisters. My dad only shot out boy sperm.
Yeah, I know his brother.
I give them the address and directions of my house. I don't give a fuck. You call my company, the secretary's going to laugh. Sure, I'll pass you right through to the owner. Hold on. I've had them get through to me too. And I've been like, dude, I know this is you. So I don't know you. Yes, you do, bitch. This is Battle Mod. Guess what? When I hang up, consider yourself banned. Call
Do they
back.
really call
I'm going to
your work?
prosecute you. Yeah, I've had 3 people call.
Oh, really?
Crazy, man.
When I hang
Yeah,
up,
they want to get us fired. Yeah, that's why I don't put my name out there, because it probably wouldn't be too hard for them to take a little snippet of something I said, like me quoting the ideology of the alt-right earlier, and just leave out the part where I said, this is not what I think, this is what they would just do that and get me fired.
Yep, I told them if they kept harassing me, I was going to hire an attorney just for that and prosecute them for harassment. Slander. They don't like me. That's why they don't like me.
You're going to get them for sexual harassment, huh?
They can't fuck with me.
Yeah, and
no.
they ask me why I don't just come
Not
out
sexual,
and say
just
things
harassment.
when I talk about things health wise that can fix some things, and I won't say it, and I'll say just DM me if you want to know. They're like, well, why don't you just say it? There's no censorship here, and it's just nothing but it's a server full of Globers. I mean, it's literally that's what the server's for. It's for Globers. It's a Globe server, and when you explain it to them, they're like, I don't know. They act like you're making up excuses, but they know that that's how they behave. They know that's what they do.
Yeah, it's not just Globers. It's Globers who have been in this argument for at least a year and think they got the one niche that kills the entire flat Earth. But every time you explain to them why they don't, they just call you a retard.
Listen, and I'm gonna do this again live on air. Sean Hawkins, i.e. AYMB America, in the YouTube chat, continues to tell me that he's banned from the server now. I don't have perms to unban
He is.
him.
I banned him. He's not getting unbanned. Tell him to stay out my DMs. I reported
He's
him to
listening.
Discord.
Oh, he goes, I wouldn't go on that VC if you paid me. I want an open debate, not professional wrestling with clowns.
Oh, yeah. Quit talking to your mom every morning, you punk. You got a potty mouth on you.
The guy that...
So basically what he's saying is you couldn't even pay him to properly demonstrate that it's a globe. Got it.
All that dude does
the
is
guy that
talk shit.
was actually... Yeah, wasn't he just offering $100 for anybody who would debate
Yes, he
him
was.
just recently?
You're roboting, hun.
Then, like, really ridiculous.
Yeah.
So do you know about the Ron Mullins controversy, Joshua?
I'll be polite. That guy is mentally challenged and disturbed.
Yeah. Well, anyway, see, Sean, I was fucking trying to help out. No go. So there you go. You must have done something stupid.
Look, it's just serious. If you ask again, Glapflobe, you're banned too. That's a
no,
joke.
I'm not.
Don't take my flobe.
The hell you say?
Glapflobe, please.
Well, see, look, I might unban Sean and let him out of Cogdish, but that would just to be so I could ban him again.
Well, sure, but I'd like to
came.
get something accomplished while he's here.
That's the guy. There's no productive conversation coming from that guy.
You never know, dude.
I do know. I've been doing it 6 years, and this dude for 3 years, he asks a question and then interrupts you every time you try to answer it. He's looking for an emotional response from everybody he talks to, not a debate. He's a child.
Sean, can you be an adult? Can you talk to us like an adult, please?
I'm telling you, if BattleMod says it, like, it's probably pretty true.
Oh, I know. I don't distrust
I take a lot
BattleMod
of
at all.
shit from people. I've let people call me a bitch and a pedophile and not banned them because we eventually got past that point. This guy, he's got more than enough chances to do it, and he can't get serious.
Okay. Well, I did my due diligence, and there we go. It's not that I wouldn't debate you, Sean. It's that I really want to make sure as many people as possible hear it so that we don't have to do it again if either I concede or you concede, because then we'd have to, prove it to somebody?
Well, I mean, what options do they have? They're defending something that there is no defense for.
They're defending a model made 96% of make-believe stardust and star energy, right? And they're defending a model that has 120 zeros, right? It's like that's a lot of holes, bro. I mean,
and this most recent campaign started with bribery. Yeah, yep, all them holes, the Swiss cheese model. But it started with bribery, with Helio, remember? And I wasn't going to take the fucking money bait. And then now he's kind of backed off that, I guess, whatever, because it was a dumb idea in the first place. How are you gonna say I'm gonna pay you to teach me about the globe that I talk about every day and should know at least as much as you guys? So weird, dude. Don't have to do any of that. Just give us globe evidence.
You know, it's funny because in The Incredibles, right, the bad guy, he had 0 point energy. Like, that was his weapon. And, you know, he was floating around because he wasn't a super. He can't fly. So he was anti-gravitic with 0 point energy. Do you think they might be trying to tell you something, Globetards?
Okay, yeah, and Sean, hey, listen, bud. Mr. Sensible has a big audience. Good for him, number one. I'm sure he's worked very hard for that. Number two, you said plenty of people have seen me destroy you. Yes, okay. The thing is, you keep coming to us, dude. So if you're going to keep coming to us and barking up our tree, you're going to have to prove that we should let the ladder down, not the other way around.
He's a full-time troll. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and honestly, I don't even care that I know that it won't be a productive conversation, but I want to get at least 4 to 5 minutes of proof of that just so I can sit back, and every night before bed listen to it and pray to my pagan gods. No, I'm just kidding. Blood magic? What are you talking about?
What are they going to do when they finally release it that the Earth measures flat? Like when they eventually get to that point? Because
I would not want to be in charge of writing the apologies.
Then they're going to be left in a camp where they're going to be by themselves. They're not going to have anyone. There's going to be everyone who just listens to mainstream. And when they say that the Earth measures flat now, because they went from pear-shaped to hamburger-shaped.
Hamburger-shaped, and now, I mean, that's the next. So they will. They'll say pizza. God damn it.
Closer and closer to flat.
Getting closer and closer to pepperoni pizza. God bless it.
Or when they admit that the moon landing was fake, and all these times they double and triple down on it. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, all the news channels say, well, turns out it's flat. You'd have the same people in our YouTube chat right now still in there going, no, man, you're taking it out of context. It's just out of context. They mean that the universe is flat itself. So that's what they meant.
Hey, can we get that guy to check out the link that I just posted? According to Forbes, only 2/3 of American millennials believe the Earth is round. You know why the other 2/3 hadn't figured it out yet? Because they haven't heard our arguments. Bitch.
Hey,
what?
You read the messages he sent to me? Like, literally, I don't even know that guy. Literally, I had to be reminded who he was. And he sent me a message, and I hadn't been on in a minute, so I didn't reply to it. So he just kept fucking message bombing, insult bombing my damn DMs. I'm like, oh, this
he's
guy
just saying weird shit anyway. So
this guy,
he's getting drunk.
Yeah, like,
he's getting drunk and unloading.
This guy wants to fucking be on band, and he starts off with, "You're a fucking pussy, you little punk ass bitch, and you know it. You'll never see me coming."
Wow.
And
See you
like,
coming. What are you saying, Sean?
Yeah,
what does that
yeah.
mean?
I had to ask around who the hell he was. I was like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah, I don't think you want to be saying it to somebody like Mike.
He thinks you're a drinker, Battlemod.
I know he does. I don't drink. So on
Wow,
rare
that's
special occasions I will, but I don't.
Well, that's fun. You're a lot of fun, Sean. If nothing else, yeah.
See, he's
Whatever.
trying not to address anything he's ever heard us say by just attacking us.
Yep.
So
Well, I grew
we're
up with
for
bullies, so
quality-
nothing he says is gonna even touch my skin, let alone get under it. So it's kind of a
Right.
waste of time on his part, because if he does have any kind of argument, he already would have made it. Fuck setting up a private little debate in your own little corner of the world. No.
It's so
Let's do it in
easy to
public,
take my
bitch.
phone, but names and insults will never hurt me.
Hey, Sean, how come you guys had like 13 years to brainwash children, and they spent a couple hours doing research on flat Earth, and now 1/3 of them believe the Earth isn't a globe? Why is that, bro? 13 years wasn't enough? Maybe we should extend the school to 20 years. Maybe then you'll have a chance, right?
I don't know at this point.
Somebody send that guy some preparation H. I'm sure he needs it after what I just said.
Reminds me of a joke. What do homosexuals call hemorrhoids? Speed bumps.
Oh. Gross.
Yeah, it is pretty
He thinks
gross.
a pint of vodka? He thinks a pint of vodka would buy you? Oh my gosh.
So weird.
By who?
On your cheek.
He's just being weird.
A pint of vodka.
For who?
It's cheap. He said he offered it on you on the message there, or somebody. And somebody won't debate me because
It's clear that all you did was drink that vodka.
Was not even a full fifth. Why not even offer a full fifth? A pint?
Oh yeah, that.
They're cheap.
I didn't even read all that. Come over to Jose's for a debate with me. I have a pint of Taka vodka. I figure that's
Vodka's not even good.
My brand of hooch. If I was gonna drink it, it had to be a delicate Scotch, aged.
Hey, whatever happened to that guy that used to come up? Whatever that guy used to come around like 6 months ago, and he said he was a flat earther, and he showed his wife, and she didn't believe it, and he showed his grandma, and she didn't believe it, and he was like, "How come nobody believes it? Maybe it's not flat." Whatever happened to him? Remember, he got on my nerves one night, and I told him off, and I think somebody muted him because he was drunk.
One guy that was really drunk for hours on here or something.
Yeah,
That one?
I know.
Are you talking
I know who you're
that
talking
one?
about. I can't remember.
Yeah, he was like a southerner, and he's like, "Just explain it to my girlfriend. Just explain it to my mom." So we did, and she's like, I don't get it. I'm not buying it. You know, how could there's something wrong with the theory? Like, I don't get it.
Dude wants to bring me a pint of some cheap shit. I'm looking for some 18-year-old single malt. What the fuck?
Hey, I'm like, cheap ass? Come on. If you're going to make an offer, make at least not a cheap ass offer. Come on. A pint of anything is cheap.
That's funny.
And vodka?
I copied that and I hadn't even read all of it. It's just so I take it Quantum Eraser probably just bitch slapped him around like a little bitch. And
Oh, he thinks Quantum is our like king or boss or something. It's like, hello, no.
I don't know why these
I'll tell
trolls
you.
message me with that crap. They think I'm the one that lets everybody here do what they do, and I'm not.
They also credit QE with inventing the scientific method, so kudos to him.
That's so funny.
And Bob, and Crown 777 will be in the first motherfuckers to ever use a fiber optic gyro.
Yeah.
I got Earth spin. Earth spin.
I've had to tell people, I don't know how many times, if QE never lived, there'd still be the scientific method and still be what it is.
Dude, QE takes up so much real estate in their mind. I mean, he really needs to start paying rent to these poor globetards, because you go in there and you cite like a source, right? And they're like, "That's from QE." I'm like, "That's the genetic fallacy. Quit talking about QE. Address the argument." And they're like, "But QE."
They really are, though.
That is grand that they have got that much in their head. But it's actually a really good tactic, actually, to put it all in.
That shit is funny as hell when I hear it. It's like when my daughter was young and I'd say, "No, you can't have a cookie." And you know they're building up to the crying and stomping their feet. That shit didn't faze me. I'd smile and wait for it to come. And then when it's done, I'd say, "Now what'd Dad say?" "You said no." And she'd walk to her room and pout. And I'd come in the room with the cookie and say, "Now that you're done pouting, here you can have one because I offered it. Would you like a cookie?" That's when she learned to quit pouting. I think her mom told her, go in there and lean up against your dad and hug him, tell him you love him, and then bat your eyes at him and say, Dad, I love your cookies too. I swear that kid, when she was 8, I would come home from work and she'd be like, Dad, I have not had a cupcake in a week. Mom won't give me none. I know there's some goodies in your work truck. Would I possibly be able to go look and have one? I feel like, oh my God.
Well, look at him. Shaking bottom lips.
Yeah.
Hairs in the corner of the eyes. Quivering. Yeah.
I'd send her out there with a backpack. Get them all and we'll split them. Well, you get mad, but I mean, I eat healthy. We all eat healthy, but me and her, we allowed ourselves a certain amount of snacks a week. They work on a farm. Those kids work, so they work this stuff off. They can have a certain amount. Same as
my kids can eat whatever they want. They're never going to gain weight. Had a frog in my throat.
As long as you don't sit them in front of a screen too long, they can do it.
Yeah, all 3 of my family members are extremely lean. I'm the fat one.
You're not fat, you're just big bone.
Yeah, I got a big bone in my head. My cranium's big.
My grandma at 75 was still telling my dad he was husky, and I would laugh my ass off, and she'd be like, Michael. I'd be like, Grandma, this fucking grape ape you're talking to, he ain't husky, he big. Now, a couple years ago, he was trim at $1.90, but he 260 now, Grandma. You need to tell him he's eating too many donuts. He's getting me hooked on them. Then my grandpa would just laugh. He's like, oh, the boy knows how to work everybody. He's getting me hooked on them donuts, Grandma. I'm going to get fat too.
The problem is you got too good of a donut place up there. I saw that picture of those donuts that you got. Those apple fritters. Man, I can still see them. Oh, I miss that stuff.
Oh, I can remember my grandfather. I got my license. My grandpa said, I paid for your first insurance. I said, thanks, Grandpa. He said, now go down there and give me a box of Hinkley's.
It's fucked up.
You got
a box of donuts.
Yeah, I was his cabbie, too. I had to drive him to the horse track. He loved to bet the ponies.
I got you that damn driver's license so you could drive me around back and forth to the track. And so you can run me errands like go get me the damn paper or go get a quart of milk or get me some donuts, some Hinkley's. Now, God damn it, get up off your ass. Yeah, I know you just got done moving a bunch of hay, but get up off your ass and take me to the store.
We're going to hell.
Damn liquor store.
Hey, we're going to hell, Michigan, boy. I hear they got the hottest hellfire venison jerky this side of the Mason-Dixon line. Let's go. I tell you got gas money, Grandpa? Don't ask dumb questions, boy. Get the fuck in the truck.
Yeah.
Don't give me no lines and keep your hands to yourself, boy.
My grandpa used to crack. He used to crack me up. He wasn't bullshitting. If he said something, he meant it. You were never supposed to ask Grandpa if he was serious. If you did it at a young age, when he was still young, you probably get slapped. At an older age, he'd be like, now, boy, you know I'm too tired to slap you. Get the hell in the truck before I make your grandma do it. She ain't did shit all day.
She would gladly get her ass up and slap your ass.
Right. She ain't did shit all day. She'll gladly slap you, boy. My grandma was a big woman, too.
So, yeah, I think I got to work on this telescope on top of finding an eyepiece for it.
She slapped the shit out of you.
It's a 6-inch mead telescope.
That you take pictures through?
Yeah, I can. I don't even need the eyepiece if I can get a camera for it. But the the thing is I think I have to realign the reflector.
Oh, your reflector's out of alignment?
I think it's out of alignment.
I got eyepieces. I broke my telescope, but that's what happens when you use it.
That does happen to reflectors. So
it's got a real nice tripod, though.
Sometimes you got to get in there. You just get somebody looking through it while you move it around.
Like, I even took the thing out and looking in there, and it looks off. Like, yeah, I know that thing's off. It's just like a rod, like a glass rod that's like cut at an angle.
Yep. Not that hard to adjust. I was hoping that was it the first time I did it, but now I know it's it. But I don't know for yours, but I do know that they go out of alignment. If you bump it too hard.
This thing's old and it doesn't. It's open to the air. It's an open telescope, so there's no like closed lens on the objective. I think that might be a problem as well.
You should probably try cleaning it too.
Yeah, I've cleaned it, but I think it's missing major parts.
Well, you can always get replacements or make them. I'm not really one for buying replacement parts for stuff like that. If I can Google their parts list and look at all their parts, I'll try my damnedest to replicate it.
Yeah, but a glass lens?
Well, glass lens, that's something different. But I mean, set pins, guide pins, O-rings, I can machine those right here. I know how to program a machine. I can spell my name in cursive in a piece of aluminum, you know. I make my own custom grill ornaments for my Ford trucks. Make them to where they look just like the Ford emblem, but it says Smith in there, not Ford.
You got the touch.
Well, when you get high and you got all this stuff to play with, the kid plays video games. I like to program machining centers and
Mike,
build.
I mean this honestly. Can I come over and play with you? I want to play.
I know, he's got fun toys. He's got fun.
Yeah, I want to come play with
toys.
you.
I know.
Too.
I want to come over and play. He's got all kinds of toys.
No, I don't want to play with your toys, Mike. I want to play with you, bro. Your toys are just like a secondary.
You know
I
what?
got a couple of rough stamp mills.
I want to make a spear cannon. Really?
A spear cannon? You got a spear cannon?
No, I want to make one.
Oh, wait, no, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna make it so that again, fun toys. Just come over.
Let's make a tater gun, man. Let's make a spud cannon. Come on, bro.
See a spear cannon would be kind of like a tater tosser. Hell yeah! It'll just shoot a sphere, 1,000 yards. That's what I'm aiming for in ballistics. 1,000 yards.
What about a golf ball cannon?
Just make one that you can shoot a person out of and shoot them out into the water.
A golf
ball cannon based off of a 40 Mike.
In the 1800s, flat earthers were shooting cannons straight up into the air and they would land right back down the fucking barrel.
Yeah.
Proving there wasn't no Coriolis effect.
Exactly.
You can make a cannon shoot anything. Shoot a person. Shoot a golf ball. Golf ball be fucking deadly.
Oh, I kill somebody if you got going fast enough, yeah.
Right, and if it don't flatten out, you might take out 2 or 3 targets.
That's what I mean.
Like a 22 shell in the woods, it's gonna bounce around until it runs out of energy.
I'm talking about just getting finding out whatever diameter it is. I don't know what diameter it is, and then getting a couple of canisters. That way, you just have a small black powder charge inside the canister to launch them. That way, they're not just lethal fucking,
on
velocity.
Tubes. On a tube, that'd be the calibrated ID inner dimension, where the diameter is the outer dimension. So my first cannon was a couple Pringles cans, some lighter fluid, and a tennis ball. You can make one.
But you know what I mean? That way the rounds contained, the balls contained instead of being fed in and just being shot at. It's like contained, so it can be like belt fed. Or gravity fed. Gravity.
Oh, don't say that.
Gravity. Specific gravity. Got to be specific. We deal in specificity here.
Oh yeah, you're only almost an hour late on that message, there, Glaffo. Mm-hmm. You're no sorry needed.
Mike, I need you to understand something. You don't own me.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, but you always know when someone says that like that, there's a reason why they're saying it.
Oh, I'm so fucking glad to be home, man. Ohio sucked. But
I know. I hated it when I was in Ohio, bro.
Well, it was more the work I was doing than where I was at.
I agree. I was burying my pops. It sucked.
But it's one of them jobs where I get paid so much for the equipment. I get so much fuel. They give me fuel cards. They pay my employees the standard base going rate for that area. So a lot of my guys that aren't up to in the 30s an hour were made 30 an hour for a week. 32, 38. They're happy as fuck. So, and I came out of it ahead, so why not? We got
So my dad used to complain that there's not enough jobs down here in Texas. I always thought he was crazy because there's plenty of jobs down here. We was just living in the country. Is there not any jobs in Texas? I don't know. A lot of people are moving their businesses down here, but granted, he died in 2008. But is there a lot of jobs up there, bro, in Ohio?
I'm not sure. Ohio used to be a manufacturing state almost as large as manufacturing here. But I'm not sure anymore. I mean, only in my business.
I just always wondered what he was talking about. Like, there ain't no jobs here. I think he just did like my mama. Yeah, because I told him, like, hey, come stay with me. Yeah, I'll take care of you. I'll put you up. He's like, no, there ain't no jobs there. I was like, you ain't got to work. I got an extra bedroom. I'll just take my computer and gaming systems out and put it in the living room. He's like, nah, I don't want to do it. And I was like, all right.
It depends on what kind of work you're looking for, man.
I believe he was a air conditioner repairman. What the fuck? Why wouldn't he want to be here in Texas? That doesn't make no sense. He didn't like my mama.
Yeah, that don't make no sense at all, man. Like, if you want to be an underwater welder, there's a couple places you go. You're not going to be in the middle of a cornfield in Iowa trying to underwater weld.
So
maybe
the farmers in Iowa can't get no welding done then, huh? Is that what you're saying?
No, underwater welding. However, if you have underwater welding that needs to be done, I know some people in Iowa that can do it.
I thought he was an Iowa racist for a minute.
Bro, I live there. Ohio, Iowa. No.
Hey, you said in a cornfield in Iowa. So is there fields other than cornfields in Iowa?
Yeah, there is.
Green corn.
I mean,
every time I drove through that motherfucker, I seen miles of corn. I thought, this is where they film Children of the fucking Corn.
Bro,
that whole marijuana.
What the
fuck? That whole state, bro. One side to the other, you drive one highway, it's just one big ass cornfield.
Yeah. And if you break down, dude, it might be 2 weeks before a motherfucker drives by. You be eating corn. Better start a fire. Start boiling
Shit,
water.
what highway were you on, man? Jesus.
Oh,
You must have been up there near
no.
Mason.
I think it was.
Yeah. Yeah, you get towards
There was
Mason.
no fucking traffic ever.
Look, you got Des Moines, Cedar Falls, Mason.
Some of the guys worked on my uncle's farm, dude. I looked in the back of their trucks. They'd have a tent, rifle, fishing equipment, all kinds of survival shit. I'm like, what's up with that? He said, oh, they got a piece of shit truck. Their shit breaks down. They might have to camp out or start heading back this way. Might take them a week to get here. I'm like, no shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, I mean, come on, man. You ain't got billionaires walking around just handing out fucking new cars to people that actually need shit, right?
Oh, I know.
But you're gonna have a poor guy about to be doing it. Fuck him. Might as well be the oxymoron.
I just couldn't believe that there wasn't that much traffic. But when you think one guy's got 30,000 acres, 30,000 acres of fucking corn. What the fuck? It took you 45 minutes to drive past his fucking farm. You seen one driveway in an hour and a half.
Oh, you saw the neighborhood too. That was all them people along that road that he sold off little tracts so that they would maintain, the city and the county would maintain that fucking road.
Right. Look, we got 5 people driving through here. Fix my potholes.
Well, I mean, it's either that or he's got to do it himself. And the way that they lash everybody, it's unreal. It's too weird. But this is why I keep going back to the points of land patents and things like that, because solidifying things is what we're supposed to do as adults. I'm still trying to figure out how the taxes go up 200,000% in 30 years.
The answer when we come back.
Thank you. That was a good one. It's a good timing. Well, a little late, but it's good.
Dude, it wasn't late. It was right on time. It was the latency that made it late. All right, dude. I'm always on time, dude. Trust me, dude. Fuck yeah, bro.
How's your night going?
Good, man. Good. How you doing?
I am fantastic. I bought more delicious cigars.
Oh, good.
And these are very delicious. I actually bought a box of 25, and I was surprised that when they got here, I am in love with these things, man. Ugh.
Are they big or cigarillos or what?
Take a good look at that family photo.
They're 36s?
Glad it ain't my family.
That's not a real family.
So
those faces are fake as shit. Anyway, what now? Sorry.
A lot of gingers.
It's all the same freaking person. Don't y'all see that?
What kind of
hold
on, what kind of cigars are they?
Tatiana. Vanilla.
Tatiana.
They're
Cool.
Coronas. 36s to 5 inches.
Yo, I didn't know my ex was making cigars, man.
Right. Shit, she must have a whole bunch of sisters named Tatiana too. Because they're making a lot of these
she
suckers.
do. Oh, she do.
You know somebody did that though, right? That's what's messed up about these fun little digs that we get in, these jokes. Somebody named all their kids the same damn name.
Otherwise, we wouldn't make fun of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I was about to go to bed because but I love all you guys, and Cuddles, I wanted to say hi real quick before I popped off to the other dimensions for a while.
Hey,
I'll tell him you said hi, though.
Before you go, I think we all need to shout out Helio. Tell that motherfucker we miss him. We want him to get back in here, whatever it takes, bro. You know, whatever it takes. Somebody send that dude. I don't know, some fucking care package. Get that guy back in here.
Shit. If you can find his address, I'm gonna annoy him with gifts. Yeah, Helio, we love you, brother. Come on back now.
Come on back now, you hear?
Send him a bunch of foam fingers and pom poms.
No, I'd send that dude a hooter. I'd love to hear Helio stoned.
Yep.
He'd be like, shit, y'all crack is almost as crispy as me.
Yeah. His ass probably be too scared to do it. He'd be like, no, man, it was probably late with PCP. I seen Training Day.
What happened to Helio?
Oh, I just noticed he hadn't been on very much lately. He's probably got real life shit going on.
He's probably watching a sci-fi movie.
So does that make this like playing Dungeons and Dragons? I cast an impervious acumen spell.
I never did play Dungeons and Dragons, but I played
either.
Fuck out of what was that one game? Oh shit! I can't. You got to be kidding me! I can't remember. With the big eyeball, the big creepy thing. Wouldn't. Boulder's Gate. Yep, that's it. Yeah, I played the fuck out of Boulder's Gate. Dude, we used to play that game for hours. My wife said that me and her little brother would be sitting there playing that game for like 8 hours, wouldn't get up to take a piss or nothing. Yeah, I used to could run for a long time.
Dude, fucking Lori Lightfoot is scary.
Who?
Lori Lightfoot. Mayor of Chicago.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Looks like you know, when you have an aquarium and you tap on the aquarium and the fish comes up, like, what's going on?
I want to say he's the only one who knows who that is, because I have no idea.
That's the mayor of Chicago.
Yeah.
So he's the one that's going to figure things out, right?
He's
going to make Chicago great again.
That's the ugliest bitch I've ever seen.
Look, the last mayor's profile I looked at gave me nightmares for a week. Okay? So I'm good looking at any of their crap.
Yeah, Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
No.
The ugliest specimen I have ever seen.
Oh, there's two of them? Oh, shit. Well, it's official.
Or it could be governor.
Multiplying.
It might be Governor Lori Lightfoot.
Shine your shoes, Governor.
There are a couple of mayors that are going for higher office, but I didn't know there was more than one of them. I thought there was only one. Whoops.
How about that Michigan mayor or governor?
that one over?
I done heard some shit about her.
Gretchen Whitmer. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard some shit about her. It wasn't nothing nice, so I'm not gonna repeat it.
Yeah, but I don't like talking about people that a third grader has a higher reading acumen than they do.
What?
It's sad that my 3-year-old had a higher reading level and probably a larger vocabulary. Shit.
Well, that's what you get when you're dealing with puppets. You got a real boy.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you don't goo goo gaga. Like, look, the first 4 or 5 months, 6 months, something like that, goo goo gaga, it's great. But after that, start reading. And when they come out, talk to them like they're people, because they're people. They're just little people.
Yeah, I never did that goo goo gaga shit. My child has a very wide vocabulary. He'd be saying some shit, and I'm like, homunculus, what the fuck is that? I have to go look it up.
Homunculus. They have come. They have taken over our village. Yeah, no, that's the thing I told the wife back then. I said, dude, as soon as they hit the ground, that's it. All that goo goo gaga stuff, done. Any of it that you thought about doing, just don't.
Dude, I love programming my little kid. I was like, this is my little copy. Right? Because she had a copy, I had a copy. It's like, oh, I get to program my little copy. It's like, I took my copy, I was like, we going for a walk. We went all over the place. We did lots of nature walks when they were young. They fucking love that shit, bro. They love being out in the wilderness, out in the woods, out in the state park, crossing through farmers' fields, secretly looking for mushrooms.
Watching the personalities, but I gotta say that's probably about the most exciting thing is seeing the results and then watching the personality. Oh.
Yeah, until I realized that he's more defiant than I was. Little bastard was like ultra defiant. You gotta love that though. That unbreakable spirit. He's got it. Oh, and the pain tolerance too. That's my boy.
But he has the neighbor's nose.
No, he's got my hunk and whopper. He's got my nose for sure.
No.
Yeah, he's definitely mine. You can tell.
I heard that.
He ain't even broke his nose. He's still got a big nose. He always brings up a story about one time the older kid was like, he hit me, and I went in there and I didn't know what the truth was, right? So I spanked the youngest one. I was like, don't hit. This is what happens when you hit. You get hit back. That's fair. How you like them apples? Like 10 years later, he's like, you know that I didn't actually hit her. I was like, what? What are you talking about? He's like, you know, she hit me and then told and said that I hit her, and then you came in and spanked me. I was like, how the fuck was I supposed to know? So they call me a detective. Anytime I start like asking questions, they're like, "Oh God, he's in detective mode."
Well, shit, I always ask questions.
Yeah, when you got 2 kids, you're a fucking detective.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to pop the right one. But see, I had 6. I had 4 that I had adopted, and then the 2 that I had. Oh God, I have a meme for that too. Oh Lord. Yeah. Look, 2, 6, 10. It ain't nothing as long as you are strong mentally and the 2 parents are communicating properly. When that proper communication breaks down, it is a fucking nightmare. I do remember when that started. Oh, listen to your stepdad, blah, blah, blah. 10 minutes later, behind closed doors, all of them, don't listen to that. He's just paying all the bills. Fuck. Where the globe is at.
There are Globers, but there are none worthy. No worthy Globers have been found.
Many have tried. All have failed. Few are worthy.
Nate, what's the shape of the Earth?
Hey, dog, what's up?
I called him out. He didn't answer.
What's crack-a-lackin'? What's poppin', Nate dog? He split? Chicken. Put him on the took list.
What's up, Battle?
Same old.
So we're gonna try and break a world record. Largest engine. At least for a street legal car. Quote, air quotes, big ones. Does the big motor.
What motor? Kind of breaking up for me.
Ah, shit. I go back to cell phone. Is it better now?
Yep.
Ah, shit. That's the internet then. I don't know. I've been looking at some of the newer motors, catching up on what I missed the last 2 decades. I was thinking like 500-ish cubic inches. However, the LS motors. Oh, I'm just saying between the Hemi and the LS motors, I'm kind of torn away from the big block.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, for a car or for a work truck?
I'm just making something that's, well, made by me. Shit.
No, I mean, are you going to be hauling a lot of weight? Is it just a car? You want a car with a big motor?
Probably car with a big motor.
What?
Go ahead, Truth.
No, I was just going to be a smartass. You was responding to his question, so that's why I hushed.
I just something to have fun with. Daily driver that's fun. Or maybe every other couple of days driver.
Go with a 401.
Ooh.
401 Olds, 400 Pontiac, 400 small block, 383 small block.
I mean, juggling's fun. You could pick up whittling. Why? Why engines? Are you into engines? Are they fun to you?
Yeah.
About how much horsepower do you want to produce? That's what I look at. Now, how many ponies do I want, and how much of a workload am I going to put on them ponies? Am I going to put 300 horses in a light car or a heavy truck? Do I want to haul stuff with it, or do I want to cruise? And if somebody gives me that eye, well, I got 3 chicks and 4 kids in the car, be able to smoke them all in the four-door. So, do you just want it loud?
Hell no. I'm not stupid. I want to get away, man. I don't want people fucking following the sound, chasing me. Shit. Making them loud is fun for the track.
Oh, so you want a fast track car that you can use to steal a farm lawnmower?
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go get back my lawn gnomes that somebody stole from me, and I gotta get away quick.
Be quiet, woman. We got that fucker's John Deere on the back.
Yeah. I want to build something, but I want to build something that's got over 300 horse. I mean, I know I could do it with.
You can do that with a 350 small block, 350 or up, 300, 350 small block, 400 small block, 351 M400, 351 Cleveland. You don't have to go big block for 350 horse.
I wonder if anyone's ever stole anyone's house like that.
Well, that's the plus though. Plus. Just keep adding pluses if you want, because eventually I'm going to want more.
Sorry, Michael. Thought you were finished, but I wonder if if anyone's ever
No, you're all right.
caught someone gone and jacked their house up and just drove off with it.
I know a few guys who somebody screwed their old lady and they parked their Ford truck in their front room and left it there. Keep it. You can have it, and that bitch.
That's funny.
I'm serious. I bailed my brother out of jail for that once. I said, you left the Ford truck. Fuck that. I'm going to bail you out, but first I'm going to get that there Ford. It is a big Ford truck. That's what we call a redneck complaint. My neighbor says, are you mad at me, Mike? I said, what? Did I get too drunk last night? I smoked too much weed. Is my Ford truck in your front room? No. Oh, hell no. I'm not mad at you then.
Shit.
You know that old rusty beat up one I got out back just for parking in your front room? Nope, we're good. I know I own a few trucks that could pull your house right off its foundation. But
whatever happened to the flying bicycles? Like when they remember the flying bicycles where they put, like, instead of pedaling to go forward, you went forward, but it also, like, they had gliders on them where you could.
Yeah, it was like an ultralight.
They killed it and gave us go-karts with carbon fiber wings on them and a fucking fan.
Dude, you can get flying bicycle right now that's got a motor on the back of it, and you get it going and take off with a parachute.
Go watch the movie The Island.
Oh, right now they sell them now. Hold on.
Yeah, you can get a drone that you can ride.
Yep.
It's called a hover bike.
I'm saying,
looking at them.
Go watch the movie The Island. That bike that's in that movie, it's on its way. It's in production right now.
What, the one with 3 blades and a rider?
It's a bit more to it than that. It's some things that I've been seeing pop up here and there that I'm just waiting for them to just put on a motorcycle frame. Because I see it coming. It's coming. It's already coming.
I think I could build that right there.
So I could purchase a wingsuit and just, like, have somebody to let me ride this with them, and then I could just jump off of it. I would never need, I wouldn't have to get my diving. You know how you had to get so many, jump out of a plane and get so many hours skydiving or whatever.
Yep.
1,000 or more or something like that.
Yeah, they're working on a smaller version of that. They're actually working on several smaller versions of that monstrosity. Oh my god.
Monstrosity, that's cool as hell. I would ride that.
It wasn't cool as hell, but that right there, shit, I'd be mounting that and
I'd be flying over your house. Piss me off, I'd fly by and drop 5 hand grenades.
So next question is, what kind of regulations do they have on those?
I'm not sure if these are even out yet, but amateur flight is anything up to 1,000 foot for like an ultralight. If it's in an ultralight category, then you stay under 1,000 foot. You don't need any kind of license or insurance.
I just want to know for who, because
mine basically is a go-kart with alcohol burning 10 horse on the back and a propeller. That's what my ultralight is. Me and a guy lives a couple miles from me. I seen him flying his around, and I got on him. He showed me how to build mine, so we'll fly them together.
Ooh,
It's fun.
I got a couple ideas, Mike, but I gotta borrow your ultralight wing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Not.
And what's that called, Michael?
What?
Is that called a hovercraft or hover bike? Because I'm not finding.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's called. I just put flying bicycles in there and that came up.
Well, I mean, when I'm done, the wing will be worth more money. And it ain't gonna have no fan on it.
Well, I'd say you need a welder, some steel stock or aluminum. You need to know how to heli arc. Get to work, man. I think that's called a drone you can ride, to be honest.
You could take that wing, right? That same wing, probably a smaller version of that same wing, and take you about 2 or 4 of those little jet engines that they got. Get you a nice sized flat fuel tank on there.
I could put hobbycraft jet engines on there if I want. You can get a hobbycraft jet that's half the size of a real jet. It's just remote controlled. The engines for them are enough thrust to build a one passenger jet. You can build. It really wouldn't be that expensive. When you figure a jet, is $1 million jet, you could probably build $100,000 one person jet.
Dude, I seen like this helicopter the other day, and it was like just a few $1,000s for like some sort of like, I don't know, it's like a one-seater. I was like, damn, like that's the price of a car.
A helicopter?
Yeah, it was like less than $10,000. It was like if you assemble it yourself.
Yeah, it just looks like a go-kart that you ride with a big prop and propeller on the top, and then a back fin and a propeller.
Pretty much, yeah. It was a one-seater.
Yeah,
and I'm looking at that.
That's called a heli lift. That's probably be my next project, Hank.
Dude, oh, man. Can I come play? I don't care about your toys. I just want to play, Mike. I ain't had enough time playing, bro. I've been working too much. I just want to play.
Well, I used to be scared of heights until I went skydiving. And then when I got home, I was like, I seen my neighbor doing that, and I thought, yeah, I got enough property here to make a runway. And my cousin, he does most of my excavation. He's like, you got an excavator too, bro. Imagine it. You could have a go-kart with some wings. And we was drinking beer and smoking weed. That's usually where they start. I went down and talked to the neighbor. I started doing shit in AutoCAD. I had to build one better than what he had for less than he paid for his kit. You know what I'm saying?
Very nice.
But I got bored with it, so I haven't rode it this summer. But I do want one of those heli chopters, or even a small one-person chopter. You can get some nice kits for $6,000, $8,000. You can get them for $3,000.
What, you mean ultralight?
Yeah, it's basically
the cheapest one, $1,500.
Heli lift or ultralight.
Cheapest ultralight's $1,500. Last time I checked, which was a couple months ago.
Yeah, that's basically what mine is an ultralight. But mine's a cross wing, not a V wing. Mine would resemble what the Wright brothers built.
Right.
It does.
I found one that it's just got the propellers, and you strap the propellers only onto your shoulders.
Yeah, those are the new propeller instead of fucking drone lift.
Yeah, that last one, that's what I'm talking about. They have one like that where the blades are actually encased.
The most common ultralight helicopter is called the Mosquito.
That's what I was talking about. The Mosquito helicopter. What is it, like $6,000? Dude, oh man.
Fuck, I think you can get them cheaper than that too.
Yeah, if you build it yourself, it's $5,000 or something like that.
They've got a single-seater drone that's coming out soon. They're probably looking at inventing a new race.
Yeah, my ass is probably too fat. I probably couldn't ride in that bitch.
Well, since the airplanes are limited in their maneuvering capabilities, and they're not going to fly a $1 trillion jet just to have redneck fun, they're building the single passenger drones. I've got a pretty good feeling that they're going to be doing the drone races with real drones and people actually in them.
Quidditch.
All we need now is a Darth Vader.
You know why you start a racing circuit for them when you first bust them out? Same, because we know from the history of automotives, that's what increased the knowledge on automotives. I mean, literally, NASCAR was built in the barns of moonshiners with fucking jumper cables and batteries. Yeah, with fucking jumper cables and batteries and coat hangers for fucking welders. Wasn't done by the biggest, best engineers.
Right, and some of those guys today, dude, there's one of those old cats, he's in his 60s. He's pulling an old 56 straight six and bringing it to today. They added a whole new head, but it was from that era, but it was modern according to those standards, and it looks similar to they're cranking out horsepower out of this fucking 1956 motor.
Yeah, if you're talking about a straight six, that was the best design ever. Like an old Dodge straight six.
Right, but they skipped over the technology booms then.
It's called a bull. They didn't skip over it. They got tired of giving it away because it lasted forever.
I say best, right? What I mean, bulletproof. Like, it was the best as far as longevity. Because if that fucker breaks and you have to redo it, maybe once every other generation, you have to redo that motor. But I've heard of people said that they had a straight six and, they wanted an LS one. Yeah.
Miles.
Yeah. And it's a gasoline engine. And they said that they drained all the oil out of it and they tried to blow it. And after driving it around all fucking day and hot rodding it, it didn't blow. So they just put oil back in it and kept driving it. They were like, fuck it, I'll swap something else.
You can get a mosquito kit for like $3,500 from certain places.
Man, I gotta get my wife back to work. I like that housewife shit, but I've been broke.
Yeah, all them straight sixes are good motors, and you can punch them out just like any other motor. But the crank is so long and so thick, and the rods are thick. They're built better. Fucking Novas, man, with them 262 straight sixes from the 60s still run. You can go with some starting fluid and oil and fuel in the back. You can go out and pull them out of the fucking field that ain't ran in 20 years and fire them up in 15, 20 minutes if you know what you're doing. Sometimes an hour, even if you know what you're doing. But the point is, in one day, you can take a car that hasn't run in 20 years and drive it around.
Man, I would love to find an old car like that.
I got flathead Ford motors out here, dude. I pull them out of the field and I take them home and I make them run just for something to do. Then I put V8s in them and I set the the flathead over in the corner and wait to put an Offenhauser kit on it because you can sell them for good money.
Yeah, I got to figure out something else to do. I do not like being told what to do. And the older I get, someone, if
it ain't the government, it's a fucking insurance company.
Yeah, I just don't like being told what to do. I don't want anybody to tell me what the fuck to do ever.
If it ain't them, Then you got the county inspector trying to stick his finger up your ass on your own damn land.
That's because you ain't got a land patent, damn it. But you can become your own boss. You start your own company, but then at that point you still have somebody telling you what the
Truth
to
be
do.
told, you don't need that to threaten the DNR until they quit coming on your land. I've told them, hey, you'll get shot. You'll be a trespasser. I don't give a fuck. I'll take what rights I got and I'll execute them. You stay the fuck off my land.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to have nobody end up like that guy out in West Texas.
I've been thinking about that song. We'll make great pets. We'll make great pets. Like they were signing the contract, signing their life away, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want to be nobody's pet, bro. I'm tired of being domesticated. I think, you know, if it wasn't, what is stopping me from selling all my stupid shit and going out and just claiming some land somewhere? Mud hunting it up for a few years until I get me a cabin going.
You and the list of shit that you don't know, but mostly you and that shit that you don't know.
I want to get muddy and shit. And as long as nobody's telling me what to do, it don't matter. I'm just tired of people, hey, Larry, go do this for me.
That's why I said, if people today that were in mortgages and such forth actually knew how to get the land patents, knew what the fuck they were doing, and understood the game that's being played in front of their faces. I didn't when I was younger. I realized that now after 14 years of study, a lot of epiphanies had to happen. But if you add the land patent to the little house on the block, the quarter-acre lot or whatever you got, if you had the land patent to that little piece and the house that was there, it wouldn't matter if you worked at Spencer's or McDonald's or L3 Technologies. It wouldn't matter because whatever you bring home in your wages is going to whatever your immediate needs are, and then after that your wants, because you don't have to worry about somebody coming and taking your fucking place to live, to sleep, to eat, to cook. You get back to that one spot.
I don't want to be one of them dudes with like several wives and shit, but like I want to go make some like wild people out in the land. I want to go make some people. Like it ain't about the sex or the relationship with a woman or nothing like that, you know. Like I got a wife and yeah, she's more than one to handle. Anybody who knows anything about marriage, one is plenty. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be a polygamist, but I wouldn't mind having some children.
Bro,
you know, grow like a big farm, grow like a big family and shit.
It's polygyny, multiple wives. And
no, I don't want to do that. One wife is plenty, bro.
Yeah, that's based on what? Based on a story? And who told you that story?
No, it's just I'm saying like for me, like I'm not really a people person. I don't like giving people my time. I've been told my whole life, Larry, you're not enough butter spread over too much bread. Like I've heard that so many times. It's like, you know, I don't give enough of myself out. I like to keep myself. I like my alone time. It's the best. When I get to think, stay up late and work shit out, figure shit out.
I'm missing how you wouldn't have any time if you had 7 wives. I don't get it. There's shit to do
I've
with
had
that.
7 wives. I've had gray hair, bro. I can't make that many women happy. Shit.
Whoa. Who said anyone's supposed to make anybody happy? You're not in control of anybody other than you. Your job is to make sure that they got food. and clothes and shelter. Their job is to make themselves happy. You did your job.
Sounds real inviting, I guess, then, unless you're a woman.
Well, I mean, it sounds real inviting unless you're fucking immature and you're a numpty dipshit. I mean,
I would say that's debatable. That's what you say when you want it your way, and your way only.
I don't know.
Maybe some people just wouldn't be happy in that instance.
Right, but then first you got to find the presupposition. You got to find that thread where that story started. You got to get rid of that motherfucker. You just got to burn.
Live a life that's based on your happiness. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
You can't be in a relationship, bro, and say, well, if you're not happy, that's your problem. That's not entirely true.
Well, we're talking about the individual, not the relationship.
Yes, I am talking about the individual who become two become one.
Right. But if they're not happy with who they are, that's their fucking problem. That's not shit I have.
How long do you plan to be in a relationship where you're one, they're one, she's one, everybody's individual, get your own happiness, but I'll be around when I need something to satisfy me.
Yeah, I didn't say anything like that, so I don't know where that's coming from. That's a weird presupposition, though.
Well, it is. You did say something like that. You said, who said you got to make anybody happy? Well, that's literally the founding basis of a long relationship.
My job here on Earth isn't to make any fucking body happy. It's to do my job.
That's so far from the point what your job on Earth is. We're talking about relationships, not a job.
Right, my job. I provide the shelter, I provide the protection, the food, and this and that, and many. The list is long.
So a family to you is just a job, then, is what you're saying.
Everything's a job. Everything's work, dude. Breathing's work, farting's work, eating's work, peeing's work, showering's work. But it's
my family, tending to my family, that's not work. No, not at all.
It's
not
fun work.
No, it's not even close. It's not work. It's your responsibility. Those are my gifts from the Creator. They're my responsibility. Every asset and facet of their life is my responsibility.
Trust me, we're getting the word that I would love to use. However, it's the one that everyone that's listening to this will comprehend. And that works. I mean, dude, you gotta get up, you gotta do shit. It's all work, but it's not like a drag. People see work as a drag, and life, living, not a drag. There's a lot of fucked up shit that can happen, but compared to the beauty of it all, nah.
I don't know. I actually enjoy work.
Right. And I did too. All the way up until I about fucking broke my back.
My back's fucked up too, bro. I still enjoy work. I enjoy being active.
Dude, I love lifting heavy shit.
Now that's work. That's labor. There's a difference.
Right.
You're supposed to work smart, not labor hard.
Right. Yeah, tell that to the freaking journeyman that's too stoned to freaking drive the tractor and move the 8,000 pounds of fucking cast iron pipe that just showed up that we now have to move by hand half a mile. Yay. Fun days.
Well, see, if you weren't locked in an ecosystem where economics ruled everything you need in life, you wouldn't have that. So it's not work we need to lose. The amount of work and who we do it for. You don't need to put in. You don't need to put in work to earn money to buy food. You need to maintain your farm so you have food. You need to hunt your own food.
Yeah, but there's a difference though. When I say work, I see the beauty in this place, and that is what I mean with
I do too. But I understand that with life, with the gift of life comes labor. Period. You're going to work one way or another in nature or in society. So food isn't just going to come to you. Shelter isn't just going to fall on your ass. Your family's not going to be well taken care of and happy without tending.
And shit, nature and society can ask the same or demand shit. Nature could demand more sometimes. But then again, they both could demand.
Actually, nature demands less because after a certain period in your life, you would establish everything that you need. You would just be maintaining it. Society requires more.
I'm thinking about the friends that I know that can trip over air that would most likely break their leg.
Because they were born in this society, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I seriously, man, I have a friend.
We're so far from the point. The point is your family should never be seen as work. And if it is, the problem isn't with your family, it's with you. No offense, but that's the truth.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that's sure. I've explained it. I explained what I said.
I know you think you have. I know you think you've explained that away, but no. I still understand how you feel.
I just explained what I meant when I said what I said. That's it. There's nothing else to it.
I just respectfully disagree. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I mean, a labor of love is not a labor at all. It's given by grace.
I'm eating asparagus.
Oh,
it's so good. Grilled asparagus.
You know, I got my own master bathroom in the master bedroom. I used to eat that shit sometimes at night, just so when I woke up in the morning I could pee and not flush. My old lady go, "You need to flush that stinky shit down the toilet." Like, will you steam me some asparagus so I can take it in my lunchbox? Set me up for tomorrow, woman. I need to keep my urinary tract healthy. My dog will eat asparagus. I hate that shit. It doesn't matter what I eat. I'll even tell him, "You don't like this shit." And then I'll let him sniff it, and he takes it. And I'm like, this motherfucker's gonna eat it just to show me bullshit.
Asparagus and garlic, bro.
I love
do
it.
You see what I just posted?
Are you eating asparagus? I'm laughing my ass off. You are. Oh, good, man.
Cremeo, like a while ago, talked about or posted this video or did this video about South America being Atlanta.
Atlantis found in America, huh?
Yeah. What do you know about the Western Ethiopians? The
Not a damn thing.
The Caribos. The Greeks knew about them.
Man, that YouTube channel, I don't know how it's still up, bro. Because it's so much counter narrative. It's just, oh man, dude, it's too good. Too good.
And it's always said that the inner sanctum, the priests, for the Mayan of Atlanta. What continent has the Mayan? America.
Word.
Oh, it's a hijack.
America.
Hello.
Yeah, dude. I really like that YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Like, It would be one thing if he was just talking and not like backing his shit up, but this dude is like QE. Like he is backing his shit the fuck up.
Hey, Mike, is it cost effective to build a truck from the ground up?
No.
Hey. Well, I mean, it depends what kind of truck.
Right. So, build. What the fuck build? Then it'll determine whether it's worth it. All right.
Well, I mean, you got a 1.5 deuce work truck. You got a 1-ton work truck, a 3/4 ton truck, a 4-wheel drive truck, a 1/2 ton truck, a 3/8 ton truck. What kind of truck are we talking about, and what's the purpose?
3/4 one. Why not?
I mean, if you came to my house and asked about a build, I'd want to know specifics.
Right.
So a work truck or a 4-wheel drive play truck. But Hank's pretty much right. When you ask a guy like me, I put more than they need in the shit. And I could spend 30 grand on a fucking 91 3/4 ton Ford. Just in motor, transmission, and transfer case. And that's
right, but his question was very, very specific. He said cost effective.
Because we could always find a rolling chassis and just do whatever I want to do to the rest of it. Rip that bullshit off that I don't want and make something else. Put something else on.
Yeah, well, you want to rebuild a chassis before you just do. That's my point. You can start with the chassis. You buy the chassis, you totally rebuild that. If it's going to be a work chassis or a play chassis, you've got to build the axles for that. If it's 4-wheel drive, transfer case for that, universals for that, drive shafts for that, transmission and motor, gearbox.
All right, well, building a car from the ground up is generally cost effective because you can do it under a certain price point, even panels and shit.
Well, it is if you're just trying to build an everyday driver, yeah. That's my point.
Whole nother story because it's bigger, more steel.
Well, if you're just trying to build, a 1/2 ton 2-wheel drive truck, everyday truck, yeah, it can. Any of them, just an everyday driver can be efficient. Yeah, you can buy low miles, older parts, and build a truck out of hodgepodge parts. I mean, my brother likes to buy 3 or 4 of the same vehicles and build one good vehicle out of all 3 of them. That can be cheap. But it just depends on what you're looking for. An everyday driver, a play toy. I mean, when you say truck, that's a wide category for me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I mean, I build my own spray rigs, but it's on a 10-ton chassis. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. Yeah.
I make my own flatbeds. I make my own driveway trucks. I maintain it. It's cost efficient on a farm, but I know what purpose I'm doing it for, and I'm generally going to my own salvage yard to do it. When you don't have any parts to start with, that's when the costs start going up. You have to buy the entire build. The builds I like is where people already own a vehicle and they're like, I want to make this capable of that. Then it's easy to set up a plan. I mean, I put a lot of thought into a build, but I I generally have a plan or a purpose where I want a vision. I bought this vehicle for this reason, and I'm going to put it to this capability, you know? And I can do it pretty cost efficiently. But like I said, I generally know the purpose of the vehicle before I even start.
Yeah, I'd have to
Philosophy
take
of use.
It is, Hank. It's
right, but we were talking about cars a couple weeks ago, and it's like, oh shit, build one from the ground up, and I'm just like, I wonder if it would like something with like a 6-foot bed, maybe a full crew cab. It probably wouldn't be cost effective at a certain point, depending on how stupid it got. It'd be cheaper to buy something that's old and then put love into it.
Now you're thinking. It is cheaper to just pick what you want. Yeah, I like this, but it doesn't run. It needs work. I know a lot of people that say, hey, I can get this for $500 out of the paper. I got $5,000 to build a car. I would like to build this. What can we do for the other $4,500 I got left? Because they know that they'll get best. I mean, I'll go look at it. If it's junk, I'll tell you it's junk. Leave it alone. Keep your $500.
I don't know near enough. I guess to pinpoint everything I'm even trying to articulate when it comes to cars. I know a little.
I mean, if you just would like a cruiser car, find an old 2-door G-body. A G-body is a Cutlass, old 2-door Cutlass, 80s Cutlass, Monte Carlo, Grand Prix. Once you got a good body, then you put the body good, and that's why I was saying the 401 Olds. You go buy one of those old big 4-door Oldsmobiles, one of the big ones, and they generally got a 401 or a 407 or a 403 in them. Right there's your hot rod motor and trans. Now you need to put money in to rebuild it. But generally, you're going to spend $3,000 to $6,000 to build a decent motor. Decent motor and trans, ready to roll. And even if that's just going to be an everyday driver. Now you might get down to $4,000. But shit, it's $1,200 just to rebuild a transmission. And when you start buying upgrade parts for an engine block, you got the cost of tear down. You got to prep the engine block for everything to go back in it. Hone the cylinders, resurface them, chamfer them, deburr the entire block, polish the crank. Then you got to build. Got to rebuild the heads. Then you got to decide whether you want the stock intake or you want to start lightening the motor up. Am I going to use an aluminum intake? Now you're into $800 to $1,000 just for that part. Good carburetor. Well, how big's your cam? What kind of ignition system are you going to use? That'll dictate what size carburetor we need. Lift, duration, combustion equals a CMF. So before I know what kind of carburation system and fuel system I can put in the car, I have to know what motor I built. It's going to dictate how much flow I need. Constant maintained flow, CMF, for the carburetor. Once I know that, then I can have the fueling system installed and put the carburetor in the motor. You can get whatever the hell you want out of this stuff, but you got to match it all. Or anybody can build a damn motor. A backyard mechanic can build it, but it takes a person with experience to build a motor that works systematically perfect throughout the whole thing. I see guys that build motors all day long that aren't, it's just stock, totally rebuilt stock, and they got big ass fuel system, big ass carburetor, and they wonder why it doesn't run right. Well, you didn't upgrade anything. You didn't bore out the heads. You didn't upgrade the timing. You don't have a upgraded intake. You don't have upgraded ignition. So you're just dumping a bunch of gas in the motor that you're not burning up. It's a symphony. When I'm done, I like my symphony to sound perfect. Fuck, I don't think I built a car for the last 10 years that from the ground up that I didn't put at least 12,000 into. I built the S10 a while ago, and I thought, yeah, I'll build this for about 6. When I was done with the motor, trans, and rear end, I hadn't even painted it yet. I already had 8,500 into it. I was like, damn. And I was using upgraded parts that I had sitting on the shelf. Like complete aluminum kit, intake, valve covers, oil pan cover, front timing chain cover. I had all that aluminum already at the house. Braided hosing setups. Once I put a pimp interior in it, a paint job, a cowl inducted hood, fiberglass visor. I had 12 grand into it. Now it's time to put rims and tires on there. Rebuild the rear end. Rebuild the front end. Beef it up so I can put them big rims and tires on it. Next thing you know, I got $16,000 into a V8 S10. Don't get me wrong. When
V8
I was
S10. Oh man, I wanted to do a Chevy Love when I was younger. I wanted to do a Chevy Love, but I didn't have the money.
Oh, I know. Believe me, I know. My brother had one that we used to cross the river, and it had a 353 speed on the tree. Chevy Love. It was a bad motherfucker too.
Boing.
Yeah, but listen, I got this S10 in the garage. I couldn't sell it for what I got into it if I wanted to. So I'll let the years get to it. Maybe 20 years from now, somebody be like, "Oh hell yeah, I'll buy that 81 S10 off you. That's bad as hell." 20,000, yeah, that ain't shit. Right now it is. It's fun though. It is fun. It's a 350 punched out to a 355. I got torsion bars in the rear end, all-wheel disc brakes, Corvette rims all the way around. Motherfucker screams too. It's little though. I'm not really a little truck type guy. After I built it, I thought this thing is fun, but I like to look down at people when I drive my trucks.
See, that's the thing. The Toyota T100, the 5-speed, 4-cylinder, like base version, like single cab, like it was just big enough for me, right? Because I'm a little bit taller. I can't really sit in those little trucks either. Like I love Nissan hard bodies, but I could never own one.
Right. Dude, we got a following of people down here. We got Chevy Love groups. Guys that are in groups that build these badass off-road Chevy Loves. They try to make them go places Jeeps won't go. So they're not always just jacked up big-ass four-wheel drives. Some of them be on skinny tires, taller, skinnier tires. Big articulating front and rear ends. They put upgraded scissor rear ends in them, scissor front ends, all-wheel independent suspension. And they basically try to make it into an all-wheel drive, but these guys go through everywhere with the motherfuckers. We got a lot of off-road clubs up here, though, in Michigan, because we got trails. You can go up north and ride 130 miles worth of trails through the Huron National Forest on a quad, in a truck. You just have to go the direction. There's no turning around. Once you're on this motherfucker, you ain't getting off until there'll be turn-off points every so often. If you want to leave the track, turn here. Otherwise, you just go in one direction. There's some hills up there people can't climb. I like to take my Broncos through there. I've drove the whole track, and there isn't a portion of the track that'll stop my Bronco, and it's a big truck. That 78 Bronco, it's 4,500 before you put the motor and trans in it.
They don't make them like that no more. That thing's part tank. That's a heavy sucker.
Oh, I know you've heard me when I said, man, I'll convert that motherfucker to a tank, then the world shit hits here. I'll be driving a 78 Bronco with a 50 millimeter cannon on the front of that bitch. One in the back, too.
Boy, howdy. Whew, that's amazing.
Well, armor plate
I
that
like those.
motherfucker.
I like those old American cars, bro. I just never could have one because the gas mileage. Whew. But yeah, those old cars, I love them, bro.
You ain't lying. Every time we go up north, I'm reminded it's, 3-hour drive, and that motherfucker passes everything but the gas station.
I just found something where they admitted that things clump together, not due to gravity, but due to electrostatic charges.
The clouds.
No, well, this is okay. So they claimed that they accidentally came across this doing some kind of experiment on the ISS or space station or whatever. But anyway, so that's where they claimed they'd done it. But their claim of what happens is that here, I'll just post it. It's at the timestamp. Anyway, so they put these salt particles inside of this plastic bag, right? And they were they watched it while they were in zero gravity. And they said that the salt particles started clumping together due to, and they even said it was due to, electrostatics. So even when they try to go into this zero gravity and prove that things have gravity and stick together, they still admit that it's electrostatics. They only prove that it's not gravity. It's all they're doing. So we already knew things had an electrostatic charge. But anyway, I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, like attracts like. So if you got a tree, it's in the forest, it has children, and then it has a foreign tree, like it sets out like pheromones, and the trees are like at war with each other for over resources. I know it sounds crazy, but it's all connected. It's all connected.
When are these people going to start? When are these people going to start scratching their head and wondering, why there's no scientific evidence to back any of their claims up? I mean, even the anti-gravity machines that they have, the hovercrafts, they call them anti-gravity. It's either like dealing with turbulent wind, or it's dealing with, some kind of, the only way they get flight. Well, besides the aerodynamics and the weight and stuff, but that's density, right? Is electromagnetics or electrostatics or some shit like that.
Yeah, I knew it was a static for a while. I remember arguing with Zanuck back in the day in Science and Scientism, and he was trying to tell me the clouds come together because of gravity. I'm like, okay, so you're telling me, like, this shit floated up and then all got together because its gravity was stronger than the Earth's gravity, and it couldn't be held down, but it could be held together because the gas particles had each other. I was like, that's static, you fool. Like, you not know that? And he doubled down. No, bro, it's gravity. I was like, Zanuck. I think that's when I was pretty much done. I was like, it's kind of over.
Clip this out and hand it to him next time. Next time he claims that, and show him where they've even proven that it's electrostatics.
Yeah, at that point, I knew it was like these guys over here are just like full of shit. Like they know, they have to know. So anyway, good night. I'll check out that video. Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt your car talk. I just thought that was interesting. Just more evidence of non-gravity. And this is their own shit, too.
You kind of have to enjoy the irony, though. They debunk something that they're trying to prove and then say, we proved it, right as they debunk it.
false realities. Everyone has to come up with their own, like, make their own choice what terms they want to use. No one decides that. It's like each person. I don't see anything wrong with using specific gravity. I mean, it just means specific weight, which is talking about density. I mean, if that's what they want to call it. Whatever. I mean, if it's valid, the premise behind it's valid.
Fair day to you all. What's happening?
Don't know, everyone went silent.
Yeah, okay. Everyone's chilling. It's because we're on a level plane. Nobody can chill on a ball. My man in the chat, why isn't he in the room? He should know better. No, gravity isn't a fallacious word. The way they use gravity is retarded. Because it doesn't mean what they say it means.
I was getting ready to say, you sound like Elisha. And then I was like, wait a minute, that is his
Because I am.
PFE.
Uh-huh. What they did is they took a word and they lied about it. It's because they're not respecting the gravity of the situation. Very disrespectful people.
Do you remember why you were muted, Empirical Emperor?
I was just wondering that myself.
Yeah, you're unmuzzled. I know it's specific gravity. So they put citations up where they described density, and then they put this on the History Channel where they talk about electrostatics, and then they use, like, in a lot of their so-called anti-gravity, they're dealing with electromagnetism and electrostatics. So
Yeah, he's missing the point. In the theory of gravity, you got the center of Earth. All things are pulled. That's an ellipsoid model, a gravitational model. It's literally not in the definition of gravity. It's in an ellipsoid model. But in specific gravity or relative density, it doesn't matter, because by kinetic theory, there is no preferred direction of travel. If things are less dense and more dense, depending on the amount of energy they have, they'll move. Nothing in the system can do work without energy. That's why helium rises, but a rock falls.
right, and they make the inference, and people believe that just because one is bigger than the other, that the smaller one's gonna move towards the larger one, and we don't see that.
Yeah, it's just not true. We don't see movement of anything without energy, input of energy. That's true. So gravity would have to be, by their theory, it would have to be defined as an input of energy from an unknown constant source. Because it's making it's making inanimate objects do work. And by kinetic theory, in the laws of thermodynamics, no thing in the system can do more work than its potential for kinetic energy. So things without energy will sit still until they're encountered by things with energy. And they might be sharing energy. A collision, that's a sharing of energy. So study kinetic energy theory. There's not, when you get into specific gravity, relative density, there's not a preferred thing of travel. They want to say all things are pulled down, but the truth is, if you drop a rock from an airplane, it's not going to go straight down. It's going to move left or right, or left and right. It might swirl. Why? Air resistance. The medium it's falling through. Why does it go down? It goes down because it has no energy to sustain where it is.
Right. So why did the bird fall? Because it stopped flapping its wings.
Right, exactly.
But you know what's funny? I just checked because I wanted to pull out the equation just to discuss it a little bit. Because I like the relative density thing for, like, it's how you can confirm whether a silver ounce is really an ounce or whatever. Like, I like that method. But I type in specific gravity into my search engine, and the first thing that comes up is relative density Wikipedia page.
Yeah, and no offense, that
so it switches it for you to its actual definition.
That taking back a definition of word, listen, the theory of gravity isn't how the word is defined. Gravitas. What's the definition of gravitas?
Just wait.
I think it's like attraction or like someone who's able to, you know, own the room or something like that.
Gravitas? No, it's weight.
Seriousness. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's been manipulated multiple times then.
I mean, people always
Fair
say
enough.
this definition of gravity. Well, how are you defining gravity? Can I get a citation for your definition of gravity?
After I've done the relative density thing, I'll check it out. I did it once.
Not you, whoever the new guy is in voice text with this ambiguity, misunderstood, complicated ambiguity. Ambiguity isn't complicated. It's the state of not having. What is ambiguous?
I don't think false realities is, I mean, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but they didn't seem confused to me. They were just wondering, from what I gathered, they were just wondering what everyone else felt about using the term specific gravity since it was referring to density. And I told him that each person just had to figure out what terms they want to use, you know, whatever terms they're comfortable with. I don't see anything wrong. Yeah,
No,
I
it's
don't
just
see anything
playing
wrong.
the semantics names. If we call it specific gravity, it's still defined by the word gravity. No, specific gravity is a certain thing. It's defined by the compound of the two. Specific gravity, relative density. It's not defined by one word, and there's more than one word that makes up that combination. It's specific gravity.
Yeah,
it's a theory of its own.
Well, all gravity means is weight, and they teach, like, when they say gravity, there's this inference made in people's minds that it means, well, I guess, you know, what the mass attracting mass due to Einstein's bending and warping of space-time.
Right, but
Like this
I think
spooky shit that you can't see.
Yeah, see, but that's where people get it wrong. You're talking about taking back the word, and they're using a theory to define a word where words aren't defined by theories. Words that are already defined are used in theories.
when you have a word previous to, I mean, in this case, they'd probably like to use it as maybe a noun or whatever. It doesn't matter. My grammar's a bit crap, but the point is specific is a modifier to the word that comes after. So you're no longer talking about just that word as how someone else may have defined it.
Well,
you're talking about a new thing because you've modified it.
It's an adjective. It's an adjective. Yes.
Thank you.
You know what it makes
I didn't want to say the wrong thing, but I knew what I was talking about.
An adjective describes a word, place, or action. It's a descriptive word.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
it's
so
like
specific modifies it, so it's different now.
It's like you have.
Listen,
even me, I'm illiterate, and even I know that.
Here's the thing: their dictionaries don't lie. People speak babble because they don't use words as they're colloquially defined. Our language is specific. Our definitions are specific. It's not the dictionaries that lie. If we stick to the colloquial definitions or research the etymology of the word and the original meaning of the word, then we speak in a specific manner. It's those people who don't understand the definitions, don't understand that theories don't define words. Einstein's and Newton's theories on gravitas or gravity doesn't define the word. It's an attempt to describe or explain the definition of the word,
which we never see or experience, like his explanation or form of it. But this is like, so you see, okay, gravity meaning weight, and so you have different forms of measuring, like different effects on weight, I guess, or different types of weight. Specific weight, instead of using the word gravity, meaning specific weight meaning relative density, and then you have the other types of or other ways that weight is manipulated with, which is electrostatics and electromagnetism, and so they're really putting it right there in your face when they say specific gravity, by letting you know that that's just a form of it, right? So there's other forms, but none of them are the bending and warping of space-time.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think with that one they're even trying to push an agenda in that way, because when you go on to, it's like it says relative density or specific gravity, which is just like, I don't know, soccer or football. Obviously, it's football. Some retards call it soccer. It's just, who cares? We're talking about an actual thing. The game itself. The game itself, regardless of what some
let's
monkey
not go
tries
there
to
again.
name it.
No, you done open the can, bro.
Listen to the point, right? The game itself, regardless of what some monkey tries to call it, is still a game by a certain set of rules with these different parameters.
Your
so the game
football
doesn't
should have been
change.
called kickball.
That's besides the point. Focus, right? I used it for a little bit of fun, but to get the point across, the game itself is defined by its rules and its parameters. So its naming convention is irrelevant.
Well, in most of the
to a certain degree, right?
In 90% of the colloquial definitions of gravity, nowhere is it mentioned an attraction towards the center of Earth. It says the natural force that tends to cause physical things to move towards Earth. Doesn't say center.
Right, gravity. Because I think back then they had the honesty to say, well, seeing as we've never been there or seen it, we're not gonna presume it in our definitions. But people soon lost the respect for themselves later down the line, and they just started saying things like they were true. That they'd never observed.
I can't stand when people say we need to take this word back, and I say, what does that word mean? And then they give me a definition that's nowhere near any colloquial definition that's ever been used for that word. What the hell you mean? So what you're wanting to do is what the liberals do. Keep redefining words until all knowledge is lost. It's where our latter generations use words they don't even know what the fuck they mean. That's what they did to you. But you can research the etymology of a word and see how it changes over time, where it originally came from. Oh, man. I hate that word lying. It's not really a lie to change the definition of word. It's more being disingenuous. The hiding of knowledge. It's not really a lie. Lies are spoken with the mouth.
Well, it's like modification. That doesn't necessarily, like, that doesn't mean evolution, although it means more than what just changing to suit the environment, because, but it still doesn't mean evolution. And adaptation does not mean evolution, not in the sense that they infer, and they don't even define evolution in the way that people make the leap. So adaptation and evolution is another set of words and terms that.
Yeah. So that brings up my point. If you do a more concise research, you're more fastidious about your research, then you know what you're talking about on the subject, and the twisting and bending of words just becomes what it is, a semantical game to make people not understand what's being told. 90% of the time, people get mad because they think a word is used improperly or defined by a theory, when in truth the word has nothing near the meaning what they think it is, and you just don't know the English language. Words are used in a specific definition, and they're defined by usage, which definition it will be. Whether you use it as a verb or a noun, then it'll be defined colloquial in that sense. Without this system, we can't have coherent and cohesive sentences. We can't use a group of words together that form one physical thought that all men can understand. So grammar, you just becomes, I'm speaking babble. If I speak proper English 90% of the time in here, most people don't understand what the hell I'm saying. It's not because I used it improperly. My grammatic function, my usage, all that was perfect. They don't understand, they don't comprehend because they've never defined words. So I'm sorry.
Well, most of us haven't been taught, have we?
Right. I'm sorry I was the kid who liked to win spelling bees, but your words are your weapons when you first start this life, and you should have the most amount of weapons you can have. And if you want to understand what people are saying, you need to know the definitions of the words. Ambiguity, fastidious, hyperfastidious, come on, superficial. Most people, you can ask, I could sit here all day long and ask people how they're using a word, and I could get a million definitions for words that are totally incorrect.
Battle mode. Superficial is quite a deep word, though. Come on. Anyway, nonsense jokes aside, I think this relative density stuff is rather interesting.
I can give an example.
Because it's purpose. You know, purpose, right? From our communities onwards.
I can use certain insults on people to find their academic level. I can insult a person with a word they don't understand, and I get a giggle and a hell yeah out of it. Well, I know that's a dumbass. He probably didn't finish high school, and he definitely didn't go to college. Why? Because it just insulted him. But I did it with words he doesn't know the definition of. So 90% of our problem isn't lying, it's miscommunication. Or
and it's pride as well, right? Because when quite a lot of the time, because there's a decent crowd around here, if one of us was to come out with a word that nobody knew, they would ask, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Because unfortunately, especially coming from England, there's just some vocabulary stuff that you lot don't catch in the same way, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a different culture. But they would probably come under someone who wasn't, quote unquote, as educated as the person using the word. But by asking what it means, they've at least put themselves into a position of, using their heads properly.
An attempt to understand, yeah. Like our Arabic brothers, MJ is famous for that. When I use words he don't understand, he messages me because he knows I don't have a problem with helping him with his understanding of the English language. I mean, I know there's a lot of times that the foreigners just don't know how to put it in our words, what they're trying to say. I try to offer help without trying to insult somebody. If I know the word they're looking for, I'll send them the definition in their messages, you know. Even if they don't get it when they're on that day, when they load it up the next day and they say, oh, I got a message from Mike. Oh, that's the word I was looking for last night. Because I understand you guys didn't go to school for, 20, 26 years learning the English language, so you're learning 2 languages. This is a second language for you. You're bilingual. And I'd say a lot of you do it fairly well on scientific topics. A lot of you guys, you might, even when you struggle, you always, most of the foreigners at least find the most rudimentary word they can to describe it properly. That's why a lot of guys used to, like, the Arabic dudes would come in here and listen to Deuce Volt. Deuce likes to do the same thing. Underhanded insults that people don't catch on to. It kind of lost its thrill for me, because if I don't get an emotional reaction from the guy I just insulted, I'm bored, you know? I'm like, he didn't even get it. Fucking dumbass.
I guess it depends on what you do it for. So if you're doing it, like whoever you're talking to. So if you're doing it for the emotional reaction from the person that you're making fun of, then yeah, I can see that. But I don't. Maybe that's not what he's doing. Maybe he's talking to other people, right? And he knows that they'll get it. He knows the person he's talking to won't get it. He's talking at them, but to the other people.
Oh yeah, when Deuce Volt is here is about the only time I'll do it anymore, because I know he doesn't never miss a joke, and I don't miss his. So at least me and him are having fun. I hear you.
For some reason, I never want to have Deuce Volt mad at me. It's like, I don't know what it is. Something
he just
unique about him.
He projects that dad figure.
Nah, it doesn't feel like a dad figure. I don't know what that feels like. So, I mean, honestly, I don't think it could be that.
That's a real father, making you shake in your boots, contemplating what he's going to do to you if you don't quit. My daughter says every time, I don't like that guy, Dad. I'm like, why? Well, he makes me feel like I'm in trouble. Like when you do it. I'm like, well, yeah, we kind of act the same. His daughter's a little older than you. He's had more practice. She's like, you got my sister. I'm like, hey, I just got her.
I know what it feels like to be in trouble by your husband. Like to have him mad at you, but I don't know what it feels like to be in trouble by a dad.
Vacuum, that's not an inaccurate description of specific gravity. It's gravity specific to the density of the medium. It's perfect. It's gravity. Explained. The relative density versus the relative density of the medium. Specific gravity. It's specific to the density of the medium and the density of the object in the medium. I don't know why you guys always try to argue this crap, man.
It's all about the relationship between the object and the medium.
Yeah, and no offense.
Density.
No offense, but you only picked one. Neutrally buoyant RD greater than 1 denser than water. So that's just specific only to water, nothing else. No other fluid, just water. That's why it's called specific gravity.
I was distracted.
Yeah, this is...
I just posted it just because of its point, right? Its point is its relationship.
It's not inaccurate.
It's a relational.
It's not. It's specific, just like it says. It's specific gravity. It specifically denotes the movements of things as it's relative to its density and the density of the medium it's in. So they're both perfect terms.
I was kind of having fun with the end bit because it's not in the sentence, but I was more focusing on the point of the sentence previous, right? I just quoted that.
I know.
Page.
Yeah,
it's a relational thing, right?
Of water. Yeah, it's a relation, a relative. It's a relative relationship, and it's specific to that relative relationship. For each medium,
you know what would be funny? You know what would be funny is asking some of these people who, think they're spinning, if they can give us a relationship between this and some of the stuff they say about space and whatnot, and then watch them squirm. It's like, okay, show me the specific gravity of the vacuum within water, or just something absurd like that.
Oh, it's like that link I
Yeah,
posted.
that's what I was going to say.
So what is that non-specific gravity then? If it's not density, it's still the relationship between the object and the medium, but it's in terms of electrostatics.
Yeah, that does come up in the page. I mean, it's Wikipedia, but they're still getting their stuff from actual citations.
So that's one thing electrostatics, specific gravity, relative density, all can combine with kinetic energy theory. And they all three can work together. Because,
hey, Michael, none of it works with balls spinning around the universe, though.
No, I don't think so.
No, of course not.
Not in a frictionless environment, because then you have no static attraction, no energy input, and no energy output.
Prove there are no balls spinning in space, Helio.
Yeah, because you need, well, some people will say Newton's gravity first, and then that's been debunked by Einstein's, and that shit doesn't work either. So then you have to take what's left, once you which is the relative density, which is specific gravity, same definition for both, and then electromagnetism, everything you guys were just saying. Yes, of course. I jumped in because I was in the YouTube chat for like half an hour arguing with Trillian, which is a fruitless endeavor. But anyway, yeah.
Oh, I banned him earlier on T3.
Banned who?
Trillium.
Was that Trillium?
No. I was talking about Trillian in the YouTube chat.
Oh no, I meant Tessarian.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's a different person.
Yep, I got confused. Yep.
No, I was just like listening to you guys, and me and Trillian were going back and forth. Trillian's, old school troll, in the YouTube chat. And I just like, what? I get tired of typing. Just like, what? If you want to know what I think, I'll jump in here. You won't, but I'll jump in there and say what I think. But I don't feel like there's any reason to address Trillian anymore. It's like one of those people that just everything you say, they just have some kind of comeback that doesn't make any sense, and just a believer. That's why I made that. I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Well, it doesn't matter how much information you show them; they're just going to come back with. They don't even care if they embarrass themselves with nothing. It's like, yeah, I'm talking about you, Trillian. Anyway, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
How sorry?
Well, we're talking about rocket launches and the ISS. Just like, I don't see how on earth they could fake being in the ISS. I was like, I typed in, have you seen the movie Gravity? It's like, how could they fake being in the ISS? I mean, come on, man. They make space movies all the time. I mean, what the hell are you talking about? They couldn't fake.
You're missing a trick. When someone says, I can't see it, just go, well, it doesn't really matter. A blind man can't see the wall, but the wall's still there.
Yeah, I was already on that tip before. It was just like, it gets to a certain point when you're in a YouTube chat arguing with people, it's just like, and it's just like, I'm tired arguing with idiots, man. It's like, if you can't see it, you just can't see it,
It's a bizarre argument when they come in with, I can't I can't imagine why they would lie. It's like, well, it doesn't matter about your imagination or how you perceive things.
Yeah, and that's
Get
why
back
we
to
always say,
reality.
well, yeah, back to life, back to reality. It's right in front of your face. I mean, look at these astronauts on the ISS. I mean, at first we were arguing about the ISS is here, which I wasn't arguing. I was just like, shit, when did they build this? If it was such a fabulous feat, why didn't we have like footage of satellites showing how they built the ISS? There is no such thing. It just all of a sudden was there.
Aren't we supposed to have a moon elevator by now?
Well, yeah. Well, that was there was a show called Krypton, which is anyway. They had a moon elevator on that one, but
Virgin Galactic owes me money, bitch. I'm coming for my money too. I'm gonna send my fat wife Norma Jean down there to open a can of whoop ass on you all. You better have my fucking money.
I know. I mean, it started with the rockets. It's like, well, what are the rockets doing? Well, and Trillian said, "Hey, I learned how rockets work in space when I was 9," and I said, "Okay, why don't you tell me how rockets work in space?" And I'm gonna, credit to Trillian. The major claim is that rockets push off of the gases that they produce out of the back of the rocket in space, right?
Wrong.
Well, that's what she said happened, and that's what their claim is. But
it's funny.
That's impossible.
They never demonstrated it, right?
Yeah. Nobody can test that because we all live on Earth.
No. Actually, somebody has. That's the thing, right? They say this stuff. They teach you at school, and they make you imagine this thing, Newton's laws, blah blah blah, and they just paint this false picture in your mind. But they don't show you a demonstration. They don't show you a demonstration.
I've seen a vacuum test. I've seen a vacuum test where they have, they'll evacuate the air, and then without oxygen, there's not much to do, right? But propulsion. Well, I was really kind of impressed because Trillian's just a troll. She trolls a lot in here. But I was really impressed that she knew that the rockets propel off of themselves in space. They're saying what their claim is they push. They use a certain kind of fuel and they push off of the expulsion, and that's how they propel in space. Which that's ridiculous. Nobody's ever going to be able to test that. And if they were to be able to test that
was actually my point.
I know, because I'm being redundant. I'm sorry, brother.
No, it's all right. I just hadn't finished, but there is actually someone. I'm gonna try and see if I can find the links. But there is someone who actually has done these tests, and in some of these tests that he did, the fuel wouldn't even burn.
Yeah,
the way the chemistry works is it won't ignite. It won't ignite in.
That's what I'm saying. You have to have a certain type of fuel and how it ignites.
So when you take them at their word or whatever solid fuel they're using and you test it, nothing happens.
And even if you can get it to, I know I've seen it before. I think I know what video you were talking about. Okay. Even after, if you can get it to ignite, it's just a short period. It's just like, phew. You can't, make the rocket go in a certain direction. It's like, just like a freaking bottle rocket or something. It's like, that's pretty much all you get, from the test on Earth in a vacuum chamber. So it's just like, oh, this is how rockets work in space. It's like, okay. That's your belief.
Work by not working. I don't know. It's tricky to find this stuff on YouTube, but basically it's nonsense. Someone actually holds their accounts or holds their claims to account, and it's nothing. It's just
well, it's just like I've seen someone like take a vacuum chamber and they put a laser on like a little pile of sulfur or something, and it ignites immediately like a hot laser, and then they freaking evacuate the chamber. There's no oxygen or little oxygen, and they shoot the same laser at the same point. Doesn't even ignite, and that's why. Anyway, I'm not going to go back through my conversation, which I don't like to text through conversation, but I do like to take the piss out of Trillian a lot, and she thinks she's probably taking the piss out of me, but whatever.
There is a thing about adding oxygen to the fuel mix so that it will burn. However, there's a lack of a medium to push off of.
Ooh, that's the most important point. Exactly. Their claim is that when the gas comes out, that's what they're pushing off of. You know, they have a certain fuel mixture, and they expel it from the back of the rocket, and that's what they're pushing off of in the vacuum of space.
The vacuum.
Yeah, that seems ridiculous to me. I mean, how can you push off of a look, I don't, it just seems like a cartoon story to me.
No, cartoons are better.
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, I still love science fiction. I watch science fiction movies and stuff. It's like, hey, we can travel through space with whatever propulsion they use. And it's like moving, you know. But there is no space, you know, that way, outer space in that way. But it's okay if you want to believe it. You know, Trillian and all you other believers, you can believe it if you want to. I still watch, you know, the outer space fantasies, and I think there's good stories, and I think there's good lessons, you know, family lessons and everything. I'm a huge fan of fiction, but I just don't think it's possible.
I mean, that's where these things belong, in fiction. The story.
Aaron, do you remember why you were muted?
To be honest, no. Oh, I think hold on, give me a second. I think it was because someone said a point about Brownie in motion, and they said, "Admit you are wrong, or I'm going to mute you." And I had no idea.
Hey, Brownie, did you say Brownie in motion?
Did I get that wrong?
Oh, that's, I don't know. I mean, that's when you flush the toilet after you go number 2. Oh, that was bad. I'm so sorry. I'm rude. I'm just playing. So you got muted, Ira?
I got muted for not immediately admitting I was wrong about Brownie in motion. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, hey, let's start over. Are you new here?
I've only been here a couple times.
So, how did you find your way here?
The politics Discord.
Ooh, that's a deep one. I've been there before. This place is so much better. What, do you like politics better? Because I've been there, man.
Well, I gotta say, I've put some efforts to engage in good faith here, but I've been a little baffled by how antagonistic the conversations can be here. I've been one time I was banned, not because I said anything wrong, but because I was talking to a guy who didn't represent the flat Earth case accurately enough, and they thought that we were in cahoots, and I never talked to this person.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different personalities on here. It kind of depends on who you meet and kind of the flavor of the conversation when you join. And I think it's the same way on politics server as well. Because there's some decent guys over. Do they still have that server, or
the politics Discord is still up? Sure.
I'm not sure. I don't go over there much. Every time I go over there, I get freaking attacked. So I don't
well.
But anyway, but the difference is that when you come over here, we're talking about flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what you're getting into when you come here.
Oh, sure.
So anyway, you're here now. Do you have any questions about what we've been saying? Apparently, you've been listening. You've been here a couple times.
Well, I only just joined the room, so I don't know what you were talking about last.
It's all about flat Earth all the time.
The different types of influences on weight or gravity, since gravity means weight. Like specific gravity, for instance, is relative density, and then.
So you guys are skeptics about gravity in general, right?
Well, okay. So when you say gravity, what do you mean? That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. What is gravity?
I don't have a academic definition off the top of my head, but
hey, you know what? You're not alone. We have our resident, not our resident. We have the guy. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Yeah, I fucking hate that guy.
All right, cool. Well, he was asked on a radio show one time. The host was like, "Hey, what is gravity?" He was like, "We don't know. Next question." He's supposed to be a PhD physicist, and he's like, "We don't know. Next question."
That guy, yeah, but that guy sucks, though.
Yeah, okay. Well, do you have any other reference that you can bring? Like, tell us what gravity is, because we don't know either. I lost gravity a long time ago.
When you ask me what gravity is, are you asking for a description of how it works, or what it?
Okay,
what is this? Hold on.
That's why I'm asking this. And go ahead, but you're as good as everyone else.
That's why I was going to ask you, when you say gravity, aside from a citation of what mainstream science claims it is, right? Their definition of it. You can provide that, but I'm curious, when you say gravity, what do you think?
I mean, gravity is the attraction of particles with mass to each other, like across space. So,
by what means?
Bodies that. So, by what means is a question I'm definitely not prepared to answer because I'm not a physicist. But
because
I can tell you.
That's essentially what gravity is supposed to be, right? Like that's what you think of, like it's the force that causes this to happen, because you're describing an effect. But if you're going to think of the cause, what would you think the cause would be?
I have no. It's like electromagnetism. Like I know, I can describe what magnetism is and how it works, but I can't describe why it works the way it does. I don't think anyone can.
Well, electromagnetism is a force that. Yeah, it can cause things to attract, but that's like when there's only two. Okay, so there's two different types of gravity generally mentioned, and that's the Newtonian mass attractive mass, or Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time. But if that's what you think of as electromagnetism, then you're not far from, what it actually is, because that's one aspect of what it is.
You know, it's something I'm thinking about right now.
It's like
what if you lived on Earth, where we do actually live, and nobody ever told you that you were the third rock from the sun and were a part of a solar system, and you asked this same question? Just totally discount the solar system. So what is gravity? It's weight.
Okay, so if there was no electromagnetism in play, like say
no, I didn't say
no, I'm talking to Iron.
Sorry,
okay.
Sorry.
What's your question?
Sorry, Healy, I wasn't raising my voice. I was just trying to get louder than you so you could hear me. That's all.
Oh, is my mic loud? I'll turn
no, it's just I think that you're probably louder than me is all. It doesn't take, you know what I mean? That's all. Anyway.
I'll just back off a little bit. It's all good. Because
I mean, because he's not far. He's not far off from it though, Helio.
That's why I jumped in. I think because he brought it up. That's why. Go ahead.
What's your question?
Like, what if the objects aren't electromagnetic?
What
if they're not magnetic?
What if what objects?
Like if the two masses. So you said electromagnetism would be the cause of
No.
Could be the cause. Like you
No.
mentioned.
That's not what I meant to say. No, I meant to say when you say what is gravity, I say, well, it's sort of like saying, do you mean what causes gravity, or what do you mean when you say gravity? Like
Well, what do you think of? Yeah, and you said electromagnetism. So can you think of anything else that could cause?
No, so the reason I invoked electromagnetism is because, like, for instance, I could describe how magnets work, but I can't give you a description of why magnets work, like a physical, like a metaphysical
There's a
account
known force, right?
Well, yeah, but just saying it's a force doesn't say anything.
Well, I mean, we're talking in general terms. I'm interrupting on purpose again.
But it's
well, as far as gravity goes, when it comes to flat earthers, we know gravity doesn't exist. There's no reason to even invoke it, but we have to argue it all the time. But you brought up electromagnetism, which
I assume when he said gravity, what did he think of? Or when if he was going to try to determine like the cause of an effect of two masses come together, and he mentioned electromagnetism, which is a force. It's a known force that can be identified and it can be manipulated. Right? It can be measured.
Sure. It holds everything together, basically.
So,
I mean, it's involved with chemistry, and I mean, there's all kinds of.
So do you know why Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead. If you're going to explain why you said that.
The only reason I brought up electromagnetism is just that, like, I could give a description of what magnetism does in general. I could give a description of what gravity does in general. I can't give a description of why gravity does what it does or how it works. Same as I can't give a description of why electromagnetism works the way it does. Like, so when you ask what is gravity, I could give you the descriptive account, but I can't give you the how.
Right. Well, okay. So if electromagnetism is the cause of it, of something, in one instance, how do you know? Because you can identify it and you can manipulate it, and you know that the force is there. You can manipulate that force. Right. So what else can you manipulate to cause two objects to come together, or to change where an object finds its equilibrium?
Are you trying to say that manipulation of gravity is not the same as manipulation of electromagnetism?
What if there? I want to say something really quick, and you guys can take the piss out of me all day. What if there was never this idea of gravity at all? Does never existed? It was a thing utilized by people to create an idea of what we actually exist on. Up is up, and down is down. We're on a level stationary plane. Gravity's not necessary. This is our realm. Now, this idea of arguing for hours and hours about gravity, whether it's mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, none of it exists. All right, I said I was going to make it quick, and I'm done with that. Go ahead.
So you're asking me what if gravity was never described to me?
Yeah, I mean, what if you never heard of gravity at all, and you never heard of the globe or anything like that? I mean, what would you consider this world to be?
I suppose I would say gravity was an attractive force towards the Earth.
Oh, really? So you'd be like Newton?
I probably wouldn't be that smart. I probably wouldn't. If I was a caveman, I probably would have never noticed.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, so I'll shut up if you guys are, don't like me talking about this, but it's just weird to me. Now, I mean, since I've been in this so long, it's just like this gravity idea it just puts everybody off, from the real conversation about the realm that we live in. It's kind of insane to me. And a lot of people get confused because they want gravity to be a thing. And to be honest, it took me a few years to really get over it, It's not that's where I'm at.
That's cute. But I think they were talking, so maybe you could let them get back to it. Truth, you might want to restate your question to Iorn, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, and I'll just listen now. Thanks, guys, for that.
Do I remember? No, not really.
Sorry, what was that?
I don't know. It's something about gravity. I don't know.
I think it might have been something to do with manipulating it, and he said something slightly off kilter, but that's about all I can remember.
Oh, I said, were you invoking a kind of skepticism about gravity because it can't be manipulated or tested in the way that magnetism can?
Well, not just magnetism, but okay. So if you're going to change where an object finds its equilibrium in the medium of the air that we're in, right? If you're going to, like, how would you do that? What would you manipulate?
Sorry, I'm just a little unsure. So you say an object to find its equilibrium?
Yeah, in the medium that we're in. Or maybe I'm asking, okay, so I was trying to get there right in the beginning by getting you to define what gravity is and what you thought gravity was. And the cause of the effect that you see, that you call gravity, this thing that you call gravity.
Sure. And I gave the account of, I could describe what it is, but I probably can't describe how it works, and that's why I brought up electromagnetism. So I feel the same way about that. So I could describe gravity as an attractive force between particles that have mass.
Okay, do you ever see that happening?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the apple falls from the tree. So the mass of the apple is attracted by the mass of the earth, at least.
How do you know that it's the mass? How do you know that it's the mass attracting mass? Like, how can you prove that?
Well, what would you accept as proof? Like, to what extent is it provable, I suppose?
So can you lay the apples side by side and they still attract? Can you can you get a chunk of dirt, a big hump, and then lay an apple next to it, like 5 feet out from it, and will that big hump of dirt, because it's larger than the apple, attract the apple to the hump of dirt?
It's my understanding that yes, that will happen. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you can video, I would like to see this. Can you demonstrate this? Because I've never seen that happen.
So I've heard that if you're in the vacuum of space and you had two baseballs about a meter apart, it would take about a week for them to gravitationally attract to where they were touching.
Have you seen an apple get attracted to a hump of dirt?
Well, I've seen it been attracted to the Earth, or appear to be attracted to the Earth by falling.
Well, if it's the hump of dirt, if it's the size of the hump of dirt, you should be able to move the hump of dirt in a different direction, and it should follow it, whichever. You know what I mean?
That's kind of irrelevant. Do you hear what he said? He said he heard. I mean, does it matter what he heard when he's asking for something that will actually demonstrate it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where he would have heard that from, but
no, but that's the point. All his answer to his own question of what would it take to prove it was something that he heard.
Well, no, that wasn't my answer to what it would take to. That wasn't my answer to what it would take to prove it. To be fair,
because that
was a parallel anecdote.
You do realize that mainstream doesn't even claim mass attracts mass anymore.
Mainstream, what's that? Sorry.
Mainstream science doesn't even claim that mass attracts mass anymore. But anyway, I wanted to stick with your train of thought, though.
So you're talking about the curvature of space-time towards massive objects. So it's not technically mass attracted to mass. It's mass affecting space-time curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, yeah, that's what they're. Yeah, that's what they adhere to now. But how would you test that?
Well, you have to be much smarter than me.
Can you manipulate space-time so that you can change where an object finds its equilibrium?
When you what do you mean by this finds its equilibrium? Because I'm a little unclear. What is that?
Well, because every object that you move is going to be in a medium, and it's going to find its place of equilibrium in that medium.
You mean just comes to rest? Is that what's
Yeah.
Okay.
It's another way of putting it.
Okay.
As long as you know what I mean by it comes to rest.
Oh, perhaps I don't. Do you mean something specific?
No, well, I mean, you've heard me say it several times, so I'm assuming that you know what I mean.
I mean, I think I do. So like, you're asking for something that could be like repeatable and testable, manipulatable.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're claiming that something happens, you would think that they've been able to prove it and verify it, and manipulate it, right?
So I've only been here a couple times, but I've seen people, and I have been pressed for evidence for this claim or that claim, and
doesn't it bother you that they don't have any evidence for it?
Well, so this is what I was about to say: is like things that I would cite as evidence for like gravity working the way it does would be, for instance, like a satellite orbiting the Earth. But of course, this crowd is skeptical that satellites orbit the Earth.
No, I know that there's satellite. Okay, orbiting, it doesn't mean moving around a sphere. Orbiting just could mean moving across the face of the Earth in a circular fashion, right? Making a circular path taking a circuit. And I do know that they do launch satellites, right, on balloons, and people have had them crash into the yard. So, no, I'm not going to say they're not up there, but they're not making their path and staying on course by the means that you believe that they're doing it.
Sure. Okay. So I guess so I feel sometimes that talking in these rooms that I or others are pressed to provide some authority, provide a scientific research or something like that. However, the general position of people in this room, the general position of people in this room is an attitude of skepticism towards something that, like, say, NASA would.
I'd like to first respond to what you first said. So, like when you say it's easier to respond to it one at a time, right? So the spirit of the discussion is to establish what the truth is. And if the claims are being made that they're lying to us, then we need to take what they're saying and test it. And the preponderance of evidence is that they launch them on balloons because they have the Glenn here. Have you seen the satellites on balloons? So this claim of them being orbiting due to gravity, like getting locked in some gravitational hold or whatever, right? There's no evidence for that. And if there is a force that holds things, like, we need to test that. And if they're claiming that there is a particular cause, then there should be some evidence where they've tested it before and demonstrated it. So that's what we're looking for. That's why we stick to that, because we're trying to establish what the truth is. So when you say that that's the proper way to go about doing it, do you have a better way to go about finding out what the truth of these claims are?
Well, I don't have a test in mind for how to test gravity myself, apart from just casual observations about mass attracting mass in terms of objects that are handled that fall to Earth. I assume you have alternative explanations for things like that, so that's fine.
Yeah, do you know what I think is hindering you from, because you already have a conception of what's causing it, and there's no way to test that because that's not causing anything to happen, right? So you're not looking for anything else because you think you already have the answer. However, if you consider the fact that they've never validated it and you can't find any evidence for it, and if you explore other things that can cause an object to find its place of equilibrium in different places, and you can move the object's place of equilibrium where it finds rest with other means, other variables, then wouldn't you think that it's just a combination of all those variables?
If that were true, sure, but I just don't think that is true. So evidence of gravity working the way the conventional definition says it does would be evidenced by the moon revolving around the Earth, satellites in orbit, the International Space Station, blah blah blah. All of these things I realize.
All things that we can't test.
Yeah. All things that I realize that this room is skeptical of, and that's fine.
It's not skeptical. We have no reason to believe it when we test our claims, and they continuously.
But that is skepticism.
Well, it's okay. So yeah, it is, but it's skepticism. Skepticism in the right spirit, though. Skepticism, not in a zealot way, to where we're just skeptic and we're just not going to believe something, even if it's right in our face.
That's exactly what science, the scientific method and proper science is about.
Well, when it's right in your face, I mean, you have to be able to change.
It's about yeah. That's why the scientific method is so rigorous when applied correctly, to actually determine what the cause of an effect is, which is why you're, unfortunately, from your point of view, however you say your name, my man, which is why you can't actually present a proper demonstration of proof for gravity.
Well, what if I showed?
To apply the science, but let me just finish my sentence real quick. Because if you're to apply the scientific method to the idea of gravity, you're stuck. Because if your claim is, which I believe it is, that gravity is the cause for the apple falling or whatever, right? You have to, within the scientific method, manipulate gravity. You can't do that. So because you can't do that, therefore you can't prove it scientifically. So therefore it's nothing but an idea. I mean, it's a cute idea for a movie.
Can I just continue like where I was going with this? Because I mean, I was right there where I was getting ready to present some stuff.
Well, I have a response to that, but sure.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll just say quickly that something being able to be manipulated doesn't necessarily mean that it's like the inability to manipulate like any given force doesn't mean that its discovery violates the scientific method. So I'll pass it to you. Go for it.
The only way you prove a cause is by manipulating the very cause. That's the only way.
That answer is a misrepresentation of what I said.
Okay. I don't mean to misrepresent.
And for it to be a force, you have to define what a force is and then show me how gravity comes under that definition. But I don't want to hog the thing because Truth had something she wanted to finish.
Yeah, go
Maybe
for
you can answer that after.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, I was talking. I was trying to. I don't think it even matters now because if he doesn't think that you have to manipulate something to prove that it is the cause of something, then it's not going to do any good to continue any further. But I was going to show you where they manipulated the medium. I can show you where they manipulate electrostatics, and you already agreed about electromagnetism. Like I was going to show you all those different things, but and you having the lack of evidence for this invisible force that you think exists, but if you don't think that manipulating something is going to establish that it is the cause of it, there's no reason for me to continue.
So could I ask what would you accept as evidence for gravity's existence?
So you identify it,
good to begin with,
manipulate it, and establish that it changes where an object, like whether an object is attracted or like where it finds its equilibrium.
Well, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Just like what 10 minutes ago, I was just like, "Hey, most of us don't think gravity is a thing. It's a story for the balls spinning around the universe. Gravity. I mean, yes, of course, there's we have weight, right?
That's all gravity is weight.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like, what do you flat earthers think gravity is? We don't think it exists. For the most part, I can't speak for every flat earther, but
it's the cause of this weight, right? The cause of this gravity. Gravity is weight. It's the cause of it.
Okay, so gravity's the cause of weight. I could agree there.
No, I'm saying.
Oh, sorry.
Gravity is the weight. Gravity is the effect. Okay, the cause. What is the cause of that? That's what we're looking for. This cause.
The cause. Okay.
Because when you say gravity, you think it is the effect and the cause. You think it is the force that causes the effect, and they're both one and the same.
So the cause. What do you have a cause for electromagnetism in mind?
That's a separate subject.
Electromagnetism is the cause, because we're talking. So what's the effect, right? If the effect is something, one thing moving closer to another thing, if it's electromagnetism is the cause, then that's the cause, right? You're doing. So what we're looking for is the cause.
Okay, but I thought you were asking me for the cause of gravity, and I'm asking you sort of an analogous question of the cause of electromagnetism, which is a force that you do believe in. So I'm just trying to establish what
It's okay. So it's a combination of things, but then you'd be getting into. It's a very well understood thing. Okay, this is not something that's not been. It's been tested. It's been manipulated, right? And it's only the cause of an effect is
I'm just asking you because you believe in it. So I'm just asking you what you think the cause of electromagnetism is.
What do you think?
It's a non sequitur.
Are we getting
it's a
into
deviation from the conversation? It's not.
Are we
not
getting
useful,
into
right?
electromagnetism, or are you going to talk about the cause of?
Like I said, this is an analogous. This is an analogous question. I think it illustrates sort of the dilemma of what you're asking. So, if you,
I don't think you can have an honest conversation, dude.
and
Like from get go, you've not been wanting to answer anything straight
oh come on,
and give it an honest.
Yeah, maybe he's just bent. Somebody must have dropped him on the floor or something.
Yeah,
shit happens. But let's get down. I mean, jokes aside, let's get down to the crux of it, right?
It always
specific reason why we talk about.
I don't think it's very kind.
But I haven't finished speaking.
I don't think it's very kind to say that I was dropped on my head.
I didn't.
Suppose I was.
I said dropped on the floor. I said dropped on the floor as a follow-on from a joke, and then I said jokes aside. Get over it, right? So the point and the crux of the matter is the reason we bring up relative density is because we can manipulate the medium and we can change the effect. So you drop an apple in an empty swimming pool, the apple falls to the floor and it breaks probably.
Mm-hmm.
But you then fill the swimming pool up with water and the apple now floats on the surface of the water. So if you're then to say that the cause of that is
okay.
One second, let me finish my sentence. So if you're then in your frame of mind to say that the cause of those two events was some unknown force that you can't define under force correctly, with and it being a cause that you can't apply in the scientific method, so it doesn't have any backing, right? That thing which you name gravity is the reason for why the apple did what it did. You're playing yourself because we've just demonstrated by changing the parameters, which in this case is the medium, we change the result. There is no need to bring up anything else with someone who has their eyes open and their head on straight, because that is the reason for the change, the medium. So it's a relative density relationship. So it's the relationship between the object in the medium that the object is in. That's why things happen. So the reason the apple no longer stays to the tree is because the tree couldn't hold it up anymore, and because there's nothing in the air to hold the apple up. But if you were to change that medium, then it would be different. If the apple was underwater and then the twig got weak and broke off from the apple would float up. Well, that's an unlikely story, but the point is, in the way the world actually works, that's what would happen. So nowhere in there, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's important. Nowhere in there is there any need for this imaginary force that you speak of, which, by the way, you can't define properly.
So I'm a little confused. You're saying that the fact that apples displace water and float is evidence that gravity has no effect on the apple, or is not affecting the apple in some way. Do I have that correct?
No. I'm telling you that gravity is irrelevant.
Gravity is
because there is no need for it. In the example that I gave you, there is no need for gravity. I changed the medium, the result changed. Nowhere in there is there a need for this imaginary force that you can't define, that you can't hold, that you can't manipulate. Do you understand?
Not quite, really. To be honest, I'm not trying to be difficult.
Okay, well, I can't help you. It's not my purpose in life to cause people to understand.
Okay, that's fine.
Maybe you should seek understanding, because that really is pretty simple.
He doesn't think that you have to manipulate it to prove that it's the cause of anything.
this has become very strange. I guess because an apple floats in water, that demonstrates that the medium in which the apple is placed proves that gravity's not acting on the apple. That seems illogical.
No, it's irrelevant. This is the point. It's irrelevant. Nowhere in there is there a calculation, a discussion, or a need to observe, or a need to consider a thing called gravity that does not have a specific definition and does not have any proof. There's no need for it. It's irrelevant. In that discussion, when you're doing that, you're just going, okay, I'm going to change the medium. I'm going to put water. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And that's the relationship we're observing here.
So
the idea of gravity is irrelevant, right?
So
by itself, because this is the problem. You guys use these examples of things falling, which, by the way, not everything falls, and it's why I gave the example of the change of the medium, because it's dependent on the medium and the relationship between the object and the medium within which the object is, right? So that's an independent thing, but you're ascribing a force to that relationship that doesn't exist. So we take that and we move it to the side, and then we talk about just that thing that you brought up, which is gravity, which, by the way, you can't define, which by the way, you can't manipulate. That by itself, it doesn't exist. You have to first demonstrate that that thing is even a thing, the way you describe it, which, again, I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but you can't define, right? You have to first demonstrate that before you then ever, in honesty, right, in intellectual honesty, ever attribute that thing is the cause for something else.
Well, my method only works if they're going to have an honest conversation. But I mean, he said he thought that a hump of dirt would attract an apple.
I've been engaging honestly with you, and so I guess I'm a little confused about. So, in the case of the apple falling from the tree, what is the force acting on the apple? What compels the apple to fall to Earth, in your view?
Why does there need to be a force compelling the apple?
First, you need to ask yourself. First, you need to ask yourself.
Not that hard.
First, you need to ask yourself, why is the apple where it's at before it falls to the earth? Why is it where it's at?
So,
is it where it's at because of gravity, or is it where it's at because of the strength of the stem?
But I'm asking, what compels it to fall to Earth when the twig breaks?
Yeah, but that's the problem. Why are you asking such a question? Where in this is there ever a need for a compelling force to cause the apple to fall?
I'm just asking what you. Right? I'm just asking what your view is. I just don't.
Well, ask the question more specifically. Stop imposing an idea.
I'm imposing no idea. I don't know what your explanation is.
No. In the way you phrase your question, you're imposing the need because it's your frame of reference, right? It's the way you think because you've been indoctrinated.
Okay.
You're imposing the idea
what
of
is your explanation? Okay.
Let me finish my sentence. I can give you the simple what happened. It's not that hard, but you're in your question, and this is a problem in the way which you speak on this topic, at least, right? You're imposing an idea of a force that isn't there. If you're going to ask a question, ask it specifically. Maybe repeat it in your head a few times and see, are you doing that? Am I imposing my assumptions in the questions that I'm asking? Because whether you like it or not, that's what you did. But to answer the actual question you probably should have said, the reason the apple no longer stayed connected to the tree is because it got too heavy and the tensile strength of the stem could no longer support the weight or the mass or whatever. It doesn't matter. I can't be bothered to quibble over terms like that. Of the apple itself.
Okay.
Which, by the way, is by design, because now the apple has reached maturity and is perfectly ready to be eaten.
So there's a...
But listen, I haven't finished.
All right.
So now that thing is no longer able to sustain that, the structure is broken, it drops. And then as it drops, because it's disconnected from the stem is now lost, right? It's disconnected. It's got nothing else to support it because air does not have the structure to support an apple. So it just keeps going until there's something to support it. And that just so happens to be the floor or the grass or whatever that's underneath it. And the reason that relationship happens once the relationship between the stem and the apple separate is because of the medium that it's in. If that medium was different and we lived in a weird world underwater, it would be completely different. The apple would break, if it would break, because actually it wouldn't, because the water would support it, the buoyancy factor. But regardless, right, if someone to snip the apple, it would then float to the surface. And do you realize, and I know I've said this about 4 times by now, so I'm struggling to understand why it's so difficult for you to understand. But nowhere in there is there a need for a compelling force. Is there a need for anything? It's simply a relationship between structure, medium, and buoyancy. It's relative density right there. The guy who used that to indoctrinate people, and by the way, it wasn't his intention. If you read his letters, etc., he ended up saying that this whole thing was nonsense and people have misrepresented his idea. But whatever, right? That idea, which has been debunked by the establishment at large, to a new bendy space-time nonsense, which again can't be proven, right? That idea doesn't stand because it doesn't apply to the example.
So I have some questions. Would you indulge me in some questions?
Yeah, I'm finished. Go ahead.
So the apple falls to Earth. I am still confused in your account what the cause of the apple falling. So I get that it's not supported, but that implies that there is something acting on the apple to drive it to the Earth. Okay, so I guess I'm asking.
See, that's the problem.
Why...
That's why I specifically went so long into the way you frame your question, because the way you've been indoctrinated, you're forcing your worldview in that there has to be this thing forcing this apple to do this thing. But I specifically explained that there is no longer a structural support for that apple, because the thing that's holding it to the tree.
To say that it has no support.
Please don't interrupt.
Why would it need support in the first place?
What do you mean? Why would it need support? You build a house without foundations? Do you build the ceiling without walls? What kind of a question is that?
Well, I mean, you seem to be invoking some force acting on the apple, but when I ask what's acting on the apple,
no, I don't need to impose a force. I don't need to impose a force. There is no structure holding the apple. So if there's no structure holding the apple, why the flip is the apple going to stay in the middle of the air? That's ridiculous. So once the structural relationship between the apple and the tree is broken, there is no structure there. There is nothing supporting it in its position there. So like Truth Prevails was saying multiple times, it goes to its equilibrium. In that medium, in that relationship between air and the apple, the equilibrium point is on the ground, because then the ground supports it.
I'm asking why that is the case, though.
I just told you the why.
If the object is denser than the air.
But that's just a description of the fact of the matter, not a description of the that's not an explanation.
Dude, what do you mean it's not an explanation? It's flipping in your face.
The cause?
Why did the guy who stepped off the cliff fall? Because he stepped off the cliff. It's really not that hard. You, in your worldview, in the indoctrination that the world has been imposed upon by these degenerates, right, have made yourself and have let yourself think that there has to be something else there. No. The reason the rock went from up here to down there is because some clown threw it off the cliff or off the bridge. The guy who went splat because he stepped off the bridge. The bridge was supporting him in his position in the medium. The moment he stepped off the bridge, there is no longer support, therefore smack, clown dead, right? Nowhere in there is there this need for this compelling force. This is a nonsense idea. It's just equilibrium. It's just relative density. If you don't understand that, go and look up specific gravity or relative density. It's just the way the relationship between objects in mediums work.
I'm afraid. You could be 100% right on this point. However, you're not issuing an explanation. You're just giving me an account of the facts.
Why do I have to issue an explanation that suffices?
I'll give you an explanation.
Your twisted world.
I would love one. I would love an explanation.
Well, just like helium in kinetic theory, helium needs energy to rise. It's not going to rise if it's in a cool area. So the heat, the temperature of the helium is what causes it to rise. It gives it energy. And it'll rise until that energy cools, till it cools off. Because the energy gas has and the kinetic potential is directly related to the temperature. When it cools off, it'll fall. When it gets heated up, it'll rise again. But the man has no kinetic energy to expend to support himself in this medium. So the lack of kinetic energy is why the man fell off the cliff.
So let's say you're right that kinetic energy creates lift. It
doesn't
lift,
create lift. No.
Okay.
For movement of any atom or particle in a system, it needs energy, right? Mm-hmm. This is thermodynamics. Without energy, it can do no work.
Okay, so let's say you're right. Why?
Well,
I'm still confused by
it's a law.
Okay,
it's a law of thermodynamics. What do you mean? Let's say I'm right.
Okay, so I'm saying that you need energy to move. That's fine. I guess I'm asking what compels the apple to fall from the tree? And before you freak out about the word
nothing compels it.
Okay, all right.
What compels you to ask such a dumb question again and again?
I'm still bereft of an explanation.
Because he's still on some Newton thing that, listen.
Because I told you at the beginning, sorry to interrupt, Battle Mode, but I told you at the beginning, your need to have that question answered is the problem. That shouldn't be your question.
It is.
Because there is no need for a compelling force.
What you're asking for is, an imaginary compelling force, when the truth is there's a medium. And you're either supported in the medium or you're not. You're either buoyant or you're not.
To be supported would require a resistance to the opposite.
It does not. No.
So, in other words, like...
No.
I don't need...
he said
relationship,
no 3 times.
The relationship between the two beer cans on my desk. They don't require support lest they crash into each other. There is just an absence of a force.
No, that's not what we're talking about. Listen,
they're on your desk.
Yeah, they're on your desk. They are supported. What do you? If you just openly let them
to each other. I said to each other.
Well, why would they be attracted?
Is one of
precisely? Yes, precisely.
Hold up.
Why would they be attracted? Why would they be attracted?
Is one the medium for the other one?
They're inanimate. They have no energy, therefore no potential for movement.
It's not even relevant unless one of them is the medium for the other.
Yeah,
we're talking about an object and its medium.
This is some hella sus communications right now.
So
compels force.
Was it battle mod? So
this is some like veiled gay shit. Like what's going on?
Why
Listen,
why would they be attracted to each other? Is exactly my question to you.
Well, they're not.
Okay.
If you want to state they are, then you're just going to have to cite some experiment that proves each beer can's attracted to the other. So every atom and particle in a system requires energy for movement. And they all have the potential for movement, too. This is called kinetic potential. But without kinetic energy, they can do no work. So why would I expect 2 beer cans to attract to each other? Neither one of them have energy, but they both have potential for energy. Now, let's say it gets to be 210 degrees in your room, right? Then I'm guarantee you they're going to move. Because they're going to swell, the gas inside the cans are going to expand, and you're going to have an energy release, which will cause movement. For movement, anything in this world needs energy and the ability to distribute that energy. This is kinetic theory. So it's what?
So I still don't have an answer to.
Really, I don't think you're going to find one because your question is illogical.
Because it's void by definition.
No. It's not logical to say.
Not even a question.
We know damn well, and we can demonstrate it in the lab. Anything that wants to move or does move has energy. And it's the release of that energy causes movement in any system, in any function that we do as man. This is kinetic theory. You should research this because it's all demonstrable. You can demonstrate it all in the lab. Right here, we can demonstrate kinetic theory. We can put gas in a container, register the pressure with a gauge, a unit of measure. We can heat it up, input energy. We can measure a difference in pressure. So we're inputting energy. So things don't just...
According to his view, if one can were bigger than the other, it would attract the smaller can. And
for a can to float, attract, or do anything in this system, it needs energy to do that. Then it needs to be able to direct that energy. Just that simple. If not, it'll fall to rest and it'll find its place in this medium or whatever medium it's in as it's defined by buoyancy and density. Yes, if it's more buoyant than the medium, its density can be off and it can float. And buoyancy isn't a force. It's
a relational description, right?
It's a relational description between the medium and the object, and it's specific to both density and distribution of friction. You can be buoyant just by putting friction on water, when you should not float on water. You should sink in water. But because it's displaced over a large period, the friction keeps you afloat. We use this principle in boats. We know damn well 100 tons of steel should sink straight to the ocean. Why doesn't it? Because we give it enough surface area to resist the medium and float on top of the water, which it should sink in.
Well, it's because the equivalent weight in water is displaced by the shape of the ship.
Well, that comes in after it's buoyant enough to stay. Displacement doesn't happen when you're just on top. Displacement happens when you add more energy or force. And weight is an applied force. Who's got the static like AM radio?
It might be you. Are you on the browser?
Me? No, it's not me. Sir, I think you should study more physics. Kinetic theory, gas laws, Gusik's laws.
And also, I mean, I know I was having fun with you a lot, my dude, but hopefully I didn't get too personal with it. I would recommend that you actually dig into the way you ask your questions and what perspective you're forming your questions from. The issue with hold on, Truth. Because the issue that we've had multiple times is the premise from where you're asking your question from. We can't, in all honesty, answer a question the way you want it answered when the question itself is bunk and void.
I thought you were done, but no, he has thought about it. That's why he asks his questions the way that he does.
Yeah, they're just they're formed in a logical manner.
So I fear I'm going to be trying the room's patience if I continue to ask questions, but I don't feel like I'm getting a good explanation of what's happening.
I figured, that's a style of debate. So you can feel that way if you want all day long, but it doesn't prove your original premise. You know this, right?
I am not saying it does whatsoever.
I didn't ask that. I said lack of understanding isn't proof of anything, right? That's what I said.
You asked me if my previous statement proved my position, and I said, of course it doesn't.
No, I asked if your position proved your previous statement, and of course it does not.
Okay. This is getting a little incoherent.
So it's a lack of understanding. You said, I still don't agree with that or accept that explanation. That's fine, but it doesn't prove anything.
No, hold on. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said I feel like I'm trying the room's patience, but I don't feel like I have.
Yeah, I heard that part. It's not you, Elijah. It's not you, brother.
Huh? What? Who's Elijah?
That's not you, brother. So obviously,
I don't know. Are you just
Brother
memeing now?
Smith.
Like I don't get it.
Oh, obviously, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking over you.
Okay. Okay.
Because I didn't want to hear you repeat your latter statement. It becomes redundant, and obtuse.
Yeah,
that is
when
annoying.
Yeah, Michael. When it comes to globe arguments, it's like most of the flat earthers in here that will, talk about this. We know what you're going to say before you say it. It's not like it's going to be hard for us to figure it out. When you bring up, you guys were talking about gravity, and I was talking about gravity and all the other stuff, and it's just it becomes redundant at a certain point, and we get frustrated. Don't get offended if we get frustrated, as if we don't understand what you're saying.
Nobody here is frustrated except maybe you, Helio, because you've been arguing all day, right?
No. I actually have been arguing with the YouTube chat, but that's kind of but
No, I know.
You guys never look at the YouTube chat while you're just going, but they're listening to you guys, and nobody responds to them.
Here's the thing that gets me.
It's just kind of the way it rolls. It's kind of the way it goes.
Here's the thing that gets me, right? As a flat earther, when Globers speak and they bring up topics, I got a notepad and ink pen right here. I take notes. I research those notes while they're talking. But I can give a hyper-specific, hyper-fastidious explanation to a person with awesome specificity, right? And I can know by their response they don't know a damn thing about what I'm talking about. And you get told over and over again, I still don't agree with that or accept that. And so their inability to research what they're being told before they come to a conclusion is what really gets frustrating for me.
Yeah, that's the way it is in the YouTube chat.
It's the result of indoctrination.
That's
it is
unwillingness to investigate. But this brings up a good point. I just want to mention one thing, because what Helio said reminded me of something. How we know what they're going to say before they say it, usually because it's the same rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
What I try to do, and maybe I haven't done that yet, but I tried to in the way I was just talking about how reality actually works with the different examples I gave. All I'm doing is, because I didn't provide next to anything of a citation, I was just talking about reality for how it was. And the core of that is first principles. So whether or not this guy is paying attention or not, or anyone else in the room or the live stream, go back to first principles. If you can't make your point or your argument or your understanding make sense from first principles, then you don't have anything. And I'll give an example. First principles of what we observe in nature is that water at rest lies flat and level. So if that's what we have from first principles, but then somebody else presents you an idea that goes contrary to what we have in first principles with that example, and then you can go and make a whole bunch of other examples, natural law, etc., right? If it goes against that, then there is not really much reason to take that idea on board, because it goes contrary to what we see at the base of our existence.
Hey, for once,
hopefully that was succinct enough. But I think that's something that everyone should apply in every way which they think, in the way they ask their questions, in the way they investigate. If it doesn't, if it's not founded, I know you want to speak. I just want to finish the sentence, right? If it's not founded on the basis of a first principle point of view, then it's never gonna stand very well, and it's gonna ultimately topple down. End of.
Oh, that's cool. I was going to say, for once, somebody's responding to you in the YouTube chat, and they said that you did little to explain a downward vector. This is LLGB in the YouTube chat. Can you respond to that?
The reason is because there is no downward vector. There is no need to answer such a question. And if they want to ask that question, maybe they should hop in and talk directly like a man.
Wouldn't that be nice if they
depending on what they are, right?
So how do you?
It's irrelevant.
I would like one of them.
Could I ask a question?
I mean, seeing as this was directed at me,
downward bias.
Hold on. Yeah, well, let's toss your answer to this.
Oh my God, you keep talking right over him, dude.
Sorry. I know we're having fun. We're excited, but the point is, I could just go back to what I was saying earlier. In the example of the apple in the swimming pool and then filling it with water, at no point is there a need for a downward vector. I changed the medium, I changed the effect. End of story. I know it's dismissive. I know it's dismissive. Yeah. I know it's very dismissive to whoever asked the question. But if their question is nonsense,
well, he said that's an empty answer. He said that's an empty answer.
Yeah. Well, it's as empty. It's as empty as their perspective and their position because they have no. They have no citation for the vector.
You want me to explain a downward vector when there's two vectors in this medium, and there's actually more than that. So you drop a rock from a plane, the thing doesn't fall straight down. Because of wind resistance, it gets blown all over. So there's no straight down vector. If you release gas, it rises. There's multiple vectors. So this one vector bias, you're going to have to prove that for all things.
Here's a telling response. He said, why doesn't the apple float up from the water?
Why should it?
Wait, it does. Apples do float on the water.
Wait, that question doesn't make sense.
I know. Apples do float on the water. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, he means why doesn't it float right out of the water?
From the
water. And I'm going to tell you why. That's a misunderstanding of the medium relationship.
Well, it would also
listen. The water, its relationship has changed because it's not designed to float in the air.
Yeah, but
so it's going to float to the maximum point in the medium, which is the water, which is the surface.
Apples don't do their own work, and if they could, they'd have a consciousness and kinetic energy. Not just
right. Yeah, you're exactly right.
And they would charge triple for the cider that we drink.
Listen, there's certain things in this realm that just can't do work. They don't do work. So when they're dropped in the realm, they find their place as it's defined by density and buoyancy.
There's a natural function.
Hold on, I want to finish this. Function. If you want to remove it from its natural place due to density and buoyancy in this realm, then you have to input energy, such as a rock on the ground. Now, if I want to get it off the ground, I have to take the kinetic energy from my body and pick it up. Once I release it, and it has loss of momentum, no longer has kinetic energy, what's it going to do? It's going to find its natural place in this medium again. Exact same with helium.
In the side of somebody's head?
Yeah, GB has no shame. LLGB has no shame. He's just laughing in the chat, as we respond to him. But we debunked his ass, so whatever.
Just tell him to research kinetic theory.
I have a question. So
it shows you. Kinetic theory shows you and teaches you through application the multiple vectors due to medium and energy.
Anyway, I just came in. Hold on. I just want to say, thanks you guys for responding to. I've been in the chat for a while, and so I thank you guys for responding to that because I know you guys don't watch the chat. So who's the new guy? Boom.
So I have a question. So was it vacuum gas? So I understand that my preconceptions are erroneous about apples falling. But my question to you is, what accounts for the perception or the illusion that a force is acting on the apple? So the appearance of a downward vector to the Earth, what is the account of that appearance?
Hey, are you talking about weight? Are you talking about weight?
He asked me, Helio. Shush.
My bad.
In one word, indoctrination. Simple as.
Yeah,
I would say that's tough shit.
What appearance of a force? You visually see a force?
So if an observer,
or is it in your mind?
If an observer,
it's in your mind. Indoctrination.
Listen,
if an observer sees an apple falling from a tree.
Yeah, we get that. Observers see an apple fall, but all of a sudden a force comes in there, and that's your mind saying there's got to be a force. The apple couldn't just fall. Well, sure it could. When the tree was growing, there was no fruit on it. The tree took energy from the soil and the sun and the rain and distributed it to its fruit. When the tree no longer bore the weight of the fruit, it fell because it had no energy. It couldn't just instantaneously grow. Then buoyancy and density takes over, and it finds its natural place in the medium.
Hey, that particular apple was inside the seed when it was born.
Give me one good reason why it shouldn't be.
That wrong for another time.
Listen, give me one good reason why the apple shouldn't be separated from everything else in this medium by its level of density or buoyancy.
When you say separated, what do you mean exactly?
I mean, just like a density tower, all things added to it will find their place in the medium.
So the weight, I'm curious about the weight of the apple. So you think that the apple has weight, right?
Well, we all know weight is a thing. What we don't know is that anybody ever proved unseen force caused it. Can you demonstrate it if you're going to say, well, gravity causes weight? Because we know you're going to say it. But the truth is, I know you can't prove it through experimentation. And no offense, but I really hate it when people overtalk me. I would ban everybody that did it if I could. Certain people, I can't do it, so I have to fucking put up with it.
Okay, I'm not trying to overtalk you.
He's probably referring to me.
Okay, so the weight of the apple.
Weight is an applied force.
So the apple has weight, but the weight of the apple is not what causes the apple to fall. Is that right? Do I have you right?
Did I say that?
I'm asking. So if I have you wrong, this is why.
Well, I said the mother tree supported the weight of an apple until it no longer supported the weight anymore, and then by nature it fell and it found its place in the medium.
The weight is what causes it to fall, right? The need for support of the weight.
Yeah, weight is an applied force. If I put an apple on your leg, are you going to experience pressure applied to your leg?
Fantastic. Yes. So I agree. So the weight. Where is this weight? Why does the apple have weight?
I don't have to answer that question. You do, because you're the one that's trying to assert it's caused by an unseen force that nobody can demonstrate with experimentation.
Hold on. I'm not asking. I'm not asserting any position here. I'm genuinely curious about your position.
My position is I don't know where weight comes from, and I'm not going to tell you I do when I can't prove it.
Okay, so there is some unseen force, or if you don't like the word force,
no,
unseen.
I don't think you need a force to have weight.
Okay,
you
so
do.
If you don't like the word force,
prove it.
Some as yet unseen factor at work here, which is weight, right? The weight is something we can't.
Weight is not unseen. No, weight is not unseen. You can not only feel weight, you can see weight. You can see an object and say, damn, that motherfucker weighs a lot. You know damn well if it rolls on you, it's going to crush you. You can pick up a rock and you can feel the weight. Why? Because you have to exert a certain amount of energy to pick it up. Because it doesn't have its own kinetic energy. Only you do. And where do you get that? From everything you eat?
I just want to point out that the weight of an object has been changed and manipulated by removing the medium. So the medium is what was manipulated.
One question for a second, because he actually framed it in a slightly better way with the unseen factor instead of imposing the idea of a force. Battle mode, would you say that perhaps the way he framed it that way, that he could be lining himself up for the question of the intelligence of the whole system? Should we leave that because he might not be able to handle that?
I don't even cover that in this lobby.
All right, fair enough. We'll leave it. But what I was going to say earlier was, why don't you have a conversation with a structural engineer? They don't seem to confuse themselves. They just get it done, right? Because if not, the building falls and they're screwed.
Yeah, because here's the thing. When you break gravity down to newtons, what does it convert to? What does it actually come from? As a structural engineer, we build a bridge over a highway, such as I do. Do we calculate newtons and say we need to use this many to... We have to have this stencil straight to bear this amount of gravity. No, we convert it to weight and we build it to bear the weight that we're sure is going to be on it. 50 cars can fit on the bridge at one time, plus the weight of the bridge. We add 0.10 kilograms. It's a 0.998 kilograms for 1 Newton of gravity. It's weight. Converts to weight. You can't say gravity causes weight because gravity converts down to weight. So in that aspect, it looks like weight is gravity, not gravity is weight.
I mean, sure.
Hey, I'm going to say amen on that. Amen. I love that.
And if you'd indulge me...
So gravity is the source of the weight?
No, there is no such thing as gravity.
Oh my God, do you have comprehension problems? I spoke in fucking plain English, dude.
He did.
You would have failed my physics class.
And Battle Mod, if you'd indulge me for a few seconds, the relationship or the way that's determined is usually in history and even today, but they use different systems and they hide it within a little electronic box, right? But it's a scale. So you have a known thing that's an agreed upon thing of a certain magnitude, and you scale it to something else to determine whether that thing lines up with that. And I know that's nonsense language potentially, but it's simply just it's the relationships. Like this
you're
thing
pretty
has
much
this much
right.
weight. Yeah, and it's a scale, and that's why when you go and weigh yourself, you sit on a set of scales.
There
and
are
all they've
natural.
done is they use springs.
But there are
use this stuff
natural effects that we take into consideration when we build a bridge, such as earth movement, earthquakes, and wind.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where tensile strength and tensile strength comes in. It can't be rigid.
Right. Have you ever? I remember at school they showed us that the system was too rigid, the oscillations, and the bridge was just woof 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 and. That's too many sounds. It oscillated to too high an amplitude and then it broke.
Exactly. It has to be able to sway with the wind or it'll break.
That's why soldiers break step on bridges so that they don't create oscillations.
Sure, like if you have to build a bridge over oceans,
A little knowledge is a deadly thing, but whatever. I'll give you that one.
If you have to build bridges over oceans,
we don't use them bridges very often.
Yeah, but a lot of people do. I mean, they build like 30-mile bridges over oceans. That's
no,
pretty.
I'm talking about step line.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just replying to his.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
I said we don't use those bridges that often, but it would be true.
You don't use those bridges that often.
We, as in the human race, not me.
I reckon that's why the Hebrews just skipped bridges and just walked right through the water on dry land. Why complicate your life?
Well, it's like God's got you. That's why, right? God's got you. Yeah, people can mess bridges up, especially those kind of bridges that you just posted. It's like, I don't want my bridges to be twisting around. But anyway, yeah, as far as engineers go, they don't build bridges over the globe. Just like airplane pilots don't fly airplanes over a globe. It's just kind of weird in the way that people think about it. After once I saw the flat Earth, I was just like, oh yeah, I see it now. It's just easy for me to see it now. It's not easy for me to explain, but at the same time, I don't build bridges, but I understand mathematics and shit over a level stationary plane. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, it's just like Earth. Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. It's just level as far as you can see.
Do you guys accept electromagnetism as a force?
Well, hold on. Yeah, it depends on who you ask. But
no, that's not even.
That's a general question. It just depends on how
it's
it
his
applies.
actual question. Is the point?
Yeah, electromagnetism as a force. Yeah, I heard it earlier, and it was, you're gonna have to be more specific. Can it cause gravity or something? I know where you're. This is a leading question. Forces. Yeah, it's a leading question. It was just like, it can be.
But listen,
in certain circumstances.
Here's the difference between it and gravity. It's not a theoretical force; it's a known force. It's an applied force, and we can demonstrate.
Sure, yeah, we can manipulate it. We can use it in science.
Application, bro.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, Michael.
This is a proven fucking force. It's not a theoretical force.
Now, whether or not it exists in nature, we can prove that it actually does. Yes, electromagnetism exists.
It's not
in
about
nature.
accepting. That's the point I'm trying to build here, bro. It's a known fact.
Yep.
It's not about acceptance. But we're in no way trying to replace your theory of gravity with the fucking new theory of static attraction or electromagnetic attraction.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not trying to substitute a theory. I'm just curious about your position on these forces. So
I don't believe
it. See, well, with electromagnetism,
it's not about position.
Yeah, it depends on how, what.
It's about a scientific method. It's either provable by the method or it's not. It's not my position.
We observe electromagnetism and we can test. It actually exists in nature, and we can test and manipulate it. With certain elements, different scientific tests. Yes, I mean all of that.
Oh fuck! I think everybody took a battery, some wire, and a fucking lug nut and made a magnet, dude.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, so there it is.
Okay,
it actually exists.
I did that shit in 3rd grade.
So the demonstration of the force.
Make me a gravity generator.
I'll wait.
And you listen. Now I said I accept magnetism of force. I in no way gave you a definition of a force.
Okay, that's fine. So, can you explain to me why you accept magnetism specifically? So when you say it's demonstrated, what aspect of its demonstration sort of?
I already did. I thoroughly explained why I accepted that. If you didn't pay attention now, I'm just going to make a logical inference here. You didn't pay attention in school. You didn't pay attention when your parents were talking. And I'll waste my fucking time explaining it again because you don't pay attention.
Oh, come on.
I was hyper fastidious with that. There's no come on. I'm not here to play with children.
Shit, I ain't going to lie. I didn't learn that shit in high school. I learned that shit way after high school. But that was on my own,
Don't you guys like exchanging, getting into it? Like, I don't understand the animosity. I'm not.
Well, state your purpose, man.
Why are you implying animosity when I was hyper specific once again about what I was stating?
It's like you asked us a question.
I'm not here to waste my time. There's no animosity there.
Okay. Well, I mean, the accusations of like not paying
attention. It's not an accusation. It's an observation. You don't pay attention. Once again, you didn't hear what the fuck I was saying.
No, I did. I was asking for specifics.
Well, then why would you say implication? Specifics, I gave them to you.
Hold on. Let's put it back on him, Mike.
No, I am when you stop.
All right, go for it.
4 times I've give you an explanation, and you wanted me to re-explain it 4 times. And I said I'm not here to play with children, man. My 16-year-old daughter doesn't take this much time.
Okay. So, do you know what could you repeat what I asked? It seems like you're not familiar with my. It seems like you're not familiar with exactly what I asked.
Are you serious?
You seem to think that I'm asking you to repeat yourself, and I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I asked a specific question.
You asked, do I accept magnetism of force? And in that explanation, I said yes. Don't cut me off, dude. I'll fucking ban you. I told you once about this. Pay attention. Learn to pay attention, because right now it fucking matters. In the explanation for why I accept magnetism of force, I also gave an explanation of a specific reason why I accept it. Afterwards, you said, can you tell me why you accept it as a force? So do you see my dilemma? Because if you don't, it might be time to just fucking mute you. I'm not here to play little kids' games.
Do you think people try to play these games with us to try to imply that, hey, if they can catch us on something, they're going to say, oh, well, that the Earth could possibly be a globe because I caught you on something, because I made an argument.
Want my explanation.
We already did that. I mean, we go through this every single day. It's just like
because they can't come up with a rebuttal on an
if I get you on a little gotcha, then Earth is a globe. No, it ain't.
So they play little mind games.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
Like a 17-year-old chick. Johnny Chick stuff here.
I got one for Iron. Just basically assume any question you're going to ask people, that it ends up at a flat Earth. I'm not explaining anything that's the globe to you.
Hey, that's a good point. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I haven't argued. I haven't asserted a case for round Earth this evening. I am actually interested in why you guys believe what you do, and I've asked probing questions, not to catch you in like a gotcha moment, but because
that last question was kind of a gotcha question, and that's why Michael really freaking ripped into you, bro.
Dude, it's obvious what you're here for.
I can tell you why it wasn't a gotcha question.
I don't care.
It was.
I don't care what you say.
I don't care what
I
you
can
think.
see why you're here.
Yeah, we can all tell. We've been doing this for years, bro. You think we don't see that shit right up front? Come on, man.
It doesn't matter what we believe either. It's not about belief. It's about verifiability.
Well, it's just like if you're honestly here to. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tripper Veils. I'm sorry I interrupt you.
Well, he doesn't. I was just gonna finish it with he doesn't even think that you need to manipulate the cause to establish that it is the cause of something. So you can't really do anything at that point until he realizes that you have to do that to establish that it's the cause of anything.
Yeah, when he asks those types of questions, that means that he's already been at least following the argument, and he's just trying to figure out the best way to manipulate his way into just giving us, some type of weird argument, for everyone that's listening and saying, hey, well, just to leave the question open when he's not really curious. He doesn't give a shit about the flat or globe. He more than likely is a glober, and he's just like good at trolling, basically. That kind of question is just obvious troll question. My opinion.
I wouldn't say he's good at anything.
He's good at trolling for the obvious globers out there. Just like, yeah, get him. It's like,
you're making me blush.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. Well, do you have any friends that are better globers? Because you're obvious. You're too obvious.
Hey, that's quite the assumption, Helio. Come on now. Assuming friends. Come on.
I'm just being a dick because
why
it's
would
Friday
you do
night.
Such a thing?
Well, it's Saturday morning. Oh, why would you do such a thing, Iram?
Do what?
Ask some bullshit questions like that.
Why would you exist without a compelling force? Come on now. Explain it to us.
I told you my intentions. It doesn't sound like I'm being believed, but I'm being honest.
Anyway, well, Iram, since you're still talking, what do you believe about globe flat? I mean, how do you think this came about? This argument, like, it's a dichotomy, right? So how about you explain to us, how you came across the topic and what you think about it. This is your interview, Iram. Let's talk about it.
So it's an interesting question. I think that
yeah, man. Tell us your honest story. Be honest as much as honest as you can be.
So I think I told you how I came here. I to go to the politics Discord. So
sure. Well,
I happen to be the reason I happen to be working right now, and it's just nice to be able to chat with people while I work. So that's what I'm doing. I happen to enjoy. Okay, I'm not trying to overtalk you, but I happen to.
My bad.
Go ahead.
No, it's my bad. I'm over talking you, but I think you're about to give me a line of bullshit, so that's why I'm over talking you. But please, if you really are going to give an answer, can you please do it? If you're not, then you're probably going to get banned pretty soon.
No. I'm happy to give you an answer. So,
all right.
I've heard about flat Earth. I mean, you guys are in the culture. You guys are in the ether, as it were. And a guy came into the politics Discord server and said, if you want to talk about flat Earth, you should come here. I was like, fuck yeah, because even though I don't agree with your guys' model of reality, I think it's interesting to talk to people who I disagree with. And I earnestly, I earnestly,
cool. All right, look, I'm not gonna. All right,
I
put you on the spot. How about this instead? Instead of what, instead of asking you those questions, I feel like you're fumbling. That's okay. Hey, check this out. You're obviously part of a lot of other. Hey, hold on. It's all good. Instead of saying, speaking your mind, which you'll never do. How about you just agree to share the server with some other people? And hey, Aaron was here because you've been dishonest the whole time. We can all recognize that, and it's all good.
Hold on.
I think you're talking about me,
what have I
right?
been decided? Because I have one more point about my account of why there is a discrepancy, which I think it would be interesting to talk about. But what do you think I've been dishonest about this morning?
Well,
your intentions.
My intentions.
Yeah, your intentions, not specific topic. Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
There's an implication of an underlying agenda in every question you do. You're trying to structurally format to a certain topic, point, or place.
It's possible that he doesn't have full control of his own faculties, and that
it's
he's
called the
manipulated.
Socratic method.
That's very funny. The Socratic method, sure, but I any question I asked was not as
sure. You
gotcha.
Even know what I'm talking about. It doesn't have to be a gotcha. It just has to.
Say he's just making. He doesn't even know what it is.
If you're not overtalked, you can make an implication based on the implied gotcha.
Well, I mean,
then say "Have a nice day" and make a graceful exit.
And you know why that?
Like none are the wiser.
You know why that works?
And frankly, this type of shit pisses me off.
Yeah, you know why it works for him on other servers is because he's a they ain't us. Yeah, but he's Wiltog. He's like he can talk shit over everybody. You can't do it here.
You know, buoyancy is a force. Iram, do you accept buoyancy as a force? Drag? How about lift? Is lift a force?
Are you talking about like a universal force in the same way that electromagnetism?
No, I'm asking you by physics.
I think we're close to Iron's end here.
By physics,
to be honest,
is drag, lift, or buoyancy any one of them considered a force? Is friction a force? Is tension a force?
I think that they act on matter.
All right, sure. Acting on matter isn't a requirement of a force. Is elasticity a force?
No, I don't think so. What do you?
What the shit?
What's your qualification? Physics. What's your qualification for force here? Because I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what do you define a force as?
Well, as I said, like,
are we going to define it by physics, mechanics, Newton's laws? What do we have to pick the forum, or you got one universal definition of a force, and you think there's only one definition of a force?
No,
yeah, see, like Globby come in here and try to freaking shotgun us all the time. Shotgun.
Wait, so this is a little baffling to me because I haven't insulted you guys.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm trying to reach in. Don't do the hold on shit. I've told you once. Pay attention. I want to know what your academic level and understanding of force is.
He was bringing up physics earlier, and that's what you're talking about, right? Right, Michael?
It is. Now, whenever we talk force, we're talking physics, and it's based on certain laws. So I would like to know how you define it, and then I can tell you whether or not I accept your definition of a force, the colloquial definition of force, the definition of force in mechanics, physics, fluid mechanics, thermodynamics, what?
A colloquial definition of force is what you're asking me for.
Which colloquial is kind of standard, right? I mean,
how you use
I think
the
maybe
word
he's just
force.
incapable of talking properly. Like maybe he's got like
Can I
bugs
try?
in his ears.
Can I give it a shot?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Please.
No.
Okay.
Nah, shut up. Get out.
Yeah, go home.
It's fucking
Hey,
joke.
Aaron, if you want to come in here and talk to us, you're gonna have to freaking do some studying. It's all good. It's all.
So I want to see where you're coming from. Okay, I'm not going to challenge. I just got a couple of questions for you. Like number one would be, do you see the Earth as a globe? Like, is that your position?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And do you believe this, or is this something you know?
Here we go again. Here we go round, round, run around.
Do you guys do the 3 points with them?
No, I haven't been asked this yet. So
okay.
Yeah. I believe it's round.
Okay, so you know it's a belief then, right? So now you have an idea that someone might believe something different.
Sure.
And you disagree with that person. Now, can you disagree with something you don't understand in your worldview?
Do you mean, is it possible that I have a misunderstanding of my belief?
No, I'm saying so right now you said earlier that you disagree with flat Earth, but you don't understand flat Earth. So how can you even disagree with it? You said you don't understand it, right?
Oh no, I didn't say that I didn't understand flat Earth. I feel like I mean, there are things about your explanations about gravity and things like that I don't understand.
Yeah, so how can you disagree with something and not understand it at the same time?
Well, it seems to be like at this moment the explanations for round Earth are more compelling than the explanations for flat Earth.
No, I'm talking about flat Earth right now. Okay,
how can you disagree? Does that even matter?
Yeah, how can you disagree? If I just say a word, right? Right now I'm presenting to you like a QRT, and you tell me you disagree with QRT, and I'm like, well, how can you disagree with it? You have no idea what I'm even talking about.
So I suppose it would be accurate to say that I would be an agnostic about any theories that I don't know that pertain to flat Earth. So, for instance, like the flat Earth interpretation of gravity, or if not gravity, some kind of attraction,
how can you interpret something that doesn't exist?
Some state of affairs.
What part of this whole 2 hours have you not been paying attention to?
Hold on. So, let's say that I happen to be.
Let's say this. Hold on. Let's say this. You can define and explain an imaginary thing any way you wish. If you cannot demonstrate it to be true with the scientific method, observation, experimentation, manipulation of independent and dependent variables to prove a cause and effect relationship, I give no fucks about your explanation or your description or your definition. Understand that. It's not as we define. It's the quality of the standard of evidence and proof that make facts. Facts are demonstratable. If you say things that are not demonstratable, they are not considered facts.
This is like
to get back to the original.
Yeah,
sorry,
hold on, slow down. Okay, so that's like Newton's flaming sword. Have you heard of that before?
I have not. What is that?
Okay, so basically, what you're doing here is you're saying explain to you your globe Earth version of gravity on the flat Earth. That's not what anyone's going to do here. Okay, no one's going to take your idea and try to explain a new axiom inside that lived reality. I have a better chance of explaining to you that you're a teepee, or that you're a banana. Do you get where I'm going with here? That you can't ask a question from a globe Earth point of view, then explain it. Say, hey, well, you didn't explain the flat Earth on the globe. The same thing. You wouldn't be able to explain globe. Like if I say to you, okay, sure. How about this? Right? I can see too far. Explain to me where the curve is on the flat Earth.
So could I respond to that?
Hold on. Crit, you should better explain what the flaming sword is, because my statement before you said that absolutely defines it. What cannot be settled by experimentation is not worthy of debate.
So could I answer the original challenge?
That's Newton's sword. You got anything to say about that?
No one's challenging you. I'm just trying to figure out. I've been listening, in.
Yeah, what can't be settled by experiment is not worth debating.
Okay, so
can you prove gravity with an experiment?
Hold on, I can't.
Yes or no?
I think you can, yes. But who was the guy who talked about who I was just talking to?
It's never been done
because I don't have the conspiracy theory. Okay, so was there ever a time where you thought that there was a round Earth?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, so and then you looked at the arguments for flat Earth and were eventually compelled to abandon the round Earth and become a flat Earther, right?
Yep.
Okay, so there is a position where you approach a subject with a sense of certainty, but then could be betrayed or be aware of new facts that could change your mind, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I want to see where your mind is coming from so I can present to you the most efficient way possible.
He accepts theory and explanation. That's already apparent. He already stated it. I accept the explanations rather than I would be agnostic to any explanation given by a flat earther. He already stated it. Maybe you missed it. Maybe you missed his words. It was coherent and cohesive. He said it in plain English.
He's talked to me before. He just doesn't remember because I used he said agnostic instead of atheist.
He said he accepts this shit. He don't give a fuck really what you're preaching.
Yeah.
And that's why I can't believe you came up with Newton's sword and didn't even bust it. Here it is. If you can't settle this shit with experimentation, here's the experiment that proves gravity. We now have anti-gravity. You're wrong. If you can't prove it with that, why should we waste time debating that which you can't prove?
Because he's kind of holding on to it like it's
yeah, but listen, we're not here to debate people's belief system.
Oh, you're not?
That's
this silence is the real globe argument.
Pay attention.
What are you?
Pay attention, bro, because I'm not done talking. That's what the fucking thing is. So don't ask questions about my statements till I finish them. We're not here to debate theories and explanations. We're here to debate facts. And what are facts? Facts are demonstrated by a scientific method. Science is a method, not a people, not a group. It's a process. If you can't settle it by just saying, here, we proved it right here. Here's the experiment. Then it's not worthy of debate. And if you think it still is, that's something wrong with your psyche, not mine.
If you can't science it, I ain't buying it.
So do you not, do you enjoy the debate aspect of it, or do you find it tedious?
Is that a rebuttal to my latter statement?
Yeah. Does
that matter?
No, it's just an inquiry. It's just a question.
Yeah,
it's a non sequitur. It's irrelevant.
I know I enjoy back and forth, but with you, it's a back and forward, back and forward, back and forward. You get challenged. You're involved in a non-productive conversation.
Oh, it's more like Ring Around the Roses.
Yeah, there is no pleasing you, then why try?
You don't gotta please me.
Here, Up with Iron, who do you think has the positive claim or burden of proof here? Flat Earth or Globe Earth? I won't challenge it.
That's actually a complicated philosophical question.
Yeah, I'm
actually,
not challenge
it's not.
Your
bullshit.
Listen, actually, it's not. When there's an entire genre of movies based on your science fucking fiction, but you don't have a positive fucking claim. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to challenge
that. That just demonstrates a complete lack of backbone. He can't even answer the question.
I'm going to tell you I'm going to tell him like Spock would. Hold
on. So burden of proof is
illogical.
Burden of proof is a pretty complicated concept in like apologetics, like Christian apologetics, right?
Not
so
really.
What the hell does that have to do with the question that was asked you directly as an individual?
We're not apologizing. Listen, hold on. You're trying to throw a religious implication in there. We're not Christian apologists. You made a positive claim. You made a positive claim. We're only wanting you to accept your burden of proof. You're the one that says, this is the world you live in. Star Trek. Mork for Mork. Nanu, motherfucker. Prove that shit through experimentation. If you can't, you're not worthy of debate. or this subject isn't, I won't say you as a person aren't. I'll say this subject, it's non-productive.
So that's what I'm saying. Who do you think has the burden of proof here? The globe Earth or the flat Earth? I'm not going to challenge your answer. I just want to see where you're coming from. Just speak.
You guys, listen, they know what we're talking about. This is why they always come in and say, well, what do you want? What do you believe? They want us to make a positive claim so they can debunk it. They don't want to talk about the positive claim already made and the validity and the standard quality of evidence. What's a proof? What's a fact? What's not a proof? What's an explanation? And what's a theory?
So here's what I would say. I would say in this context of me joining a flat Earth Discord server, I think any claim, the onus would be on me to back up any claim that I had that would contradict you guys on your turf. In the real world, I think that
even that doesn't answer the question. What's wrong with you?
Sure it does.
Yeah, he's given two answers.
No, it doesn't. Answer the question that was presented to you specifically. If you can't do that, it's better for everyone's sake, including yours, and most specifically yours, to shut your mouth.
Philosophically, I think
it's not that hard.
The evidence
this
for
is why they stray away from me, bro, and you know it.
Philosophical question, yes or no?
Philosophically, I think
was it a philosophical
question?
Yes or no?
The evidence is so overwhelming. Come on, I don't know.
You can't even answer a question.
I don't know.
What's wrong with you? You're not answering the question.
The reason you say this philosophically, hold on. The reason he says philosophically is because only philosophically can you insert a theoretical equation, a theoretical model, an explanation not based on science as a proof or an evidence. You can't do this in fundamental science, natural science. You can't assert that shit to be evidence because it's evidence of nothing. Just words, not backed by proof.
So Santa, are you still interested in my response?
Yeah, you could use crit too. If either one's fine.
Sorry, what was that?
It's not going to work for you all day, bro. I'm going to pin you against the corner.
Yeah, crit. If you want to use the name crit instead of Santa, it's fine too.
Oh, crit. Okay.
Yeah,
crit.
Yeah,
sure.
you've talked to me before. I guess you might have not remembered.
Okay. So crit. I think that from my personal observation, the evidence of a round Earth is so blatant that to contradict my preconceptions would just take a tremendous amount of evidence. So, which I'm open to, but I'm not a believer.
So flat Earth has a burden of proof. Okay.
The word evidence is very vague. Can you be specific about those evidences?
For me personally, yes.
Listen, bro.
However, I recognize that
just get the whole lobby muted. Quit trying to avoid me. Can you be more specific about that word evidence? Can you give an example?
A belief. He said he believes the Earth is a globe. That's why I diverted from the Miggy's 3 points.
I avoided that part, and I asked specifically about the body of evidences. That's a vague statement, and I would like hyper specificity.
Because he claimed that there was a preponderance of evidence for the globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'd say when you break it down to a standard by the scientific method, you have very little evidence.
Okay.
So I would expect you to prove that that's a positive claim, that there's an abundance of this evidence.
I mean, I see it with my own eyes. It's the biggest one. So, not only
we do,
just
but guess what?
What do you see?
Listen,
tell me what you see.
Hold up. Listen, that's observation is only one step in the scientific method. It's not equal to the entire method.
Sure.
So you can see whatever you want, but until we experimented on it, tested it, and repeated it, and come up with data and reviewed it, it's just an observation. The parts don't make up the sum of the whole, see? So observation is a part of science, but you can't say, I observe a force, so it's a fact. No. You implied a force, you observe a phenomena. When you experiment on that phenomena, then maybe through cause and effect relationship, you can establish a force.
So, Craig, could I ask what changed your mind from being a flat earther to a globe, globe earther to a flat earther?
I just told you, you're just going to get him muted, dog. That's all bets are off. I asked specifically for you to be specific about evidence. We're not going to wander from the point no more, you and I.
Okay. Evidence would be like testable and repeatable experiments. So, like,
that's vague.
Putting, if you think that gravity is real, for instance, it would imply that orbits would mean that objects could fall around the circumference of a round object, which would be an orbit. And I think it's pretty evident
that's vague, bro. We observe orbits, but orbits don't have to be around anything. It could just be a circle or elliptic. I can orbit my house. I can walk a circle around it. I don't have to go under it, above it, any of that. So none of that is an evidence. I thought you said you had evidences.
Sure.
We're waiting.
The inability to see the Southern Cross, or I'm sorry, the inability to see the...
That's not evidence of shape of Earth. It pertains to the ability of your eyesight. It has nothing to do with the shape of the surface you will cross.
No, it doesn't. That's not true, though.
It is true. It's scientifically proven that the atmosphere is a medium, and the extinction light propagates through the medium. It gets scattered and absorbed to the point of extinction. So I wouldn't predict that you should see light infinitely through the medium. I would actually predict at a certain point it would be scattered and absorbed so much you'd no longer see it. And so would science. That's not a flat Earth concept. Extinction of light, atmospheric extinction of light, it's mapped, equated, and demonstratable. And it's a scientific premise. It's not a flat Earth premise.
It doesn't describe my challenge, though.
It does. So atmospheric extinction explains why you can't see 10,000 miles to the south. Light.
No, that doesn't quite do it.
In your mind, maybe, but that doesn't do anything for me. Because we can quantify it. Listen, do you even know what atmospheric extinction of light is?
I assume that you mean the weakening of a light source as the energy is absorbed over a medium like the atmosphere.
Well, yeah, it goes by the inverse square law, right? Which is inversely squared proportionate to the distance to the source of the light as it travels through the media. It's why the stars above that I do see twinkle.
That's not why they twinkle, though.
It is.
What evidence? What did he say is evidence?
Scattering and absorption is why the lights twinkle.
Mate, regurgitating rhetoric doesn't actually achieve anything. You know that, right?
Yeah, this is the least exciting part of the conversation in my mind. I'm more interested in what you believe and why.
Yeah, because you don't want to cover your evidences.
What's your purpose?
Hey, don't let him obfuscate from the evidences. We're still on the evidences.
An
evidence for you on the shape of Earth, which isn't really even a scientific question. It's a measurement question. Science does cause and effect, not shape.
So
the shape of the Earth isn't really a scientific question. It's a measurement question.
Could I ask what you would accept as evidence then? I'll see if I can meet your criteria.
I've gave that standard over and over again. It has to meet the scientific method, which is observation, hypotheses, experimentation, manipulation of independent, dependent variables, data collection.
So the observation of say the sunset. Okay.
Can we experiment on that?
Sure.
We can experiment on the sun.
My days. What's wrong? Just mute him, get rid of him. This is unproductive.
So we're observing the sun. The sun's sending light, and there's no way in hell we're ever going to be able to manipulate that light. But we can experiment on it.
Well, sure, you can experiment on it, sure. You could do experiments on sunlight.
Genius. How would you do that?
That's what I'm waiting for.
Experiment on sunlight? Oh, I mean, observations, you invoke the inverse square law.
Observations aren't experimentations.
What was his evidence
Do you
again?
speak English?
Observation. You listed you yourself. You yourself listed observation as part of experimentation. Did you not?
No, I didn't. I listed it as part of the scientific method.
That's correct. Yeah, that's
the first step. Experimentation is the third step.
Okay, so repeating observations would be an experimentation, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
In the experiment, you identify a dependent and independent variable.
Perhaps you could give me an example.
You know what the three constituent parts of an experiment are?
Perhaps you could give me an example of an experiment that you.
I'm trying to get there. The Socratic method. There's three constituent parts to a scientific experiment. Do you know what they are?
No, please tell me.
No, I asked you, do you know?
I said no.
If he doesn't know, why is he here?
It's an independent, dependent, and control variable.
Okay.
So how are you going to put the sun in a control variable? Or anything you observe in the sky, how are you going to create a control experiment for that?
It depends on the context of the experiment, I suppose.
So your observation is the dependent variable, and the independent variable is the sun. You have to manipulate the sun. The truth is, scientifically, we can't experiment on the stars, not in the observation level.
So can you give me an example of a experiment that you accept as scientific?
I gave you the description, and you can't figure that. Okay, how about water boils at a certain temperature? Independent, dependent variable. Water, temperature. Increased temperature. View reaction. Water doesn't boil. Turn it up. Turn the heat up. Water boils at 185 degrees. I can come up with the stated fact that water at 185 degrees boils at this atmospheric pressure. And the control would just be a bowl of water sitting there at room temperature.
Okay.
Now, what did we learn from that? We learned that water boils at a certain temperature through experimentation. We also observed it too. That's how we knew it was boiling.
Okay. So similarly, like light across a medium in the inverse square law would be a valid experiment.
In what way are you applying the inverse square law? To what?
I'm just asking if that fits your criteria. That's valid, right?
Well, I'm asking how are you invoking the inverse square law? What is light doing over distance inversely squared? And how can we prove this? Because they actually did experiments to prove atmospheric extinction of light. Easy one is a flashlight at night. They know the exact distance. They can't see it no more. Who's got the static? Then they quantify that, and it comes out inversely squared. So,
why is everyone muted? Oh, did you mute everyone but me?
No.
Oh.
So you can't just say inverse square law and have that mean something. You have to show how it functionally applies to what you're doing. Christ. You think we can't demonstrate attenuation and how it actually works on the inverse square law?
I made no such claim.
Well, no, I'm just wondering how you think we got to the fact that light propagates through this media at an attenuated rate inversely squared proportionate to the distance it travels through this media. How? We shine light through a diamond, then through a crystal, then through an amethyst. We shined light on dirt. It didn't go through dirt. So we said, dirt absorbs light. These are demonstrable facts and equatable. You can't just break out an equation and say this equation applies to it. You have to show how it applies to it, man. We can get the attenuation rates for atmospheric extinction of light. They already did all the science for that. That's not a flat earth thing.
What evidence do you have for the globe? This preponderance evidence. Evidence meaning if it's going to be a cause, then you got to be able to manipulate it and establish the cause, right? Or if it's a measurement, then it would need to be a measurement, one that we can repeat and go test ourselves. So do you have anything like that?
And the rate of atmospheric extinction of light is based on the Rayleigh criteria. Are you familiar with the Rayleigh criteria or Rayleigh scattering?
No, I'm not.
So attenuation, scattering, absorption, it all goes by the Rayleigh criteria. For the propagation, attenuation, and scattering, and absorption of light. And it's all been demonstrated physically. I give citations on all this shit. So,
can we just skip to the concession part where he concedes that he has nothing? We can move on.
Well, I just accepted it without concession because he wasn't being hyper fastidious about any evidence or any experiment.
Right, well, we know it's implied, but it'd be wonderful if there could be some honesty from him.
So there's just a small article on atmospheric extinction of light and how it applies to the viewing of sky, and the viewing of stars, and the distances at which you can view. I know people think light travels for infinity. Well, that's what they say it does in a vacuum. But it's not what they say it does in the atmosphere. The atmosphere is a fluid medium, which by fluid it means always changing, always moving, never consistent. I don't mean liquid. Although there is liquid in the atmosphere, which makes it fluid.
When I'm asked to cite evidence of the the globe Earth, it seems like anytime I try to invoke like a scientific authority, you guys would just be skeptical of it.
Appeal to authority is fallacious.
It has to be something we can test. It has to be verifiable.
The authority,
and it doesn't answer the question.
You can say this is the next. Nobody asked for a scientific authority with an explanation. We asked for an evidence that was demonstrated through experimentation.
So, one thing you could do if you wanted to look at the to try and prove that the Earth is round. The model that to disprove that it would be flat, the model of the stars in a firmament above flat Earth, certain things would have to be true.
We never said there was stars in the firmament above a flat Earth. We didn't even say there was a firmament. So this is a non sequitur. One thing we can do.
Okay. Well, so the roundness.
Where's the scientific experiment in that?
So the roundness of the Earth can be observed and repeated and experimented on.
How?
So if you, for instance,
no. When someone asks you how, you don't go so. You demonstrate how.
Christ, man, you said you had the body of evidence and it convinced you, and now you can't even say this guy proved it, that guy proved it. Here, this scientific community.
Wait, why am I being cut off? I was about to speak. So, like, the roundness of the Earth can be demonstrated by passing light through a channel so that it becomes a beam over a great distance, and you can determine the roundness of the Earth by lifting the light source.
Who did it?
There is that Netflix documentary where they did it.
Wrong.
The Netflix documentary where who did it?
It was about you guys. Did you not see it?
Yes, I did. Wrong. So are you telling me that Bob did it? And are you trying to say it was an experiment? Because I'm going to ask for the datum, citation to the experiment, the prediction, the theory, the purpose. Without all that, it's not an experiment. we seen the documentary. Hell, Bob's right here in our server. So the flashlight.
Oh, for real? Oh, that's sick.
Yeah.
Is he here right now?
Probably not. But the flashlight and the light through the hole, that wasn't even an experiment. That was some dumb shit Jaron tried to do. And Netflix just, they're the editors. They edited it to make it look any way they wanted to. But if you want that to qualify as a scientific experiment, then you're going to have to qualify it. Can you go out and repeat it? And then I want to know, how does it prove curvature? Because you're talking about on land, right? Trying to get a light through a hole over land. So a flashlight at that, which diffuses so greatly, it's pitiful. But listen.
Also, why use the word prove when you're talking about curvature? It should just be as simple as measurement. Provide measurement or shut your mouth.
You can show elevational differences on land, and that doesn't prove curvature because we know land has topography. You could be on a hill looking into a valley. You could be in a valley looking up a hill. It's that simple.
So, for anyone who was paying attention earlier, first principles: water, bodies of water at rest lie flat and level. If you can't get your head around that, pun intended, then you've got issues, and everything else you're going to say after the fact really is irrelevant.
Who is that? Oh, dude, he wasn't talking about the gyro. But, I mean, you can listen to Bob talk about the gyro in the documentary flick.
Yeah, I was looking for another one. Sorry, man. Yeah.
Yeah. It's posted in Livestream voice text. It says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, Bob's gyro explanation. Bob from Globebusters, the guy you're talking about, is in the server one time when we live streamed it, and we clipped out his explanation of the gyro or the fiber optic gyro.
Hey, old dude, thank you so much. I was about to post the same video. Thank you. Go ahead.
This is the experiment.
Apparently, I wasn't allowed to talk earlier. Actually, somebody server deafened me too. That was weird.
It wasn't me,
it was
bro.
useful. The room had a good back and forth for a while.
Just know I didn't do that to you, Helio. I don't do that.
Yeah, I don't know who did it, but that was fucked up. But anyway, go ahead.
I did it because you were singing over people's responses. It was unhelpful.
Yeah, well, you're a dick. So whatever.
That's only part of me. I'm fully man.
So you're fully man and part dick.
Did you just assume my penal gender and my body shape?
Anyway. Yeah, but yeah, that's exactly. I mean, like, this video should be posted. I mean, Bob has explained this on his show and our show many times. He's been here several times explaining the same thing, and people go, "Oh, I watched a Netflix documentary."
He was talking about the flashlight bullshit that Jaron tried to do.
Yeah. I mean, their laser burned up, and they couldn't do their real test, and then they tried to use a flashlight. But and, I mean, we know the story, but they don't. They just like come in and say, "Hey, well, we saw on the Netflix documentary,
Bob proved curve."
Well, my question is,
give Bob his fucking Nobel Prize and his fucking money then.
Well, my question is, he was asked to provide this preponderance of evidence that he claimed to have that convinced him that the Earth was round, and he's producing something of flat earthers.
Yeah, he said science, scientific authorities, and then he went to a flat earther to prove curve. But this guy here, he don't have a fucking agenda. This fucking guy right here, he's fucking genuine, eh? He's not just ingenuous. I feel like I probably waxed this guy 100 times all fucking ready.
That guy that did that.
No, shut the fuck up, man. Shut up. Next. I'd rather listen to Octane Weasel. You're fucking weak. Go back and do some more training, punk. Come back with something valid. I won't ban you.
Purchase a tape measure and see what you can do.
Yeah, I don't even know what the scientific method is, but he says the scientific method proved it. And then he goes to a flat earther like all these dumbasses. Hell, half of you don't even have a third grade understanding of what the fuck science is. I sound like a fifth grader when I get so pissed off I start cussing about it. If you was my wife, I'd divorce you twice, motherfucker. Hey, that's a nice concrete truck there.
And by the way, for anything, you know, if I'm a little out of control, I don't mind if people mute me. If I'm just being ridiculous, but don't server deafen me. You know,
It took you so long to realize that it's probably a good thing.
No, it's not, because I was.
If you're incapable of clocking that quickly, then that probably shows.
I realized.
He probably thought his computer was fucking up, and if he'd reset the shit, the live stream goes down.
Well, either way, just saying, don't ever server deafen me. If I'm out of control, go ahead and fucking mute me, but don't freaking server.
Right. Well, I did ping you in another room, but it's whatever.
I don't want you. I don't deafen you because I don't want you doing that, thinking your computer needs to reboot and fuck up the live stream.
Yeah, it's maybe.
I do it. I do it. So, you know, sometimes I leave, come back in, come back in. I still don't hear shit. I got to reboot the damn computer.
You know, shit happens, man.
It's all right. Now's the perfect time for Helio to go loot.
Well, hold on. I mean, to be honest, I don't think that was justified, to be honest, Sasha, man. I mean, shit, that dude was a troll the whole time, you know, and so I was.
That wasn't why I did it, and I don't think this is the venue for it.
All right, we're not. Cool. Whatever, either way.
You can call me later. You get your people to speak with my people. We can arrange it.
All right, I'm gonna have my agent call your agent, and then we'll work that out later.
My agent is agent. Have fun with that.
Will there be sandwiches and Kool-Aid? I might come.
Fuck yeah!
I'll do something. I'll do something. Shit.
Let's be real. It'll be straight tequila all night.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Scotch, man. There's some type of good scotch.
Official waste material.
No. I get you. I get you.
I ain't ready for no.
Well, it's like, you know, when you get caught up, you just don't know. I mean, when you get in a zone, you know, something, and maybe.
And for the record, it was when Conspiracy Santa or Crit was speaking, and he was singing over him. I was like, that's just obnoxious, so I just did it quick.
No, to be honest, I was really trying to. You know what was happening? I was trying to. Hold on, I think Crit. Hold on, I think really Crit. I think Crit really had a point, and I actually wanted to hear what Crit was going to. Even though I do these transitions, I do these transitions sometimes. Hold on,
yeah, where the hell is he? Damn it! Because
I think he really had a point. And I was just doing that. And I was hoping because he jumped in, and I was like, "Ooh, I want to hear Crit."
I want to know why he didn't cram Newton's sword, flaming sword, right through that motherfucker's heart.
That's what I was doing. See, you hit me at the wrong time, bro, because I was about to transition to Crit and that dude, because Crit, you know, he really does some good work sometimes. Maybe you misunderstood. I was just like, what the fuck? Somebody muted me, you know, because I was about to shut up.
There was going to be no transition, no obfuscation.
Okay, well, everybody was tired of that dude anyway. So
Newton's flaming sword says what cannot be settled by experiment is not worth debating. And that's, you just throw that shit down and let them deal with it.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, so if you guys have to mute me sometimes if out of control, I don't get offended too much.
I'd like to point out that we started with prove gravity by experimentation, and he got to flat earthers prove curve. You guys are some smart ass scientists. You guys are an authority, man.
Yeah, and then we start asking about science, and then they just
Fucking
like
moron.
waffle all over the place.
Never let me see you in the subway fucking station. I'm gonna walk out smiling with your shoes over my shoulder. Yeah, I took that motherfucker's shoes and I ain't even gonna wear them. Hey, homie, you want these shoes? Better get out of here. I just stole them.
So did homeboy leave?
Yeah, he left.
Well,
I wouldn't call him.
there it is.
I wouldn't call him homeboy unless he was drunk too.
He got by with a little help from his friends.
What? Hold on.
So I guess now we know why he was muted to begin with.
Suffering succotash. Exit stage left.
Like Sasha, I feel like you really judge me sometimes because I drink a lot.
Does he realize?
I'm going to defer to the locker room. Take your dirty jockey strap and go to the locker room with that shit, man.
I'm just saying, I mean, the reason that I was honing in on that guy, I mean, I always have a.
You know, we need a locker room VC too. That way, if they don't want to text, they can just.
We can move there.
I think you recommended that, didn't you, Trippy Vales? Or somebody?
I think I did.
Yeah, somebody did have a.
I did for moments just like this. But,
now you're stealing my girl's recommendation. Oh no! You got to take this to the fucking locker room.
I thought somebody.
It's probably a collective thought. Like everyone is resonating on the same frequency. Are probably going to think of the same thing.
It's like
the question is, if so many people are thinking about it,
first time you move me to that motherfucking BC, all hell will break loose, and some of us, maybe even me, might not have our roles tomorrow when I go Ace Mick super loud. A bitch.
Yeah,
well, it's like tonight.
My name is not Sasha, so just thought I'd clear that up.
Well, it's like tonight, instead of server muting and server deafening me, you could have said, "Hey."
You mean this morning?
Oh, I guess it is morning, isn't it? I don't.
You're damn skippy, son.
Shit, weekends are.
Are you sure you're not spinning here?
Listen. This is why I was where I was.
Hold on. I'm gonna step outside. I'm gonna step outside. And
I
see
had just got through shoveling a couple 100 pounds of shit, and I just didn't have time for no more shit. Okay. I'm trying to enjoy my fucking coffee here. This is fresh ground with vanilla cream, motherfucker, made by an Amish woman with the biggest ass you ever seen, and she still looks good.
So you went out to shovel the horse shit?
Yeah, and pig
dude,
shit.
It's actually peaceful, man. When you get out there and friggin' just.
Oh well, it is, yeah.
And yeah, I remember doing that. Put it in the wheelbarrow, go dump it.
You need to start selling that shit to NASA so they can make coffee and put out a brand, and that way you'd make money off the shit.
Fuck that. There's my compost. There's value in shit. There's more value in cow shit than there is in a globe believer. I can heat my home with that shit. There's a chemical reaction, causes heat. You can keep your house 70 degrees all winter long with nothing but compost.
How big is your stable? Do you have, I mean, not to get too personal, but do you have like a 6-horse stable? I used to work for work on a
80
ranch.
by 120. I can house 36.
Holy, 36 horses?
Yeah.
Holy fuck!
My aunt used to raise horses that she sold to trotters, harness racing.
Damn, I worked at a stable that had like 8 stables, and those horses they were funny, but they didn't like me. I mean, they would do everything. The doc. I worked for a vet. Yeah, they would do everything he had to say, but they always mess with me, man. These fucking horses.
My aunt was my grandpa's baby, so she's just got 50 acres. And he built one stable, and then he just kept adding on to it. Instead of having more and more 8 different stables, you had 8 additions on. So
they had their
sixth
personal horses, but he had cattle because they used to do like what's it called? Shit, not rustling. Where you like do shit, I can't remember the name of it now. They had like a pen there where they would shit. Never mind. Doesn't matter. But anyway, they had a big ranch. It was over 200 acres.
Bull busting?
Bull busting? No, it wasn't bull busting.
Say they rustle, they get shot around here.
Dude, there was when I worked on this ranch. At one time, he had this prize fucking longhorn. That some bitch had a beat on me, man. I had a 4-wheeler that I was working with. That some bitch chased me around this freaking. He chased me around. It's just like I could barely get away from him and close the gate before he was just like right up his big ass long. I mean, his horns were freaking 4 feet long. That some bitch was freaking.
I know what you mean with the snorting and huffing, man. They get to telling you with all that grunting. I'm gonna get you, bitch.
Dude, he was fucking. He wanted me so bad.
Yeah.
He was gonna kill me, man.
Yeah.
I was like on that 4-wheeler going, yeah, I gotta fucking trying to find a way to get away from this motherfucker. Yeah, he was, dude, his horns were freaking huge. I mean, it was a prize longhorn that he had on his property one time, and it's like, I think all the other cows hated his ass. They were all scared of him. So was I. And he's like, go do this. And I'm like, I don't want to be anywhere around that motherfucker.
I just ordered a battery for my camcorder. I got a digital camcorder. When it comes, the funniest shit, my bull likes the cat and the dog. The dog will come under the fence and the bull will lean over and they nose kiss. They rub noses. Then the cat climbs up the post, sits on the top of the post, and the bull will come up there and the cat paws his head, scratches his head with his claws and shit.
Does the cat ever get up on top of the cows? Like,
not the bull. She's tried to get on the bull, but the heifers let her. They come lean against the fence, she'll jump right on them. But if it goes to get out in the pack, she'll get the hell on because she don't want to be in the middle of. She's skittish.
The craziness. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of cats are, but some aren't, man.
Well, I just think she's not dumb. She watches me out there, and I never get in the middle. You're not getting me in the middle. I stay on the edges, motherfucker. I'm skinny. I'll get crushed.
Yeah. Well, it's like when I was younger, like in my teens and stuff, I was scared of horses. But when I was working at that ranch, I was still scared of them because they're so big. But they were tame, so it was like, once I was around them, like I said, when I was in the barn by myself, they would take advantage of me because I'm not their dad, what I mean? So they would mess with me, and there's almost nothing I could do because I wasn't, there all the time to training. But as soon as Doc walks in, they're like, they just step up and like, oh, okay, the boss is here. But if I'm out there, he's like, go out there and do this for the horses. They know I was a little skittish around horses, so it's like, you know how it is because you're a farmer. It's like if you're not, a farmer, whatever. Because usually when I went to work on that ranch, it was to do, work around the ranch, not take care of the horses. I'd clean the stables, but usually when I was cleaning the stables, the horses were out in the field. I'd clean the stables and stuff like that. So I didn't have to deal with the horses too much. I mean, they got to know me a little bit, but I mean, is somebody about to mute me because I'm rambling?
No, not me. I got stuff to do with my daughter today. She got
Do you ever hire people on your ranch just to kind of like clean the stables or do some shit around the yard, and they're not really familiar with horses?
No,
you know what I'm saying? They're kind of
I got a regular crew. My foreman is a Mexican guy, and any extra people we need, I just let him hire his family for the day.
Yeah, it's just like I mean, if the horses are tame,
listen, that way I can give him a work order. Here's everything I see needs done, and he gets it done.
Does he deal with the horses?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I mean, I was cool with the horses.
He's my foreman.
I feel like the horses were taking advantage of me.
He knows about all the livestock, and this is the guy that will beat your ass if you're mean to the animals, and then hope like hell I'm not gonna fucking, fire him. He beat one guy up for abusing a calf, and he felt real bad. He said, "I'm sorry, Miguel. I know I'm fired. I'll find another job. You've been good to me." I said, "You beat his ass for kicking the shit out of my calf? Fuck no, you ain't fired, motherfucker. I'll be down there in 20 minutes to get you out. I'm bail your ass out."
Yeah,
so
dude.
On the way back, he's like, you take bail out of my paycheck, Miguel." I was like, "No, I'm paid for that because that's what I want. Me and you see eye to eye. You're the boss today. I'm firing the other guy." Why?
Work for this guy, man. I'd seen a lot of shit on the ranch, bro. And he'd like go over here and do this, and I'd be around like 20 fucking animals. Cows, and they're all just like they're all slobbery and freaking gross. Yep. And I'm like fucking, and every time I'm out there in the 4-wheeler, he's just like, "Hey, clear the fence," and I'm like, fucking A, every time I'm driving, they always, of course, they think I'm out there to give them food or some shit, and I'm just like, and they're fucking huge, and I was scared as shit. And there was this huge freaking Brahma freaking female one time, and I know she just was wondering if I was, going to give her some food. I was just scared though, but she's like 400 pound, 400 or 500 pound, big ass bull. I mean, not bull, big. I'm just not used to it. I'm a city guy, but I did love, just like listening to music, clearing the fences and shit. I'm like, go. And I love driving the 4-wheeler too. And I'm like, yeah, driving across. I mean, it's like 200 acres and like, wow, wow, wow. And you're just going everywhere. I am rambling. Somebody's going to meet me. No, but I'm trying to remember. Oh, and another time, I'll make this a little bit interesting. There was a pit at a certain part of the property where, and you might have this, where you bury the dead animals, right? And you have a bulldozer and you just and put your burn barrel shit, you just bury shit out there. There was a certain part on the property where you just recycle the freaking dirt and shit, and then you take a bulldozer out there and freaking just cycle it up. Freaking went out there one time. I don't know if it was his dead horse or somebody else's dead horse. He's like half sticking out the ground, like dead horse face sticking out of the ground. Smelled like shit, and he's like, "Hey, go over here, take that freaking bucket loader, go over there, freaking dump this calf." Yeah, I had to dump a calf in this pit, and do you have anything like that, Michael? Where you are? I don't know if that's legal or not. This is what he had. Mike's probably like, yeah, that's probably not legal.
I've seen that. I've seen like similar stuff. Not like so much as like dead animals, but I've seen farmers like bury their trash and stuff.
Yeah, dude, he sent me out there one time to dump some trash or a barrel or something, and I was like, there was like half a dead horse sticking out of the ground. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, you know, you can smell the death when you're drunk.
Yeah, no,
There was just a certain portion of the property where that's where he just like scooped up and recycled shit. He had his own
no, I've been
pretty
there.
much like, and
Yeah,
you know, he was a large animal vet, and he had a big ranch, you know, and shit, and but I still love it though. It's just like I saw a half a horse's dead face sticking out of the ground. You know, it's whatever. It do what it do. Even though it was pretty freaking weird. I loved the fact that I could just go out there, work for a day. He'd give me $100 to work for a day out there driving his tractor, mowing, freaking bush hogging, or freaking mending fences and shit. You know, it was freaking awesome. I loved hanging out there. It was fun. I'd do it on the weekends. It was fun. Anyway, so what were you saying? I'm sorry. I'm not being
Oh no, I was just kind of reacting to what you're saying. That sounds like the dead horse sticking on the ground. Just sounds like gross.
It was really strange. It was like half a dead horse's face sticking out of the ground, and I could smell it, and I could hear the flies. Just bzz, bzz, bzz. And then I pulled up. You know, it was just like, hey, dump this calf in that pit. Okay, and I get out there, and I was just like, oh shit. That's not like mending fences. That's dumping a dead calf out there. You know what the fuck?
We got a spot where we bury all our dead cats and dogs, but you know, that's
this was a calf. I mean, this is like a fucking 200-pound calf. Just dump it out there, and then come back, and I'll give you $100. You know? And at the end of the day, I was like, all right, fuck it. But it was a beautiful property. Sometimes I drove big ass tractors and shit, and freaking 4-wheeler around the property, and all the tools were there, you know, to mend the property and everything. It was. I had a great time, and he was a large animal vet, and people would come and bring horses and cows or whatever, and he had cows on the property and shit, and I was an assistant for him. I mean, not officially because I never took, you know, any kind of classes or anything, but he's just like, hey, I need you to do this. I mean, I pulled a couple of calves, you know, from cows. That shit is gross, man. That is the grossest shit you'll ever see. Yeah, you know, with the come along, the calf puller, that was that'll change your life. You ever have to pull a calf with a come along, like the calf puller?
That just sounds pretty bizarre.
Yeah, I'm gonna send a link. I'm gonna send a picture of a calf puller. That will change your life if you ever have to. See, you have to use a calf puller because the calf is coming out breech. You know, like a baby when they come out legs first instead of head first.
Right.
With a cow, if you don't reach all the way up in their vagina and wrap this chain around the legs of the calf and use a come along to pull that calf on out, then the cow and the calf's going to die. But I was there for one time. I did it,
Dude,
and
that sounds really, really like.
It was
really
fucking awesome, man. We pulled the calf out. The calf, within like 5 minutes, that calf stood up. Boom, shalak block. You know, it stood up, started walking like within 5-10 minutes. And the cow was like, "Oh, thank God, I didn't die." So yeah, but prior to that, I'm not going to tell the whole story because It was crazy. It was crazy because that cow looked like it was going to die prior to that, and there was so much fluid. There was so much fluid and expulsion, just like just it was disgusting, and I'm just like, how much am I getting paid for this? Anyway, yeah. Calf pulling is not fun, but it's fun. See, I happen to be in an environment where so if you have to do it in the field, it's not as fun. I happen to be in the place where you can do it surgically, basically, because I was working with a doctor. And he knew that this calf was breech, right? So we had, a cage, and he knew this calf was coming breech because he's a doctor, right? He said, "Hey, I need you to do this," and he had a calf puller on the wall, and he's like, "What I need you to do is this," and I mean, he told me what he did. He put the glove on, and then he reached up in the cow, wrapped the chain around the feet of the calf that was coming breech, and I was sitting on the ground, laying back with the come along. You know what a come along is? It's like the cranky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I know.
It's crank
It's like
with a cable or a chain. You just like cranking out, and the calf is coming out backwards instead of head first, right? So prior to that, he wrapped the chain. He stuck his whole fucking arm in the cow and wrapped the chain around the legs of the calf. And I was sitting on the ground fucking using the come along. Boom, crankety, crank, 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 crank. It was so freaking awesome. That was awesome, man. It was awesome. And when that calf came out, the cow and the calf were fine afterwards. And otherwise, that cow would have died. If we didn't do that, that cow would have died. Both of them would have died. But within like 10 minutes, that little freaking calf that I freaking cranked out was jumping around a little bit. It was fun. It was that. I think that's one of. It's like riding a roller coaster. It's like, holy shit, this is gross and fantastic at the same time.
I mean, I've like seen some puppies be born before, but that's like nothing.
Holy shit! I've seen puppies being born like 15 times. Kittens being born, man. I've been doing that shit my whole life. But like pulling a calf, holy shit! Mike's done that, I'm sure, many times. He's a farmer, but
I got a golden retriever and a standard poodle, and I'm gonna make some golden doodle puppies.
Wait, how many times you've seen puppies being born? A litter being born?
3 litters.
Oh, it's awesome, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love watching puppies being born, kittens.
Yeah, man. The moms have like really good instinct. Usually,
yeah. Like the cats try to hide, but the dogs are just like, fuck it, it's coming out.
They'll try to make a whole big spot to do it at.
Yeah, but
I know she's gonna want to go in my closet when it happens. That's not.
Yeah. Yep. Man, cats in the closet. Yeah. That's where they want to have them, in the closet. They want to. Cats try to hide, but dogs, you're just like, hey, this is coming. and it's kind of the same way with cows too. It's just like, hey, it's coming. Yeah, that's new life, man. New life. I mean, I'm thinking of Pantera, which is
yogurt.
That's not new life in place of old life, unscarred by trials. Hey, that's positive news, even though it sounds offensive. You know who Pantera is? The band Pantera.
I've heard of them. I think
it's a heavy metal band, but this is one of their songs is "New Life" in place of old life, unscarred by trials. Boom. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. A new level of confidence and power. Hey, man, that pretty much is the same thing for every newborn, right?
What? I'm sorry. I was talking about
new life in place of old life, unscarred by trials. I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you what Phil was thinking if he wrote those lyrics or whatever. Is it time for someone to mute me again? My bad.
Isn't this your server? Or am I just wrong? Whose server is this?
No, it's not my server.
You have a stream.
I host the YouTube channel, but
okay. Who is the top dog around here?
All of us. We're all top dogs. We're all the hosts. So yeah, I mean, there is no top dog. It's a collaborative effort, and I think it works fairly well.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like anybody. I mean, unless there's somebody trying to debate in here. Everybody.
Well, you think anybody from the globe side is going to take us down?
Oh man, it's hilarious! It's hilarious.
I mean, as far as intellectually, I mean, take us down. But I mean, of course, they can take us down, digitally and say, hey, we don't want flat Earth to be a thing anymore. Boom! It's just gone. But that would be too obvious because we're gonna that would actually multiply the idea. To be honest, like the YouTube channel that I started, I can't believe it's still up. To be honest, so we'll see how long it lasts. I get a copyright claim every single day. I don't know where it comes from. I know some people, and including me, play music, but we don't play copyrighted music on here very often.
We were playing B.O.B. We were listening to B.O.B. the other night. It wasn't.
Yeah, I would recommend if let's not play B.O.B. on here because most of his music, in modern times now he's created his own thing. But either way, I would recommend if you're going to play some music on here, just play music by people that are from the server or flat Earth music. Because if you play anything that's owned by another, by like Paramount or freaking Capitol Records and shit like that, it could get the channel shut down. But anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of when music gets played, especially when there's lots of people talking. But if nobody's talking, I don't really care. But
yeah, sure. Well, when nobody's talking, I'd love to fill the space, fill the dead air with some good music. But certain types of music, if you play it, it can actually make the channel not exist anymore. So that we always have to be careful of that. So,
right.
And I think B.O.B. is one of them. So, and it's not because B.O.B. didn't write the music. It's because he doesn't own the music that he wrote.
I gotta go. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
All right. I'm just saying just like with some of that B.O.B. stuff, we can't play it on here. It's not our music. Some music works and some don't. I'm just scared to get channel shut down for some stuff. Could be a cue for us to go ahead and play some Flat Earth music. What we got here?
My 2-year-old son just took a bigger shit than I normally do.
What did you do, Conrad?
What was that?
Do you have some music on YouTube or something? You want us to play it?
No, I don't have any.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking I play ukulele, and then I was thinking about trying to make some music, but I don't know.
Cool.
I want to learn how to make beats though. I have way more interest in that. The ukulele is kind of just more.
I mean, all the beats would kind of line up with the ukulele. All you need is a bass and a snare, basically. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. But I've watched videos. I've watched videos and like people making beats, and it's like to make a really interesting one, you got to put a lot of background stuff into it. I don't know.
That's not necessarily true. Hold on. People love just really cool, straight up acoustic shit. Are you a singer too?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you sing and play the ukulele? Man, freaking shit, man. Freaking put it out there. Man, all you need is just a snare and a freaking bass drum and maybe a hi-hat. Or whatever. I don't know what your song is, but
somebody was telling me I should play bass too. Just
wait. Do you have a ukulele? Hold on, Conrad. Do you have a ukulele at your disposal at this moment?
Right now, yeah. I'm not that good though. I'm decent, but what, should I grab it?
Yeah, I think you should. Because I was about to play a song, but I actually want to hear what you got going on.
Played. Okay, so I haven't played it except for the other day. I played it for 10 seconds in here. So
how long have you been playing? How long have you been playing ukulele and singing?
On and off. I mean, singing not really so much, a little bit, but on and off ukulele for a year and a half or so.
Wait, so you play ukulele, but you don't sing with it?
I can't sing while I play. I that's
I can relate. I can play guitar. I can play guitar and I can sing, but I'm not
And
that
that's
great at
why
singing, playing at
that's
the
why I
same
want
time.
to get it. That's why I want to get like my PC going, so then I can record playing and then like sing over it.
Okay, cool. So you can sing too?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know I could use auto tune or something.
Oh no! Don't do that! Don't do that.
No, I don't
That's
know. I don't know
funny.
if I can sing or not. I don't
No,
really
cool.
sing.
Hey, pick up your ukulele. I want to hear some of it.
All right. It might not be tuned. Should I get my baritone ukulele or my standard size?
Well, how many freaking ukuleles do you have sitting around?
Just two. I got the small size, the standard, like really small one, and then I have the biggest size, the baritone. It sounds more kind of closer to a guitar, but it's still 4-string.
All right. So you go 3rd fret, bottom string or top string or whatever. Be C, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just learning ukulele because I'm a guitar player, but I'm trying to see.
Oh, and I have a guitar too. I have a guitar, but it's it's done. I was at the bar and it was in the trunk of my car for the longest time, and I met a dude who's just like he had like 20 guitars, and I'm like, dude, this thing needs to be restrung, and I don't know how to do it. We don't have any music store or music shop around here, and he did it. He restrung it for me, and I just got to get it back now. So I have a guitar too.
See, I have a ukulele, but I mean, every time I tune it and try to play it, it keeps going out of tune because it's an old cheap ass thing. It actually says ukulele on the body of the guitar, so it's like some Walmart brand ukulele. Wait, there's your C. You know.
I actually got to leave the chat room so I can tune it. I'll be back in like it only takes me like 2 minutes.
It's all good. So where are we at with this flat Earth stuff? Oh, while you're tuning, I can actually play a song. What song do I want to play? Oh, I was gonna play
Okay, I guess I didn't have to tune it. It's already tuned.
Sorry, tune. Hey, play us a ukulele riff.
Right,
Hey, you gonna sing with it, or are you just gonna play the uke?
I can't sing.
All right. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Go.
And I don't even...
Yeah. No pressure, man. Play your ukulele, man. Go for it.
Good spot.
Man, it sounds like you're holding back. Rip it, man.
Jeez, I'm trying to get my phone in a good spot. I don't know.
Hey, we're waiting on you.
All right.
Hey, is there a name to the song?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, sounds like an A7. I gotta get my ukulele set up, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, I need to really just like, this is all self-taught. I need to like watch like some lessons, like some actual lessons, and like.
Wait! I thought you said you knew how to do ukulele. Like,
I got a second one. Yeah, I have two.
I was looking up to you, man. I thought you like had the whole thing. Like,
No,
I was
I'm not
playing
that
my
good.
ukulele. It's like I can put my, and then I can go. Sorry, I'm just fucking with you, bro. I can pull up my guitar and play GCD and E minor, A minor, and bar chords and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like messing around.
That's not too bad, man. It wasn't like off, like me trying to play ukulele because I play acoustic guitar, but those chords, it seems like you know what you're doing on the ukulele. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Pretty, do you recognize that one?
Well, man, I hear the chords. I mean,
That's Radiohead, Creep.
Oh, well, the reason I don't recognize it is because when you're playing, it's just very faint.
And I suck.
No, it's not because you suck. Hold the
I'm bad at
phone.
transitioning to other chords.
Well, I can hear your voice fine, but I can't hear the ukulele fine.
Oh, you know, I'll put my mic in it.
All right, play Creep again.
Right now.
Yeah, play Creep again. Nobody else talking. Play it.
I won't be able to hear you though.
I'm not going to sing it. I just want you to hear. I want to hear the chords.
Do we have any ballers in the
room? Hey, give him 30 seconds. Like a feather.
Was that better? I had to put my mic
a
inside
little, but it's. Are you using like headphone mic or something?
Well, it was my speaker on my phone, and that was my headphone mic.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, I can hear. Float like a feather, beautiful. Wish I was special. So fucking special. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Anyway.
And this ukulele I have a lot less experience on because
I get you. I'm just
bigger,
bro.
So like the frets, like stretching my fingers, I'm not used to it. When I pick up my little one, it's so much easier. But I just don't. Like, I'm sick of using it. I'm trying to learn like more serious instruments. The little ukulele, just seems like.
Shit, I fucking can't hit that note. I'm being an asshole. I can do it in falsetto this time, but I can usually do it. Run! Whatever makes you happy. Whatever you want.
Right now.
You're so fucking special. Don't. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep.
Oh, my
I'm a
my mom,
widow.
my mom and my stepdad got the big C. They told me yesterday. They got the big C.
I'm not sure what the big C is, but I might have an idea.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something, it could be nothing, but like it's most likely the thing we're not supposed to talk about.
Yeah, and did they tell you like they were like, I got this, the big C?
They were like my mom called me, picked up the phone, I'm like, hey, she's like, we both got it.
Well, prior to that, were you telling them say, hey, don't do it or something like
that? No, they didn't get the juice. They got the big sick, the big sicky.
Oh my god, this is too obscure for me. I really don't know what the fuck you're talking about, to be honest.
They tested positive.
Oh, they got the Q-tip.
Yep. Yeah, they tested positive.
All right, but they had no symptoms, but they tested.
Oh, they got them. They got them. No, they said they can't taste or smell. I'm like, what?
I was sick as fuck a few weeks ago.
I've been sick.
I've been so sick.
Well, I
mean, I'm just like, like usually once a year. I mean, for my whole life, once a year I'll get a really bad cold and I'll get a cough and just have to blow the shit out of my nose every day. And that's always been the case for me. It's just like like once a year I'll get a fucking cold. I have to blow my nose all the time.
Yeah, I've been out of work.
I did have the flu. I did what I think was the flu one time, but I never went to the hospital to get diagnosed with the flu. But I actually I think it was the flu because I felt like I was going to die. And that was like 7, 8 years ago. I felt like I was going to die. But that's the only time I was like that sick. But a few weeks ago, I did get like a really hard cough, a sneeze, and shit like that. I did get that a few weeks ago. I didn't tell anybody. I didn't go to the doctor. I wasn't scared of the sea. And so, what were you talking about?
I've been out of work for 2 weeks since because of it. Because I got sick, and then my boss wanted me to go test, and then test came. Had to wait for the results. Test came back negative. I told my boss I'm still sick. He's like, "Oh well, maybe that was a false positive or false negative or some shit." He's an idiot. And so I went back.
Everybody's an idiot.
He made me wait 5 days. He made me wait like 5 days. Take another one. Came back negative. So then I was still sick at that time. I'm like, I've been sick for like 10 days. I'm like at this point, I'm going to the hospital. I would, cause I was having like coughing fits. Like I couldn't breathe. I think I got bronchitis or something.
Yeah.
But they gave me a steroid. They gave me a steroid and inhaler, and I still feel sick. I mean, it kind of helped a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain pharmaceuticals that can help you. When you're having breathing problems. Especially like the steroid inhalers. Yeah. I'm not saying it's just like. I think it's more misdiagnosis because, especially with all the confusion going on now.
Well, yeah, they prescribe me an antibiotic, and I'm not going to take that. I don't.
Well, an
I don't
antibiotics are for infection, like bacterial infection.
Yeah, well, that's what
Which
they're saying.
COVID or flu is not bacterial at all, unless you have a lung infection. That's don't get me started on this shit. But anyway.
Yeah, no, I know all that, but that's what they're thinking that it is. I'm just like, whatever, I'll just.
Well, I mean, don't take any advice from me. I'm just yeah.
I'm
Be
not
careful
taking
if they prescribe you antibiotics and over an extended period.
They
to be
prescribe
honest,
you antibiotics for like anything these days,
dude. I be very careful when they say take these antibiotics. Hey, if I haven't, something I know is a bacterial infection, like a toothache, like a hard freaking toothache or something, I'll take that shit in a heartbeat because it does freaking help. But like for 2 weeks. But if they put you on antibiotics for months on end, that's really not good for it's not good for your body.
I've watched documentaries about antibiotics and the problems that you can have if you just take antibiotics like they're nothing. It'll cause bacteria, antibiotic resistant bacteria. You don't want to take too much antibiotics.
And it goes same way with steroids. But hey, let's stop talking about this. This is not the room.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, hey, we never said this. Erase. We're going backwards. Okay, so flat Earth.
We haven't talked about flat Earth for like at least an hour.
I know we were talking about ukuleles and they were singing
cows and yeah.
There's some yeah, I mean I've actually we're going back to medical or whatever. I try to avoid the doctors, but whatever. I've had an issue, whatever. I went to a doctor and it's like I have my blood pressure and it's way out of control. So I've been taking some blood pressure meds.
Go vegan.
I know. I mean, my diet's shit and I drink a lot. So, I mean, of course it's going to be that way. And you know what? He prescribed me some blood pressure meds, took it down a little bit, and he's like, hey, have you taken the quote unquote, the C? I'm like, no,
Oh
man.
yeah,
Right before he asked me that, he asked me if I'd taken the F. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. And then he's like, hey, have you taken the C? And I'm like, no, and he's like, well, and he's trying to explain to me, he's like, oh, well, this would be really good if you do. It's like, I'm pretty sure I know more about the F and the C than this doctor. Now, I ain't gonna lie, my blood pressure was pretty fucking scary high. So he gave me some meds to take, which I never intended to take, but I just don't treat myself well, whatever. It's like, but I definitely not taking the F or the C. I don't know, man. I should just stop drinking and take better care of myself. That would help a lot. You know what's really interesting though is going to this doctor. He's like, he didn't say, "Hey, change your lifestyle. Stop drinking." He did tell me to quit smoking as much, but I don't really smoke as much as a lot of people do. It's like let's give you these blood pressure drugs and see if that fixes it. Come back and see me if it works. Boom, your blood pressure's under control. If I ate more tomatoes and ate less fast food and walked and got my heart rate up more, that could lower my blood pressure too, right? But he didn't say that. He just said, take these drugs.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what they do. You could find like a doctor, like a natural doctor, but usually insurance does not cover those.
I didn't have to go. The reason I went to this doctor is because I broke my leg several years ago, and there's some swelling, and it looked like to me it looked like it was infected, but it actually wasn't. Once I went there and they took my blood pressure. My blood pressure was insanely high, so that's where he was like, "Hey, your leg looks okay, and I think it's going to go down," which it did, and it's fine now. But he was like, "Your blood pressure is freaking through the roof," and then he's like, "Hey, take this," which, to be honest, if your blood pressure, I do eat a lot of junk food, and my diet is horrible. So,
yeah, dude, I've been eating a lot of fast food like since I went through this like breakup. I got like in this like rut, eating a lot of fast food. I just started eating healthier again. I'm like trying to go like I cut out pork completely. 100%. Pork is pretty bad. And then I'm like cutting way back on.
There are certain cuts of pork that won't necessarily but anyway.
Well, pork's bad. It's a bad one. I try to stay away from like eating a lot of like dairy and stuff, like cheese. Like I know that's got like some unhealthy stuff in it. There's a good source of protein.
I hardly ever drink any caffeine anymore. I drink more water than I used to.
Yeah, I drink soda. I drink way too much soda. That's one of my problems.
Anyway, But anyway, so last time I went, my blood pressure was down a little bit. I mean, first time I went, the doctor, I mean, I could see on his face, he was like, "Holy shit, your blood pressure is fucking really high," which I already knew that it was gonna. I didn't know it was gonna be that high, but it was pretty freaking high. Anyway, so last time he prescribed me some stuff, and I've been taking it. I don't plan on taking this medication forever, but I'm also scared of having a stroke because one of my good friends that's only 2 years older than me is in Baptist. He's in the freaking hospital right now. He had a stroke. And so, and this dude is like my brother, man, from back in the day. My real brother, I mean, he's fine. He's doing good. But this is my brother from another mother, and he's in the hospital. He's been in the ICU and shit. I'm just like I don't want to end up with a stroke. I'm not saying these medicines are going to keep you from having a stroke, but I don't want my blood pressure to be that high because it can happen at any time. This shit freaks me out, and he's only 2 years older than me, and I'm 48. It's just like I don't want to have a fucking stroke. But I don't think the blood pressure meds are gonna freaking keep me from having a stroke. It's just fucking. I'm freaking out. I mean, it's like people that are my age are freaking having strokes and shit. That's freaking me out. Sorry if I was interrupting somebody who was saying something. Okay, nobody.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Well, wait. I don't have the speakers on. I'm sorry.
Wait, you're not there. I can hear you. Are you saying
now.
you're not there?
Hear you now.
Okay, cool.
The thing is that if you exercise, all the symptoms will go away if it's at the beginning. All this happens because the body sees it's not necessary a lot of pumping, the heart pumping, and all the things are going wrong because they go to natural. It's not pressing anything, so you can have an healthy and very good body.
I know. I'm lazy. I know that's why. I mean, it's my bad. I know that, bro.
This is the most common thing all the people that are lazy have.
I mean, I go to work. I mean, I work a 40-hour week and all that shit. But then, for the most part, I just sit in front of my desk when I get home.
You can try walking, jogging, making a little bit gymnastic.
I need to do that. I know that.
Because all the bones also, like I see fat people have knee replacement, elbow replacement, hip replacement. It's all about because the body sees that it doesn't get exercise, so it lowers everything, the nutrition that goes to the bones, and after that, your bones is very easy to fracture.
Yeah. Hey man, I'll be the first to admit that I'm a freaking lazy piece of shit. I mean, I go to work, I get my work done, but when I get home, I'm just lazy. I need to do some exercise and be more active.
Take your nutrition, your multivitamins, your omega 3s, 6, 9s, D3, glucosamine sometimes, once, 2 times a year. It's for the bone.
Yeah, being outside, being interactive with the world, with other people, with nature, that can help you, to be more involved. Did you guys see that? I just watched the video. About an hour ago. With Mark Zuckerberg. I think he's a robot. It might have been a whole fucking VR thing where Mark Zuckerberg is talking about, hey, you don't have to be in nature. We have built this new meta platform. Have you guys seen that video?
Yeah, no, it's gonna be like Ready Player One.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
And I shared it on my Facebook page. It said "Ready Avatar 1." It's like which avatar? It's like you could have multiple avatars in different platforms, which a lot of people are already doing. But it's just kind of it's just like with people that don't realize that they're already doing it, which we do. Oftentimes we can go, with this avatar on, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We can go to another Discord with another avatar or whatever, and just be somebody else and use voice changes or whatever. You could do that anywhere. But anyway, for the general public, they don't realize what they're getting into. And for Mark Zuckerberg to come out and say, this is what it's like, dude, this is what we've been warning you guys of the whole time. It's like they're it's like digital. Is our humanity turning digital? I don't know. I mean, and I ain't gonna lie. There's there are aspects of it. What he was describing was just like that could be fun, Anyway, it's like we have a lot of fun.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's creepy. It's creepy and it's weird and like it is scary. Like it's a scary thought because like people will be obsessed with that shit if it's made good enough, whatever. But like
it's happening. It's gonna happen within the next couple of years, man. It's gonna happen.
It would be so cool to have a whole VR like world you can go play. Like just do whatever you want.
I think he mentioned Quest, the VR goggles where you're in a virtual meeting, with work or different meetings with your family or something. Everyone has to put the VR glasses on so that you're actually there, but you're not really there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I shared it on my Facebook page. And of course I got it through Facebook because this is what he's proposing. Which
the metaverse.
I don't even think that Zuckerberg is the real Zuckerberg. I think that whole fucking thing is VR. But anyway, or not VR.
People were saying they think he's a robot. He's AI.
Dude, his fucking haircut is the most ridiculous thing anyway. I mean, that guy that was just like the bombastic, just like, hey, I'm here promoting Meta, and he just went through the whole process. That's not the same fucking guy that was in front of Congress a couple of years ago. he was all like, but I'll tell you what, then I'm pretty nervous in front of a group of people. But if I was making a presentation and I prepared it, I'd be like, boom, boom, maybe it is the same guy, but he still looks weird. I don't give a fuck. Man, Mark Zuckerberg's a weirdo. I don't know if you haven't seen that video for that yet. It's crazy. I mean, it certainly is enticing, especially since we're here, on Discord all the time, and Google bought Discord. So we're essentially on Google now, but it's just kind of like, yeah, it's just like what he's proposing is like 50% of Ready Player One, basically. It's the visual, but not the physical. Sort of. I don't know. I think I posted it in the admin stream, but let me see if I can post it here. I mean, it's a Facebook link, but I know a lot of people here aren't on Facebook. But
I watched a few videos on this metaverse. Now I've watched reactions, and I've watched him talk about it.
Yeah, oh, you already have seen it? Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, isn't it?
Why is this PC dude? It's like he's not listening to us. He can't hear us. Like, any of y'all think he's a parasite? Oh, dude, we think he's a robot.
I don't think that dude or that Mark Zuckerberg is the real. I don't think that Mark Zuckerberg is the real Mark Zuckerberg. I don't really have anything to back it up, but sure doesn't look like the same guy. I'm gonna have. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if it's the same actual guy. The idea is still being promoted, so whatever.
Yeah.
Facebook page. Here we go. I shared it on Facebook. I don't know if you guys are on Facebook or not, but you might be able to watch it even if you're not. Hold on. Let me see. Link. When I was watching this shit, it freaked me out. Yeah, it's just, what the fuck's up with that haircut? The whole thing, man, it's just. Anyway, that's the link from my Facebook page where I shared, him talking about Meta.
How do you have all those like tags by your name, but you don't have the image embed one?
What?
Like your links.
My links? What did I do?
Yeah. Look. Oh, that link just shows up.
This video is over an hour long.
As a preview. Usually it'll show up as like a preview. Like up top.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they do, but yeah, see, Conrad shared the same link. It's the same link. Yeah, this video is over an hour long. It's Mark Zuckerberg explaining Meta. It's fucking creepy, man. So see, that might be the same character in front of Congress there, because it looks like him, right? But what happened to Homeboy? What happened to your link, Conrad? It's the same exact link.
I just deleted it. It was the same link. I just deleted it.
Yeah, it's the same link. I'm not sure if it's a free link or whatever, but I think it is. You can watch that video. That's Mark Zuckerberg going through Meta. I mean, he's going through a house. And he's just like, hey, here's Meta, and here's where here's what it looks like. Ready Player One. You remember Ready Player One when you go into the virtual reality shit? And he's like, here's what our future looks like. And Facebook is going to be this, Anyway, I watched it earlier. If you can't watch it, then that's on you. But I'm a shitty Facebook user or whatever. Fuck. Fuck. There we go. Apparently clicked on the wrong thing. I was like, what the hell's going on with my shit? All right. So let's play a song. Sing a song. Sing out loud. Sing out strong. I was going to sing earlier. Mm, mm, mm.
Mm-hmm. Because they're naughty.
It's a good one. Oh, shit. Clicked the wrong thing. Don't work. What? See if it works now. God dang it. Guess I don't know how to use this son of a bitch. Let me try this. Okay. Fuck. This happened last time I was trying to play this song. He's just not available. Go with sucker fag. Let's see. It's going to be a test. This one's pretty good. What?
One, two, three, four. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
Good evening and welcome to Flat Earth United. Joining me this evening is Jibby Jedi and Martin Liedtke. How are you doing, Jibby, first and foremost?
Not too bad, not too bad. How are you, Nathan?
I'm pretty damn fine. No complaints from me. And second of all, Martin Liedtke, Flat Earth British. How are you doing, my friend?
I am Epic Nathan in a higher state of excitement as per usual.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, in case people haven't guessed from the thumbnail or the title of this video, we're going to be talking a little bit about heliocentric and flat Earth history. And this has been inspired by, hopefully we may be joined by Zoe, but Zoe Scribner of Be Here and Love, Jibby Jedi and Martin Liedtke, and their recent discussions about similar subjects along the lines of heliocentric and flat Earth history. So maybe we can start with you, Jibby, because you were alluding to the 500-year timeline that we are presented with heliocentrism being bunk, or not being as long as maybe we are led to believe. Can you expand on that a little bit and explain a little bit what you explained on that show that you did maybe 3 or 4 days ago?
Well, I like to think of it in terms of relativity. How old is the globe is relative to you and your location and when it was brought to your location. Otherwise, the globe, you know, it only has the age of what you're told it is. It's basically, I could say, there's an empty house, and then 1 hour later, you come back to it, and it's completely filled up and with furniture, and it's like somebody's lived there, and you say, how did this happen? And the one person says, oh, I've been here for years. And you say, no, that's impossible. Of course, yeah, here's my 10 friends. They'll tell you I've been here for years. Oh, yeah, he's been here for years. No, that's impossible, because one person, it would take longer to move all the, and you can break it down how one person can't do this in 1 hour. And it doesn't matter, because the 10 people are all going to say, yeah, he says it's been here for years, so that's the way it is. The majority believes it, and there you go. This is how it's established. It's perception deception. And so for America, I was saying, from what I could tell, you know, with the time of literacy ending around maybe say mid 19th century, people were starting to become literate, learning how to read and math, and now you have the tools, allegedly, you have the tools to confirm or deny this globe model, which should make everybody laugh prior, because all of your senses tell you you're on a flat, stationary, level plane. And then you're told these wacky things like that. If it's going to make you laugh, but without the skills to read and to do the math, how can you prove it to yourself? You really can't. You have to take your word for it. So this thing has never been solidified, because right up until even today, there are still illiterate adults who can't confirm or deny for themselves what this is. So if you're illiterate, and the majority was, how can then you then say, like, this is the established model that's been accepted for 500 to 2,000 years, when how can people possibly establish it for themselves when they can't read or write? Only the select few can. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's relative to me.
Prior to the printing press, you've got a situation where obviously people would just take their surroundings and accept that as being the case. You may have, you know, biblical literalists, but them aside, you've got people who would just, you know, look around them and just take what they see as read. You know, that's how it is. And if you're not being told via TV or via a newspaper, how are you going to have that information thrust upon you? So then you're left with what we have now, and we look back in history to the depictions of the globe, and you've got things like Universal Studios who know exactly what it looks like long before NASA actually go up and take an alleged photograph of it, which is in itself quite suspicious, given that TV is, as at least this panel would agree, you know, the biggest mind controlling programming tool that they have. So it's an interesting one when you look at it in terms of how long our perception has been able to grasp the concept of heliocentrism.
Right. The Universal logo, I believe, was introduced in 1912, I want to say. That's the very earliest I could find of it. And so that's a good 50 years before they got out far enough to take a picture of it and noticed, hey, look, all the continents line up and are recording exactly like this logo we had well before, like generations before we could get out there. We had everything just right on this globe, wrapped around perfectly. We had the tilt right, we had the access right, we had everything, which is fascinating to do all that from the ground, basically blind. Like, you're not out there to be able to see all of this, but these people could do it, and we're so right. And it, of course, the NASA Freemasonic group confirms it. And then, yeah, when we were inundated with the moving pictures and radio, this kind of widespread communication that could hit people all at once versus your town crier or whatever that could only speak to the locals in the town hall and such. Now you have this overwhelming, intimidating force against you, proposing this with fantastic Hollywood magic visuals and all kinds of displays to wow you and excite you, like the World's Fair kind of stuff. You know, it's very, wow, we got to go, we got to see this. And of course, that when you're faced with such an intimidating force, you feel meager and kind of like humble to it. Like, wow, they are so much better than me at this stuff, that you kind of give yourself open to it. Like, okay, they must know what they're talking about. And it's a perception deception. It's all about presentation and no substance. As long as the wrapper is bright with sparkles and bows or whatever, it could be empty and people will pick it over a unwrapped box full and loaded with substance because they want the visual candy. And that's what Hollywood gave them, the visual candy to fall in love with. And they did. And once we hit the 20th century with these technologies, it wasn't such a tug of war with globe Earth, flat Earth like it was prior, because you could have half the town hall saying, of course it's flat, and the other half going, well, this makes sense too. And, you know, this will go on forever until you have some kind of an overwhelming, dominant Trump force to just be louder than all of it. And in a way, nobody can say it's right or wrong except for them, because they're the only ones with the tools to show you all that. So, and this is how we got into this. And the 20th century was loaded with overwhelming technologies and displays and visuals and many, many distractions, including the world wars and all the conflicts and everything like that. And once the big media and moving pictures got out there, they get to focus your attention on anything they want to pull you away from the globe flat. It's like, well, what do you mean this globe? Oh, yeah, it's established already. But it's the first time I'm hearing about this globe. Well, just because you're just hearing about it now doesn't mean this hasn't been argued and established for thousands of years. Well, it's the first time I'm hearing it. Well, that's the facts. How do I know that's true? It doesn't matter, because most people will go with that. And that's what we're still facing today.
Fast forward 100 years, maybe even 50 years, and you've got the image of Superman flying around the CGI globe, and they're getting you on a completely different level. They're getting you on a subliminal level, as well as, you know, exactly as you've just described. They tell you it's a long established, potentially, maybe we'll get to this later, 2,000 years established. The fact that you haven't heard about it is irrelevant. But then you go to the theatre, and while you're being told that you're suspending disbelief about Superman flying around, he's flying around a globe, and that bit is obviously, that's not a suspension of disbelief. That's standard accepted science. So therefore, you're accepting that part of the story while you suspend disbelief about Spider-Man or Superman or whoever else is flinging his way around the globe on that particular picture. So yeah, they've got you every which way that you can possibly imagine. And this is why when asked if I'm to say, well, which has got the most evidence, and it's not in its favor, but which has got the most evidence, it's definitely globe Earth, because every single way you look, there is quote unquote evidence for the globe Earth, for the spherical Earth. And that's not to say that evidence isn't nonsense, like Superman's flying his way around the heliocentric globe.
Right.
You know,
and now
or some people count as evidence. You know, it's an image that's implanted in their mind that tells them where they live and makes a justification for declaring that that is so.
And as time goes by, now you're dealing with a numbers game, because it's not just 100 pieces of evidence anymore. Now it's 1,000. Now it's 10,000, even though it's all fake. There's still 10,000. You know, you have the globes, the toy globes, you have the pictures, you have all these different mediums of evidence, of proof of it. As time goes by, they'll just keep adding to it. So then people are dealing with a numbers game. It's like, well, I could probably debunk those 50 pieces of evidence, But now when you're faced with 10,000, it feels like, nah, see, it can't be fake if there's 10,000 pieces of evidence, you know? And then that's a mind game. That's the perception deception. It's all about presentation. And they're just presenting nonsense. There's no substance to any of it. It never was. But we were just duped by the duper's delight, just the perception deception of the presentation. And most companies still do that today. They'll spend a lot of money on the advertisements and the presentations, and then you buy the product, and it breaks in a month. It's like, this is crap.
This is where I'm hoping to bring Martin in. Not necessarily breaks in a month, or is not as advertised. And throughout history, and this is something that Martin's been revealing, the narrative changes. The history changes. The locations of items change. You know, there's all sorts of things that they're not necessarily completely hidden, but they aren't made prevalent. You know, they're not part of the narrative that these things have changed. Maybe you can fill in the gaps in that bit, Martin.
I can give you many examples, Nathan, but Gibby's right on the money with all of it, you know. But as far as I can see, it's quite simple. It's the grand deception. It's bigger than anybody could imagine. It's all aspects of our life. You know, people, they're using academia, or if you see the television science people, they'll hark back to ancient Greece or Aristotle, sticks in the sand, or what have you, for an excuse. Now, in my mind, I think that they have written a history relatively recently. They rely on the oral traditions to die out over a generation too, which is what happens. And word of mouth just gets skewed over time anyway, as you know, down the end of the queue. And they rely on that, and they hand us the model, which was that globe. They hand us the history, so that's Vikings, Normans. But unfortunately, the evidence that they give us it doesn't fit with the evidence on the ground. As far as I can see, we haven't been here very long. It doesn't seem to be very long. There seems to be a serious absence of people or ancient graves, so to speak. There should have been billions and billions and billions that have gone before us, and they're not there. But I got a mind-blowing discovery today. It made my heart pound in my chest when I found it. But I'll get to that a bit later. But, you know, I'll give you an example. The old inhabited city on Earth, Damascus, they will tell you, you can go to that city and find way over 2,000 years of buildings inhabited there, right there today. Unfortunately, if you go on Google and look for a map of the place, 1400, they don't exist. 1500? No, not really. Any? No. Art? What about your art? You're bound to have Damascus in your art. Well, no, we haven't. 1400s? No. 1500s? So what's going on for the oldest city on Earth? Then move on to any city of your choice. Constantinople, I was on today. Any city, and you will find exactly the same thing. Their records run dry. Just choose a city, do this exercise for yourself, and you will find the records are not there. Anything is held by them. Okay, and they write the version of reality for us. They got all the schools, they got the think tanks, they got the first universities, Cambridge, Oxford universities, introduced later Ivy League ones to America. I can see clearly how it is done to get all the most intelligent kids in. The ones that are really clever, they will pick out use for themselves. And anyone who's clever enough to pick this apart, they'll probably snap up as well and use. And like Jibby said, they rely on people be fast asleep and not work this out, which most people out there generally actually don't even care in everyday life, or wouldn't really be able to dig it apart because it hasn't been explained to them. None of this was really explained in school. I had picked all this up myself outside the school, which is strange. And I would go there to bring this up, and they couldn't tell me about it, especially heliocentrism. But what about this? What about that? Never get an answer. It didn't do me very well in school, actually. For that was what I did wrong. Asked too many questions. They could not answer or would not go there. This happened a lot. But heliocentrism, as far as I can see, it's fitted exactly in with that great deception. Once you can break the history apart, then all of their bullshit falls apart, Nathan, because what can they have back to? Ancient Greece that has been handed to them. Have a dig into ancient Greece to try and find some sources if you can. No, man. There's no sources.
I get this on the debates that I've been running, that you have an explanation for almost everything when it comes to heliocentric nonsense. And the unfortunate position you're left in is having to explain to a globehead that we're in the midst of a deception. You know, I would call it the biggest deception mankind has ever experienced. I mean, maybe I can phrase this as a question to Jibby. If it is the case that we have a shorter time frame for this deception than we are led to believe, in other words, the stories of Copernicus are just made up. Let's just say that for the sake of this argument. Would we actually ever be able to, A, prove that that's the case? And if it was, wouldn't that mean that there were still people potentially alive that are that are actually perpetrating this deception now?
Yeah, we see people who like to be a part of the show even today with these false flags. One example would be the Florida nightclub shooting incident. Me personally, I came across probably at least 15 people that I know, and I probably talked to maybe 30 or 40 real life people on a kind of semi-weekly, monthly basis. So that's a good majority who have at least said that they or their friend knows somebody who was shot or killed at the Florida nightclub shooting, which, coinciding with everyone else's stories that I've been hearing, that seems to be the most popular group of people in the history of the world that everyone around the globe seems to know or have a it's literally, what do they say, 7 degrees from Kevin Bacon kind of thing, or whatever it is. Like, everybody seems to be somewhat related to it. And I think that might have occurred with this globe thing too, as it still seems to occur with anything attached to royalty. People are excited, oh, I want to go see the royal wedding. Oh, I want to be a part of the royalty. They get caught up in the fantasy of it and want to be a part of the narrative. And yes, they could be like, oh, well, yes, I'm related to Copernicus. He was my great, and how are you going to verify that, really? I could say, and I could get 50 people to come over if I pay them and say that my grandfather used to fly through the air. And they will all come and testify it. They'll show you drawings. They'll show you freshly made carvings, but they'll say that these are old, and all kinds of proofs that my grandfather used to fly through the air. And it's pretty much the same thing as far as provable, not provable, as this globe thing, and how old and how far it goes back. And back then, the only way you could get the information out across the world would be on foot or carrier pigeon or something like that. So how do you get this model to everywhere, to all the continents? How do you get everybody to agree, which they still don't? And Marlena, who was on our show there, of the Micmac tribe, she says, my people never believed in the globe and still don't. Like, they were, that's just one tribe. And that's in Canada. And there are some in America, and there are some in Mexico, and there are some all over the place who never bought into it. So you can't say it's worldwide accepted. Or when you're just saying that, you have to prove it, and you can't. But nobody's going to even try. They're just going to say it, and then others will say it, and others will say it, and then the TV will say it, and the radio will say it, and NPR will say it, and everybody will say it, and politicians will say it. Doesn't mean it's true, no matter how many times you say it. That's what we're facing.
Well, you brought up something interesting, which Martin and I have seen firsthand, which is in terms of, you mentioned royalty, and the older graves are all royal, and they're all of deep historic importance. But the domestic, is domestic the right word? The humble graves are not. You can't even. Well, I'm stealing your thunder here, Martin. Maybe you can carry on.
Well, no, I've hunted. They're not there. You're right, Nathan. And the ones that are of any antiquity are in there, like Westminster or Hereford Cathedral, as you know. But it might be this bloodline. Like you say, in the perpetrators, they might well be alive, or their descendants, their closest descendants. It could be that much of a deception in that close a time span. And nothing would go past. I wouldn't put anything past it at this stage. Something is drastically wrong. Why would they Photoshop Victorian photographs? Why are they skewing Dickensian era? Is beyond me. There's something really sinister in that alone. And the absence of dead people. You go to a local graveyard, you can't find nothing previous to 1600 in any graveyard. Put it down to poverty, not having enough money. It's rubbish. I went to the cathedral where the money was for my country, where any nobleman would have been buried. There was nothing until 1800s.
What did Martin, was it 1100 that we saw the earliest grave in Hereford Cathedral?
Yeah, apparently. Well, no, later, because the Mappermont date is 1190, so it would have been 13th century. There was literally a bishop, a bishop in there who's actually in the John Speed map, which I've got down by there on the floor. But funny you mentioned the printing press. That's part of it. I researched that recently. Now, what do we go on? Official contemporary narratives, don't we? So that's the Caxton Press, isn't it? So what proof we got for Caxton Press? Well, you can actually go and visit it. Well, that's actually a bit of an alarm call for me. And the first print of it, well, no. So I think there's something going on with that. That might have been initiated at a completely different time, or just whenever they told us. And as for the maps, like you say, they were brought in by that cartographer, John Speed, who I've been researching for, Elizabeth I. She gave him literally a custom house. Said, go print maps and get them out to the masses. And these John Speed maps, first time 1507. Okay, just after apparently 1607. I'm very sorry, but just after Elizabeth I's father, apparently disillusionment of the abbeys and the Reformation of the Church and the Enlightenment, all in this narrow time span. And when you dig into that narrow time span, you're trying to make sense of it. Like Jibby said about him digging up DNA. To prove the Plantagenet dynasty existed, aka Henry II of Agincourt or Richard III the Crookback, they literally dig him up out of a car park in Leicester and find a relation of his in America to say, oh yeah, there's a DNA match here, a relative in America. Richard III existed. Voila. See what they do?
Yeah, it's a magic show. They're pulling things out of hats. Yep.
Any subject, dig in. It's not just the heliocentrism, Jibby. Name a subject. Teutonic movement, glaciation, topography. Just name a subject. Delve in and see if what they're telling you is true. I tell you what, it ain't. And like you say, they back it up with years of maths.
But Martin, it's worth giving the audience perhaps a bit more meat to the Mappamundi narrative, because for me that's kind of a flat earth proof, because you're in a position where Jibby described it as like the town crier, but that would be the metaphorical equivalent, because they carted this thing around they had all sorts of different boxes for it, this map. And what you've got is a flat depiction of what they categorically tell you is everything, the whole world. Now, Martin's going to hopefully grab down his Mappamundi and show what we're talking about. But it's minus, again in quotes, the new world. There's no Americas on there. But that is what the people who are telling the peasants, this is where you live. This is all of it. And what do you know? There's land missing off it. But up until, that was about, like you say, Martin, about the crossover point that they started introducing. According to the current narrative, that would be the point that they were introducing heliocentrism as a known fact. And according to even, slightly different narratives, they were so aware of it back then while they were punting the Mappamundi, because 2,000 years ago they had sticks and shadows and knew it anyway. Again, no photographs at any stage at this point, but they know. And they're showing people the Mappamundi. It makes no sense. The story, the timeline doesn't add up, basically.
No, it's fabricated. The past is fabricated. And the more you dig in, you find this. And when you go to these places, you can find this for yourself. What has happened, I can't really put my finger on it, but something has. and it's in a narrow window of time as well. All of it. All of their stories, you can even think, if you've got to interpret the Bible stories of the Old Testament and all of that into this narrow window also. All of it. All of this pre-flood civilization and the existence of the civilization before, they've been trying to eradicate. And it is there.
I think it's probably more. There's more buried in the deep rainforest and such.
No.
And what we have on display are rebar reconstructions of.
Well, that's part of the muddying of the water, so we don't find out, Jibby. The megalith era, we did not snap our fingers one day and say, I know, we're all over the plain at exactly the same period, decide to move huge blocks of stone we can't possibly move, and hew them with chisels made out of copper, apparently. Apparently mankind did this. Right, we didn't. The megalithic era is a con. Hew the waters to add longevity to this timeline. Just think of that demonic death, Dawkins, with his selfish gene. This is how he explains it. He says humanity has been here as long as this little fingernail by the end of my nose. And this line here represents the epochs of time that we've been here. And this little fingernail at the end of my nose is humanity. This is the length of time. Same with the distances of the stars, Jibby. They had But it's not. It's not that at all. It's more compressed, and the evidence is there. If you can just accept the deception, it's total. You know it's a big impact, and people can't think like, you know, with the heliocentrism lie as well, and everything else, the history is the fabricated past, and all the sciences they taught us, it's complete bullshit. Really, if you dig into, you know, tectonic movement, do you buy the way they explained that? And volcanicity? Do you think volcanicity is the reality the way they explain it? Have you witnessed this action? What about glaciation? Have you witnessed that influx? You know, there's a lot when you dig into it, you find there's an absence of, you know, an absence of the truth. So,
glaciers, Martin. I've seen plenty of time lapses. Are you saying
so
the time?
So have I. But what I'm trying to say is you will see them in flux. You will see that what they will say is a valley left in Wales is a glacial valley that deposited stones like sandpaper across the landscape. They're not there now. They said they got rid of them in the 1600s by lighting fires under them and smashing them up and getting rid of them. This is historically sort of put into the narrative, apparently. So these valleys were hued by glaciers. Unfortunately, you can't see this in action. These ones you see in time lapse, they're literally, you can't see the whole thing because apparently that takes eons for it to carve this valley or an ice age. But you can see it move and calf and fall into the sea. But you won't see that valley being literally the last bit of that glacier disappear into the sea, and that valley's being produced looking like it does as a glacial valley in Wales. It's not the same. Just look into it. Honest, big alarm calls for glaciation. And I mean, they push heavily.
No, you're right. I mean, it's like I say, immediately I thought, well, no, I can challenge that. But that again sends up red flags, doesn't it? Why is it the case that I know about glacial movement? I shouldn't know that. Right.
Well, I've just been sold a narrative too. But like I'm saying, Nathan, like Jibby said, you know, they sell you this and they just hope you won't look into it or think too much about it. You know, the information is there to be selected. But like, you know, they back up all this information in data you couldn't possibly understand, or you know, with the heliocentrism and relativity physics, a mountain of what? Calculus. How many of the population can read calculus? Not many. So we're boned for verifying this, what they give us, aren't we? So, and it's the same with all of it and the past as well. I don't buy that one bit. Sounds like it came out of a handbook to me.
Okay, I got. Have you ever played those role playing games where you can pick the time period to experience? Like I have a couple of like say pirate games.
Only in here with time traveling fantasies.
Well, I kind of have like the metaphor. Like it feels like we all chose this virtual reality that started in the 1500 and it goes to say 2100. Would you like to play Earth? The Enlightenment to the New Age, wow. You know, and boom, we're here. So everything prior to 1500 is the fabricated, and we're just working along here. It is almost kind of like that because you just start, and it's like, well, I don't remember anything prior to this. Well, where is it?
It is spooky though, Jibby. It is actually spooky. I'm not just being like, you know, chucking it out there. I've really, really dug in for years. And I've worked on this stuff. I've worked with stonemasonry, archaeology, on the buildings. And I've got a feel for this stuff. I've seen a lot of this stuff on the ground. Always had questions with the timeline. I've brought it up since the beginning of the Flat Earthers. Something's wrong with the timeline. But when in the last, you know, with this clear vision that I've managed to develop, with being a flat earther, I've managed to be able to absorb incredible amounts of information. I found a key. And when you dig in, you find the past is not there. It's very sketchy. Further back, you know, even they want bits of the past. Even they want it. If something shows up 1600, they want it.
Yeah. Whole concept, though, isn't it? He who controls the past controls the future, basically.
100%, Nathan. Bang on. Yeah.
And I brought up like how most people's personal family histories only seem to really go back at best to say the 1600s. At least everyone I've spoken to, regular folk, they've dug into their family histories as best they could. And mine only goes back to maybe 1712. What's that there?
I want to show you this, Jibby. You're going to like this, my brother, and I know you will. I know you really like this, okay? All of you might, because you're an American. And I know you like your music, okay? That's my grandfather, okay? With the jazz legend. Do you recognize him? Hugh Ellington. You know him?
How do you know what to believe?
He's in the
then?
same regiment in the RAF as my granddad. They came over with the Americans. He was in my father's squadron in the RAF in the war, and he became best buddies with Duke Ellington. The Duke Ellington. There's my grandfather in the jungle.
So hold on. Okay, so are you guys?
I got loads of war photos.
You really can't trust.
Nice. Stuff blown up. There's a squadron, 622 squadron, grandfather squadron. There's a Spitfire. Pretty nifty, isn't it?
Are you saying
making Halloween? Look at the guy's head with his pumpkin, right? They're making Halloween pumpkins. Apparently, in North Africa, in the Battle of El Alamein, right?
How do you learn from history if you can't trust it?
And there's the one with Duke Ellington. That's my grandfather next to him there. Freaky, innit? But that's tangible. Go further back.
I was going to say to Jibby, going back to the 1700s, that's pretty good to go back that far with your family timeline. That's amazing, in fact.
It took a lot of time, and we only recently just got to the maximum distant past, probably within the last 2 years. My cousin went to the Azores had to dig this up because that's where my family's from, is the Azores.
No way. Mid-Atlantic, the Azores.
Yep.
San Miguel is where my grandfather's from. So we went there and we found his sister that he never knew because they were separated and he was sent to America. She stayed there, found her family and went into her records, and it's all in Portuguese, which we were, some of us speak it. I don't. So I had a hard time going through all that paperwork, and I just went through it maybe 2 months ago. So yeah, we go back to about 1712 or so. That's the furthest back our records go. So I wondered, maybe this phenomenon that seems to be occurring with everyone's personal family history, not going back thousands and thousands of years like the royals or even some tribes, could we have all been maybe burned out of where we were established by the governments over time and lost all those records? I'm thinking maybe that's a possibility too. Things would have been flammable, or if you have to pick up and run, you're not grabbing a bunch of stone tablets and running with them or whatever, But this was the kind of thing, at least in America, where the pioneers would settle. Here comes the government. Nope, you guys have to move. We've been here for generations. Too bad, you have to move. Yep, that's it. If you don't move, they burn you out. And the same thing befalled the American pioneers, it befalled the Indians, except they were, of course, the Native Americans. I have to get out of that habit.
Yeah.
But yeah, they chased everybody away. The government, as they manifest destiny all the way across, is kick you out. We own this, we own that, burn you down, burn it out, and then your records are burned. And yeah, but there should be still more personal records going back 1,000, 2,000 years or more.
There should be somewhere. There should be somewhere. But
Yeah.
there's just not. There's no lineage. The lineage ends. Even this is what's suspicious to me. The SS used to use a program to choose their people, right? But they only chose the records back in 1742 or somewhere in that region. No further back to find out if they had any Jewish heritage. Don't you find that a bit of an alarm clock? Why not a generation back? Isn't a generation back there? Really weird. That was reading that.
I don't have an answer to that, but I do have a question which revolves around some of the maths or the extrapolations that I've seen going backwards, where they work the numbers back, and it seems like we'd get back to just a couple of people in a much shorter space of time. I mean, that's kind of spurious, because I don't necessarily buy the current.
Well, the time is a part of it. Look, when they switched that right on the advent of the 1600s, when we had a tsunami hit Wales, when this John Speed map was introduced to Britain, right? They they introduced the Julian calendar into Gregorian. But did you know the Freemasons and the royal family, they're still on Juliana, which is why the Queen has an unofficial birthday, which is the Juliana calendar birthday, and a Gregorian calendar birthday, which is her normal birthday. So that's why she has two. So it's not really hard. You got to do this fucking extrapolation thing with the dates, Nathan. When you're trying to work things out, it drives you nuts, because some things are put down in Juliana. and that chucks everything out again. And then he's done a later resets with the this is official ones, the railway time system in the 1850s. Met the correct time, exactly the same time across the UK. Before then, they never. And then later on, GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, set the meridian for the whole of this heliocentric model. They're all coupled in straight to that and the history. Once it all falls into place, this shit went down. Okay, you just do. It's a grand deception.
This comes back to Mappamundi again, because again,
it does.
Showing the prime meridian going straight down through Jerusalem, and now it's Greenwich.
Exactly. I think it shifted more than that. It may have been I think it may have been a Cairo at some stage, but that's very unusual Jerusalem in the center there, because this map is from 1290, yet in the center of there is Jerusalem. What you're seeing is a very intricate, hyper modern starport system, or whatever it is. It looks like it's actually alien or something. It doesn't belong in that time period on that map. It really, really, really doesn't. Something is very wrong with that map. It really is. Especially these creatures like the wallabies with a face on their chest, these cryptoids that are all over the map. Did they exist only 500 years ago? I think we might have heard about them. But the Mappamundi is, I think we were meant to go and see that, Nathan. There's a lot of answers. It's not just America that's not on there. It's Australasia as well, and the Pacific. It's just Asia and Africa and Europe. Half the world is missing. They present that. So why are people presuming what they present now is what all is there? Like you said, Nathan, the Google Earth ball is like CGI pixels on a screen. Why are we just saying that as sanctum, and that's the end of it? Not to me. The maths is complex. I give them that, but they got computers to work it all out. They're just presenting.
Can you just let it go? Because I think it's set to be at the right distance, and you're getting what are called plosives, where you over.
I know. Boom, boom. Yeah, I know. Off my screen.
So, just let it go. It's perfect when you've got it.
Excuse me.
Yeah, sorry to break the
flow. No, you're right. No, you're right. But like you said, they just present that. So why do people presume that's all there? They're presenting that now. I think this deception I've witnessed with my own eyes. Like I had in that museum. You look too deeply, you're going to get threatened with the police. It's absolutely crazy. Can I just say, just a little tiny segue? I witnessed something outside today, and I filmed it. I put it on my channel, and I took it off in about 20 views because I wasn't sure if I could actually put it on my channel or not. It was armed police all outside my house by you with machine guns, and outside by you with machine guns. I got it all on film and all on camera because this guy who's been pissing me off basically, he got stabbed to pieces outside the shop by there. So I had it all on film. I come back. I thought, well, oh, this is so exciting. It's like being in the Bronx. I think I'll put it on my blog. But then I thought, hang on, what's the legality of that? Do I have to ask permission? The news do it, don't they?
We're way off.
They might confiscate your footage. They could confiscate your footage as evidence.
That's what I thought. Thank you, JP. Well, it's gone anyway. Got it. Got rid of it. Thanks. Answered that. But yeah, this grand deception is biblical. Biblical. I can't even believe it half the time. But if I dig in every day on this same sort of code or this system that I got, I will get the same result. And it's a serious absence for the past. And I had it again today. My heart was pounding in my chest. I thought, oh my God. I got to put it down. It was really spooky. And it's not like being ignorant and missing something. It's not there. It's just not there. There's a wall, a white wall you can't pass. And they put it there. There's nothing beyond it. What has happened, I can't imagine. Really spooky and unnerving as well.
Some of your videos, and we discussed this the other night, Martin, was you were often putting up pictures and you were kind of describing them as though they were photographs. And I said, I don't know if it was in your live stream, but I said, well, these are just sketches. They're very, very intricate pencil sketches. So even back then, today the modern equivalent would be NASA with CGI and that sort of clever representation of what is reality. But back then they literally just did pencil drawings rather than photographs, and then said, this is what happened, this is how it was. It was like, that isn't anything, that's just a pencil drawing. That's come from someone's imagination. And then you see the pictures, and yeah, I'm sure we had this conversation. I don't want people to write in the comments, I did a cursory Google search and found people in photographs, but it seemed to be there was a huge absence of people in the photographs, not in the pencil sketches, but there's a very sparse. You know, people are thin on the ground in the old photographs.
Oh, I found it again today in such a populated city as Alexandria, but there is a narrow time frame you have to look for, and that's between 1842 and 1852. The photographs will be in a huge bronze color, and you'll find them randomly on Google. All of them will show you street scenes. All of them void of people, no matter what city you choose at that same period. London, the most populated city.
By the photographer, they picked a time that they didn't want any people, but you know, it's one of them.
Well, I had this argument in my comments with a lady, actually. She's like, well, first thing in the morning, daybreak. Well, in a city that's the biggest city, most populated city in the world, or a city of 1 million people at daybreak, that's buzzing with activity. People getting their barrows out, newspaper boys, postmen, people setting up their stalls. That's the busy time. There would be no people.
Even in modern times, I could cut to the opening scene to 28 Days Later, filmed in the centre of London in about 2001, something like that. And it's completely empty. It looks like it's first thing in the morning. It's probably 4 a.m. on a really cold morning and no one's out.
Yeah, it's not residential there, though. It'll only be busy during office times on Westminster Bridge, Nathan. I've gone across that at 4 in the morning without a soul on it. Nobody lives there. So, you know, the office people. See it at 9 o'clock is bedlam, but no, it's always dead around that area, Nathan. Always in London.
We could be back in at this point and say, well, you've had so many debates with people like Charles, and you're debating about things like Copernicus and that timeline. Now that we're questioning it, do you, with plenty of knowledge of that timeline, think it's bunk? Think it's true? What's your take on it?
I think it's stories from the royals. I think that's like the king's decree. Yes, this is the history. Go spread this out to the vassals, and they have to accept it because that's the king's decree. It's one of these things, like that's their entitlement of what they say is truth, just the way we do it now with the TV. No matter what the TV tells everybody, they take it as the word of God. It's just another version of it, of the royals' decree. He makes his decree across the land, and this is now the new fact. It's just it's that, and I don't in Flat Earth. I never bring up past experiments, Michelson Morley or things like that, because I can't verify those things really happen one way or the other. I'm only working with what I can put hands on and show people what they can put hands on for themselves. But otherwise, we're just hearsay. It's, oh yeah, hear about these guys 200 years ago. Their experiment proved it's flat. Well, I don't know. Just the way I don't know that their experiments proved it was a ball. Anything like that, I cannot use. Like I never use the Bible to prove any, because you can't. I want to prove. I don't want to prove a belief. I want to prove a fact.
They were debating it forever. It's never stopped being debated, and that we can prove with some of the historic documents.
Yes,
years ago, they definitely didn't accept it universally. Nobody has ever accepted the globe universally.
No, there were towns in the 20th century. There were entire towns that put the sign up as soon as you entered the town, like, no one in this town will ever call, this place a globe, or, like the entire town was dedicated to not accepting the flat earth. And there were many religious communities as these representatives would come in with the new information and the new books for the schools. They would always met with opposition, saying like, no, this flies in the face of everything we've known for a very long time. Well, nope, this is the way it is now. More important people with more money and resources have determined this. So now you're faced with that intimidation.
You ever seen that clip of Bonanza, GB, when the school teacher's telling them about the heliocentric model, and the clergyman comes over and goes, don't listen to her.
Yeah, don't listen to him. Yeah. That's a great clip.
Yeah, Little House on the Prairie, and he's explaining, contrary to the townsfolk's crazy notion that the Earth is flat, that the Earth is a globe. Is that right? So she's coming in with the controversial globe theory?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yep. And you touched on this too, Nathan. I'm not sure your take on it. What is your belief on the accuracy of the world population numbers?
I got one on that.
It's a nonsense to be able to to guess what it is it's ludicrous.
How can you guess India? How can you guess out in the India somewhere?
Yep. I just got my second one in the past probably 5 or 6 years for me to, and of course, once again, I was chosen for the advanced survey where I got to tell them, what my rectal temperature is and everything, and that's like twice in a decade. Yeah, and when you get selected, you're supposed to only be selected for the advanced census once in a great while, but now I think they're just doing this every year.
Is that all of America now, Jimmy? Is it just having this?
I think they are getting to the point now where they're just selecting everybody to do a more in-depth survey and seeing if people will sit there and know the law, which is just you only need to tell them the number of occupants, and that's it. But they have all these series of questions, income, race, all that stuff.
Oh, I imagine.
And I think it's a bluff to get people to go, well, they say I have to do this, so I will. Most people are ignorant. They don't know what the law is, legal, lawful, all this stuff. So this will dupe many people who just don't want hassles. And this is how America operates. It's all about just pay it so you don't feel the hassle. Go to court for the traffic thing. Go to I'm just going to pay the tax. Oh, I'm not going to go for an abatement because it's too much trouble. I'm just going to pay. And they have this, and they just keep upping it and upping it and upping it. And it's just heavier and heavier and heavier. And you just, whatever you say. And it takes the fight out of you. Because you have to fight every single piece of mail that comes to you to fight for your basic rights. You have to fight now. They'll make a mistake on your utility bill to see if you notice. Then you got to sit there on the phone for hours and fight, and then it gets corrected and normalized. You have to fight for normal. You have to fight for fair. I've been doing this for years, just fighting for fair.
There is a byproduct of it being legitimized because we're talking about something that does make up our history. And because X amount of people have ticked X amount of boxes doesn't mean that that's necessarily how it's reported. Again, we are pitching that we are living in the midst of a deception. So if you have people that feel that it's absolutely compulsory and really necessary and really important, when you have figures that are derived from the census, people feel that they are legitimate. Therefore, it lends credence to any history that is gauged with that particular use, that particular documentation.
And each thing, each agency that's reporting on the census, I'm assuming they just send their numbers to a central location and then they count them all up. So they don't know each other's count. See what I'm saying? So you get the count at the end, and then you can just add or subtract a zero, or whatever they want to do to make it. They're deceiving one way or the other. I think the world population is much lower than what they say. I think you need to take a digit off, and then you'll be more accurate. And I always cite the Georgia Guidestones from 1980. They were erected in 1980, and everybody talks about, oh, look at the number on it, and keep the population under 500 million. That means they're going to kill a bunch of us. If you go back to 1980 and look at the world population, it was stated as 4.5 billion. Take a digit off, that's 450 million. Now the Georgia Guidestones make sense.
Yes.
See what I'm saying? So I think they do this long count in math.
So you're saying you think it's 700 million currently?
I think they're saying it's much larger than what it is. And that coincides with, there's too many people. We got to cut you guys down. Oh, yeah, it's too many of you. Oh, the resources. You're taking all the resources. It's more of that deception. Like, there's so many of us. But why would the Georgia Guidestones say what they said with the numbers reported?
Like you said.
About to ask you that question, Jimmy. How does the Georgia Guidestones fit into all of this?
Well, I think that's a good count for the accurate count of the population, as they may have been playing the billiard trick, where a milliard is a billion, a billiard is a trillion, that kind of game. And they might have been doing the in Latin, type of thing where, oh, no, you misinterpreted that number. See, this is the milliard scale, and it's long count math. And they do the same thing with unemployment numbers. We never get the accurate number. So why would we assume the population's an accurate number when they have never given us an accurate number of anything, even the year? is not accurate. Nothing's accurate. The distance from here to the sun's not accurate. Nothing is accurate.
Yeah, man.
So world population likely not accurate. Georgia Guidestones, though, pretty benevolent when you read through past the first one that people assume is culling 90% of the population. The rest of them seem pretty benevolent. So why assume that the first one's not as well? If the population was 450 million at the time, there is no culling. That still leaves room for 500,000 people or whatever. I think my math's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like it leaves room for more growth. Doesn't make anybody feel claustrophobic. And I don't know. That's my interpretation. There's others out there too. But
no, I agree with you, GB. I think there's definitely less people. Look, they say there's 1 billion more people on the plane than there was in 1999. The jumps have been too expansive since the 1800s. I agree with you, GB. They have fiddled it along the way, and there's not as many people. They're too concentrated in cities, and the countryside is empty. Yep. And these vast areas, and I suppose you've flown across America.
I have flown to. Yep, I've flown to California. I've flown south. I've flown north. So I've covered the U.S. and it is a good 90-95% green. It's green. There's lots of room.
There's lots of room. Exactly. So.
Yeah, I can concur. Whenever I flew, that the land is sparse of people. There's very little populated areas when you're flying over vast expanses of land. You fly over Europe and you think it's all going to be farmland, and it's not. Vast swathes of it is unpopulated.
Right, yeah. But they want to control. They want to get their arms around, their herd. No, they don't want to get them too far spread and too settled and this, that, and plus you don't want them discovering or stumbling upon things that might reveal a new truth or an old truth. You know what I'm saying?
They always got to keep a scare tactic at play. Like, I always thought the Georgia Guidestones might be, a dialectic to sort of unnerve population to think they might be culled somewhere along the line. They used remember the ozone layer? And then it miraculously fixed it, chicken licking the skies falling in. And then it moved on to some greenhouse gases, CSEs. Then they sort of fixed that miraculously. Then they moved on to now climate change. They keep got to have this chicken licking thing and they keep developing it and they just dump it, move on with the next without even telling you how they fixed the last. Remember the ozone hole? Let's just forget that Big Brother style, shall we? 1984, like it never existed.
Before the ozone hole, it was acid rain we were supposed to worry about.
Oh yeah, acid rain. There's the other one before it. Exactly. Now you're following the pattern. You see what they do? Chicken licking the skies falling in a dilemma.
Is very conducive to fear-based mind control, and that the Bernaysian way of controlling people and programming their minds is a very recent thing. So it's just kind of stand to reason that this might be much more recent than we let on, and that for me ups the excitement level, because if it's a shorter time frame that we're talking about, like I said earlier, we could potentially have the deceivers very much amongst us. It might not necessarily be them that started it, but it could be their son, daughter, granddaughter. We're talking shorter timelines. We're talking the 6 degrees of separation, the Kevin Bacon game that we mentioned earlier. We could be a lot closer to our deceivers than we think. And if that's the case, if it's not as system based as I have currently sort of alluded to, my belief being, long established and in the systems and the education system, that's why it's perpetuating itself. But it might not be the case at all. It might be like all the other false flags. It's just still in motion, still the bullshit's being created, and that could be why we are kept in this small corner of the internet. We're here, divulging the cracks in the heliocentric system for them to be smeared over again for maybe only the 3rd or 4th time in 100, 150 years, maybe, as opposed to 500 to 2,000 years.
Yeah, well summed up. Exactly that.
It seems in America, Flat Earth, Globe Earth was still alive and well, very strong, probably till the 1940s, 1950s, in newspapers, on the radio. Then we have the world wars. Now our priorities have to change. We don't have time for a meeting of Flat Earth debate, basically, is the mentality at the time. You have to donate your chocolates and your nylons to the, and your steel, and we got to help the war effort. And that's how it was in America. It's just the propaganda. They put propaganda in Bugs Bunny cartoons, and it's just so you constantly. And then they put the globe in the Bugs Bunny cartoons. He throws the ball, and it comes back the other way. And so they were sticking the propaganda in your basic fundamental children's cartoons to get it to the minds of the young and new generation who was not aware of the flat and the globe debate. So it's a whole new thing where now as the children are watching the cartoons, that they feel, embedded subconsciously, like, oh, this globe has already been established. It's even in the cartoons. Like it's just the way it is. So to that generation, it's absurd to argue about it at that point. But you'll have the older generation, the World War I generation. It's all crap. It's nonsense. Hollywood. It's nonsense. And we thought those old birds were crazy. Far from it.
We often on these videos will joke about having the globe from cradle to death. And normally it's the example of the mobile with all the planets on it. But my kid listens to nursery rhymes, and the current raft of nursery rhymes have been adapted with heliocentrism. So you've got 3 blind mice, and instead of having their tails cut off with a carving knife, they're flying off to the moon in a space rocket. And I'm singing along to this nursery rhyme, 3 blind mice, and suddenly the lyrics change, and it's going to the moon. I'm like, what?
Wow.
Heading literally my, what is she now, 15-month-old child, the notion that going to the moon, it being a physical object and being able to travel to it and it being away from the spherical Earth is embedded before she can even speak. Just phenomenal.
Wow.
Yeah, because the spheres and the stars are solid objects in the cradle, in the crib, going around and around, and they play with it, and it's a ball. It's a sphere. These planets, and they love selling you the stickers and the little things for the, and very heliocentric things for your child, for your baby, in the crib. So it's already embedded, the imagery.
Yeah.
And like Marlena, the native Canadian was saying, children can communicate with you at 2-3 months old through sign language. So they're intaking lots of data, and they can't speak yet. But if you make the hand gestures, yes, you can communicate with your 3-month-old. So they are intaking all of it, all the imagery on these tablets and everything, which is that's a whole other conversation. But all of the imagery they're taking in. So to tell them none of that was true, it just rivals every single fiber of their being and will produce that anger reaction. It's like, oh, what? Which is what we experience all the time here.
They do. People have seen it as a crime in the past, though, because I read that Shenton book. I actually done a little bit on my channel. He just focuses on the education system in about 1907, and he said it's just throw up with deception. They're just teaching the kids utter lies. And is it a crime? He's like literally think this is a criminal act at that stage. But I don't know that I was book fared in that day and age, but it's still around now. Good little read. He's a flattist. They were called flattists back then.
It's always a name, a label. You have to demean them. Yeah.
Exactly.
I did mention this. I touched on it, but I know David Weiss released a video where there was a billboard, coincidentally, as we've had the billboard out in Raleigh today, but literally a anti-globe Earth billboard back in the 1900s. Did either of you two see that?
Yeah, man, I seen it. I got to actually pictures of it. Yeah, it's to do with Blunt, and there was like literally on the streets in New York with globes on sticks, and they were like, "This is fake," and they would just flat Earth banners as well. It was absolutely epic, and one in the streets up on the building in New York as well. This was in about 1912 or something like that, just before the First World War. Incredible to be doing it.
That was back at a time where all of our voices were equal, pretty much. And then now you have the radio and the television establishment and the moving pictures, which were owned by them. That's the loudest, most prevalent, widespread voice now that will trump all those speaking of flat Earth, the truth. And that's what took over in the 20th century, was that loud, powerful, dominant voice. It's the globe, and here's the imagery constantly everywhere. And that's really what turned the tides towards the globe. So they've only really had, I would say, like advantage globe, maybe 60, 70 years. That's it. And we're starting now, right now, after 60 or 70 years, which is pretty much almost the whole time of NASA, waking up out of this dream, this fantasy illusionary reality.
Yeah, try and dig into like go into like Victorian, maybe early as you can, to see how like the way that it's high end brainwashing with the globe programming. How high end was it in the 1800s? Because I don't think it was as prevalent, I just think that it was in their school books. They weren't questioning it. They never had cinema, television, radio wasn't conceived to the turn of the century, so or a little bit earlier. But I don't think they had the same brainwashing, so I think they were definitely outside of it. I think we've gone backwards a bit as well, because their handwriting was beautiful and their creativity. And look at us now, big nasty corporate buildings, our handwriting's like crap. The literal works are rubbish compared to the literal works of the mid 1800s. It's ridiculous. The way we've changed humanity, the dumbing down has been massive in the last 100 years. It has. They've been relying on people not waking up. It's this, the internet, the greatest library on earth at our hands, and with a critical mind, a discerning mind.
If you measured the IQ of the children 100 years ago to now, it would not even be. It would be like going against apes. The children going against apes. No, actually, I stand corrected. We did go against the apes in memory tests. It was on ABC News as video clips on YouTube. It was a memory test, computer screens and clicking on numbers in numerical order, and the apes kicked our ass.
No way.
They kicked our ass. They wiped us out, because if you got it right, you got a treat. The humans and the apes got the treat. And they show you, the apes get it right, and they'll flash, and they'll try to trick them, only show partial numbers, and you got to get them in order. And the apes got it right, and the people couldn't even come close. So if intelligence is based on the ability to memorize, we've already been conquered by the apes, because they've got us blown away on the ability to memorize. That's ABC News. That's mainstream. They're showing that. Which is probably another form of shaming everybody. Look at everybody. The apes are smarter than you. Smarter as if smarter means memorization, which that's another deception. You're all told to believe, look at how well you memorized and regurgitated the information. Now you have a high IQ. You're intelligent. Are you? To me, that's not intelligence. Intelligence is somebody who can fix a car without being taught how to. They're looking at it. They're figuring it out. That's true intelligence. Somebody could figure something out without the instructions. To me, it's natural, pure, true intelligence, thinking outside of the box, thinking for themselves, questioning, critical thinking.
I find it's a good intelligence, survival intelligence. I think it's an essential.
Can I get you to maybe round out these points? I'm going to maybe in a few minutes' time round out the Google part of this show. So if you can maybe bring it back to how we've possibly been perceived in terms of the heliocentric system and the presentation throughout history. Maybe if we can start with you, Matt, and then we'll go on to Chibi, and then I'll thank the audience and such like.
For my mind, it's easier. It was easier put in than you could imagine, because they have all of the education systems, the religious centers, no matter what denomination. If it's one all-powerful controlling entity or parasite or whatever they are, and they have all of the universities and all of the schools, so whatever is handed to us is by them. And isn't it not conceivable that they could possibly rewrite things for their own ends, corrupt men? Yeah, it is conceivable. So that's what's happened. They rewrote history. They rewrite records, all like the census that Jibby's been doing, or any birth records or any records, full stop. Go somewhere, don't they? Yeah, well, they go to them. And do you think they're just standard, or do you think they may be altered down the line? Well, they can do whatever they please. So from my mind, we haven't been here long. The past is a fabrication, and they have altered everything to fit it. And when you dig in, it is there. It is there. Spooky, but it is there. It is there. I would never have believed it, but the heliocentric model just dissolves with this, because it just doesn't make any sense. You can't, nothing to hark back on. If you look, I was trying to touch upon something just now, Nathan. If you try and research into heliocentrism previous to 1850, there's no information in the science books. It's not there. There's no information in not really in when you Google like maps or pictures of globes. There's one 1542, the old one that always turns up. Try and find something in between that period. Not that many there, and they're in dealers' hands or in sort of museums like the Smithsonian or what have you, but none out there. You think if it'd been around that long, they would have been en masse. No, man, they ain't been around long at all. at all. I'm telling you.
Nobody was literate, really.
Nobody was literate, brother.
Yeah.
This is certainly what you're looking into on your channel. I positively encourage everyone who's watching this to subscribe to Martin Leitke, aka Flat Earth British. Can we get your take on it, Jimmy? What do you think? What do you think the history has been fudged? How has it been fudged? Why has it been fudged?
Well, we're not going to know the whys until we get them strapped to a chair in interrogation. But to me, in America, from what I'm seeing, this flat Earth, globe Earth only took kind of a shadow position around the 1950s and till probably early 21st century when flat Earth started to resurge. Never really went away, but it was only very small pockets of people because of it's basically who's louder than the other, and the voice of the people were being trumped by NASA and the television and the radio and the propaganda from the government repeatedly, because they own all those mediums that we don't have access to, so we can't grab one of them and be just as loud, like say have our own channel, the Flat Earth channel on television. It's not going to happen. Well, it should. We should have that right, but it won't. As 9/11 and investigation channel will never happen, or things like that. So they control that loud voice. But now we're using one of their mediums, the internet. We're connecting, but we're not really getting to that volume level where we can say it's still flat. Like it's just globe, 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 globe. We're getting there. And now with the media explosion, probably this weekend will be a big media explosion for Flat Earth, which will bring a lot of attention to it. And I have no idea where it's going to go. But in America, it seems like the globe has only had advantage for probably 70 years, really. Other than that, illiteracy prevented people from being able to prove it one way or the other. And illiteracy has only been a thing probably 150 years on average in America. So this globe is not even close to how old they say it is.
Right.
By far.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back in the days when I first started looking into this subject, it was presented as a non sequitur argument from the debunkers and globe heads if you were to say that NASA are faking space, therefore the Earth is flat. But from my perspective now, I'd say that that's actually not a non sequitur argument. If what you observe in your reality is flatness, and the only thing that's debunking that is fake pictures from a nonsense agency like NASA, then you can still safely assume that what you're seeing with your own two eyes is actually factually the case. So anyway, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive thank you, first and foremost, to all of the people who have joined us in the Google Plus live stream. So be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And a massive thank you to, first again, Jibby, get my tongue around it, Jibby Jedi. Thank you very much indeed for being here. It's been a pleasure.
Yep, tongue twister. Thank you, Nathan. Thanks for having me.
And also Martin Leitke, it's been a real pleasure having you here. Hopefully you can hang around a little bit afterwards for the after show in the OBS stream. But it's been a pleasure having you here, Martin.
Oh, yeah, it's always a pleasure. Thank you, Nathan. It's been awesome.
Good stuff. Once again, if you are new to this channel, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification icon to keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate, the Flat Earth video logs, and the Flat Earth group shows and interviews. I've been Nathan Oakley. I will see you all in the next video.
Well, that was fun. Anyone that knew Jibby or knows Jibby, from today or back in the day, I mean, it's timeless. Jibby Jedi was, man, it breaks my heart, man. So, since it's slow time, if you guys don't want to talk, I can play something else as well. There's Jimmy.
No.
Anything else, bro?
What?
No. No. What?
Do whatever. I don't feel like
I,
talking right now.
really, I just came on voice again to, like, I just play that interview with GB Jedi, which is hell to the yeah, because Jibby was always the shit. I mean, there are many other talks with Jibby that I could play because I miss him, man.
What happened to him?
He died last week.
How so?
Does it matter how he died?
I mean,
in
a way, yes. Because anytime somebody.
From what I know, I mean, he had a an infection in his body or whatever, and it couldn't recover, and then he died. So,
because I know, there's a lot of like speculation around Rob Skiba, or I've heard things like some people aren't really like
yeah,
buying
sure.
it.
I mean, yeah, we've lost a couple of really good, really freaking strong hardcore flat earthers, but yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any conspiracy around it, as far as Rob or Jibby. But hey, did you listen to what Jibby was saying and everything?
I was out trying to run down my fucking dog. Was
All right.
out.
So you didn't listen to any of that I just played?
I heard like the intro. I think I heard.
Okay. Anyway, so what do you want to talk about?
Oh no, you can play music. I'm kind of trying
to. Really, I just came back in on the mic to see if anybody wants to listen to something else, because I don't want to sit here and talk for hours. I mean, sometimes I'm in the mood, and sometimes I'm not. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Yeah, I mean,
but yeah, Jimmy Jedi, he's been in doing what we're doing here. He was in the game for a long fucking time, and so from the very beginning, he's one of the first people I met. On that, and I'm sad to see him go, and it really breaks my heart, man. That's why I wanted to play that video. It's one of his early interviews with Nathan Oakley. It's really good talk, and with Martin Liedtke, Nathan, Jibby, and Martin. Good stuff, man. Really good. So thanks for putting that out, Kenny 5G. I'm pretty sure it's still on Nathan's channel too. Yeah, that's the original one. No, well, it was actually on Jibby Jedi's channel. That video I just played was on Jibby Jedi's channel. So, what are we going to listen to next? It's Sunday morning. Is it Sunday morning?
Saturday morning.
Saturday. Oh, Saturday morning's all right. Oh, that's a Billy Joel shit right there. Saturday morning, we're going to play something. Hey, Conrad, do you want to just give your whole story? Hey, Conrad, how did you find the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I was just making posts on Flat Earth pages on Facebook, asking for like Flat Earthers to add me on Snapchat, like just to like have conversation or whatever. And then somebody commented the Flat Earth Discord link, and then bam, now I'm here.
Wait, well, were you already a Flat Earther at that time?
Oh yeah, they were Flat Earth pages I was posting on, and I've been Flat Earther for like 5 years.
All right, so you're already down.
Oh yeah, I've been with it for a minute.
So, well, prior to that, have you ever got into voice channels and talked to people about flat Earth before?
No, this is the first time I've gotten into any Discord ever.
Or have you been on other platforms and talked to people not about flat Earth necessarily? What's your comfort range with like
I've been in like server groups because like I used to play a lot of Minecraft, so I'd get in like server groups like kind of like.
Were there a voice? Did you do it with a microphone? You just like.
Oh yeah. I've played like.
Yeah, bitch! I'm pounding your ass in Minecraft. Boom, 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 boom. Is that?
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't even like it was more like technical. Like I would do like a lot of mods and stuff. Get really complicated. Just wasted a lot of time.
See, you wasted a lot of time doing Minecraft shit, and now you came to a serious flat Earth server, and you're just like, "Wow, these guys are really serious about this shit, ain't they?"
That was like before.
Hey, Minecraft's flat though, right? Minecraft is flat as shit. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was like way before I was a flat earther. I didn't. Yeah, see, I probably stopped playing Minecraft around like 2014, maybe 2013.
Yeah, but you weren't flat Earth in 2014, right? I mean,
no, I was like 2016, 2017.
There you go. All right, so
yeah.
All right, so see, I didn't even find Discord until about 3 years ago, and prior to that, I was in some YouTube chats and stuff about flat Earth. How did you find your way to this server? See, when I asked you that last time, you said, "Oh, Minecraft," but you just admitted that you.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
All right.
You didn't hear me.
All right.
I said that I was posting on flat Earth groups on Facebook, asking for people to add my.
Well, you
Snapchat.
didn't say that. Quit making shit up, bro.
You didn't hear me say it then. I wouldn't lie to you about something so stupid. Oh my gosh.
I know. All right. So you how did you find the link to this server? I don't give a fuck what happened
I was making posts on flat Earth groups on Facebook, and somebody commented the link to the server. That simple.
Don't be silly, Conrad, man. Come on, man. Anyway.
Yeah, that's just too hard to believe, isn't it, Helio? Like, you got a link to this server while talking about flat Earth somewhere else. That's I don't believe him either.
No, it's just like no. It was his original answer is what threw me off. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh! It's because he only heard the last part. He only heard the last because listen. This is what happened. This is what happened.
If you guys hear me, I don't know if you guys can hear me.
I can hear you.
I love you, man. I'm glad you're back. I see Helio still on his bullshit. Yo, Helio, you know that's what I do. I'm in Facebook groups dropping the link. Like that's what I do.
Am I wrong or right? I'm trying to figure out because everybody's yelling at me.
That talk about flat Earth, and I drop the link and tell them come here. It's so funny that's so ridiculous to you. I don't.
Yeah, why is it so hard to answer that question? It's just weird.
That's what I said the first time, Helio, and then after that, you asked me. You're like, "Oh, was this your first time ever getting into a Discord or talking to people online?" I'm like, "No, I used to play a lot of Minecraft when I was younger, and I would talk to people in server groups." And you're like, "So you found the Discord back in 2014 through a Minecraft?" Blah, blah, blah. No, I told you.
Okay. Well, if I
you didn't listen,
whatever. I just don't listen. I'm not good at listening, I guess.
It's okay. I'll forgive you.
Elijah,
unless
with
you
what
want
you
to
said
argue
there,
more about it.
Elijah, no hard feelings or anything, man. It wasn't really you why I left. I mean, that was a trigger thing, but it wasn't really you. But we can talk about it personally later, something like that.
No doubt, man. I'd love to have a conversation with you either way. I'm glad you're doing okay. Good to hear your voice, man. No homo.
Oh, thanks. Good to be back. I've been checking up on the live stream once in a while, but just kind of taking a break.
Yeah, I did a text search because there's something I wanted to post for another reason. I remember me and you talked about, and I looked, and I was like, "Wait, I can't find you." I'm like, "Wait, where is that?" I'm like, "Oh, you must have changed your name." And then finally, I found what my response to you was. I'm like, "Here, let me see how many times I mentioned you." And like, oh, and I'm like, what? You're gone? No."
Yeah, no, I just kind of rage quit one night, and I almost deleted Discord completely. I canceled my Nitro subscription. I deleted every single friend on my friends list, like 147 people. I was about to completely just delete Discord, and I didn't. But
you better not, Lou.
Well, I almost did.
Well, you better not. Now you just what VC verify. Come on, bro, man. Don't do that.
Yeah, DC verified. I just went up to the
Yeah,
lobby.
I see.
10
I see.
days ago, but
yeah, don't do that, Lou, man. You know, come on, be patient, man. It's all good.
Don't yell at people for finding our link.
Is that what I just did?
I think so. I think that's what was happening.
No, just listen to the answer when you ask somebody a question. That's all.
Okay, I apologize for my impatience.
No, you're good. Normally I would have just been like, whatever, but you seemed kind of like mad at me about it. I'm like, damn, you're mad because you didn't hear me.
Well, to be honest, I mean, a lot of people come in here and just make shit up, you know. So I just want to confirm that you are what you know. You found this place for.
Ask me the questions.
State your purpose. Remember that from the or those guys from Twitter. What the fuck are those?
Memulous, yeah.
Yeah, the Memulous thing. State your purpose. But that wasn't them. That was one of us that were just like, state your purpose.
Yeah, a response.
I'm still trying to find my purpose.
Kick ass and chew bubblegum.
And I'm all out of bubblegum.
As long as
Lou,
there's no artificial sweeteners in it.
Lou, good to hear from you, man. I was actually just thinking about you yesterday. I was going to pop on and ask if anybody had heard from you. Hadn't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, I leave with style, quietly.
Little Irish goodbye.
It's like, fuck you, motherfuckers, I'm out.
Well, instead of like here, like in Minnesota, when you say goodbye, it can take like a half hour. Well, it's like the phone call was 5 minutes, and then just saying goodbye was like another 15.
Whoa. That's the second Minnesotan in here that I know of. How many more is there?
I don't know, just let people, say where they're from when they feel ready,
Everybody wants to disclose where they're from, but yeah.
Or in the right time, too. Like, I wouldn't just start blurting off all the people I know and where they're from. Let them say when they want to say.
True. Yeah, not your business to talk about other people's business. Makes sense.
So
you ready? You ready for that cold winter?
I'll tell you what, though, Conrad. There's only two, maybe three Minnesotans allowed in the voice stream it one time. That's it's kind of the max.
What?
No, that's the rule for Scottish people.
Oh no, yeah. Well, that's also rules for Scottish as well. I mean, well, we'll see.
I think we have it for Aussies too, but I didn't know. I never heard it about with Minnesotans.
Do I mean, well, Aussies are. We can have like up to 4 Aussies at a certain time of day because they're on a totally different schedule.
Oh yeah, in the middle of the night, it's okay if we have a bunch of them.
Wait a minute here. Are you trying to tell me Australia's real?
Well, we're not saying that exactly.
Okay. I was scared for a second.
The people who identify as Australians.
Yeah, they identify, but they may or may not really exist.
They got everything fucked up because I mean, none of us. I don't know what flat earther would have even suggested that Australia doesn't exist. Like that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's more globe earthers that it's more that they say, "Oh, so what do you think? Australia doesn't exist because it's on the other side of the ball that you don't believe in." Like it's stupid. But what I will say is, I'm not sure about North Korea. Who is? I mean, am I right? Like that's the real goal right there.
Well,
it's like every day, Elijah. We have several Australians that jump in here. It's just like you can tell by their voice that they're Australian. So it's like, oh, Australia doesn't exist. Apparently, they jump in here every single day.
Again, what he's saying with North Korea though, like pretty sure again, North Korea is a real place, a real country, but yeah, is it really like a threat? Is it really a communist dictatorship?
Well, that's a different story, though. That's a different story. I mean, yes, it's a place, but as far as the political leanings, I could have.
Well, I would say that it's a place, yeah, but do people actually live there? Like, what I mean is like, there's a whole government and there are people that, sort of like Antarctica, right? Do people live there? Yeah, sure, there are a couple of bases, there are a couple of people that go there for research and all that, blah, blah, blah. But are there really civilians?
Yeah, see, I'm with you on that one, Elijah. But yeah, I think the whole idea of North Korea could be like total contrivance, and anyway, that's another story for another time. I mean, should we talk about it? I don't know. I guess we could. I mean, it's not one of the taboo. I mean, it's a taboo subject, but at the same time, it's not one that's like censored as much as some of the other topics that we can talk about. Yeah, to me, I think to be honest, I think this North Korea freaking hoax is total fucking bullshit. I don't think there's really. I don't think it exists in the way that they portray it.
I have a question about the flat Earth.
Sure.
I think this is just a simple question. It's probably something that I missed. Basically, so if the sun is orbiting the Earth, and I understand that horizon can be made by the sun simply just moving further away, and with topographical obstruction and atmosphere, like I get that, but usually in these cases, the sun is presented as moving straight, but not circular. So, am I missing something?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. Hold on. What do you mean by its percentage straight, not circular?
Well, if the sun is orbiting the Earth, then shouldn't the path be circular at an angle?
It is.
Then why is it in most presentation for horizon is that the sun is moving away but straight away from you?
I understand you're looking at representations. That's kind of the problem sometimes. Like when we're looking for something specifically, usually we find it and we're in that frame of mind. But the more simple thing to do would be to look at a sunrise and a sunset and pay attention to what's happening during the middle of the day. Like you notice that the sun, well, at least when it's summertime here. So when it's
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you move your mic in a way where it's more clear?
Elijah, I mean, to be honest, your microphone sounds like shit, bro. It sounds really bad. It sounds really bad.
I heard her.
Man, I have an answer, and
Sorry
some of
about
us
that.
just
Yeah, I
like.
was almost
Oh,
there.
there it is. That sounds way better. Go ahead.
My bad. So basically what I'm saying is in the morning, at least in the summertime here in the north, you'll have the sun come up northeast, right? And then midday it would be south of your position, and then at the end of the day it would leave you northwest. That's an arc. It's not a straight line.
Then how do we? Has there been replication of this, like for example, to show like how the sun could move and still cause this horizon?
Well, there's no model for how the sun moves. I mean, the best we've done is plot certain points to get us to tell the time, and also it helps with navigation and stuff like that. But the bottom line is it doesn't arc around each individual. Like, so from an individual standpoint who wants to know the question, what does the sun do? The best that they can gather from it is that it doesn't arc around them.
Well, it seems like even with this question, is there a question behind the question from from your?
No, but Helio, it's really simple. But go ahead.
I
Lou.
kind of want to elaborate on what you were saying there, Elijah, because you and I both talked about making this type of an observation. And so, like, you don't need to see some CGI graphic or animation to prove it. That doesn't prove anything. It's a really simple observation to make. Go out and watch a sunrise. Go out and watch a sunset, like Elijah was saying. Elijah, when you said that it rises from the northeast, I would say, yeah, it comes from that direction, but you don't see it until we see it rise in the east. You might see a glow in the sky in the northeast slightly before sunrise. But then the same thing happens at sunset. If you pay attention to the sunset, wait till the sun goes out of your view, but you can still see that glow in the sky in the distance over the next hour or two, even depending on where you live and the conditions of that day or whatever. We're talking like midsummer. It might be harder now as the days are getting shorter, but or maybe easier because it may be a better time to go out and see a sunset. But as the sun goes off into the distance and you no longer see the sun, but you see the glow, you'll notice that glow creeps off to the north after sunset. So that tells you that the light of the sun is still out there and it is moving to the north, which is a large circular pattern that it's doing. That you're not noticing it much when it's over your head, from morning to sunset, because that's for the path of the sun of this huge arc. That's actually just a really small clip of it, basically. You're only going to see it for for your daylight hours, for maybe 12 hours a day or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. You're only going to see a portion of it, and just like Elijah was saying and Lou saying, you're only going to see a portion of that path, and it does travel.
You see it going. Literally, I got a video where the sun is going lateral. So it's like laterally going from, like, it's setting, right? But it's gone from behind one building to behind another here in the city.
Yeah. Well,
from left to right, but the major point is like what you said with the glow. So you're like, okay, but where is it really? Even if you look at timeanddate.com, they'll tell you the heading and it will be northwest or whatever the case is for that time of year. Like where you think it is, you go on timeanddate.com and it'll give you the heading for where it is. Funny enough.
It's not funny enough. Yeah, I mean, just like when I'm going to work, I can see it rising from the east, or northeast, and depending on a certain time of year, I go to work every day. So when I'm driving toward work, I can see the sun rising in northern part of the sky in the wintertime, and I mean summertime, and then in the wintertime it's much further. Well, I mean, if I'm heading east, which is which direction I go to work, it's much further to my right side when I'm heading east. When it's rising about the same time, I know I'm in daylight saving time, which gives me an hour differential. But that really doesn't make up for where I observe it. So right now, I don't even the sun doesn't even rise, and we haven't even hit daylight savings time thing where we're having to fall back yet. We're pretty close. So it's going to be much darker when I'm heading to work. So I don't even see the sun until way up.
Yeah.
I don't see the sunrise when I'm going to work anymore.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure that
so
clarified her question.
right. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, I can picture that. I think I'm motivated to make my own observation now. Find the sun in the
Yes,
morning.
it's the
Yeah,
best thing to do.
thanks.
Yeah, see, with the observations, whatever conclusion you might come to, you've been told a certain thing about the sun, moon, stars, Earth, from the, heliocentric idea. But what you observe, compare and contrast that, what they told you about sun, moon, and stars, heliocentric model, third rock from the sun. Compare that with what you actually observe, because you found your way to the flat earth server. Now we don't have the answers for everything, but we can tell you what we observe, which is what we just did. Now what the sun is, I'm not going to claim anything about it. I'm pretty sure the other people that were speaking to you are not going to claim anything about what the sun is, but we know where it is. And we can confirm that. And so can you, because we all can. It's pretty easy to confirm where the sun will be at a certain time of the year. But as far as the distance, its position in the sky is it repeats itself, in cycles. We can confirm that. But when you get astrophysicists telling you, oh, well, we're the third rock from the sun, it's in the center, it's 93 million miles away, we're the third rock from the sun, and we're at this portion of the Milky Way galaxy, they can't actually confirm that. They're pretty much just pulling that shit out of their ass. In my opinion, don't believe me?
Yeah, okay, I'll keep that noted. But again, thanks for helping me picturing how the sun would move.
Well, sure. I mean, if you start looking at the sun path of the
You're
sun
very
throughout the
welcome.
year, it's really easy to observe. I mean, it's something repeated patterns that you can see the sun moving throughout the year. So. Why aren't you guys interrupting me and tell me to shut the hell up?
Well, I can add some.
Talking about it. Yeah, go ahead.
So about the sun, one thing that I notice or that I observe is when I look to the east and the sun's rising, if I'm looking due east and the sun is rising exactly due east from me, I'll look at midday where the point of the sun is. And lots of times, like in the winter, I have more of a due east where the sun rises. And then midday, the sun is actually fairly low. It's not directly overhead. It's to the south of me. And then when it sets at sets at due west, which would make an arc. You would think if you look due east and the sun is directly due east as it rises, it would be directly over your head and then directly due west when it sets, but it's actually offset from that, which would allude to an arcing pattern. Like if I look in the summertime and the sun is slightly off to my left from due east, which would be northeast when it's rising in the summer. So as I'm looking at a sunset east or sunrise eastward, the sun is just a little bit to my left, to the northerly northeastern. And when the sun comes across midday, it's directly overhead. And when it sets at west, northwest. So when I'm looking to the west, it would be setting slightly to my right of due west. But when it's midday, it's directly overhead, which would allude to an arcing pattern, if that makes sense.
And the height of the sun is maintained, right? Or we cannot confirm that either.
What do you mean
we
by
don't,
that?
we don't know that either. That yeah, like what she's saying, does it go gain in elevation and altitude, or gain or lose throughout its either throughout a day or even a year? I would assume. Like, does that change? People have postulated that it might change in order to make up for um, like the speed of which it the light covers, like in the southern hemisphere and stuff. I don't know if I really jump on board with that stuff. I think it's just kind of like a patch that they were trying to make with that. But really, yeah, we have no way of confirming the distance to any light in the sky, so we don't know.
There are some clues about the path of the sun with the analemma. Have you ever heard of the analemma?
No, I haven't.
I'm looking for the
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like like the hard the thing that I would tell people is to think about the questions they're asking, right? Now, you've asked if it, gains elevation or, loses elevation or something like this. The first question back to that is, how would anyone know? The reason I'm asking that is because, well, for things that move, there, there's a certain aspect of it that perspective plays a role. Like if you see a plane and a plane is flying overhead, like it appears to look like it's getting lower, but it's really not. It's just moving further away from you. Or like if you're standing like underneath the lamppost, it's like, okay, it's directly overhead. And then the further away you get from it, it seems like it's moving towards the center of your vision. That's just the way it looked. So you have something in the sky. It appears like it's moving. It appears to move toward you and away from you. And from that, it appears like it's going up, and as it moves away, it goes to the center of your vision. But as far as what it's actually doing, we'd have to have seen it and interacted with it in some kind of way close up, a little closer than any of us have ever known. Even when it comes to the sci-fi about the sun and all of that, like everyone knows that no one's been anywhere near close to 93 million miles away. So nobody knows what it's actually doing there. But anywhere, no one knows what it's actually doing because no one's ever been close enough to see. So I get the question, but honestly, it's a question that no one would ever actually have the answer to.
Really, it's kind of a loaded question, too. Because
let her talk, Helio.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Actually, you spoke first. I was the one who interrupted.
Nope, you go ahead.
Well, I understand that it could be a loaded question. I only realized it after I asked it, and I do apologize for not being more cautious with my words. But I was just like, sometimes like I do have questions, but I didn't think that it could be confirmed. But apparently there are. So it's just like me also think of the probability that I may that there is probably a way that I didn't think of.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're brand new to this topic, there's going to be a lot of questions. We're patient with new people. A lot of times we get a lot of like trolls that think they already know the answers and everything. So you're asking some really good questions. So that's why it's kind of like we're taking time to actually go through your questions. So yeah, and if it seems like we're interrupting or whatever, we hear this stuff all the time. So yeah, there is no such thing as a dumb question unless you already know the answer to the question. There's a lot of trolls will come in here and say they already know the the answer to their question. They just want to try to troll us. I don't think you're doing that. You actually have some genuine questions, and we're trying to do the best we can to answer those. So I think you're doing really good.
Yeah, I don't understand that, right? I think learning about flat Earth is pretty interesting. It really challenges your ability to think alternatively
Sure.
and compare. Like I can never relate the annoyance that people get.
What if I told you that? Thank you. Sorry. What if I told you that learning about the flat Earth is kind of? What if that was the wrong way to think about it?
What do you mean? What if flat Earth is wrong?
What I mean is, there's a certain idea that a person who's never looked into the topic, the thing that they see when they see flat Earth is a package. And this package comes with certain questions that may or may not have been answered. Right?
Okay.
Like what the sun does. What about the stars? What about the other side of the hemisphere? All these questions that would arise. What about the moon? All of this stuff, right? But that just gets you thinking about things that are unanswerable. Any question you could ask is going to end up in a fallacy somehow, some way. And it'll either be a logical fallacy or illogical fallacy. One that has to do with the topic and one that doesn't have to do with the topic. Difference between logical and formal logical fallacies and informal logical fallacies. Sorry. So that being said, what if the journey is actually learning more about heliocentrism and the globe? Because I got to tell you, that's the first thing that I did, and that's the first thing. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I think that's what everybody else did too. They said, "Hold on, what flat earthers exist? What is flat Earth even?" But some people look into flat Earth, and some people hear people like, for me, for example, I heard what's his name? The guy that was on Joe Rogan, Eddie Bravo, and he said pictures from space are fake, and I'm like, what are you talking about? The pictures of Earth from, and I Googled it and I was like, wow, these all do kind of look cartoony. I just want something that looks real. And so I said, well, what about satellites? That looked as fake as anything. And I was like, well, I'm not about to determine all of this on a picture. There's got to be some better information. Okay, well, you know what? How do we know the distance to the sun? Eventually, I came across the information that it was predicated on what the size of the Earth was. That's where the
That's where the calculation for that ultimately came. The triangle comes from knowing the size of the Earth, knowing the size of Venus, and a little bit of parallax, and boom. But the thing is, it's like, okay, well, fine, fair enough. If you're going to set it up that way and I'm to accept this calculation, then the first thing I got to know is how we know the size of the Earth. So who's measured that? Where's that information at? And that's where it begins to break down, because that's the one thing that doesn't exist. The one thing that all this information is predicated on is the one thing that doesn't exist. The confirmation of the size of the geometric shape they claim we live on. That's the one thing that could turn all this around for me. And it's the one thing that doesn't exist. So the real question is, what is heliocentrism? What is the globe? What is it that I've been taught all this time? Why don't I know more than I should know about the thing that's in my face 24/7? It's a given. It's so much of a given that I think that right off the bat, somebody mentions flat earth and it's retarded because obviously it's a ball. How could they think that it's not? But then when somebody asks the question, well, what's the size? Who came up with it? Okay, how do you have the vacuum of space and balls of very dense gas like the sun in that vacuum? How do we know that that's a medium that we could travel to, let alone one that exists? How do we know that we're moving? Like, these are questions that nobody can really answer directly. So I know I went on a little bit of a ramble there, but that's just the way I see it. My mindset was always, how do I know that what they told me was the case? Where's the verification for it? That's all. Does that make any sense, or did I get too long-winded?
No, no, it makes sense. I heard a couple of people who has the same story as well. Somebody claimed flat Earth. They failed to disapprove them. They researched back to the globe and realized that it's not consistent. So yeah.
If I can drag it back to the star, or how the sun and the moon, whether or not they're getting higher or lower. This is speculation on my part, but I use examples that I see around me to, for the concrete on the foundation. When you pay attention to the oceans, you've got where we are in the air, and then you got the ocean. You get on your boat, you sail out, you get in a sub, you go underneath, and you start seeing different layers of densities of water. And then you got to build the sub so that it can traverse into that denser layer and so on, right? So there's like 2 or 3 different layers of different densities of water below us. I would take that same understanding and look at the air and the sky above us. We got where we are. If you've ever seen a cloudy day, the clouds don't ever pitch down below unless there's turbulence in that area from like a, cumulonimbus, or you get a tornado, or, you got a cold front and a warm front hitting each other. The clouds tend to stay at the same level. So that's a different water layer sitting above our water layer. And then you have the sun and the moon up into a distance. And then you get examples of NASA shooting their rockets up, and they get to a certain altitude and they let go of the booster rockets, and then you watch them and they do flips and the flames arc and curl around this thing that looks like a barrier. And then you got the go fast rocket that goes up and spins, and then suddenly it flops to a stop, and then it floats for a little bit, and then it drops. So that, I would feel, would be the bottom layer of the upper layer, as I call it. And so The sun and the moon would just be in a density layer similar to the density towers that you see of people making like water, soapy water, honey, kerosene, and you got the different objects sitting in it like cork or
That's assuming that the sun is like imagine this. It's hard to imagine. There's two different options. One is say I'm behind a plexiglass, right? Or something like this. And then I shine something like a laser or something like a flashlight onto that plexiglass. You're on the other side. So you see what appears to be this shape, which happens to be the way that a lot of physicists talk about the sun. They refer to it as a disk. This is a thing, right? So that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is exactly how you describe a physical thing, maybe like an orb or something like, when we think of the density tower, we think of like a one of these small marbles or something like this inside it. That's the
Flashlight.
other way to think about it. But the honest to God truth is we don't know what it is.
Correct. That's the truth. We can only make wild guesses.
and that's why I started off saying it's speculation on my part.
Yeah.
It's how
Yeah.
I struggle with understanding or having an answer to a question like that. Does it rise or fall? No. It would sit where it's at, and it's locked, and it's, in this magnetic location, right? Where it
Yeah,
sits.
that's a logical way to look at it. I'm not gonna lie. It's a logical way to look at it. Could be that.
Even my view with superfluid helium and stuff like that, I call them also fortune telling. That's how I think about them. But at least, hey, we have these laboratory experiments. We see this kind of behavior of these elements. We see these phenomena with Faraday effect, for example. And yeah, they do explain how magnetic fields can obstruct light propagation or, like change the color, redshift, blue shift, and stuff like this. Which they told us it's something else. It's gravity lensing, galaxies, imaginary, and stuff. Yeah. If the sky were tangible, if we could touch it. I just watched the movie series, the Marvel What If. Yeah.
You know what I thought about as the guy was talking about, the density layers that we experience here, in the water, and then you got the air and the sky, and then you got these clouds that just sit at specific heights and whatever. Um, the funny thing is, why do we always look at?
Where are you going?
Yeah, I just figured out that there was an elevator. That's why I stopped. Yeah, I get it. So if I
looking
start
at
cutting out, let me know because I'm in the elevator. But
Yeah, you were saying something. Why don't we start looking
about
at?
the so what's weird about the water is we say water doesn't stick to a ball, and that's true. That's true 100, right?
Yes.
But there's like something that's so simple that like we're busy talking about the whole when actually all that we've ever experienced is the water being contained.
in the ocean's case, by a shore.
Yeah.
Go to the ocean, somewhere you're gonna end up on somebody's shore, somebody's island. Some
Yeah.
piece of land that is higher than the water.
Yeah, then
So
the
when you
sea
say, oh,
level.
why doesn't it spill off of the flat earth? Because you've never seen it
Yeah.
spill all over a beach somewhere.
Yeah.
That's just the way it
Exactly.
is.
Exactly.
And you've
Yes.
never experienced anything outside of that.
Yeah.
You've just experienced, here's the beach, there's the water,
Water
because
contained.
the further away from the beach I get, the higher elevation of land I'm going to get. The closer to the beach, the lower elevation till I get to the sea level. Very simple stuff. There's no how do you think, yeah, well, even though all of the water is contained inside of these inside of this land that's like whatever the fuck the ocean floor is, right?
Yeah.
I want to call it a depression, but me and Lou got it.
But
Like
hey, Elijah,
whatever it is, it's like it
Yeah.
it's very simple. What's not simple is that even though we all can agree, yes, it's contained by the area of land that is higher than it.
Yeah.
Still, they
You
believe,
know,
well, outside of that, it's still like, conformed to the ball somehow, even though we also find no measurement of this at all.
the thing I'm curious about, if you quantify the amount of rain and compare it with rivers water flow, the quantity that's flowing, you can easily equate, you can see that it doesn't make sense. That much water cannot be gathering at some top of a mountain and start flowing downhill, you know, to have all these rivers and waterfalls. And yeah, we do see behavior of water like on the land, on topography, but it's already in a circuit, and there has to be some sort of pump, you know. It's this water must be somewhere underground, being pumped
Yeah, I mean,
through all these world springs. Yeah.
I think you're right. There's got to be some of that going on because I mean, mostly the
Yeah.
story is that snow melt from the top of a mountain
Yeah.
and stuff like that. But it's
It doesn't
there's no
make
way
sense. Yeah.
there's not enough melt for some of
Yeah.
these rivers, streams,
Yeah.
and you've even got some like I've seen a picture of like this really narrow, um, like like a very tall tip of like a mountain, like that
Yeah.
was just like a
Yeah.
spire that had like a huge
Yeah.
waterfall coming out of it. Like, where
Yeah.
does that come from?
You know, when you look at the river and you have a rainy season, you can see the river increasing its debit. But, even in the dry season, the river's debit will decrease, but it will still flowing. You will still have water running. And where is it come from? you know, that's the weird stuff. Yeah.
Well, in like around here, around the Great Lakes, um, in like in Wisconsin where I'm at, there are a lot of natural springs, and most people know of springs and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
I think they don't realize how much of them there are and what's actually, I mean, what they must all be connected. It's got to be some kind of like basically like a plumbing system underneath the earth,
Yeah.
you know?
Yes.
Yo,
Yes.
I'm totally on board with what you guys are saying. Like I feel that 1000%.
Yeah, me too.
1000%. I feel that.
We can, with these mats which they are using, we can quantify the amount of rain. It's very easy to measure how much rain you have in an hour per square meter, you know, and or per cubic meter, whatever.
But it is like,
Yeah,
where is this flow coming from? You know, like that
yeah, yeah,
that like rainy season, dry season. It like you said, it's
yeah,
still flowing, and it
yeah.
flows. You know the way. You know how it kind of flows. It kind of flows like
Constant.
it kind of flows like my cat water fountain. It comes
Yeah,
in from the middle, and then you get the waves, you know,
yeah,
to the perimeter of the bowl
yeah,
or the fountain. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
hmm.
Small stream, but constant.
I guess I'm not familiar with cat water fountains. Like, you mean like bubbling up from the middle, kind of like?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Have y'all looked into how they use dirt to filter water from basically a dirty water system? Well, I'm not even a dirty water system. Like you'd have a wash rack, you'd wash the aircraft, and the water gets drained off into this filtration system, and then it the water would sink down into the dirt, and then eventually it would meet a barrier, and then it would curl around underneath that barrier, and then the water would come up from below, and it's
Well, yeah, the rocks in the soil and stuff. I mean, depending on what your soil is made of, is going to make a big difference. But it's all a filtration system. It cleans the water and it seeps through back to the water table.
yeah. I'm gonna have to find the video of the the demonstration I seen. The guy who made a plexiglass system, and he dyed the water on both sides, and you've seen the water, you know, coming together underneath it, and then the water level rose on one side. I need to look that up now.
I would think possibly using like charcoal as a filter or something like that.
It was regular dirt. There was no extra to it.
Oh, there's so many types of soil. You know, actually, this is uh, God's hilarious way to make fun.
Delivery. Thank you.
He did told us, yeah, go ahead, search, explain how everything works, find out the secrets of the world and life and everything. He challenged us, you know.
When you describe it like that, I'm picturing like a magician going, "Yes, tell me, see if you can figure out my
Yeah,
tricks." Yeah,
yeah.
tell me, how did I do it?
We are barely scratching the surface. Because, yeah, in the magician case, we don't have the behind the scenes perspective, you know, behind the curtains. Yeah.
Are you excited for a Halloween get me get? You gonna go drink blood or what?
Oh, I know the Halloween. I mean, yeah, from early 90s. But in Romania, these days, actually, the Day of the Dead, people go to cemeteries to their last one. They
Yeah,
burn
that's
some
a
candles, and yeah,
it's a usually isn't that like I know Mexico, does Spain do that?
yeah,
Also
something like that. Yeah,
like uh, Dios de Muertos or something like that.
yeah. Deus de Mortos. Ziua Mortilor.
But
And
you guys celebrate that in Romania though, huh?
yes, yes.
Interesting. I would have
But
never guessed.
nowadays, in the last decade or 15 years ago, eh, Romanians started like switching from this thing tradition to the American Halloween. You know, like they are all, and this is because I blame it on the big supermarkets, corporations, which are now all these malls in Romania, you know, and they push this Halloween holiday celebration, everything, and hey, guess what? They on this day they have all these discounts and stuff, so everybody's going shopping and
Yeah,
madness, you know.
that's
Yeah,
it. That's how it works. That's what holidays are for, is for corporations to
yeah,
profit.
yeah,
That's why we have
yeah.
them.
Yeah, and now I mean, there's literally no more bars in my city. I mean, a bar is that place where I was going, drinking a beer or spirits, having a coffee, smoking, playing poker machines. You know, that's a bar. But now it's all about like what you eat, what you drink, and yeah, just sitting there, drink some tea and coffee with foam, with hearts and all these flowers in your coffee. Like it's
That's a, so they're calling Starbucks a bar.
yeah. I mean,
That's
it's not a
that
bar,
doesn't count.
but it's a very select place to go to, like people that afford go to Starbucks, not the ordinary one. I
I mean,
mean,
isn't it more of a cafe? Is with what you're describing? It's a cafe, not a bar, right? Like
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah. Starbucks is definitely not a bar. It's far from that concept. But
right. I'm just
Starbucks, you
saying, if
have it.
these places that you're saying, when you go to the bar, everybody's sipping on a heart-shaped frost
Yeah,
freaking frappuccino or
yeah,
something. Like, what?
and they sit on a tablet or laptop. Yeah.
That's fucked up. You got to get out of that town.
Yeah, I came to Germany and now I found here bars where you can literally smoke inside. You can drink and everything, you know. Like, hey, they still keep the good life.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously smoking, everybody knows, not good for you, blah blah blah. But I also smoke
Yeah.
cigarettes, and like I'll tell you, that really that really takes the whole like going out experience. Like when you're going out with friends at the bar, like a lot of people
Yeah.
don't smoke. A lot of people don't smoke like on a regular basis, but they do when they go out partying and drinking and stuff, you know.
Yes,
And
yes.
it really kind of killed it for me anyway. A lot of the atmosphere anyway. When they
Yeah.
said that you had to go outside to smoke.
Yeah. I am I'm not going literally, and as I'm vegan, I'm not going into any fast food or restaurants of any kind, you know. Not even private restaurants, because hey, there's no food for me there. It's not my kind, you know. And I also have this. I call it some sort of paranoia. If I go in a public bar, I know that previously there was someone defiled sitting on that chair, and I can't be sitting there. I mean, yeah. But this is just a spiritual thing. I don't keep like myself every day clean, but I do practice some days of the month when I keep very clean, the whole day and don't work, something like a Shabbat. But I call it a fasting, like having as less possible physical contact with the world. So yeah, weird. I know. Yeah, in that day, I sit home, I read, or stuff like this. Yeah, and when you see all these places decorated for the Halloween, even the downtown, all the places, they are decorated and they organize all sorts of parties, evening parties, for the Halloween. They play music, and yeah, the young people are attracted to it. They want to go out in the crowd, have a drink. They probably give you a day off from work.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was kind of lost in your slow fucking talk. No, just kidding. Um,
Yeah,
what was that?
I hypnotized you.
Yeah, you did. No, I was looking at something in the
Yeah,
lobby. But what do you mean day off? Like you still talking about for like Halloween and stuff? Because no, we don't get off for that shit.
yeah, yeah,
No, 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 not in the United States. The United States, like um, most people, like in the private sector anyway. There's like five
yeah,
paid holidays a year. You don't get Halloween and stuff like that. It's
yeah.
Christmas, New Year's, Fourth of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day.
And
Um,
Easter?
and, yeah, and Easter, yeah, and
Yeah,
Thanksgiving, you'll get a day.
yeah.
But as far
Uh,
as like, so there's not many. That's about it.
yeah,
Then there's other days if you work for the government, if you're the post office or if you
yeah.
work for a bank for some reason they do it, like they take off for like Columbus Day and all kinds of other nonsense.
Uh,
President's Day, Columbus Day. Um,
yeah.
yeah. And then
That's
if you're Jewish, you get like another 20 holidays.
holy shit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and oh, hey, we don't favor the Jews. Yeah. They are equal to us. Yeah, 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 I know. They work less. Yeah. They are
Yeah,
paid more.
we probably
They are
shouldn't go too
paid
much down
more.
that road. Talking a lot in stereotypes there, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. My name is Jude, and working here in Germany is so funny. You know, um, when I work second shift, I have to write my name like double S and my name Jude. And yeah, it makes SS Jude. Jude. The boss came to me, hey, what is this? What did you write here? He was thinking I'm some, I don't know what, like Nazi or anti-Nazi or whatever. And I said, dude, that's my name. And SS is second shift, yeah, right?
Sorry, I was muted, but I did laugh at that. SS stands for second shift. That's good.
Yeah, yeah. In German is Spätschicht, but in English also second shift. Yeah.
We have we also have the SS here though. We got the special services or
Yeah.
secret service. Yeah, the president's secret service, the SS.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too similar, in my opinion.
Yeah. In my country, they made it SPP, uh, Service and Protocol, no, of Protection and uh, Guarding or something like that. I'm not sure. Protection Protocol. Yeah. But yeah, we do have the same organism. The guys who protect the president, yeah, bodyguards. It's just like here in Germany, just like in Holland, just like in England, everywhere. So when is this Halloween? Which date?
It's tomorrow. It's on the 31st.
Oh, see. I was just thinking now that I asked, the date of the Halloween, like, how would it be like to forget the Christmas date? Wow.
Actually, this is something that I find interesting, like that I've never really heard anybody talk about. I've just it's something I've noticed is um, there's definitely I see a connection between Halloween and Christmas. When you look
Yeah.
in some of the movies or even the what are they like the Christmas movies or plays like the
Yeah.
stories, the tales. I forget what they
Yeah.
call them. But like where do they? Like you've got like with the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future. So it's like about the ghosts and stuff like that. And then look at like Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas. It's all like a mixture, like an amalgamation of like Halloween and Christmas.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And I don't know if I have too many other examples off the top of my head, but I know I've noticed other things before also where they sort of they're connected somehow, or people like to connect them anyway.
Man, I don't know, but lately when I look at these holidays, and when I see an open TV somewhere in Halloween time or Christmas, you hear all that music and stuff. It does make everything like it's a circus. That's how I feel. Like I just entered a circus.
Dude, that's how I felt everywhere I've gone for the last like decade or more. Like everything is just a fucking circus. Like
Yeah, yeah, me too. But
weird.
it's
Okay.
more annoying to me when I hear that music, that specific music.
Oh yeah, you don't like not a fan of Christmas music. I'm not either. I hate Christmas music.
No,
Um, it, it's
it's
it, it's that circus music you're describing. It's also like when you go into a casino and you hear all those
yeah,
freaking
yeah, yeah,
like
annoying.
everybody's just
Yeah,
walking around like zombies,
yeah,
hypnotized
yeah.
by this.
Uh-huh. Uh, Vast majority they're not wearing a costume, like clowns, harlequins, and stuff like that. But they do take out the best pieces of their wardrobe out. you know? Yeah.
Well, I mean, people dressing like clowns. What would you say somebody who dresses up as Santa Claus or an elf is doing? It's just
Yeah,
another
yeah,
kind of clown, right?
yeah, exactly. But also these people who uh, dress nice and fancy, they take their best pieces of wardrobe to wear in that day. You know, they go to
Huh?
hairstylist and everything. Yeah,
And now
look
you're
neat.
you're talking you're talking Christmas now, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Christmas,
Well,
Halloween, all of them. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, and a lot of people do traditionally. They've wanted to look their best when they have their family gathering at Christmas or whatever else. But I mean, actually, another trend though is kind of clownish in my opinion. Is like those obnoxious Christmas sweaters where they're just made to be as obnoxious as possible and
yeah.
like stuff like that. Like it's
Oh my god,
see everything has been
and
turned
they are
into a
so
clown.
itchy.
Yeah.
You have to sweat in them, and I don't know. But back in the days, people were wearing clothes like the man, something with open chest. That was the manly garments. And women, yeah, they were supposed to be covered. Yeah. But now it's the other way around. They switched it.
That's because most men don't have manly chests anymore. They're trying to cover up.
Yeah. They peel their hair off. Yeah. I know. That's so
Well, it's
gay.
not even about the hair, but like it's just about like
Yeah.
most people are flabby. They don't they got little tits. Like they're not trying to have them hanging out.
Well, you have to look at their hands. If they're moving fast, yeah, it's a good PlayStation player. You know, if it has fast moving fingers. Yeah. So the body is irrelevant. They don't need it. I mean, we're heading towards the transhumanism. Everybody's gonna give up to the human body. So yeah.
There's a lyric that I was so the lead singer from Tool, I don't know if you're all a fan of that, Maynard James Keenan or whatever. He's got another band called Pussifer, and in their latest album, Existential Reckoning, there's a song on there called Grace, Grace something or whatever.
Yeah.
But there's a lyric in there that I was actually paying attention to the other day that I paid closer attention to what was being said than I think I have in the past. But I really like this line. It talks about, it's basically talking about the transhuman thing. It says that we're on the verge of extinction and we are hallucinating to survive in a digital paradigm.
Wow.
I'm like, damn, that's deep. That's like exactly like what is going on. We maybe like, in order to survive, that might be the reason why we're going into this clown world hallucination, this mass hysteria.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
defense mechanism to survive when we're nearly about to disappear.
Yes. True. Well, we just have to wait and see what will it be, where will we get to. Well, be right back. I have to do some shopping.
I posted the link to that song I was talking about. Any of you guys who uh, feel like it, whatever, you should listen to it. I think you guys will really like the lyrics of it.
Is anyone here?
Perhaps.
Possible.
What's up, man?
Clouds. Overcast, really.
Have you been telling that same joke when somebody asks that since like the 4th grade?
No, yeah.
Sorry.
I have a riddle.
Hello.
I have a riddle. How many seconds has 1 year?
How many seconds in a year?
Yes.
Too many. I don't know. I've heard it before. I didn't memorize the number.
24. The answer is 24.
24 seconds in a year?
Yes. But not the seconds of the clock. It's a second of the month.
Ah, okay. I see what we're doing here.
Catchy, huh?
Yeah, my daughter will like that one. She'll get people with that.
I just read it.
She loves little those kind of riddles or trick questions like that. All kids do.
Yes. I just searched about Discord and I see it has a lot of servers, right? A lot of chats, a lot of voice chats. Does it has also video chat?
In the Discord, yeah, we have video chat, but not in these main live stream rooms.
Is Discord now the top of the chatting, like Mirk before?
It's one of the big ones out there. It was built specifically with gaming in mind. So with the younger, with gamers, seeing as how big gaming is, Discord's gained its way to pretty much the top of the list. I don't know. There's a few big ones out there. I wouldn't say Discord's the biggest.
A little bit weird. Figure it out.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's actually a really pretty amazing app with customization, like especially if you're going to be making a server. I mean, you can pretty much using bots and stuff like that. You can turn your server into your own home the way you want it. That's cool, the customization there, but it does take a little bit of time tinkering around to figure it out.
Tell me an example. What can you do with Discord? Like, what is the best Discord server? What add-ons can you have? Radio, okay. What else?
Wow. I mean, I guess. No, yeah. I mean, you can have bots that do all kinds of things. Like you can track. Like one of the best things that I used it for wasn't really actually Discord or for Flat Earth Talk. It was when I was gaming. I had a Clash of Clans clan, and I had a gaming server for it, and I had a bot that tracked every single attack, all the stats of it, gave suggestions about who should hit where, in order to have the highest chance of winning. And then it would track every single hit from every single person in the clan going back in every single war, and I could kind of analyze those stats but that was a specific bot made for a specific game, and you can pretty much do that if if you know how to program, you can make your own bot to do whatever you want and integrate it into your server and stuff. It's pretty neat. Like some of the stuff you can do. You just gotta look around.
So it's mostly for gaming.
Yeah, it was originally built with for gaming, yeah, but it's now they've gained so much traction, I guess. So many servers have been made for other things like this, or politics, or health, or whatever else. You know, like they're branching out a little bit more nowadays.
Yes. It's cool. Cool.
Yeah, you're here at a kind of a quiet time right now, but usually it's
now. It's 6:30 afternoon here.
yeah, it should start picking up here pretty soon. It's about 10:30 Central Time in the morning, so yeah, people will start getting on.
What time is the job? Regular job? 10 to 5?
I leave the house at 7:30 and get home at like 4:30. But a 9 to 5 is like a standard hours, I guess, for most people.
Oh. I have a dentist. She was in US and she works from 9 o'clock until 9.
Yeah, no, there's different. There's no like set thing. Some people work 4 10-hour shifts. Some people work for 3 12-hour shifts, or maybe some people are really motivated and they're working 80 hours a week. You never know, especially if you're a business owner. Those people usually, if you're a business owner, you're working most of the time.
But I'm searching and looking around a little bit to US jobs and culture and everything that, and I see you're most calm. You're most calm. Okay, it's some similarities with Greeks, but I think you're more patient. I think more regulated.
I'm
And
not quite sure what you're saying.
I
Can you try
mean,
that again? Just rephrase that.
no, I mean that I see in US you follow some steps. Okay, rule number one, rule number two. It's not everything. Everyone can do what he wants. If you not obey, okay, rule number one, you go there, you go to the jail, you go for to pay this kind of money, you go to obey some things, you go uh, to a program to work for free. It's everything under control. It's not whoever wants to do something, he does it without any restrictions.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I kind of think I get what you're saying. You're talking about like this idea of America being a free country, like free people,
No,
free country. Like,
there is somewhere to tell you what to do or not, what not to do.
yeah, there's nowhere in the world you can go without that. You're going to be told what to do and when to do it to a certain extent anywhere.
Yes, but you're more calm. Okay, if you go to a restaurant, it's very smooth. It's very gentle atmosphere there. It's not too cloudy, too loud, too everything. It's
we have a wide range of places. Some places are
yes, exactly. I just saw, let's say, the Hell Kitchen of Ramsey. It's with managers. with all the people, the employees that are working, all the people are eating are very calm. Maybe the price is very high, but whatever.
I think I need to just say, don't formulate your opinion of what it's like living in the United States based off of Hell's Kitchen or any other TV show.
No, not Hell Kitchen on the TV show. I saw Hell Kitchen from people. They take videos. They look from the restaurant. They not from TV, from YouTube videos, homemade
Okay.
videos. It's totally different from the TV. Totally different.
Yeah, that is different. You're right.
I saw also school classes, homemade videos, totally different from TV. But I see it's in a certain way you're more on technology. Let's say you have laptops on your classroom, you have projectors, you have let's say a lot of room, a lot of laboratories. It's
Yeah,
a lot of
and that's true. We put a lot of money into um, our school system, even though it's people argue that it's not enough. You know, our teachers aren't paid enough and stuff like that. But it doesn't matter. Like we sink more and more money into the school system, and we get poorer and poorer results out of test scores from our kids. Having the technology in the classroom doesn't seem to be helping our education.
Okay, yes, but I compare it with here with Greece. We way back on this. We have still books. People are carrying it. The classroom has no air condition. It's totally different.
I think that's probably a better way of learning. I think it's better to learn out of a book than off of a screen. I think you absorb the information better. I think you're less distracted. I think you absorb more information when you have to go and write it down on a chalkboard or on a piece of paper instead of typing it onto a laptop or something like that. I think it's when or learning how to use an abacus instead of a calculator. You know, like I think the old education system was way better, more hands-on, more you're more I don't know what, can't think of the right word. It just involved, I guess, is like a good word to use there.
Yes, I understand what you mean. I was
Yeah, so
amazed.
I'm just saying on the surface, it looks clean and polished and like things work good and everything, but it's just kind of a look, in my opinion. We're in bad shape over here. It's on the surface. It looks good.
Yes. The thing is, I was amazed when I saw the China school. China kids are very smart. They're calculating with a lot of speed. They're writing a lot of faster of all the people I saw until now. They're very fascinating people. The kids.
Who's this I'm talking to?
Tyler.
Are you speaking? Siler? Are you just looking at your goals? Not written down as a flat earther. Where do you stand with that?
Flat Earth.
You're on the flat earth side?
Yes.
Awesome. How long have you been?
I was been until from I think 2 years now, 1 to 2 years. when I saw a video from Joe Rogan talking about flat Earth with, I think he was with a friend of, he has 10th Planet, I think.
Yeah, Johnny, what's his name? Eddie Bravo.
Eddie Bravo, correct.
Yeah.
And I saw it, and they talk about Alex Jones also. They talk about this together. And
Yeah.
after that, I searched about it a little bit. I saw YouTube videos. I saw bubbles. I saw strings. I saw the NASA's screen
This
with
is
playing a cube. And after that, it was on the screen with 3D. A lot of things. I was calculating some things in my mind. I saw some things. I read some things, and I'm positive that everything is flat.
This is a little bit surprising to me, though, that you found your way here through Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. Those two.
No. It was
No,
a little bit
no, I get what you were saying. Like that was where you first heard of it. But
yes.
um,
After that, I take it to my mind. I think about it.
yeah.
After that, I was join Discord for other things to buy some codes for PlayStations 4
Okay.
or for some other sites. They're selling here some codes from sites.
Okay.
And after that, I wanted to create a server just to talk with a friend of mine. And I was a little bit searching on YouTube. And after that, I was listening some podcast. And in the podcast, I had also Flat Earth. And I searched to podcast addicted. I think it's a program. And I look for Flat Earth, and it says that your program here was also a podcast. And after that, I searched it on Discord. Maybe I found something for Flat Earth, and here I am.
Yeah, good. Sounds like you did some work to find us. I like that.
One step brings the other step.
Yeah. So if you've been looking into this for 2 years, then what would you say is your number one proof, your number one reason for coming to the conclusion that the Earth is indeed flat?
I think it's common sense, because if I say now, if someone says to me now, after 12 o'clock, it will be 1,000 dragons flying around the sky. He must prove it to me that there will be 1,000 dragons flying. I'm not have to prove anything because I don't believe it.
So you're talking about burden of proof. You're the person who makes the positive claim, right?
Yeah. And they don't talk about it at all. They just start to mugging it also. And this is a little bit strange to me, because every time they bring something up to the sea and tell something to the news, they are setting up for something. It's a step for the next step. They're preparing. So I think they use flat Earth to mock all the thinking we have, and to bring some new law, I think. I don't know.
So I mean, I like your answer. You're not wrong about anything that you said, but it didn't really address my question too much. Like I was just asking, like, what is your number one proof that the Earth is flat? You say it's common sense because clearly they're lying. Like I'm looking more for like a positive claim of the flat Earth.
It's all together, I think. It's 10% each subject I talk about it. I think it's a little bit all of them, but together, combined.
Okay.
What I believe, what I see, what I hear, everything together. to come to a conclusion that this is a fact for me now. I don't feel like I'm spinning.
Absolutely not.
You move a little bit from a earthquake and you shaking all the body. They're just playing with us. They know how to play with us. They have psychologists, all the people, the medical team. They're spraying on us with some things when it's raining. They have raining makers from NASA. If you see on YouTube with on the river, they can create.
Yeah, weather manipulation has been going on for a long time now. Yeah.
They have placed a machine nearby a river, and they create clouds. Who tells me what they are inserting in that cloud when it's raining? Nobody can tell me.
Well, I think creating a rain or cloud, artificial cloud, is not actually weather manipulation. You don't manipulate how nature behaves. The
No,
weather, the true
no.
weather. Yeah.
Okay, but anyone can do anything in the cloud. He can put any substance inside he wants. Anything. And when it's
Well,
rain,
a small portion, and when you compare the volumes and quantities, what we do is actually barely significant.
yes, but maybe they put something inside to keep the people under the radar. Calm.
I think is actually their play to play God.
Yes.
In
Like a
front of
strategy
us.
game.
They pose as gods. They control the weather. Oh yeah, only God can do that. You know. So
Yes.
if they succeed to plant this idea in our mind that they are controlling the weather, then yeah, they accomplished their agenda.
If
They
you
made us believe.
okay, you can create earthquakes. You can see
Yeah.
California's tsunami. You can see Japan's tsunami, earthquakes, Turkey earthquake, Albanian earthquake.
Yeah.
You see everything.
Well, I've
Everything
seen
time they want.
electrostatic. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, all the earthquakes and all the events happens in a certain time. It's not by accident.
Yes. There is no coincidence. I don't buy that cheap story. But you were saying you don't feel the earth moving, but nowadays we do have these heavy machines called earth movers. They move the earth, yeah. And you wouldn't feel it because they are so big. They are very big trucks, you know, those mine trucks.
Yes.
Yeah. But when you go start driving it, you do feel when it's moving. Just a silly.
The thing is that we cannot do anything.
Well, you will be fighting against something that's not alive, so by default, you will not be able to kill it, you know, and you might end up losing your own life fighting something, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the system is an entity.
Yes.
I had a cousin in the military, and he told me his rank overcame the. I mean, no, his function overcame the ranks in the military. He was very important because he was a smart guy. He finished the cybernetics university and IT, and